The civilizations built by humanity were nothing more than sand castles, capable of collapsing at any moment in the face of cosmic evil. The weak minds and fragile bodies of humanity have become the prey of surreal, otherworldly creatures. Knowledge and wisdom have become curses that stimulate destruction. Corrupt religions praised blasphemous wisdom. Blind science studied forbidden knowledge. The only weapon given to humanity was the veil called ignorance. Even it was pitifully thin and fragile to contain creatures that were indescribably huge. What does it look like? Does this look fun? Regardless of what others think, I find it funny. Its unique setting and atmosphere was perfect for my love of horror. But the intrigue didn't end there. True to its cosmic horror theme, the game was very challenging indeed. Extreme difficulty, terrifying traps, powerful boss monsters that make you wonder if they are truly impossible to defeat, and named NPCs hunting players. Of course, for a hardcore gamer like me who has won all the games, this was just a stimulating challenge. And this time I managed to complete the incredibly difficult hidden ending and received a hidden class as a reward. But still, there is no one to brag about this to. Very sad. Out of curiosity, I checked the community, but all the posts from last year were mine. The number of views was the same. Previously, there was at least some exchange of information, but recently the community has become completely inactive. Yes, it was like that. This game failed. It was such a clear failure that he couldn't fool anyone. Extreme settings, dark atmosphere, and hellish level of difficulty. While these elements are divisive, they were not the reason the game failed. The reason this game failed was due to the large number of bugs. Getting stuck between structures or walking through walls was just the tip of the iceberg. When a game suddenly crashes or a well-developed character disappears, who would want to play it? Then there were the unfinished elements that were very obvious. A prime example was the Lacrex Codex, one of the items that must be obtained on every playthrough. In the Cthulhu mythos, such tomes usually contain surreal wisdom or madness. If it had no special function, then at least it should have been associated with some event. But the Lacrex Codex, despite its grandiose special effects, had no content written down. There were no related events either. I wondered if Lacrex was a place or a person's name, but such a word did not exist anywhere in the world of Cthulhu. What could it be then? Either it was left unfinished, or the developers forgot about it halfway through. Given these circumstances, players inevitably abandoned the game. I may be the only person who has played it so far. No, I'm definitely the only one. If there were actually other players, at least one message would have been posted in the community. Did everyone just not like Cthulhu or cosmic horror? How could you hope to save the world from such mythological creatures with such a weak spirit? In any case, if one could adapt to the initial discomfort and absurd difficulties, it would be somewhat fun. Unfortunately, I quickly adapted to numerous bugs. Even if it was terrible, if you just thought, oh, it's just a hidden piece, right? And in the end, you were even able to master the exploitation of errors. In fact, there were quite a few stupid mistakes that actually helped progress. I shouldn't have gotten used to this kind of game. Forget it. Why is recognition from others so important? Protecting the world from the terrible Cthulhu is what matters. Speaking of which, this time it's about discovering a new character. Cthulhu World has a multi-ending system with over hundreds of endings. The joy of new events and stories in each route was one thing, but each time you viewed a new ending provided small rewards or revealed hidden elements. If it's a failure, at least make it interesting. Thanks to these various rewards and hidden elements, I never got tired of hanging on to this game for so long. Since I got it, will I play with it this time? I was thinking about trying a mage next, and if it's a hidden class, it should have good capabilities, right? Depending on what character you create, you can have a completely different gaming experience. The character I played most recently was a martial artist who could transform into a beast. Durable body that can withstand a pistol shot when powered up. He had enormous strength, enough to throw boulders. Although he had no magical powers at all, the storyline of overcoming all obstacles with pure strength and brute force was incredibly exciting. This time I decided to create a character who was the complete opposite. A magician with the very attractive title, Hidden. I clicked New Game on the title screen and opened the character creation window. Asterisk. Mage looking into the abyss. A mad magician exploring the forbidden abyss of humanity. The abyss itself is a living monster. He could wield evil magic that could destroy even his own sanity. But his soul, filled with madness and chaos, would be the perfect feast for the creatures of the abyss. Exclusive traits. Mind Shattered, Abyssal Madness, Celebratory Offering, Higher Stat Adjustment, Abyssal Magic, Madman's Luck, Magic Devourer, Spell Mastery, Spell Upgrade, Deadly Poison. Shattered Mind. Randomly gains 2 mental diseases. If for any reason this mental illness appears, you will accidentally get a new mental illness. The effects of delirium caused by this acquired mental illness cannot be prevented. You have acquired a terrible mental illness that will never be erased. Like the price for looking into the abyss, Abyss Madness. Does not lose sanity from encountering monsters or mythological creatures, using magic or reading mythological texts. Gains greater resistance to the effects of delirium and fear. However, the effects of fear and delirium caused by Mind Shattered cannot be prevented. Your mind will never collapse. Because this is already madness. Celebration Offering. Increased chance of encountering creatures from the abyss. Asterisk. Is a quick look at other special abilities enough for now? The most important trait is the Attribute Adjustment trait, which is often tied to hidden characters. Highest stat customization. You can customize stats without restrictions during character creation. No limits? Really? Seriously? Characters with the Adjust Attributes trait can change their initially set stats upon creation to suit their wishes. However, this is not a free-for-all adjustment. There are fines and restrictions. Firstly, the fine. To increase one indicator, you need to decrease another. For example, reducing less important intelligence to increase strength when creating a warrior character. Then there are restrictions. This is important. Each character has a maximum and minimum stat threshold. You cannot have abilities higher than 20 or lower than 8. But you say there are no restrictions now? Let's look at the basic stats first. Strength, 8. Health, 10. Agility, 11. Intelligence, 18. Mental Strength, 14. Charm, 16. Remaining stats, 0. Asterisk. The basic characteristics and traits have been established for a typical glass gun magician. Although these characters have weak bodies, they can wield powerful magic unmatched by others. As I mentioned earlier, usually you can't lower a specific stat below 8, but this character had no such restrictions. Strength, 5. Health, 5. Agility, 7. Intelligence, 16. Mental Strength, 14. Charm, 16. Remaining stats, 14. Okay, is this the maximum I can deduct? In the remaining statistics, I scored 14 points. I could use this number to increase any stats I want. There was only one stat that I was going to improve. It was intelligence. Intelligence is the core of a mage, and the most important stat directly related to magical abilities. An intelligence of 18 is considered genius. 20 points is prohibitive. The martial artist I played just now was a character with 20 power points, which was extraordinary power. Strength 20 meant the ability to hurl boulders and bend steel bars with ease. Advertising from Pub Future. 200 plus free online games. 200 plus free online games. At game_zop. And the magician I created this time was Strength 5. Health 5. Agility 8. Intelligence 29. Mental Strength 14. Charm 16. Remaining stats 0. An intelligence score of 29 was marked with the following descriptor. Mind 29 surreal. Just as I was about to click the OK button to complete the settings, a bitter sound came out of my lips. Surreal intelligence. It sounded good. Really good. And yet there was something imperfect about the number 29. 29. This is an impressively large number, but don't you think it's not enough? It was like drawing a perfect circle only to fail at the last moment. Since I had already been down this path, I found myself striving to reach 30 rather than settle for a seemingly subpar 29 in intelligence. Intelligence 30 was a truly absurd number that I couldn't even imagine while playing World of Cthulhu. But there were no other stats that I could reduce further. It may seem that the remaining characteristics were chosen at random, but each had its own reason. Charm didn't just mean good looks. This was the minimum amount needed to negotiate with the mythical creatures and win the favor of the surreal creatures. Of course, the superior charisma score would have been better, but I could have increased it by about 2 points with items acquired along the way. So, Charm 16 handsome. This cannot be reduced. 8 agility points was also the minimum number given the boost I would get from future items and buffs. Falling below the 8th of May caused me to die before I can get other items. The same applied to the soul and health. A tooltip that said Strength 5 weakness caught my attention. A mage doesn't really need power, right? I finally pressed the minus button next to strength again. I offer myself to you, Lord Cthulhu, Lord Yog-Sothoth. Give me more sense. Strength 4. Health 5. Agility 8. Intelligence 30. Mental strength 14. Charm 16. When I set the strength to 4, its handle also changed. Strength 4, fragility. But that was okay. Look at that intelligence. Intelligence 30! It's 30! Look everything. I created a character with an intelligence of 30. Ah, damn it, the community is still empty. Meanwhile, a previously unseen sentence with a detailed explanation of intelligence appeared in the tooltip window. Intelligence 30. Mythic. You have knowledge beyond the reach of humanity and wisdom bordering on madness. What is this? I've never seen a message like this before. Maybe? Hidden trigger? The thought that I might have activated yet another hidden trigger made my heart race with excitement. Yes, that level of insanity is required to be considered a truly insane mage. In fact, it is better for survival to create a character with a well-balanced set of characteristics than with such a lopsided distribution. But this time it's about the concept of extreme madness. If it doesn't work, I can just delete it and start again. Then there were character traits. As abyss-gazing mage, I had more traits than other characters, but like my stats, I could add other traits by choosing detrimental penalty traits. Since I had already sacrificed my strength, extreme penalty traits were added. Weakened stamina, weakened power, weakened health, weakened melee, increased damage, weakness disease, unable to use heavy weapons, increased chance of injury, weakness poison. Should I add stamina decrease? But can I cope with the inability to walk for a long time? Is it possible to add reduced healing? And in exchange for such punishments, I was able to incorporate many useful traits necessary for magic. So what are the good qualities of a magician? It's been a while since I created a mage character. Wow! Spell mastery became free for abyss-facing mage. It was a great lesson. Unlocking spell mastery is very expensive. The prerequisites were incredibly difficult. This trait allowed the use of basic spells from the available hierarchy without any separate learning process. Without it, many of the creators of magicians would not be able to cast spells simply because they did not know them. The fact that this top-tier trait was provided for free made Abyss-Staring Mage an exceptionally good character. Then I added, Understand Arcane Knowledge and Upgrade Spells Maximize. Spell Upgrade, Increase Strength. Spell Upgrade, Range Extension. Quick Casting, Double Singing. Actor's Skip, Catalyst Compensation, Spell Stealing. And although these were not magical specialties, precision aiming and alertness were always useful. Ha! Do I still have any traits? Then let's upgrade Vigilance to Heightened Vigilance. And again. As a result of adding a whopping 11 penalty traits, I added an equal number of beneficial traits. Ultimately, I created the most powerful mage alive, immersed in the dark shadows of the Cthulhu mythos, surpassing any character I had created before. Of course, for this I had to practically sacrifice my body and life, but it corresponded to the concept in its own way and made me happy. Okay, setup is complete. Magic force. That's all I hope for. The moment I clicked the Start Game button, the mouse cursor disappeared and the monitor screen went blank. The computer didn't respond. Damn, another bug! The dark monitor screen began to flicker strangely. Introductory video for a specific character. It seemed unlikely. The liquid crystals of the monitor itself began to flow strangely. The center of the monitor split horizontally with a loud crack. It opened like the mouth of a beast, no longer resembling any object from the reality I knew. It was a terrible darkness, boiling like a dark swamp. It was a terrible filth, filled with disgusting filth. It was a rotting chaos, a grotesquely distorted remnant of a shattered reality and fragments of a nightmare that should never be remembered. And it was a pit of a predatory abyss. From this disgusting pit began to pour out an ominous black slime, writhing like a living fragment of a monstrous creature. I couldn't move my body. My tongue and lips were motionless. I had a mouth, but I couldn't scream. I had arms and legs, but I couldn't move. A terrible evil was approaching me, but I couldn't escape. Cold, terrifying slime began to envelop me, moving in ways that were inexplicable and strange from a human point of view. I couldn't escape. I wanted to scream. I wanted to scream! I couldn't scream! I wanted to scream so bad, just for a fleeting moment. As I said, I was deprived of the freedom to close my eyes or look away. I had no choice but to watch this terrible monster eat away at my flesh. I couldn't breathe. My consciousness was fading. Death was approaching. No, in this bizarre abyss it seemed that even death itself was destined to die. What happened to me? I regained consciousness due to the intense cold that seemed to tear my flesh. Wow, how cold! My eyes opened with difficulty. Are my eyelids frozen? I barely managed to open my eyes, but some time passed before I could see anything. My eyes hurt, as if I was opening them for the first time in my life. What is this? It was only when my vision cleared that I realized what a strange situation I was in. I was stuck in a cramped room where it was very cold. Moreover, I was completely enclosed in a large glass tube. It was as if I had become a test subject, captured by a mad scientist. In fact, my clothes were completely different from what I had worn before. A simple white outfit with no pattern. Leather straps were sewn directly into the cuffs at my wrists and ankles. Ah, are these straps holding me down? But their design looks almost like a straitjacket designed to hold dangerous patients in a psychiatric ward. What is it? I see, so I've finally lost my mind. The last memory I could remember came to mind. Suddenly something appeared on the monitor. Ah, that's what it was. I knew that something like this would happen someday. But what's really going on here? This is not a psychiatric ward. After all, what real hospital would imprison patients in such huge, cold glass tubes? And why do I feel so strange? The change in my emotions was too drastic. Have I always been like this? Instead of feeling anxious and fearful about my surroundings, I found myself leisurely observing them. Behind the glass tube in which I am locked, the lighting is dim. Strange mechanism. Randomly exposed wires. There were also a few tables. Oh, look! To the left and right of me there were more glass tubes lined up along the wall, and inside them, people sleep there! Oh, what is this? Wait a minute. Wait. This structure looks familiar. Just as something was about to pop into my head, a translucent message appeared in the empty air. You opened your eyes inside the test tube. Your senses are tingling. Your body, long frozen, is gradually regaining its vitality. Where am I? Who am I? You realize that you have no memory of your past and are deeply shocked. You also don't know where you are, but you remember one thing clearly. Your name is Kim Shin-hwa. You lived in South Korea. What is this message? And what do you mean I don't remember anything? I remember. Press that. Suddenly the space around me was filled with a sound similar to air escaping. Under the faint noise of the motors, the test tube in which I was kept began to open, and the straps binding my body automatically came undone. Ah, I was finally free. You are a magician looking into the abyss. No one knows what you should do or what end awaits you. Good luck. What kind of nonsense is this? But the real nonsense was yet to come. Soon a new message appeared. System. The shattered mind penalty trait has been activated. Since you do not currently have a mental illness, a random mental illness will manifest itself. Mental illness, you say? Mental illness. Are they talking about mental illness from World of Cthulhu? Flower of World of Cthulhu, symbol of World of Cthulhu, main system of World of Cthulhu. Characters who have gained knowledge that humans should not have found their sanity and intelligence gradually crumbling. System, mental illness, mask obsession, and mental illness musophobia, fear of rat, have been superimposed on your mind, leaving abnormal scars on the psyche. It's a mental illness, but wait, what kind of mental illness has befallen me? Mage staring into the abyss has an indomitable spirit that never gives up, because they have already gone mad. Once a mind is destroyed, it cannot be destroyed again. They must always have some level of mental illness. I'm a magician looking into the abyss, and am I going crazy? Having one or two forms of mental illness does not immediately cause problems. Isn't there a saying that every modern person harbors some kind of mental illness? As long as nothing triggers my obsessions or fears, there shouldn't be a problem. That's right, it shouldn't be. Should it be there? So I have an obsession with masks. The obsession with masks is, unconsciously, I touched my face, and so there was nothing on my face. So there's nothing on my face? The realization that nothing covers my face. You realize there is nothing on your face. The fact that your face is bare and not covered by a mask is extremely intimidating and sends chills down your spine. The madness hidden within you comes out, distorting your mind. Mental distortion is about to happen. Hey, wait! Just wait! Insanity, a form of mental disorder resulting in behavior typical of a truly insane person, will occur. System. Attempt to resist distortion using one's mental power. Testing psychic strength. However, the distortion does not have to be evident. I have a mental strength score, and the higher the score, the more likely I am to resist the distortion. Refusal. Oh, damn it. System, mental illness, mask possession causes ailment status, mental distortion. The message continued to display the text as it wanted, but I could not understand its meaning. Something else was much more important. This terrible feeling on my face, this feeling... My face, my own face was covered in goosebumps. This terrible feeling as if something with hundreds of legs, a creature, was crawling under my face. Something was crawling. It felt like the skin on my face was about to tear. It stretched. He was ripped off. Something was crawling under my face. If I hadn't covered him with something, if I hadn't covered my face... my face felt like it was going to tear apart. Worms, I'm crawling all over your face. My vision was distorted. Coming out of the test tube, I barely had time to grab my face with both hands, which felt like it was pouring down. My face slipped. Worms were crawling under my cheek, and the cicada moved unpleasantly, as if poking me in the eyeball. My vision was distorted. Advertising from Pub Future. You'll never turn off your computer again. No installation. Play for free. Strategy game Panzer Quest. I crawl out from under my eyelid. The cicada on my left eye briefly crawled across my forehead and then flapped its wings several times and flew away. Unpleasant tingling sensation under the cheeks. It stings! I'm crawling! It was tearing my flesh. My vision continued to shake. Something was covering my eyes. Worms? No, it was my hand. On land, no. Sea, no, that is. An inclined chair on the floor mocked me. Don't look me in the face. A terrible scream was heard. Was that sound coming from my throat? Not me, no, it's not me. A strange sound came from my throat. There was a large paper bag on the chair. It was big enough to cover my head. I need to grab him. I need something to cover my face. I need a mask! Oh my gosh, there's something in the bag. I have to wrap it carefully so it doesn't burst. Just throw away everything in the bag. And then, hurry. System, state condition, psychic distortion has been removed due to you wearing a mask. Be aware that losing your mask may trigger mental illness again. As soon as I put the paper bag, no, the mask, on my head, the mental distortion disappeared. Huff, huff, huff. I put a large paper bag over my head without holes for the eyes. Although it completely blocked my vision, it felt surprisingly comfortable. Perhaps because it helped ease the lingering madness and pain caused by the mental distortion. Huff, huff, huff. Now the only sound I could hear was my breathing. There was no sound of insect wings flapping. Let's start with the fact that there have never been insects in this place. I was going crazy. Or have I already lost my mind? Either way, nothing will change if I stay like this. First, I needed to make sure I could see. I tried making holes in the mask for the eyes, but it didn't work. Was it because I spent too much energy during the distortion? My hands were shaking unusually, and I couldn't gather the strength in my arms and legs. Oh, if I accidentally completely tore the mask, it would be the end of me. I carefully put my hand inside the mask and slowly made holes. That's right. Well done, Kim Shin-hwa. It was only after I saw it that I realized how strange I looked. I had a paper bag over my head, and my clothes were a snow-white straitjacket. It was a relief that I had shoes on, even if they were white rubber slippers. In any case, I couldn't take off the mask even if I wanted to. If there are no masks, will similar things continue to happen? It was not a mask, but a paper bag. However, as long as I perceived it as a mask and wore it, I did not experience such mental distortion. But my mental illness was not limited to just an obsession with masks. There was one more thing. List of mental illnesses. Mental illness, mask obsession, mental illness, musophobia. Thanks for letting me know. How nice of them. Damn it, damn it! What in the world is happening? Madness and the distortions associated with it were terrifying experiences. To the player outside the game, madness was simply a condition, but now I could understand how terrible it was for the character experiencing it. As my mind began to stabilize, my body began to scream in discomfort. So cold. So incredibly. Although the distortion made it not as cold as when I first emerged from the test tube, the temperature of the space itself was extremely low. I wrapped my arms around myself and shuddered for a moment. Considering how much I had sweated during the recent contortion, my straitjacket was damp. Ugh, the sweat will freeze. Now what? Is there a heater somewhere? Or at least a lighter? Wait, think. After going through the panic, anger, and irritation, a natural sense of self-awareness came to me. Madness was not the only thing abyss-gazing mage possessed. That's right, I'm a magician. If I really became the abyss-gazing mage, then it's only fair that I have magical abilities and not just madness, right? In the world of Cthulhu, the magician was an amazing creature. They can distort cause and effect and change the laws of the world to create their desired reality. Moreover, I was not just a magician. I was a genius magician with mythical talent. I have become a being capable of achieving anything I want. I need warmth now. So fire. How to use magic. Fire! Call fire! Come out! Fire! Ignite! My hope soon turned into will, and the magical power flowed along a certain path. It was as natural and simple as breathing or moving a finger. Perhaps even more familiar than the movement of the eyelids or the tongue. The magic emanating from my body altered reality to fulfill my wishes. Flames erupted from stacks of paper scattered across the floor, probably from the papers that were inside my mask. The red color, the smoke, and the ample amount of heat it provided was exactly what I wanted. Now I feel like I can survive. As I absent-mindedly stared at the fire, my eyes naturally began to dissect and analyze the components and flow of magical power that made up the fire. This flow was a mixture of artificial magic that I created. At the same time, a list of spells appeared in my head that could change, strengthen, and control this flow of magical power. Besides this list, there were many more spells. I could do all of them. Is this for real? I really was a magician. I felt a thrilling sense of omnipotence, and at the same time a slight feeling of self-loathing. Finally, a self-deprecating laugh emerged from my throat, fueled by a sense of despair. Ha ha ha, I must be going crazy. Have I really entered the world of the game? And of all the games, this one is the worst? I knew the name of this place, Secret Research Center K3675. This was the starting point for the game, World of Cthulhu. I shouldn't do this. I need to get out of here. That's all I have to think about right now. The hastily built improvised fire was in such a state that it could go out at any moment. The areas not touched by the heat of the fire were cold and dark, but that was enough to make out what was there. Rows of test tubes and the subjects who were in them. This place was called Secret Research Center K3675. It looked like a name randomly made up of random numbers, but nevertheless this place was a secret experimental site owned by a certain company. It was a site where forbidden technologies such as life extension and resurrecting the dead were researched. The researchers here, armed with high ideals and the arrogance of making the impossible possible, ended up tampering with forbidden knowledge that they should not have touched. But what they created were grotesque and blasphemous monsters that were neither living nor dead. The facility's meager defenses proved insufficient to contain these monsters, and as a result, the research facility was eventually closed. Even though this place had such a complex backstory, it didn't matter now. Trying to find a way out, the main character will have to find out the cause of memory loss and reveal the terrifying truth about the events that occurred at the facility. Thus began the story of the game. But it doesn't really matter to me. The most important thing is that the first information and key card that the main character was supposed to receive were now hopelessly burning in this pile of paper. Here's the usual plot for you. But that wasn't the problem. As you can see, I did not lose my memory and knew exactly what happened in the research center and how to get out of this place. The real problem was survival. Although it was a training area of sorts, Secret Research Facility K3675 was very difficult to escape due to the game's disastrously high difficulty level. If you started out with a hastily created character, you're more likely to meet a deadly ending than escape. This is so frustrating. Why did I have to be in this game? Wouldn't it be better if it was a lighthearted farming game, a dating sim, or something else? Although I have never played lighthearted games before. But still, why on earth should it be World of Cthulhu? I reached towards the almost extinguished fire. I could see my thin and fragile hand and my trembling hand. This look and feel was completely different than before I woke up in this world. Even when I tried to tense my fingers, my hand could barely make the minimum movement, regardless of my will. Strength 4, fragility. I chose this characterization thinking that I could remake the character again if necessary. But did the concept of again even exist for me in this world? Suddenly a strange noise caught my attention. Creak! Grrr. Shh. I turned my head and saw a large passage opening on one side of the wall. There was no door or anything resembling a lid. Creak! Kick! Crew! When something approached in huge numbers, eerie sounds and terrible groans could be heard. It wasn't one or two. The view was different from the computer screen I had stared at for thousands of hours, but it was Secret Research Center K3675. After bizarre research and forbidden experiments, monsters were created here that should not have existed in reality, which is why the place was closed. However, no one had to deal with monsters. The explorers, abandoned along with the object, became food for the monsters, and over time the object turned into their nest. There was a bright fire burning in such a place. It was only a matter of time before something caught our attention. But isn't this too much? Initially, the creatures that appear here are training monsters, meaning there should be a zombie that is easy to defeat. And since this was a probability-based encounter, you'll see a maximum of 3 if you're unlucky, but... Quee! Yak! Kerr! Goo! Even according to the most conservative estimates, this noise was heard by at least 30 of them. Isn't that weird? Gradually, I began to see zombies pouring out of the dark corridor. A platoon-sized horde of zombies rushed in. System, the feast-offering penalty trait has been activated. Beings from the abyss show interest in you. Ah, so that's what happened. It didn't make sense, but what could I do? Zombies were not creatures of the abyss. The creatures of the abyss designated by the system are surreal deities or otherworldly rulers. It seems that some great being had an inexplicable influence and drove these zombies to me. The zombies were now close enough that I could see them clearly. The spacious corridor was so crowded with zombies that they were constantly pushing against each other. The sight of a fallen zombie being trampled and crushed by others rushing from behind, it was quite a sight. The state of decomposition and physical injuries of each zombie varied, but they were all dressed in tattered white clothes. They were probably all once researchers of this object. Once intelligent minds who achieved forbidden knowledge to surpass human limits but have now fallen. However, they were now zombies, neither alive nor dead. There is little left of their human appearance. Their hands and feet had terribly long nails, and their bodies, riddled with wounds, oozed a sticky black liquid. Some were missing an arm or a leg. Others had their intestines fall out of gaping stomach wounds. Some had their skulls smashed and their brains exposed. As in many games, zombies in World of Cthulhu were considered minor, lower-level monsters. But when you encounter them in reality, you feel a chilling horror that cannot be reproduced in any virtual experience. An ordinary person would be instantly taken aback by the realistic, murderous intent and disgusting smell. Despite this realism, I didn't feel much shock or fear. Wow, damn, this is real, really real. It really was real. Real zombies. An overwhelming sense of reality that could not be dismissed as mere imagination or dream. What struck me was not the zombies, but the absurdity of this situation becoming my reality. Zombies emitting a disgusting black liquid approach you. Their number is huge. This is an inevitable worst-case scenario. You feel the terrifying smell of death and their irrational movements. Seeing their bizarre and grotesque forms, you should feel physiological disgust, dizzying horror, helplessness, and despair. Despair, as it were. I told you I don't feel any fear. System, trying to confront fear with your mental strength. Psychic power check. Fail. What? Ah, I was so surprised that I exclaimed in amazement. Refusal? Seriously? Oh, is it because it's a judgment based on probability? However, you have already looked into a deep abyss. The madness of the abyss paradoxically becomes a shield that preserves your sanity. Hiss! A bright white spark flashed at my temples and erased the artificially induced fear that was about to take over me. System, the unique feature Abyss Madness has been activated. Fear effect removed. At that moment, I began to understand what was happening. I was not an ordinary person. Thanks to the Abyss Madness trait, no matter how disgusting these monsters were, they could not cause any harm to my mind. And I had a power greater than that. Hey, zombie, don't come any closer. Go! It was as if they wanted to hear my words. They weren't smart enough to do it, but that's not the point. As the zombie horde approached, my mind became calmer and I began to understand what I could do, what I needed to do. Okay, show them, Kim Shin-hwa. Show them what you can do. I directed my will towards the fire, which now consisted of several small embers. My massive IQ of 30 was starting to come into play. All the calculations required to manipulate magical power were completed in an instant, and my will materialized into reality at a speed faster than the speed of thought. When I started manipulating magic seriously, my magical powers began to manifest themselves. The magical energy scattered around me began to swirl violently. Are these red flickering lights illuminating the entire room really all my magical power? It was surreal, like being inside some fantastic special effect. Flame control. Spell upgrade, maximize. Whoosh! The flame became explosive. The fire, which now deserves to be called flame, in an instant expanded its reach and poured onto the zombies like a living creature. Flame manipulation was originally a minor spell that changed the direction of flames. This minor trivial spell, combined with the spell enhancement maximized trait, was enhanced to an incredible degree. Pukwakwagwagak. Ki-ka! Wow, what is this? The firepower is much stronger than I expected. No, it wasn't just that. Advertising from Pub Future. 200 plus free online games. 200 plus free online games. At game_zop, the amount of magical power emanating from my body was too enormous, excessively extremely huge. What is this huge amount of magical power? As I began to unleash my magical power in earnest, the energy stored in my mana core began to pour out. It was like opening the floodgates of a long-closed dam. Pure magical power surged out. It was out of control. And despite releasing such a huge amount of magical power, the energy in my mana core showed no signs of diminishing. In fact, it was even more than just that. What is this? It's like an entire ocean! This may not be the best analogy for a fire-spewing situation, but it was like pouring an entire ocean into a situation that only required a cup of water. How far can I go? Shining particles of magical power moved at my command. And all this energy poured into the flames, incinerating the zombies. Shh! The flames now turned into a huge wall of fire, engulfing the entire corridor from which the zombies were emerging. With such power, it was almost comparable to a top-tier third-tier spell. No, if I went further, it could even reach a fourth-tier lower-tier spell, despite the fact that it was only a basic zero-tier spell meant for by manipulating the flow of fire and lighting fires. Zombies were undead creatures that felt no pain and simply continued moving forward despite the blazing flames. However, even those few elite zombies who showed such tenacity turned to ashes in the face of the towering inferno. I defeated them? That was a mistake. I quickly closed my mouth, but the consequences of my unnecessary ominous statement were almost immediate. Growling. There. In the very rear of the zombie horde blazing with fire, a new challenger appeared. Outstanding aggressiveness and presence that could be felt even from a distance. A huge figure that filled the narrow corridor all by itself. His body was grotesquely bloated, twisted, and distorted. It was Giant Zombie, the so-called mid-boss of this secret research center. Leaving aside its common name, which seemed to be given on the spur of the moment, why did this creature crawl to this place? Wasn't this thing supposed to meet on the floor above? Could this be the effect of Holiday Offering? I do what I want, yeah. Unlike other zombies, this one had something like intelligence. Although I call it intelligence, it was enough to restrain himself from mindlessly throwing himself into a huge flame. And yet this level of knowledge made him dangerous. I'm growing! The giant zombie with his bulging muscles began to grab other zombies and throw them at me. Wow, this creature was incredibly strong. Flaming zombies started flying towards me. Invisible Hand. It was a spell to manifest minor telekinetic abilities. I thought about using spells like Barrier or Distortion Field, but those were first-tier spells and their use was beyond my current abilities. Even if I had enormous magical power, a first-tier spell would still be a first-tier spell. The only spells available to me right now were the basic zero-order spells. However, I overcame the lack of effectiveness by investing in excess of magical power, and the limited effects were compensated by my extraordinary ability to manipulate magic. I imagined myself grabbing the approaching zombies with Invisible Hand. Wajajajak! I used too much energy. The zombies, energetically flying towards me, were instantly crushed like tomatoes in an invisible compactor, completely squeezing out the juices from them. It was not a particularly pleasant sight. But what was even more horrifying than witnessing something so human-like being burned or destroyed was the fact that my mind felt no emotion or shock at the scene. There was no time for sentimentality. If I had stayed here longer, more of them would have come. I channeled my magical power and entered a new image into the Invisible Hand. Clap! How could such a sound be made? All I did was grab zombie flesh from the air and throw it at the giant zombie. But the zombie's flesh was shot through with the force of a cannonball, and the giant zombie caught in this absurd attack was completely smashed into pieces. Around this time, the cries of the zombies swarming in madness also stopped. I think that's where it all ends, although the smell is terrible. The burning bodies of the zombies emitted a pungent smell of a mixture of acrid burnt flesh and an unpleasant rotten stench. But I felt a strange vibration coming from afar. Are all the zombies from other floors gathered here? Kim Shin Hwa, you're quite popular, aren't you? Ah, this is annoying. I scratched my head briefly and then changed my mind. It would be a waste of time to follow the official route of pointlessly fighting zombies. I looked around the space in which I stood. A simple rectangular room caught my attention. There was only one way out. On the wall to the left of the exit, there were 1, 2, 3, and 4 test tubes. There were people inside, but it was not good to disturb them. On the opposite wall there was one table, then another, that's all. On the second table, there used to be an investigate option, but now I had to find it myself. Damn it, I don't have much time. When I played this game, a message appeared when exploring this table. What was the content? It should be like this. Found a gun in the bottom drawer. Even as a veteran player, I usually don't remember such trivial sentences from an insignificant place. However, the fact that I remembered it so vividly meant that the effects of my increased intelligence were not limited to the use of magic. There was indeed a gun in the bottom drawer of the desk. Even with my increased intelligence, abilities that I did not previously possess did not suddenly appear in my mind. The way I held the gun seemed awkward even to me. So this is the safety? I'll pull it and then shoot? The gun was not an important part. Even if I had it, I wouldn't be able to use it effectively. The important thing was that, as far as I remember, the gun was actually there. It was a world within the game, World of Cthulhu. I've been to this secret research facility, K3675, thousands of times before. Not only this place, but I knew the location of almost every secret door, hidden place, and item in the World of Cthulhu, and I now possessed a surreal intelligence that allowed me to remember all these details exactly. So perhaps this was also implemented. I found myself staring at the wall next to the hallway that was infested with zombies. Initially, it was necessary to rub here. It was a wall reinforced with mechanical devices and steel plates. The location was exact as I remember. From now on, I will have to rub myself against this wall. But how exactly should I rub against him? No, I'm not literally rubbing my body against him. As much as I liked it, Cthulhu World wasn't a perfect game. It was far from perfect. In fact, it was riddled with bugs to the point that players avoided it. This is why the game often featured objects that couldn't be interacted with, or walls that somehow, if you rubbed them correctly, you could walk through. This is exactly the wall that is now in front of me. A place I often used during acceleration attempts. But that how to rub it action that I mentioned earlier, how exactly should I do it? Perhaps even if this was the world of that glitchy game, I shouldn't assume that it would still have the same glitches. I slowly reached out my hand and felt the wall, only to feel the cold touch of the steel plates. It was an ordinary wall, and no one expected him to pass through it. But probably, I immediately cast one of the basic zero-order spells, Secret Door Detection. Dad, magical power emanated from my fingertips, turning into a glowing line leading towards the wall. The magic line spread out like a complex pattern and quickly branched out, covering the wall in an instant. The structure of the wall came to my mind. The thickness and strength of the wall, the configuration of the mechanical devices inside, and then, yes, I found a hidden switch. When I forced the switch detected by my magical power to activate, the secret door hidden in the wall opened. Behind a dark and large hole that opened between the walls, I saw a secret passage going far into the distance. But this is too strange. In the game, I accepted it without much thought. But now that its structure is implemented in reality, the awkwardness of this place has become startlingly obvious. Why on earth would they create such a passage? What was most disturbing was the secret mechanism I had just used. In the game, this passage could only be accessed through a peculiar bug. Initially, no door was created in the game, and this passage itself was the result of an error by the game developers. But now it seemed like it was intentional. It felt like this place was testing to see if I could find it. The long corridor expanded unwisely. It consisted of slopes at ambiguous angles, a slowly descending spiral corridor, gradually going underground. I had no intention of delving into the secret research center buried underground and solving any trivial puzzles or battles. Let's head straight to the boss room and deal with the boss. In my experience, rushing through a level to get the shortest time reward was much more rewarding than collecting a small amount of experience points. Of course, besides such gaming thoughts, I more wanted to escape from the suffocating dungeon and check out the surroundings. There was no lighting, so it was pitch dark. But that wasn't a big problem for me. The moment I became aware of the darkness, I was able to cast spells at an almost unconscious speed. a basic zero-order spell that provides magical vision, allowing one to see in all directions even in the dark. The flow of my magical power was as natural as a change in my facial expression or the movement of a finger. Which spell should be used in which situation and how should it be activated? All this was already in my head. From time to time, I heard zombies howling from behind the walls, alarmed by my presence. Haha, I wanted to enter commands like slash dance or slash insult, but this was not possible. If I had the opportunity to do this, I would prefer to sit on the floor and relax. Ha! Finally, I stopped for a moment to take a deep breath. Although not much time passed, I was able to understand the state of my body. I reduced my strength and health to increase my intelligence, right? In exchange for intelligence, my body became incredibly weak, even more so than my past body, which actually belonged to a gaming addict and remote worker who really lacked exercise. Just walking felt like my waist was breaking and my legs were being crushed. Even this short movement could kill me. I needed to quickly leave this place and find a way to strengthen my weakened body. But how did all this happen to me? As I recalled the game's settings one by one, I began to feel a sense of injustice rising in my heart. Why? Why did this only happen to me? For a moment I thought that perhaps I had gone crazy from being too engrossed in the game. But the sight of the zombies I had seen earlier, the impact and the smell were too real to be mere delirium. Suddenly, one of the World of Cthulhu settings came into my mind. No, this was the Cthulhu mythos setting that the game, World of Cthulhu, was based on. Blind idiot god. An entity that can be the starting point of the world. The most primitive and pure being. Created by the chaos that broke out from the deepest part of the abyss. An amorphous evil that will make you damned just by mentioning its name. A creature so huge that the meager human brain could not even comprehend its form. The most blasphemous and holy creature from the depths of outer space. King of everything, blind idiot god. If he really existed, what if the reality I knew was just part of a vast universe and an abyss? It would be possible to create a game world and summon me to this place, right? Asking why? Pointless. Accidentally? Just because? Or a whim? It could be something smaller or something larger. In the World of Cthulhu, even thinking or saying his real name can drive you crazy. So his name is kept secret, but I knew his real name. His real name was Azathoth. I even knew his name, although his name was kept secret. Thinking about it in my mind or saying it could drive me crazy. His real name? Wait, why is everything in front of my eyes blurry? I felt an unpleasant sensation, as if the world had turned upside down. My vision was impaired. A message box appeared in the air, but I couldn't read its contents. What did it say? Except there was an itching sensation inside the skull, burning sensation behind the eyes. It was itchy. I felt something bursting between my brain and my skull, as if some insect was bursting through the folds of my brain. And then, System Abyssal Madness unique trait has been activated. Status ailment, distortion has been cancelled. Ah! It was a close call. The Abyss Madness trait was activated by a powerful spark in my temples, and thanks to this, I managed to stop my hands from gouging out my eyes. There was still an unpleasant feeling, as if my brain was boiling. Wow, what the hell is this? This is seriously no joke. Now I understood why people called him by a long and complex nickname instead of his real name. It wasn't just to flatter him or make him seem more impressive. The mere mention of his name could curse or drive you crazy. This being was actually real in this world. I shouldn't even think about that name casually. Eventually, I moved forward again. The passage was long and dark, but I did not hesitate. Did Abyss Madness manage even a little fear and confusion? I was in a very stable state for someone who had just been on the verge of mental collapse. Anyway, it helps with the current situation. Yes, there are already so many strange things there. You can focus on this endlessly. After a long walk, I finally reached the end of the corridor. At the end of the narrow passage, a large iron door waited. Behind that door lay the problems I had to overcome. The boss room is right after this. After defeating him, I was finally able to get out. I deactivated Moon Vision and opened the door. Damn, this door's too heavy. I had to push with almost my entire body to barely open it. I blinked momentarily at the sudden bright light. Behind the iron door was a huge warehouse. It was almost the size of a school auditorium. Large containers were placed throughout, and the ceiling was approximately twice as high as the other rooms, perhaps to accommodate such a large load. It was an underground warehouse for a secret research center. If you defeat the deliberately placed monsters, you can use the freight elevator to rise to the surface. All the normal exits were sealed, so this was the only passage I could use. The enemy waiting here was a monster equivalent to the boss of this research center, but with my current magical power, I could deal with it without any problem. Crunch, crunch. There was a strange noise coming from inside, as if something hard was being chewed and swallowed. It's there. Randomly placed containers formed walls, hiding the monster from view. If I walked through these containers, I would meet a huge creature that made this underground warehouse its lair. Huh? That is huge. Here it is, a monster. Oh, crap. The grotesque form of the giant mutant rat gives you mental illness, musophobia, fear of rats. Ah, yes, that was the concept. Why did I forget about this? Although I remembered everything else, I forgot what kind of creature lived here. System, mental illness, musophobia appears. Was the mental illness itself causing my brain to reject the memories? System, attempt to resist distortion using one's mental power, testing psychic strength. Please, please, advertising from Pub Future. My mental strength, hold on. Success, I did it. However, if you think about it, the mental illness and fear caused by the mind shatter penalty was not prevented by void madness, as was the case with other things. However, since the psychic strength check worked on a probabilistic basis, the crisis of forced immersion in psychic distortion did not occur. But the mental illness musophobia embedded in my mind caused a strong feeling of fear and disgust towards this terrible sight. No, this is a creature that was the sworn enemy of cats. Wow, I really hate this. Thick fur grew all over his body like spikes. Unpleasant pink skin with flaky sparse hair is exposed. The swollen tumors around his head resembled a wrinkled human face, and its enormous size was more like a truck than a person. The forelimbs protruding from his chest moved so bizarrely that they looked more like arms than paws, and they clutched the corpse of the man he was hunting. Crunch crack! Its powerful jaws easily crushed a human skull with one bite, a giant muzzle covered in human blood. Truly a monster incarnate. But what scared me more than its shape was that it resembled that thing. I have to run. No, wait. What can I do if I return? Stop, no move. My thoughts were spinning wildly. For a moment I was paralyzed, not knowing what to do, and with my clumsy movement I warned a bear-sized ray. Oh, just the thought of that word almost drove me crazy. Monster, this terrible monster noticed me. He rolled his big black inscrutable eyes and stared at me. These eyes, those terrible eyes. The monster itself wasn't the problem. Yes, according to the data, there were no problems with the enemy. He was nicknamed the Rookie Killer. But to the current me, he was nothing more than a commonplace beast. However, the very fact that it resembled that creature broke my concentration. Hurry up, quickly! The most powerful spell I could use at the moment. I needed the most powerful and huge spell. Jack! Ah! Startled by a loud sound reminiscent of that thing, I recklessly tried to fire the pistol I was holding in my hand. Ugh! The problem was not only my poor shooting stance, but also the fact that my weak, almost sickly body could not handle the recoil of the pistol. The bullets flew in random directions, and my arm was completely twisted and dangling in the wrong position. I was lucky I didn't drop the gun. Oh, Kim Shin Hwa, you idiot! You'll have to use magic, not weapons or anything like that. I needed to quickly summon my magical power. After the recent attack, the battle has just begun. As for the enemy's attack pattern, it was... Ho ho ho, how rude! It all started with a long-range attack. This bastard picked up a large container that was lying on the ground and threw it at me. Come to think of it, is this even possible? Although even in the game it seemed quite powerful, when faced with it in reality, it seemed to me that a whole house was flying towards me. However, the only thing that could cause fear in me was the form of this boss creature, and the sight of a 30-ton container flying towards me only caused an exciting sensation. At the same time, a list of spells that I could activate immediately flashed through my head, that which is my immediate opponent. When I think that this is not the same creature, my mind clears. There was no need to dodge. Well, truth be told, my posture was too sloppy to dodge. The magical power that boiled up at lightning speed turned into purple glowing energy from the underworld and discharged through my fingertips. It was originally a spell that fired purple glowing magical arrows, but I imbued it with an excessive amount of magical power and doubled the spell's properties, causing it to reach absurd proportions. It looked less like an arrow and more like a giant column of magical power floating in the air, as if I had thrown a telegraph pole. Boom! There was a powerful explosion in the air, and debris was scattered everywhere. The explosion was so powerful that it shook the interior walls of the underground warehouse. It turned out to be more powerful than I thought. The boss monster, created in the image of that creature, visibly flinched from the overwhelming force of the explosion. Even I was surprised by its size, so it must have been scary. However, now is not the time to be complacent. I used too much magical power to block the projectile, such a waste. I released so much magical power that it did not burn out completely and was now concentrated around the scattered fragments of containers and cargo. Oh God, my magic power. What a waste! Even if I still had enough magical power, my game-trained brain scolded me for casting spells hastily. Okay, now I'll have to use it more carefully. Besides, the way the walls and ceiling shook before was not a good sign. The last thing I wanted was to get crushed by a collapsing building because I used too powerful a spell. "Ooh, dang!" This sound gave me goosebumps, and finally the cry of this creature. Damn it, just roar Quang or something! The monster then moved its huge body and rushed towards me. Yes, right. You must also understand that throwing anything at me will not work. I was grateful that I didn't panic. If I were to fall into such a mental distortion, the sight of this massive creature quickly approaching with its damn grotesque appearance would probably make me faint. I assessed my remaining magical power and calculated what I could use. There were many possible answers, but the next spell I chose was a little unconventional. Veil of Darkness. There were almost no offensive spells in zero order. Veil of Darkness was merely a utility spell that shrouded the desired area or target in shadows, making them less noticeable. It was used for concealment or destruction, and was not really intended for combat. But for me at that moment, it was the spell I needed most, so much so that I was ready to give up protection completely. Boom! When the spell activated, I rushed to the side, barely avoiding a direct hit. Of course, the creature was also startled by the sudden darkness. The monster crashed into where I was, completely destroying the containers behind me. Oh God, what kind of power is this? Is he trying to play a container-breaking game with me? I couldn't let my guard down. The impact of its sheer mass was enormous. A direct hit at this point would be fatal. But now I could fight. The terrible monster was now shrouded in artificially created magical darkness, leaving behind only a dark silhouette. Of course, it hasn't disappeared. It was just temporarily hidden. Ha, fuck, now I can fight. Die! Arrow of Destruction. Spell upgrade, multicast. One improvement was enough. The one I used before was a real waste. A little earlier I focused on increasing the size and power of the arrow. However, this time I have refined the spell to fire multiple arrows at once. The spell was not originally designed to fire multiple arrows, making it an ineffective basic spell. To simultaneously activate such spells, the number of formulas for calculation increases exponentially. Difficulty varies depending on magical power. Even a high-level magician may find it difficult to cope with 3 or 4 at the same time. But the arrows of destruction that appeared in front of me, there were 8 in total. Go! The energy arrows of the underworld rained down on the target, which now only looked like a pitch-black mass. As the energy arrows filled with furious explosive power hit the creature, its body instantly turned into rags and it let out a terrible scream. Seeing the entrails fly out even beyond the shadowed area, it seemed that the creature was already finished. But this was not the end. Even if he is weak, a boss is still a boss. This creature had a second phase. If more than half of his blood were poured out, a truly horrifying picture would begin. A scheme where if you get beat up enough, you summon your minions to fight alongside you. Indeed, this was the case, but the mother's being remained motionless. He seemed to have died instantly from the previous attack. If this is so, then communication with these offspring should be the end of everything. Damn it, if he's dead, then it must all be over. Why summon minions and then die? I wanted to finish this quickly and go outside. The Veil of Darkness spell made the hidden pitch-black darkness of the area difficult to see. But when the tumors on that creature's neck burst, small baby squeakers began to burst out of them. Because these creatures were smaller, they were much weaker than their mother, but they resembled this creature even more. If I had not covered the place with shadows in advance, I would probably have fallen into a state of delirium. Mental illness, musophobia. From now on, do I really have to go through this chaos every time I encounter a monster like these creatures? I need to find a way to turn this mental illness into something else. Here they come. Have they transformed? The offspring, shrouded in a black veil of darkness, began to creep closer. The mother creature still didn't move. It must really be dead. There is no need to deal with these creatures one by one. These are just early-stage monsters without proper magical resistance. But there are too many hiding places. And, I need to deal with this before they leave the shaded area. I extended my hand and projected my magical power onto an object far away. Tangling rope. The entrails that poured out of the body of the monster destroyed by my spell began to move. These intertwined intestines, entangled by my magical power, began to wriggle like snakes of their own free will. My goal was 1, 2, 3, 12 in total. Since they were shrouded in shadows, the specific shapes of my targets didn't matter. At my will, bundles of entrails were sent to 12 targets. Trap my enemies! Grotesque forms of entrails wrapped around all my enemies. Of course, this reticence will not last long. It was so fragile that even a slight struggle on their part would be enough to break free. But that's enough. The more important thing was to prevent them from scattering and attacking from outside the shadowed area that I had created. Some began to burst out of their insides, but, in any case, I managed to slow down their movement. Intestinal collapse. Spell upgrade, deadly poison. This curse caused necrosis and liquefaction of the target's intestines. Quite a terrifying effect for a zero-order spell. Using such a spell on a living creature can be difficult due to the basic resistance inherent in living organisms, but my intended target was not living beings, but other entrails moving according to my will. Sometimes such spells occur. But I didn't use entrails because I liked blood or something like that. Among the spells of evil alignment, there are powerful in action, but destructive to the psyche of the caster. My sanity level was displayed in the game, but I can't check it here. I'm guessing the design seemed to be aimed at the concept of a highly effective but mentally taxing spell. But I was an abyss-facing mage, so I was protected from the psychic damage caused by using such spells thanks to a unique trait called Abyss Madness. The entrails enveloping my enemies soon became inflamed with terrible pus. The lump of entrails turned into a deadly poisonous liquid that infected my enemies. Poisoned scoundrels! These creatures screamed terribly, glowing and writhing. In the midst of this, several people attacked me, but, hey, don't come out of the shadows! A simple shock spell was enough to repel them. Over time, they could no longer resist the deadly poison released by the sticky poison and began to scream. Keek! Quick! Qua! Anxious howls, more like human cries than animal roars, echoed throughout the place. It was a terrifying scene, reminiscent of a corner of hell. It's not exactly a pleasant sight. I must clarify again. It was not my love of blood that led me to this. I simply chose the most effective spells available to me. Soon, complete silence reigned in the underground warehouse. Everything's taken care of now? Before I could finish my thought, a new message appeared in the air. Achievement unlocked! You have overcome your phobia and conquered the object of your fear. You have earned the advanced achievement, Overcoming Fear. As a reward for this achievement, the phobia you overcome is naturally cured, and you receive additional experience points. System: mental illness, musophobia, fear of rat, removed. Overcome a phobia? Can it even be considered overcome by simply using such violent force? I felt a little awkward about the situation, but welcomed the disappearance of one of the most unpleasant forms of mental illness. I deactivated Veil of Darkness to check if it was truly removed. There lay the rat monsters, tangled and dead among the poisonous mucus and blood they vomited. Rat monsters, rat scum, rats, rats. Rats, 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 rats. Big, I can tell what they are like. I escaped the curse of those damn rats. I was so delighted that I found myself pointing at the dead rats and laughing triumphantly for a while. System: the Shattered Mind penalty trait has been activated. Since you only have one mental illness at the moment, a random mental illness will show up. It was just a fleeting moment of happiness. Could you please let me enjoy it a little longer? Oh, is anything else random going to happen now? Please let it be something good. Something good. System: mental illness, triskaidekaphobia, fear of the number 13, has been placed on your mind. 3. What? What kind of ridiculous phobia is this? Who in their right mind would be afraid of a number that is one more than 12? Oh, damn, this is terrible. This is not so much fear as, like in South Korea, where in elevators there is an F button instead of 4. I had the same feeling now, only a million times stronger. The number 1 less 14 seems incredibly ominous. Note: for those who don't know, the number 4 sounds like the Hanja meaning death, essay. The number 4 is also synonymous with bad luck and death in many other Asian countries. I'm not sure what's funnier, the fear of rats or the number 10 plus 4, but at least some won't attack me like the rats, so that seems a little better. In any case, before I run away, I need to get the magic stone. There must be a high-purity magic stone inside the mother rat. Let's get a look. The bodies of 12 little rats lay scattered around the mother. Wait, that means their number. Oh, so that's one mother plus 12 babies. Crap! I made it a rule not to look in the direction where these things were scattered as I headed towards the elevator. Now was not the time to worry about collecting magic stones. Moreover, the bodies of these grotesque monsters were already unnerving. I did not want to linger any longer in the place where they lay in such ominous numbers. When I pressed the elevator button, it opened with an unpleasant creaking sound. Inside the elevator, several long-abandoned corpses were decomposing and emitting a horrifying smell. Sorry. Obviously, there was nothing they could do to help. With no room to step, I kicked the nearest body to make room and entered. When I moved the body to the side, several centipedes crawled out of its skull among some weird mucus. Well, unpleasant, but nothing special. Even the smell was barely tolerable. Although the sight was shocking, it did not cause any special emotional reaction in me. I just pressed a button to go down to the ground. I saw my reflection in the elevator mirror, dressed in a snow-white straitjacket and covered with a holy paper bag. No matter how you look at it, I'm a full-fledged madman. I thought so myself, but others would probably think even worse. At best, I looked like a dangerous experiment that had escaped from some laboratory. But there was nothing I could do. An incurable madness grew in my mind. While I was lost in these thoughts, the elevator eventually reached the ground. Now nothing stops me. If there was anything hindering my progress, it was the chain and lock hanging on the door. The player should naturally obtain the key while searching inside the facility. But since I skipped the entire process, I didn't have the key. If I really wanted to, I could use magic to rip the door off its hinges. But would that be necessary? Oh, now that I think about it, maybe I can get another achievement. I released the last of my magical power and fiddled with the lock. Not by sight, but by touch and super senses, I recognized the internal structure of the castle. It was a simple lock, like one might find on a ceremonial door without any magical protection. I carefully converted my finely tuned magical power into a precise amount of physical power to control the inner workings of the castle. Click, jingle. Good. Looks like anything is possible. This was actually an important experiment. Without fine control and precise power adjustment, I would either break the lock or crush it, making it impossible to open. There are many more creatures in the world of Cthulhu, than just monsters. No matter how much magical power you have, you wouldn't survive if all you could do was pour out pure magical power. Fortunately, my magical talent was not limited to just enormous magical power. Achievement unlocked. You opened the laboratory lock without a key. You have received the overall achievement Locksmith Expert. This achievement rewards you with the Precision Agility trait and additional experience points. This was just the beginning. I would become capable not only of what I could imagine, but also of what I could not imagine. When the door opened, a cold night breeze flew into the stale air of the laboratory. Was it already late or perhaps almost dawn? Although there was a slight delay due to my fear of rats, I decided that I still had enough time to earn another achievement. Achievement unlocked. You escaped the laboratory faster than anyone else. You have received the Overall Achievement Lab Speedrunner. This achievement rewards you with the Close Range Shift trait and additional experience points. Fine. Now I was outside, on the middle slopes of Gyeomjongsan City in Paju Gyeonggi Province. Behind me was the entrance to Secret Research Center K, 3675, hidden by trees and stones, and in front of me, a huge city of enormous size spread out under the mountain. No matter which way I turned my head, the city seemed endless, and even in this blue dawn, there was no place untouched by city lights. It was a sight as dazzling as the opening of a giant jewelry box. If I were to retell the game's setting, after the Great Collapse, events where beings from another world entered reality, North Korea and the surrounding countries largely disintegrated. Because Korea was in a relatively better position, it underwent huge changes, absorbing magic stones and otherworldly technology from the bodies of monsters. The discovery of special abilities, the use of magic stones, and an endless influx of refugees. And the madmen who flock there for adventure, madness, and to get rich. Faced with unprecedented chaos and prosperity, Korean cities have turned into monsters. A monster that grows endlessly, eats people and spits out gold and magic stones. It was the monster in front of me, Paju from World of Cthulhu. Wow, to think I'll actually see that opening scene I've watched hundreds of times in real life. A typical landscape, hinting at the vast open world field awaiting me. And at this moment, the main title should have appeared in the sky, and the script text should have been displayed. You have successfully escaped from an unknown research facility. However, you have no memories, nothing at all. Is it really coming? This familiar content— wait, what? Crack, crack. As the text slowly appeared, a bright blue spark flashed, and instead of the content I was familiar with, something completely different began to appear. You have successfully escaped from the research center that you already know about. You have no interest in regaining your memories or discovering the facility's secrets, because you already know a lot. What is this? Aberrant explorers and the indescribably grotesque monsters they summoned stood in your way, but you defeated them with your incredible wisdom, knowledge, and powerful magic. You have ensured your safety on your own. You have escaped from the K-3675 secret research facility. Experience points received. You have gained enough experience to advance to the next level. Your level increases by 1. You have defeated the zombies. Your understanding of undead has increased. You have defeated mutant rats, 12. Your understanding of mutant creatures has increased. You have defeated the giant mutant rat. Your understanding of mutant creatures has increased significantly. You have gained enough experience to advance to the next level. Your level increases by 2. Revelation. You received secret item 1 from the laboratory. Experience points received. Revelation. You have found a secret space. Experience points received. XP bonus. You have received a total of 3 achievements in Secret Research Facility K-3675. You have gained enough experience to advance to the next level. Your level increases by 1. You have reached level 5. As a reward for reaching a level, you receive 1 bonus stat point to distribute for free. Even though you know a lot, you are at a loss as to where to go next. As you already know, the body in which you live has no individuality. Survival anxiety suddenly arises, and you experience an overwhelming feeling of uncertainty about the future. However, you must move forward to survive. You already know what death entails in this world. Now a chaotic future awaits you. Let's try. I didn't know who the bastard was, but someone was watching me. It seemed to be the same entity that brought me here. Could this be Nyarlathotep's plan? No, it had to be Nyarlathotep himself. Nyarlathotep was one of the deep beings in the world of Cthulhu. Infinite influence and grotesquely twisted malevolence spanning the entire world, nay, the entire universe and all timelines. A chaotic creature with countless masks and numerous aliases. He was Nyarlathotep. Among the busy beings of the abyss, Nyarlathotep was the only one who would bizarrely abduct a person from another world, just to throw him somewhere and observe him. Hey, you bastard, you're Nyarla, right? It must be you, Nyarla. No. This bastard! The message box disappeared, as if running away. Many outer gods cursed or punished those who called them by their real names. However, these creatures differed greatly in character and taste. Some were indifferent to being named, while others even liked it. Nyarlathotep belonged to the latter category. With over 1,000 avatars and corresponding names, he hardly cared if 1 or 2 of them called out to him. Unlike other deities who viewed humans as little more than bugs or chess pieces, Nyarlathotep showed a peculiar interest in humans, and even had a sense of humor, of sorts. Of course, his idea of humor, derived from a sense of wit that was completely alien to him, was so bizarre that those who became the object of his jokes often wished for death after enduring his horrific pranks. The more I thought about it, the weirder it would be if Nyarlathotep weren't involved in all of this. I couldn't help but sigh, but there was no other choice. For a moment I considered breaking the expectations of those plotting against me by fleeing to Incheon or abroad, but I realized that would lead nowhere. I needed to be completely prepared. The most pressing issue was to solve the problem of my appallingly weak physical strength. I decided to allocate the newly acquired bonus stat point to my strength. Kim Shinhua. Class Abyssal Mage, Level 5. Magical Order, 0 Order. Mental Illness, Mask Obsession, Triskaidekaphobia, Fear of the number 13. Strength, 5. Health, 5. Agility, 8. Intelligence, 30. Mental Strength, 14. Charm, 16. My stomach growled painfully not only from hunger but also from real pain. With my fragile body, whose strength and health were only 5 units, Going down the mountain was already the limit of my capabilities. Now I found myself walking through the city center of Paju in a state where a collapse would not have been surprising. I managed to increase my strength to 5, but it doesn't seem to make much of a difference. I should have increased my health instead. I needed to rest quickly and I needed food. What do I usually do in the early stages of the game? My experience of playing World of Cthulhu came back. There was so much to do in this game that I was able to experiment with different concepts and themes each playthrough. I usually started my early gameplay here in Paju City. This area was familiar to me. Immediately after leaving the laboratory, I usually take actions that correspond to the concept of my character. The concept matches my character, yes. What character concept would be good for me, Kim Shin-hwa? An underground mercenary? An intern from the Magic Tower? Or maybe, if I had chosen a crime concept, I would probably have targeted the easy guy for house usurpation. In this world, killed NPCs stay dead. They do not return for events or stories unless they are resurrected. So choosing a house and killing its owner to take it over is entirely possible. It's a completely villainous play, but usurpation of the house can be incredibly rewarding. Depending on the house, there may be useful power-ups or hidden artifacts. There was a time when residence lists were divided between players. Of course, this is a story that happened before the players left the game. Come to think of it, there's a serial killer's mansion nearby. Taking over a serial killer's mansion could prove useful. It's an almost hidden abode. This is the only way to get Assassin's Cleaver. And I can also get the Butcher's Sense trait. Of course, this is due to the curse. Assassin's Cleaver was a useful weapon even for a mage. He blocked the enemy's magic and applied debuffs. My mind wanders again. Focus, focus. Once a gamer starts thinking about the game, it is difficult for him to stop his thoughts. Focus. Either way, I can't make that choice right now. If I commit murder and get caught, I will be wanted. There are police in this world, but the ones I have to worry about the most are the bounty hunters. The higher the reward, the more powerful named NPCs I will attract. These NPCs usually have abilities that are difficult to defeat, and messing with them could mean not having a bone left in my body. In the end, it's all about money. I need to get some money. Relax in some place, for example, in a motel. Order food delivery. There are plenty of ways to make money if I put in the time, but my body is creaking under stress due to the drastically reduced stats. I needed rest and I needed it now. Obviously, the fastest way to get out of this predicament, I have to use random encounters. There were quite a few dangerous places in Paju City. In the game, wandering around such areas often led to random encounters with thugs trying to extort money from you. They can be called bandits, but their level is predictable. I will catch them and take their money. It was still considered a crime, but prosecuting the criminals somehow reduced the risk of getting caught. Fine. I raised my head and looked around my surroundings. This was the city of Paju. I was in the red light district, located in one of the notorious areas of Paju. In the real world, this place would have been a boarding house or arboretum, but here everything was different. The square was filled with dazzling and provocative neon signs, typical entertainment district incentive billboards. Crowds of people bustled under these signs. "Sir, try our kebabs. They are seasoned with special spices and the taste is simply incredible." I saw a street vendor offering unidentified meat to passers-by, who were chattering in foreign languages that I did not understand. The meat, seasoned with some exotic spice, gave off a hot and spicy aroma. But wow. For me, the aroma was extremely disgusting. "Hey, you sexy masked guy, I feel magical power from you. Do you want to exchange magic stones for money? Hey, wait! I'll give you a good price." Illegal money changer. If I'd forcefully brought this magic stone before, I wouldn't have to worry about money. It's frustrating. If I come back later, the thought of climbing the mountain again in this body made me dizzy. I should probably level up a bit before trying again later. Oh, that bastard from the flame dance, to think he was captured there. Hey, why the hell did you bet on such an incident? You're a fool? No! That's how you get high odds. Don't you know about the big score in life? These were clients who had left the gambling arena. An underground fighting ring operated in this area. If you go down to the basement of that bar with the sign turned off, you can go into the arena to place bets or even participate as a fighter. This was the nightlife of Paju. However, there were no obvious troublemakers. It was a dangerous city to interfere too much in the affairs of others. Paju has now become a city of opportunity and pleasure. People of all races and foreigners, so strange, that they seemed not even from the same planet settled here, bringing with them a complex mix of cultures, bizarre technologies, and knowledge gained from creatures from the Cthulhu mythos. People in strange clothes and people with extraordinary abilities donning equipment whose effects are difficult to measure. Some even openly carry artifacts imbued with magical powers. It was a strange and colorful city, but it was too familiar to me. It was almost like coming home. Even on these quaint streets, I stood out as quite strange. I heard people whispering and shushing each other. "Look at this guy, is he really?" I hear everything, it slows down. Oh well. I'm not even angry. Coming down the mountain in a dirty straitjacket and carrying a big bread bag, I must have looked like a madman. Probably they just treat me like a strange person. However, there were still no obvious troublemakers. It was a dangerous city if you got too involved with others. To meet more aggressive and colorful characters, I will have to go deeper. It's exactly the same as in the game. The street layout was identical to the game. Even the dialogue I overheard while passing by. Although there were slight differences in details, people spoke almost the same lines as the NPCs in the game. If it's the same as in the game, then near the arena, past the trash cans. Hidden between the kiosks is an alley. It was a damp alley in which unusually thick darkness swirled. Among the unpleasant smell of garbage, I barely detected the smell of blood. Ha! Okay, I'm coming in. I just need one of them to catch me. The alley was considerably darker than the bright lights of the red light district I had just left. This lane wasn't even on the map. This street resulted from excess space improperly created between buildings by careless urban development. Real slums where the darkness of the city gathers. Although not the official name of this dark street, everyone called this dark street Vanity Lane. Fine. But now it didn't matter. I'm too exhausted. Humanly speaking, I'm sorely lacking in stamina. My arms and legs were numb and I wanted to collapse on the spot. Even when I was working from home and playing games all day, I wasn't at my best, but now it was too much. With a health score of 5, I'm hardly better than a patient undergoing rehabilitation. In a way, it's a miracle that I walked around with this body for so long. I had never walked along this alley with my own feet, but it was not unfamiliar to me. To really get into trouble, I needed to go deeper. Maybe I could rest here for a while. Finally, unable to hold on, I collapsed into a secluded place. The sudden change in posture made the gun hidden in my coat awkwardly visible. South Korea was a country where guns were illegal. This fact remained unchanged even in this virtual South Korea created by the world of Cthulhu. It may seem that the country maintains public order and safety even in a world with monsters, but in reality this is just a superficial effort. It was a world where surreal magic, supernatural powers, and monsters actually existed. Even North Korea could not withstand the rampant monsters and collapsed, leaving behind only the remnants of the country. As a result, refugees and people with special abilities from North Korea poured into Paju, turning it into complete chaos. In such a situation, ordinary people who had no power had to arm themselves in any way possible to protect themselves in this dangerous city, ignoring government authorities. So in the world of Cthulhu world, the rule of no firearms just meant just don't carry them openly. But that could become a problem if one gets confused in difficult situations. I still can't use this thing. Does it even make sense that I can't fire a gun because I have low power? Now that my strength has increased to 5, maybe I can shoot a pistol? Even if it is only a temporary measure, a weapon is still a weapon. It's too valuable to throw away in a situation where I don't know what I might be up against. Magic wasn't the answer to everything. There were enemies that were immune to magic, and situations where magic could not be used could arise at any time. Now that I've sat down, I don't want to get up. If I fall asleep here, I'll probably die. Not from being robbed by a hobo, but from dying from exposure with health level 5. As I gathered my strength to stand up, I heard a strange sound from somewhere. The sound was very faint, but I definitely heard it, probably due to the high alertness trait. Pa-pa-pa. It sounds like someone is punching meat. But since there was no way in such a place that the alley cook would be mashing the meat, it must have been the sound of another person being beaten. As I raised my magical power and focused it on my ears, my senses instantly became heightened. It didn't require the use of spells to improve my senses to this extent. Simply changing the flow of my magical power was enough. Direction and distance. Approximately here. Now just go in this direction. Just go. Come on, Kim Shin-hwa. You can do it, Kim Shin-hwa. Get up. Let's go. I soon found the target I was looking for. Three strong men brutally beat one man. You're a drug addict, bastard. Didn't I tell you to bring the money? Please, please! Advertising from Pub Future. If you have a mouse, you should definitely play this game. No installation. Play for free. Strategy game Panzer. Quest. Please, what's with the begging? Do you want your drugs? Ha, you're a funny guy. The sound of a plea. Verbal abuse and one-sided violence. To be precise, the one doing the violence was the largest of the three, while his two seemingly subordinate buddies kept an eye on him. These were scumbags who extorted money from the weak under the pretext of drugs, satisfying their sadistic urges from time to time. The one who was beaten was not in the best condition and most likely was a degenerate drug addict. It was just a trivial incident that wasn't even worth mentioning on the list of events. But if it's a drug-related event, which group might they belong to? Bong Gil-cheon's gang, or triad? It would be easier if they were just independent bandits. Hey, keep this guy here! Tank. Damn. A drug addict who received a strong blow to the stomach began vomiting yellowish stomach fluid. This seemed to provoke them even more. Ah, damn. Do you know how much these shoes cost? You're going to die today, you bastard. Finally, the knife appeared. The abnormally excited animal seemed determined not to stop today without shedding blood. I was hesitant to use magic against people, but if it was against trash like this, they looked more like trash fit for a trash alley than people. However, I didn't want to go as far as killing. Spells that could control power immediately came to mind. Although it would be easier to just say Kwawan and sweep them all away, I planned to deal with it quietly, with controlled force. After all, I had no desire to kill people just like that, and I was also worried about the potential risks that could haunt me later. As the bulky thug brandished a knife and began to go crazy, the attention of his subordinates who were watching him wavered. Taking this opportunity, I slowly, very slowly, approached the bald man on the outer edge. The scalp of his head was clearly exposed. It just so happened that he was the perfect target. Red, glowing magical power shot from my left hand towards the bald man's head. It was a basic zero-order spell designed only to boil water in a specific location. But what if it caused the blood inside his skull to boil? Of course I controlled it so as not to kill him. The bald man's head turned bright red, like boiled octopus, and he muttered, "Ugh," before collapsing with a groan. "What is this?" The bandit in the cap, giggling and goading the bulky guy, finally noticed me and was shocked. I had to defeat him before he could understand the situation. This time I gathered magical power in my right hand. Instill fear. Dark magical power, like tentacles, enveloped the head of the thug in the cap. It was a spell that caused involuntary fear and severe hallucinations. The theme of hallucination. Cicadas are coming out of every orifice in the face. I once encountered cicadas myself, and it was quite an experience. Now it was his turn. He began to fight the tears and salt streaming down his face. The intensity of his madness caused me to momentarily miss the timing of my next spell. Damn it. My body couldn't keep up with my thoughts. "You bastard! What do you think you're doing?" Before I knew it, the bulky thug was sizing me up, knife in hand. His position with the knife was stable. He was not just a bandit. "With this bag on your head, you look like a beggar. Are you a drug addict too?" I let my guard down for a moment and now found myself at a dead end, but there was no need to hold my gaze for long. I pushed a thug in a cap who periodically shouted, "Cicadas! Cicadas!" towards the bulky guy, and my fingertips emitted a flash of light. Chuck! I wanted to get closer as quickly as possible, but my body still did not listen to me. However, the bulky guy was blinded by the sudden flash of light and was unable to stop my approach. Touching the big man, I poured the finished spell into his body. If I could use first-order spells, I could shoot or dispel lightning from a distance, but with my zero-order magical ability, physical contact was necessary. But doesn't it look like a stun gun? Well, at least it's something. Take it to the fullest. The magical power was converted into electricity and quickly flowed into his body. Ah! For ordinary people with no resistance, magic of this level could be fatal. The bulky thug, struck by bright blue lightning, shuddered unnaturally as bodily fluids gushed from every orifice of his face. His bulging eyes could not withstand their own pressure, and the blood vessels burst, causing blood to flow. Eventually, the bandit lost consciousness and collapsed. You destroyed the thugs who extorted money from innocent people and led a dirty life. Although your good deeds in the shadows may not be widely known, you have acted righteously. This message. I've been thinking about this since last time, but doesn't the focus seem a little off? You have defeated the thugs, experience points received. I was hoping for a level up since the bulky thug reacted quite harshly, but it didn't seem to be enough. Leaving the drug addict, who was huddled in the corner and itching, I began to search the pockets of the rioters. First of all, cash in wallets. Oh, not much cash. Instead of money, the wallets were filled with a bunch of credit cards. Are even criminals using card payments these days? There is no point in taking them. After combining the wallets of the bulky thug, the one in the cap, and the bald man, I ended up with about 200,000 won. In my present need, I also took their watches, mobile phones, and gold necklaces. And those expensive shoes, right? Haha, now the shoes are mine too. In addition, nothing valuable came from the bulky bandit and the one in the cap, but I found something special from the bald guy on the outer edge. A small plastic bag containing separated white powder. Oh, the magic powder that lifts your spirits. How should I manage this? There are many ways to get rid of it. If I had done this carelessly, I might have started a criminal route, or the main drug distributor might have sent pursuers. I don't want to get involved with such people. But I have to keep it. I don't want to regret it like the magic stones of a research laboratory. There were about 30 bags of drugs in the plastic bag, and I threw one to the drug addict whose eyes were full of greed. Then I put my finger to the corner of the paper bag mask I was wearing, even though my mouth was not visible, and whispered. He nodded his head frantically, clutching the bag I had thrown before passing out. Considering that my eyes behind the holes in the mask were probably glowing with a blue magical light, it must have been quite a terrifying sight for him. Anyway, I got everything I needed. Knock. Dirty ceiling, cramped room. That was exhausting. With trembling hands and legs, I managed to enter an unmanned hotel in a dark alley. With the money I took from the thugs, I could have afforded a better room, but no matter how close Paju was to the lawless scene, no hotel would accept a stranger with a paper bag on his head without any documents. Even a motel would have been difficult, so I was glad to find an unmanned hotel. I threw myself onto the damp bed, too tired to even think about washing the dishes. I wanted nothing more than to fall asleep and ignore everything else, but different thoughts were wandering through my head. I roughly knew the script of World of Cthulhu. Cthulhu World boasts a very free-flowing open-world system where players can do nothing and just let time pass. Of course, this would lead to inevitable destruction and the end of the human world. In the darkness of this world, there are cultists plotting its destruction. Many of them. I couldn't just sit idly by. I had no choice but to move forward in the direction that was somehow beneficial to me. Should I continue like this and strive for the final? Several endings flashed through my head. Blood King's ending ends with death at the end. The Endless Prisoner ending results in you being forever trapped between time and space. Dungeon Master seems pretty good. You can make a lot of money. No, you will end up becoming an undead. Thought eradication involves brainwashing. Oh, seriously. Cthulhu World is a game with a cosmic horror concept. There were hundreds of endings, but they all resulted in death, madness, or something even more horrific. It's right. I realized that I was trapped in a crazy game where every ending was doomed. I could only draw one conclusion. I can't stay in this world. I had to escape from this world. If I continued to exist in this world in any form, I would simply be manipulated by these terrible mythological creatures. I must return to my original world. It won't be something that can be achieved quickly. I wasn't sure if this was actually a world within the game or if it was someone's joke imitating this world. But somewhere there had to be a key to escape. I needed to find this clue. Or perhaps I had to talk to a higher being who might know this method. Maybe even a being from the abyss. I also need to find various artifacts. I'll probably need some mythic level stuff. Can I negotiate with a great race known for its technology of interdimensional and time travel? None of these tasks were within the capabilities of a low-level mage. It was a terrible nightmare I had. I realized that I was just dreaming this nightmare, but I could not escape from it. Torrential rain and freezing moonlight. The ground split as massive pillars rose up. Even though this was a place where there should have been no sea, huge waves crashed and dark seawater covered everything. Dirt and stench, a horrifyingly stormy, rotten and fishy smell. In the bizarre sky, emitting an indescribable light, stood a gigantic, unusually large, green giant. This massive, huge, terrifying creature looked at me with its strangely creepy eyes. Those empty eyes in which darkness and abyss lay hidden looked at me. System. Abyssal madness unique trait has been activated. The effect of the nightmare was negated. It was a Relia's nightmare event that happens randomly in a dream. It looked like a funny broadcast accidentally sent by the great Cthulhu buried in the depths of the sea. But if you fell for it, you might lose your mind. Void madness protected my sanity and intelligence, but could not prevent the feeling of disgust from arising. Such a rare event on the first day. What a luck. Damn, it must be because of this trait, right? Celebratory offering. Increased chance of encountering creatures from the abyss. I couldn't help but sigh. The tacky wallpaper of a cheap, unmanned hotel caught my eye. I escaped the nightmare, but not this sad reality. I could throw off the damp, sticky sheet, but I couldn't bring myself to get up. Oh, this is driving me crazy. This doesn't mean I've developed mental illness. Lying down is best, and I don't want to waste time lying down when every moment counts. I wanted to immediately escape from this hotel, but my body did not move. It's only natural that I need a warm-up, but in reality this body is too heavy. Ultimately, this was a consequence of my own decision. I thought, this is not really my life anyway, and carelessly imposed fines on myself, which have now boomeranged back and become my life. It's not just about statistics. I couldn't see my health bar, but due to weak health, my health should be extremely low. Due to weakened strength, my actual physical strength was probably lower than the 5 shown on my status screen. Weakened stamina meant that I had to exert great effort to walk a short distance. And then there was weak melee. Weakness disease, weakness poison. I was really preparing for death. The worst thing was the combination of increased damage and decreased healing. Any damage I take is always critical, and any healing I receive is halved. Oh, forget about it, forget it. Starting the quest in this state was too risky. One single mistake could be fatal. If this was just a game, I could laugh it off and play again, but I only had one life here. Do I really only have one? The thought of possibly being reborn, even if I died, crossed my mind. But I couldn't bring myself to experiment with such a terrifying thought using my own life. For now, let's assume that I only have one life. Yes, I've played a lot of hardcore modes where you can't resurrect after death. At this point, it was difficult to immediately compensate for the penalties associated with my traits. It wasn't impossible, but I needed to go to places that were currently inaccessible to my level. On the other hand, there is a way to immediately solve the problem with statistics. I couldn't perform at my best due to my penalty qualities, but my stats were still terrible. So I needed to improve my stats first. This meant sanding was the best option. I could immediately get items like Corrupted Fire Ring and Slurping Gloves. Both items were cursed, but they were the best value I could get right now. Ring of Vicious Flames gave the wearer the power of fire and gave +3 to strength. Slurping Gloves. Despite the funny name, they were equipped with many magical effects and +2 health. I need to get up first. I tried to get up, but my back would not support me. Damn. Despite my efforts, the best I could do was dangle my legs off the bed. It seemed better to lie down while I still could. If only I could move, nothing else would be a problem. I remembered almost everything about this world of Cthulhu. Various dungeons, secret doors, secret quests, as well as numerous tricks and mistakes make it easy to earn rewards. I also remembered a few useful bugs related to item trading. If it weren't for this crazy world full of otherworldly gods and great old ones, I could make a fortune trading. But for this, I needed some initial capital. Money. How much did I have now? I stretched out my leg and pulled my wallet, which was rolling on the floor, towards me. Oh, cramp! Leg cramp! When I suddenly curled my toes, my calf cramped and I had to massage it for a while. Anyway, I have my wallet. Kim Shinhwa, let's work with our hands next time. The money I took from the thugs was about 200,000 won. After paying for food and accommodation, I've used about half of it, and I think I have about 1 day left for accommodation. I could probably beat up a few more thugs a couple of times, but at my current level I risked running into someone too powerful to handle, or worse, being the target of a retaliatory killing. Moreover, the effectiveness of such actions was initially low. Since World of Cthulhu was based on modern society, fewer people carried cash with them than I expected. Who even carries cash these days? This problem affected me too. I needed a bank account and card as well as an ID. Perhaps by correction was the right way. This was one of the various money-making methods available in World of Cthulhu. If I were to make a deal with an experienced broker, they would take care of the money, provide me with ID, a burner phone, and sort out the various tasks, even looking for suitable items. Of course, to receive such services, I had to endlessly fulfill annoying requests. Moreover, brokers varied in their skills, as well as in the types of requests. Some of them were almost scammers, and others will betray you as soon as they make a decent profit. If you want to play the game for a long time, it is best to work with a reliable person, even if the salary is less. Naturally, finding a good broker in a cosmic horror world like World of Cthulhu was almost as likely as winning the lottery. But this is a story for beginners who play blind. Roughly speaking, perhaps we should go to Firmal? Or maybe YB or Kokyungsu, although a little far out. Tutor was also a good choice. Each NPC had its own pros and cons. Whoever I choose to sign the contract will greatly affect the atmosphere of the game. Given my current situation and the statistics I need, the best broker would be... Fine, I'll go to Tutor. Tutor offered the fixed quest, Abandoned Hospital in Gamaksan. If I'm lucky, I might be able to find an S-rank item or something higher there. Getting such an item early on will make progress smoother in the future. Tutor was known for his bad temper, entry restrictions, and numerous bugs in the accompanying events, but he provided the opportunity to encounter mythical creatures from the very beginning, so I often used his services. Given the entry restrictions, it seemed best to try our best on the way there, starting with the basic stats needed. The plan was set. Time to get up. I'll just lie there for another 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, I will actually get up. I wonder if there are any quests that I could do while lying down. In the end, I had no choice but to pay an additional fee, since I exceeded the estimated time of the unmanned hotel by more than 2 hours. It was around 15 o'clock. Unlike Paju City at night, which was full of craziness and fun, Paju during the day was relatively calm and most nighttime businesses were closed. As a result, there were no people nearby who clearly looked like relatives of the criminals, and the sight of a crazy person like me in a paper bag was bound to stand out. It must be just an obsession with the mask. I can't take it off because I'll go really crazy, but I still look crazy in it. Maybe it was Nyarlathotep who brought me here. Isn't this guy truly obsessed with masks? Among Nyarlathotep's nicknames was something about wearing 1,000 masks. Considering he's one of the few outer gods who would enjoy such mindless antics, it's almost a certainty. No, I can't draw hasty conclusions yet. I'm still missing some clues. Anyway, this paper bag was not only fragile but also uncomfortable to carry. I need a replacement in case it gets torn or torn off during a fight and I go delirious. I need to buy a suitable mask. Later I will enchant one and make it myself. Suddenly a general store caught my attention. The sign said, "Whatever you want." Well, with a name like that, they should have masks too. These stores were just background items during the game and couldn't be accessed, but now I could enter them. The game itself doesn't seem to be fully realized. Hick! Upon entering the store, the salesman gasped. However, since the city itself was replete with strange characters, they refrained from further reaction. First, let's go to the Department of Goods for the holiday. Fortunately, there are plenty of masks here, although I'd rather avoid anything that looks too much like a toy. Of course, I'm not going to wear that paper bag on my head, am I? I ended up buying a few party masks, and just in case, I brought a few bags of bread that I could quickly turn over and put on. I hid them as I left the store. As soon as I left, I hid in a secluded place to change masks. I chose a simple white mask that said something like Halloween night. Then I bought an oversized sweatshirt from a nearby stall. I couldn't keep stuffing things into my clothes, so I also bought a large backpack. It was a black backpack with a sporty design. Although it had the logo of a famous brand on it, it was probably a fake because it was sold on the street corner, right? It was a waste of money, but I had no choice since I had a lot of luggage to take care of, such as shoes and watches that I took from the thugs. And I even carefully stuffed the straitjacket inside that was on me. Since status and message windows were already popping up left and right, there shouldn't have been an inventory store or anything like that. Either way, I was ready. Now I looked more or less decent. However, I ended up looking like a character playing a criminal in a drama reenactment of a current events show. No more procrastination. Since our destination was not nearby, let's take a bus. No, it's better to catch a taxi than a bus. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to get a taxi, but it was surprisingly easy. The driver even joked, asking if I was going somewhere fun. To survive as a taxi driver in Paju, which was no different from a den of thieves, you need to have at least that much courage. I arrived at Unjong Station, which may have been the heart of the city of Paju. Paju, in World of Cthulhu, was more populated than its real-life counterpart. Therefore, the number of people coming and going through Unjong Station was exceptionally high. It was almost as comparable to the bustling density of Hongdae or Gangnam Station at their peaks. I looked around carefully before activating the spell I had prepared. Misty Presence. An invisible fog of magical power began to surround me. Misty Presence is a minor zero-order spell designed to reduce a person's presence and make them less noticeable. It didn't essentially make me invisible to others. Rather, it made them less likely to pay attention to me. Ideally, I would have preferred to use a fourth-tier spell like Invisibility, or at least a second one like Shadow Walk, but that was beyond my current level. However, thanks to my magical talent and powerful abilities, even a zero-order Misty Presence worked just as effectively as a second-order Shadow Presence. This meant that as long as I wasn't covered in hundreds of LED lights and screaming, "Look at me! Everyone's around," I'd be fine. Having merged with the crowd, I headed towards the platform inside the station. It looks like the train has just arrived. The timing is perfect. The train stood open for a while, waiting for people to board, but I never got on. My goal at Unjong Station was not to catch the train. I no longer had the luxury of time. Everything had to be completed before the next train arrived. Because I lacked physical strength, I had to rely heavily on my intellect to compensate for my lack of strength and health. That's why I chose Unjong Station. There was a secret place hidden inside Unjong Station, right here. Although my health and strength were critically low, my agility was even worse. Agility 8, slowness. Ding 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 ding. A train to Yongsan is entering the station now, heading to Yongsan. The announcement echoed from the platform, and I barely made it to my intended destination. In fact, this location was impossible to enter or receive the pre-quest at my current level. It was a mistake known only to me. At that time, even other users in the community did not know about it. There was a secret door that would open if your character kept jumping and rubbing against the wall until the train arrived. Jumping before the train arrives is one thing, but the real test was the secret door that opens with friction. Could it be the same as last time? I pressed my hand against the wall and created my magical power. Discover secret door. Magic lines emanated from my fingertips and formed a circle of blue fluorescent light on the wall. Zzz. Magic lines moving along the wall quickly found a hidden secret door. Unlike a regular door, this passage was installed vertically on the ceiling. Who would put a door there? It was impossible to find unless you knew exactly what you were looking for. The design itself, it was simple, but there was a lock. It wasn't a big problem for me. I concentrated the magical power that I distributed for discovering the secret door to reach the inner workings of the castle. Normally I would have to physically touch the lock to activate it, but wow! The magical lines spread out like a complex circuit diagram, and in an instant they branched out, covering the door attached to the ceiling and its lock. Unblock. Spell upgrade range extension. Click-clang! Blue sparks flew from the lock, which hung just out of reach as the door opened. I wonder if I can still get experience points from something like this. I'll likely have to open more advanced, high-tech, or magically protected locks to earn experience points or achievements. Maybe I should take a day to open as many locks as possible. But the real problem was what happened next. How do I get up there? I used magic to open the door, but there was nothing to grab onto or hold onto. The ceiling was quite high, and the length of the vertical passage leading behind the door was also quite long. In the game, it was a matter of time the continuous jumps to coincide with the arrival of the train. But that wasn't a viable solution now, and there was no point in lingering here. Dancing flame. Wow! At my command, a beautifully glowing magical fireball rose up. Considering the space above the door, it's quite high. If you add everything up, it will be about 10 meters. There weren't any stairs or anything around. To cover this distance in one go, I had to rely on magic. Levitation. This is out of the question. I need to get my hands on a first-tier spell soon. There are a lot of high-impact spells like jump, right? Clap! The train was approaching. Jump until the train comes! Should I really do this? Just when I was wondering this, I discovered something I didn't know before through the magic lines that I spread in all directions to reveal a secret door. There is a magic circle in front of the train. There could be no mistake. A powerful repulsion spell was cast at the front of the train. If I had timed my jump correctly, the effect of the spell would have sent me straight towards the ceiling. In the game, this worked by randomly jumping at the right moment. But now, with an intelligence of 30, I had an almost uncanny ability to instantly calculate the best moment and angle to jump. However, the problem was, I understand the theory, but will my body be able to time it correctly? The train was approaching. There wasn't much time left. Ah, crap. Well, whatever. Arrow of destruction. Lightning. Invisible hand. Boom! Crack! For me, Kim Shin-hwa, who was usually a semi-idler, absorbed in games and occasionally dabbling in freelance work, this was an unthinkable and bizarre method. Using lightning, I carefully passed electricity through different parts of my body to artificially induce muscle reflex actions, while Arrow of Destruction was fired into the ground to create a rebound force. Precise settings and adjustments to the jump trajectory were carried out using the magical telekinetic power of the invisible hand. My body was moving at great speed, jump, contact with the train, and then flash! The effect of the magic circle attached to the train was triggered, which led to an extraordinary jump. In an instant, the landscape around me changed, and I found myself being catapulted upward through a passage in the ceiling, just as I had intended. It may seem simple in description, but it required almost supernatural levels of concentration and calculation, as well as the ability to manipulate magic at the split-second level. To think that such precise, high-density magical manipulation is only necessary to calculate the timing of a jump. That's how I got to the space above the ceiling. It would have been great to land like a hero, but instead I was thrown around like a piece of luggage, and I tumbled and rolled around like trash. The space behind the secret door was wide, and I lay in the same position I was thrown in, struggling to get up. Ugh! A groan escaped my lips. My barely existing muscles were strained, and my thighs felt like they were about to burst. But just like the last secret door, what came first? Is it the chicken or the egg? Did someone install secret doors and spells on the train to artificially reproduce the bugs from the game, World of Cthulhu? Or did the game World of Cthulhu encounter errors during the process of copying real secret locations? Maybe I can figure this out later by testing the money duplication bug or the NPC conversation glitch. But now I needed to move. I struggled to steady my shaking legs as I stood up. Something like a staff would be useful right now. Like a mage's staff, right? Dancing flames. Whistling, 4 magical fireballs appeared around my body, emitting only light and no heat. When the light appeared, the surroundings became visible to my eyes. It was quite spacious inside. Rough walls with exposed concrete. Bizarre and obscene graffiti painted in red. It is not clear whether it is blood or paint. Although it had an extremely bizarre shape, for some reason the place resembled a temple. Chairs were lined up for the congregation, and a wide altar was placed in front. Indeed, it was a kind of temple. Not an ordinary temple of healthy faith, but an ominous temple for fans of the Cthulhu mythos. A scenario was prepared in which cultists would later gather here, summon mythical creatures, and set off a horrific arson at Unjong Station. But at that moment there was no one here. This is the essence of the trick. If you arrive before the event, there is no one around. I approached the altar in front. What were their names again? They were called descendants of Fomalhaut, these terrible pyromaniacs. On the front of the altar was engraved the symbol of the great ancient being they worshipped. Master of the great flame, greatest fire vampire. An ever-burning, wrathful flame that lives far away in Fomalhaut. A fire demon who seemed to achieve godhood at the very moment of the supernova explosion. Symbol of living flame. A message about temporary exemption from the sanity test appeared and then disappeared. For the faint of heart, even one glance at this symbol might alarm the mind, but for me this was not a problem. Good. As expected from cultists who worshipped the god of fire, the stone altar was covered in a huge amount of soot. They must have burned many victims. You'd think people would do this in poorly ventilated basements. And behind the altar there should be a small box. Right, here it is. There was a jewelry box the size of a medicine cabinet. Its surface was delicately etched with intricate patterns proclaiming the majesty of fire. However, the crucial part was what was inside the box. Essence of fire obtained. Red dragon orb received. Ring of corrupted flame obtained. The fire essence served as a consumable item used as a magical catalyst or material for magical items. And the red dragon orb, an A-rank artifact, created a protective fire barrier for its owner. Other items included various trinkets, glass bottles, and some religious symbols without any magical effects. but they were of little significance. The most important item was the Ring of Fell Flame. This was the artifact I got every time since I discovered this bug. Considering this item in reality, and not just as a game icon, it had such artistic value that its beautiful appearance was worthy of discussion. It shimmered a deep, enchanting red, like a ruby plucked from a demon's eye. Of course, it wasn't his stunning appearance that got me through all this trouble. Vicious Flame Ring, S-rank accessory, an evil ring forged from the flames of Fomalhaut, filled with the power and curse of vicious flames. Torchbearer, when worn, causes a sanity check. A failure on this check implants mental illness, pyromania, into your mind, burning madness. If you fail a sanity check, there is a definite chance that the curse of tainted flame will manifest. Red Elemental Focus increases the effect of all fire-type magic by 50%. Embodiment of Fire Strength +3. Legacy of Fire Knowledge improves understanding of fire magic. Great! Strength +3! In addition to its main feature, it was an S-rank accessory equipped with a wide variety of additional abilities. Additionally, there was a bug in the Legacy of Fire Knowledge effect. Instead of simply improving the understanding of fire-type magic, it allowed the use of certain fire category spells regardless of their order. I carefully put the Fire Essence and Red Dragon Orb into my pocket and, taking a deep breath, put on the ring. You wore the ring of a great ancient being who resides in Fomalhaut, blessing to those who have faith and eternal fiery curse to those who do not have faith. The great will of fire is aimed at your mind. This means, what a thrill. I ignored the cascading message box contents and tried to move my limbs. Indeed, a level of vitality and warmth incomparable to what had existed before enveloped my body. But now my strength is only 8. There was still a mountain to climb. System, Abyssal Madness unique trait has been activated. Your sanity check result is changed to a success. Is it over? If I had failed the sanity check here, I would have purchased mental illness, pyromania, and embarked on a thrilling path of crime. But as I expected, void madness intervened this time too. Time to go? The usual exit could be seen on the wall opposite the altar. However, this door could not be used for leaving. Behind it was an elevator that led to a building that belonged to the cultists. It was a terrible building filled with cultists disguised as ordinary people. If I didn't use this trick to enter like I did now, I would have to face a huge number of cultists. I headed towards the exit through which I entered the altar. Achievement unlocked! You have /null, Descendants of Fomalhaut. Wait, what does it say? What is Gib 8% and even? The message window began to distort. Previously, content had changed with sparks flying, but this was a completely different phenomenon. The festive offering effect activates. Effect: increased likelihood of encountering creatures from the abyss. The effect of the festive offering is activated. Effect: increased likelihood of encountering creatures from the abyss. The effect of the festive offering is activated. Effect: increased likelihood of encountering creatures from the abyss. The effect of the festive offering is activated. Effect: /null. Increase /null when meeting /null. The effect of the festive offering is activated /null. The effect of the holiday offering is /null. Effect of activating feast null. The terrible noise and sparks were followed by a screen with annoying error messages. The magical power around me began to bubble. What's happening? A strange phenomenon occurred. The space before my eyes became distorted. It didn't seem like a magical effect, but rather a glitch, a very serious error, the likes of which would only be seen in extreme circumstances, caused the noise spectrum to appear. At the same time, the space around me was distorted, and something that had not existed before materialized before my eyes. Despite the intense sparks and disorienting glitch effects that constantly warped my physical form, I knew what kind of monster it was. Yes, that monster was QWR8Z#. Oh man, I can't even say it. What it is? Water approaches you. ZX. Gait. S body consists of constantly moving sticky mucus. His indescribable, repulsive body constantly undergoes division and mutation, giving rise to bizarre appendages such as legs or reptilian tentacles. Just watching it can drive you crazy, a dizzying and terrifying sight. The message box seemed to fix itself. Indeed, the sparks that distorted the body of the giant monster hiding before my eyes disappeared before I even noticed it. He was convulsing and still couldn't move, that QWR. Now I understand. This is one who has lost his form, an evil minion who served some creature from the abyss. Monsters like these don't just wander around. It must have been sent by one of the creatures of the abyss to attack me. Flames erupted in all directions. The creature, he who has lost his form, whose body consisted of grotesque tentacles and slime, writhed and convulsed. It's definitely different. The spell I used was actually a second-tier spell. This was a completely different level of power compared to the zero-order spells that I manipulated to somehow generate firepower. And all this is thanks to the effect of Ring of Vicious Flames. The ring allowed me to activate the spells stored in it, ignoring their hierarchical order. The spells stored in the Ring of Corrupted Flames are as follows. Second order, Fire Eruption. When I poured in my enormous magical power, even zero-order spells could work at almost the same level as third-order spells. So if we had to do simple calculations, it would mean that a second-tier spell should have almost the same firepower as a fifth-tier spell. I was overwhelmed by the power of the spell and lost concentration for a moment. The one who lost... Oh, what a cumbersome name. From now on, you will just be called a monster with tentacles. The monster's tentacles began to swell, and this was not the end. He had the ability to create parts of other beings from his own body. Horns, claw-like claws, and bizarre animal hooves became legs. They are all deadly parts that can be used as weapons. Then the monster rushed at me with ferocious hostility. Hi! How do you get such fancy tricks? I poured out my magical power onto the surrounding flames. Pahak! The intensified flames now exhibited a physical force that went beyond mere heat. Go! Another scream came from the monster. The flames were thrown back and burned the grotesque limbs of the tentacled monster. The appendages that came into contact with the flames went far beyond mere combustion and turned to ash almost instantly. But this thing, unlike the exposed appendages, the mucus enveloping his body did not catch fire. He has resistance to fire, no, resistance to magic in general. Ugh, how annoying. And isn't it getting bigger? At first it was clearly the size of a squatting man, but now it has grown to the size of 2 vans combined. It wasn't such a cramped space, but now it was uncomfortably large. Of course, it won't just swell and crush me, will it? Its resistance was not as great as fire immunity. Eventually, the parts directly exposed to the fire boiled and contracted. Then I'll just push him with overflowing magical power. A fireball with explosive properties formed between my outstretched arms, concentrating it some more to gather some firepower. Take it. Move over, bastard! Fireball. In French, it's boule de feu. Wow! Boom! The intensely concentrated fireball was more powerful than expected. The creature caught in the explosion had its tentacles and appendages completely torn off and crashed into a wall. Go! Although it had such a bizarre shape, it seemed to be capable of feeling something similar to pain. The creature began to thrash around furiously, emitting an emotional roar. Tough question, isn't it? Can I increase my firepower? Or do I need to find a way to remove this mucus? The problem was the mucus. The attack was powerful even by my standards, but the slime covering his body cut the damage in half. I could infuse more magical power, but wait, what does this thing do? The tentacle monster began to envelop its tentacles in fire-resistant mucus, extending most of its mass upward. Pretty smart, but this shape, almost like a hammer. Hick! The tentacled monster transformed its body into a hammer-like form and began to slam its massive bulk downwards recklessly. Invisible hand. Boom! The attack was carried out with great speed, which even the master could not dodge. If the magic hand had not thrown me aside, I would have been directly hit and killed. Rolling on the ground, my gaze changed this way and that. Wow, you really pack a punch? Ugh, my whole body hurts. I'm sick. Wow, I wasted too much time. I need to prepare for the next attack. However, his attack was aimed at a completely different place. Clap! Boom! Clap! Hey, stop, beast! Something went wrong. And then I realized that the hammer he created was not hitting me, but the floor. Is he trying to escape the fire by breaking into a larger space? This is not the main problem. The metro line is below us. Even a floor collapse can lead to disaster. Crack, crack, click. The floor collapsed, causing serious ruptures. Stop it already! That's right. If the problem was the mucus surrounding the body, then I should just burn its insides. A spear rose into the air from the condensed flames. It wasn't just heat. It was a spell of acute physical force capable of piercing an enemy. This alone won't be enough, will it? If the power is not enough, just increase it. I added more magical power to the completed spell to strengthen it. Spell upgrade multicast. Swoosh, bam! 3 newly formed spears entered the fray, causing 4 flaming spears to rush towards the monster. The flame spears easily penetrated the magical resistance of the mucus. Grah! How about this? You can't move, right? What can be done with spears stuck in the body? Unable to move its body, the tentacled monster began its last desperate struggle, rapidly growing various appendages from its body. Grotesque appendages grew. Human legs, frog legs, bird wings, pink antennae, monkey hands, goat hooves, strongly curved chicken fingers, plant stems, deer antlers, sharp insect legs, elephant trunk, rat tail, lion legs, fish fins, and eyeballs, eyes, 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 eyes. Hundreds and thousands of eyes flickered with madness, looking at me. Madness. What kind of madness is this? System, Abyssal Madness unique trait has been activated. Oh, so he was now trying to carry out some kind of mental attack? Sorry, but my mind is specially designed so this won't work for me. Okay, let's end this now. I spread even more magical power to the still active burning spears. The burning spear, which had taken on a new attribute, vibrated unstable, emitting a bright light. Explode! Boom! As expected, this is the standard for fighting an opponent who relies on his shell. His slime can block magical attacks from the outside, but how can it stop the explosion from the inside? The tentacled monster's body parts were completely destroyed, scattered in all directions, or completely vaporized by the intense heat of the explosion. The black magic stone, which could be said to be its core, rolled out among the completely destroyed pieces. Oh, black. It was an unusual color for a magic stone. It was a stone of high quality and high purity. The moment I took the magic stone, a new message appeared in the air. You foiled the plan of the descendants of Formhalgaut, who sought to summon the god of fire at Unjong Station. You saved the lives of tens of thousands of people in danger and momentarily delayed the arrival of the singularity that could doom humanity. Be careful, though. The great living flame will ensure that you do not interfere with its will. Even though I wasn't actively preventing anything, it was counted as such. Of course, for the descendants of Formhalgaut, the owners of this temple, this was a serious blow, since in the dead of night, their sacred place was suddenly destroyed. It will take a long time to restore this place, so they will have no choice but to postpone or cancel their plans for a while. You have destroyed Formhalgaut's sanctuary. Experience points received. Advertising from Pub Future. You have accumulated enough experience points to advance to the next level. Your level has increased by 1. You have defeated the one who lost his form. Your understanding of deities has increased. You have accumulated enough experience points to advance to the next level. Your level has increased by 2. Revelation. You have acquired secret items, 3 from the sanctuary. Experience points received. Revelation. You have discovered the secret location of the shrine. Experience points received. You have accumulated enough experience points to advance to the next level. Your level has increased by 1. Great achievement unlocked. You foiled the cultists' plans faster than anyone else. You have earned the advanced achievement, Fast as Fire. This achievement rewards you with the attribute Resistance, Flame trait, and additional experience points. You have accumulated enough experience points to advance to the next level. Your level has increased by 1. You have reached level 10. As a reward for reaching a level, you receive 1 bonus stat point which can be distributed for free. Now that you have gained enough experience, you can use first-order magic. Please note that in order to seriously use first-level magic, you must obtain or study a grimoire containing first-level spells. I finally reached level 10. I also unlocked first-order magic. The message box said that you need to learn to use magic, but I didn't need that. And all this thanks to the spell mastery trait. Thanks to this trait, I could immediately cast basic spells without any training. Of course, even first-tier spells require learning or creating complex or applied spells. But isn't that part of the adventure? Now let's see how many spells I can use. Oh, that's impressive. Their number increased by exactly 37, bringing the total number of available spells to over 50. Given the range of applications, the number of things I could do increased by hundreds. But where should I allocate the newly acquired bonus stat points? Taking into account the bonus effect of the artifact, my strength is now 8. And with the slurping gloves, which also has a bonus that adds 2 points. Yes, it's best to give it to your health. Kim Shin-hwa, Class Abyssal Mage. Level 10, Magical Order, First Order. Madness, Mask Obsession, Triskaidekaphobia. Strength 5+3, Ring of Corrupted Flame. Health 6, Agility 8. Intelligence 30. Mental Strength 14. Charm 16. Okay, Kim Shin-hwa is growing up well. Strength 8. It was similar to the strength I had when I was just working at home and playing games in my previous body. Either way, once I get my health to 8, I'll have the minimum stats needed to operate comfortably. I plan to compensate for the lack of health with an artifact, so from now on I should focus on increasing either charm or intelligence. If I put everything into exploration from now on, I could theoretically get to 48. This level of intelligence could be compared to mythical creatures or aliens, and if you take item bonuses into account, I might even surpass 60. It's time to go out. Oh, but wait. What it is? I noticed something unusual on the ground. A tiny amount of slime, barely a handful, was still seething with life. Such incredible vitality. After all, it wasn't completely dead. I haven't seen anything like this in the game. Oh, wait, no. Perhaps writhing slime? This is a material item that sometimes drops when you defeat a god's servant. In the game, the material doesn't actually wriggle. That's why I didn't recognize him right away. I couldn't just leave behind high-grade SS rank material, but unlike the game, this thing, it moves quite sharply, doesn't it? As I increased my magical power and expanded my vision, I began to see in more detail the magical particles and their streams scattered around me. When I looked at the mucus fragment, its internal structure and components became clearly visible. It's more than just an item. It is a living being. Unlike the game, if I carry it with me, it can eat my flesh. However, I couldn't just leave behind such high-quality SS rank material. I went back to the drawer behind the altar and took out a glass bottle. I spent some time pouring magical power into it. With a little focus, a dazzling magic circle was soon engraved on the surface of the bottle, glowing with fluorescent light. The magic circle did not consist of hexagrams and circles, but of geometrically drawn patterns and several symbols. It looked like graffiti? Anyway, once the bottle setup was complete, I placed the slime inside. For a moment, I wondered if I was carrying a bomb. But what harm could a creature without a magic stone do? The slime, now in a glass bottle, performed an interesting trick. It created several eyes and teeth. However, when the magic circle installed in the bottle began to work, it lost its activity and turned into a small marimo-like lump. Careful, sleep well now! Fine, time to meet Tutor. I jumped down the hole leading to the railroad tracks. This was the same hole into which I had previously made a lot of noise, but now there was no need for it. Featherfall. The spell countered the pull of gravity and slowed my fall. There are many useful first-order spells that can be used in a variety of situations. Soon I landed softly on an empty train track. It was not yet evening, but I began to feel tired. Even at Unjong Station, I overexerted myself. I couldn't afford to waste another day. Today I had to meet Tutor. Why? Because I really don't have enough money. I spent a significant amount of money on taxi fares, food, clothes, and a mask. Now, after dinner, I'll have just enough money left to spend the night in a really cheap motel. Of course, there was a magic stone that I got by killing a monster with tentacles. Or rather, one that had lost its form. If I could sell this stone, I could easily make several million won instantly. However, selling it safely took some effort and work. I did not want to deal with ruthless illegal money changers who, under the guise of a service fee, received a whopping 40 to 60% discount. Plus, if luck wasn't on my side, I could get mixed up with shady characters, which could lead to attacks or robberies. At the end of the day, no matter what I acquire in the future, having connections is essential to getting rid of it safely and effectively. Besides, I was looking for someone who could also provide me with a job. Tutor, the person I was going to meet, acted as a kind of underground broker. To visit Tutor's office, I went to Goemcheon Station, which was 2 stops away from Unjong Station. While walking along the main road, I once saw Mount Haknyeonsan. Oh, there it is. Haknyeonsan Forest Park is an unassuming hill overlooking the center of the city of Paju. Halfway up the mountain, you could see the huge Haknyeonsan Temple building and a huge Buddha statue with a copper seat in the courtyard. The giant 20-meter-tall Buddha statue, erected as if looking down on the city, emitted a bright yellow light in the sunlight. What a magnificent sight. However, my destination was not Haknyeonsan Temple. It simply served as a reference point for navigation. And for now, there was no need for me to meet the fake monks of Haknyeonsan Temple. Indeed, it was more convenient to avoid them as much as possible. Unless I take an unusual route, I'm unlikely to meet them again until I escape from this world. I deliberately turned my head and headed towards the gloomy alley where Tudor was. It was a rundown alley lined with motels, rundown diners, cheap one-room buildings, and outdated karaoke signs, as well as buildings that were illegally doing business even without signs. At first glance, it looked like a dirty area abandoned by urban development, but as soon as you enter the alley, you will feel a breathtaking magic and a faint smell of danger. The problem was that I was wearing a mask, but the bigger problem was my magical power, which could not be completely hidden. Although I tried to hide it as much as possible, the amount was so absurd that complete concealment was still impossible. The professionals hidden in the alleys and buildings were probably guarding me. After wandering around the winding alleys several times, a clean cafe appeared, painted in bright colors that did not fit into the image of the lifeless quarter. The Vasilisa Cafe was spacious, with a noticeably cleaner interior compared to the streets on which it was located. At first glance, the visitors occupying the seats seemed to be ordinary people engaged in small talk over a cup of coffee. Everyone here is hiding something. Most hid their weapons or concealed their magical powers. All of them were professionals, one way or another connected with Tudor. A large man scooping parfait at a table by the door noticed me and grinned, then turned to talk to the somber woman sitting across from him. "Looks like we have a new jerk today." Yes, Tudor will be pleased. There was no need to pay attention to such petty squabbles. Fighting here will not bring any benefit. Since I didn't show much reaction, their interest quickly waned. This was to be expected. Wearing a mask might attract people's attention anywhere else, but not in this cafe. There were people here even stranger than me. Just look at this man taking orders at the counter. His body was clearly human. He was an attractive guy with a nice toned body that would remind you of a model or a physical trainer. He dresses well too. He was neatly dressed in a white dress shirt and a tight black apron. But his head! On his head was not a human head, but a large, old-fashioned CRT monitor. And the monitor on his head actually worked fine. It featured a large green dot representing a single eye that moved around. Although he found it impossible to see with this eye, he would often blink or move the image of the eye and make eye contact with people. No matter how fancy a mask I wear, I can't beat it. Those unfamiliar with it might have mistaken it for a headpiece, but it wasn't just a monitor he wore on his head. In fact, it was his head. His name was Orb. Once you get to know the place a little, you'll learn that its name, Sphere, actually comes from the word for object's head. I waited until the drink patron found a seat before approaching Orb and speaking. "I'm here to see Tudor." I knew where Tudor was, but bypassing the Orb and going straight there would displease Tudor, so this move was inevitable. The monitor's head sphere twitched for a moment and then rolled its eyeball on the large image of the eye displayed on his monitor. Was he trying to be nice? Depending on your actions with the Orb here, you can unlock different answers and small but interesting events. But I already liked the story of World of Cthulhu as a game enough that it was okay. I urgently needed money. "Hello, Orb. I'm looking for a job that a magician can do." Hearing his name, Orb displayed a large on his monitor. Then he opened his mouth. Well, he doesn't have one. In any case, somewhere around his face he made a strange, truncated, synthetic voice. "Go, above, there." Having said this, he extended his hand and pointed to the corner of the cafe. A symbol also appeared on his monitor screen. In the direction he was pointing, there was a space hidden behind several large potted plants. In this secluded place stood a white sofa bed, said to be made of monster skin, intended only for Tudor. Tudor usually spends his time lounging on this sofa bed. As I approached the sofa bed, I saw, as expected, Tudor reclining there, reading some boring novel. She wore a dress with a wide cut and flowing embellishments. Not in a modern style, but more reminiscent of a medieval witch's outfit. There was even a tall, pointed witch's hat on the table next to the sofa. It wasn't just a costume. Tudor was a witch, the original witch. As I came closer, Tudor, under her long red hair, lifted her pale face up to look at me. Although it would have looked great if she were holding a wand in a hand that didn't have a novel in it. What she was holding now was not a wand, but a long, ornate tobacco pipe. "It doesn't burn here." She meant the pipe. She seemed to notice that my gaze was fixed on her. "I know. It's a bit of an interesting taste, isn't it?" Now she was talking about my mask. Tutor loved such things. That's why she hired someone like Orb as her clerk. As always, Tutor did not ask how I knew I had come here. She always seemed to be aware of everything that was going on in the store, even when it seemed like she was just messing around. She must have already known about my conversation with Orb and that I knew Orb's name from the very beginning. With a playful smile, Tutor put her book down and stood up from the sofa bed. She was, much taller than I expected. It was hard to tell how tall anyone was in the game, but she was at least a head taller than me. But that didn't mean it was bulky or too tall. There was no awkwardness or disproportion in Tutor's physique. The structure of her body, starting from her limbs, was extremely slender. I knew she was a character with beautiful in-game artwork, but seeing her in person, she's really impressive. Is this a level 20 charisma virtue? It wasn't just a matter of whether she was beautiful or not. Charm up to level 18 is within human capabilities, but at level 20, it is almost like magic in itself. Of course she was beautiful, but it was beyond human capabilities. So much so that System, Abyssal Madness unique trait activated. It activated to protect my mind. But wait, that doesn't make sense. She's beautiful, but she's not a mythical creature, is she? Enough with the weird stuff. I would like to meet a job that requires a magician. In an exaggerated, almost theatrical gesture, Tutor shrugged, as if she didn't know what I was talking about, and withdrew her charm spell. I also often engaged in such antics in the game. You're smart, aren't you? And having something like that, this is the first time I've seen it. It makes me wonder how much power it has. Tutor showed a surprised expression for a moment, then quickly smiled and licked her lips. She seemed impressed by my magical powers. I bet she'd be even more surprised if she knew I suppressed most of my power. My mana core contained a massive amount of magical power, more than I could comfortably handle. I tried my best to hide my strength, but given Tutor's insight, she seemed to realize that I was hiding my true strength. Okay, I have plenty of work for a magician like you. I'm Tutor. And your name? Kim Shin-hwa. I guess it's a good name. Installers do not use their real names. Most of their work takes place in semi-legal areas. They use nicknames, often called fixed names, and are quick to change them if any problems arise. But hearing a name like Kim Shin-hwa suddenly seemed absurd to her. Without any identification, what difference does it make whether your name is real or fake? If the name became problematic, I could simply change it. For reference, my last warrior character was named Kim Shin-hwa, 1788. If I could name the character Magician looking into the abyss, it would probably be Kim Shin-hwa, 1789. Okay, Kim Shin-hwa. It's been a while since anyone came to me without any introduction, so I'm a little hesitant. Tutor tapped her cheek with her finger and fell silent. It was clear that she was still not sure whether to trust me. Originally, I had multiple choices and could choose preset dialogue, but now I had to speak for myself. I should probably say something that has already gotten a good response. I would like to get to know you better as soon as possible. It was a way of saying that I want to get a good job quickly. And before Tutor could say anything else, I continued. If you have any nuisance requests, I can handle them right away, even those that have already cost the lives of several adjusters. As I said this, Tutor's face lit up with a playful expression, as if she was wondering where such a character had come from. Your taste is very interesting. A powerful mage like you would definitely be interesting, but I can't just assign him a big task right from the start. At the end of the day, this industry runs on credit and trust, you know? She spoke almost exactly like she would in the game. Although my words pleased Tutor, this was exactly the answer expected from someone of low level or someone who arrived without an introduction. I didn't expect to get a big assignment from the start, so I wasn't disappointed. The first and most important criterion is how trustworthy you are. Craftsmanship comes third. And the unspoken second criterion was to be interesting enough to please Tutor. Still, I can't just turn my back on a mage like you. Okay, come here. Let's build trust and gradually get to know each other. With a smile, Tutor pulled back the curtain on one wall. Behind the curtain was a door marked Staff Only. Tutor explained that this led to her office and led me inside. Now that I think about it, the office is a space that wasn't in the game. Typically at this point in the game, a close-up of Tutor will appear, followed by a dialogue box that you can click to complete tasks. The first thing that caught my eye in Tutor's office was the large mahogany desk in the center. It was the size of 2 regular desks put together, and was littered with a jumbled stack of papers and miscellaneous items. Cleaning was Orb's responsibility, but seeing that only the table was in this state, it seemed that Orb was not allowed to touch it. Tudor pulled a chair from the corner of the room and sat me down on it. "Sit here. I feel like you will show something interesting. I will offer you a very lucrative contract." As soon as she finished speaking, several sheets of paper scattered on the table flew up and landed in front of me. The contract was filled with long-winded prohibitions, non-interference clauses, and various other confidentiality clauses. In any case, it was mostly a formality and contained nothing particularly noteworthy. "Great! The contract is completed. I don't know how you found out about this place, but you did well. Let's get along well from now on." "I agree, and I'd like to get straight to the point." I thought you'd say that. Look at this." Tudor gave me a bounty hunting assignment as an introductory assignment. The document she presented contained the personal data of a certain person. "Then headhunting. As I said before, I cannot trust you with a job that connects you directly with a client until you have demonstrated sufficient trust. Bounty hunting comes down to simply capturing a target and delivering it. There is no need to interact with clients, and if I don't succeed, they can just send someone else. This makes bounty hunting a good task to assign as a test, so it's usually the first task no matter where you go. Okay, the contract is signed. Somehow I got to this point. Until this moment, I could control the situation. Which broker to meet, what contract to sign. But what purpose Tudor would assign was a matter of chance. If you think outside of game logic, then this is understandable. Tudor must be constantly controlling people, so depending on when I arrive, the available rewards will change. In short, it was like a bounty gotcha. It was a gotcha where the difficulty level changed depending on who was chosen. I hoped it would be easy. Looking at the photo attached to the document, I recognized a familiar face. It was a man with a dragonfly tattoo under his eye, and he looked wildly agitated, as if the photo had been taken right after he had taken a hallucinogen. His name is Lee Chang-hyuk. His occupation, he claims to be a rocker or a singer, but in reality, he's just a guy who performs in bars from time to time. His main job is closer to that of a fixer or bandit. He even has a fixer name. Was it Victor? Of course, I've never met him in real life, but I often met him in the game. Lee Chang-hyuk was almost a failure in terms of gotcha. Seeing my grimace as I read the document, Tudor seemed to misunderstand and smiled as if amused. That's right, he has back-alley survival skills. This was the first reason why this request was inevitably doomed to failure. Although Holistic outwardly presented itself as a legitimate corporation, it was one of the malevolent organizations caught up in the madness of the Cthulhu mythos. Getting tangled up with these people won't be an immediate problem, but depending on the route, I could end up fighting Holistic for the rest of the game. If it's a request from a company, there's more than one or two guys chasing it, right? When was the reward given? This was the second reason why Lee Chang-hyuk was a failure. The really big problem was that finding Lee Chang-hyuk was just a nuisance. If luck wasn't on my side, I could have wasted my days. Moreover, this quest had a time limit. If about 15 days had already passed since the bounty was placed on his head, he would have successfully smuggled himself across the ship from Incheon. No, but usually the deadline starts once the request is received, right? What quest has a timer before you accept it? No wonder they call it a failed game. Therefore, depending on how many days have passed, it may not be possible to solve this problem. So far, he has been very successful in evading arrest. Today marks exactly 2 weeks since his escape. Holy shit! Exactly 14 days, or is it about that long? When I leaned in to ask again, Tudor looked at me, puzzled. This was quite natural since she could not take into account the existence of a time limit. Tudor paused for a moment, then leafed through the documents. Yes, today is exactly the 14th day since then. Today at midnight will be day 15. Now what? At this point, if I ask for anything else, Tudor will lose interest in me. While this wouldn't mean I wouldn't get any work at all, I would likely only get leftovers, bits and pieces of work that others had passed on. So to establish a lasting connection with Tudor, it was better to proceed according to plan. What about the reward? To tell the truth, I wasn't interested in much. The reward will probably be the same as mentioned in the game. However, I couldn't just not ask about it. If the new professional who just signed the contract knew everything about the request from the very beginning, this could cause unnecessary suspicion. Tudor looked at my mask for a moment and then continued. 5 million for Lee Chang-hyuk's head, and 25 million for the return of the artifact he has. It's a little low price, and the balance of amounts was almost ridiculous. They don't want to spend too much on something so small. That's why he hasn't been caught yet. If they increase the reward by even 2 million more, the experienced guys would swoop in and grab him, right? It was exactly like the dialogue in the game. In the game, it was just text without voiceover, but hearing it in Tutor's languid voice gave it a new feel. His high charisma really made a difference. Okay, I'll take it upon myself. You have accepted the quest. Catch Lee Chang-hyuk, who stole a sample intended for Holistic's subsidiary laboratory, and recover the artifact protective bag with test subject he took. Time limit: Lee Chang-hyuk will escape Korea via Incheon in 1 day. Reward: 50,000 XP, plus cash reward promised by the broker separately. Failure: Tutor will be disappointed. The quest window appears even when requesting a reward. I remember when I hovered over the rewards section of the game, a message appeared. Getting the broker's favor can lead to receiving more rewards. You don't happen to see this, Tutor? Just in case, I asked Tutor if she could look at the message window. Do you have any other symptoms besides this? No, that's not what I meant. Despite my attempts to explain Tutor's misunderstanding with several explanations, none of them were successful. Eventually, I gave up trying to correct Tutor's misunderstanding and left her office. However, I couldn't leave right away. There were things I needed to prepare. I borrowed a pair of scissors from Orb and sat down at a secluded table in the cafe. Tutor sat directly opposite me at the table and watched my actions. She rested her chin on her clasped hands, completely relaxed. Does she think this is funny? What if I suddenly have a seizure? That would be serious, wouldn't it? Tutor had a warm expression on her face, as if she understood everything about me. What does she understand? She's a witch. Thanks to Tutor, the glances of other craftsmen hanging around the cafe were also turned to me. Don't pay attention to them, just ignore them. I pulled out the straitjacket I had been wearing before from my backpack. Then I used scissors to cut off the dangling straps of the straitjacket. Did my agility score affect my agility? Given a simple agility value of 8, which didn't help for this task, it took longer than expected. Tutor burst out laughing when she saw that one of the straps had turned almost into rags. Ha! Just be patient. In the end, after much effort, I managed to get 6 complete belts and 2 almost broken ones. The straitjacket also turned out to be almost a rag, but I still stuffed it into my backpack. Why don't you just whistle and catch him? You are a magician, aren't you? Then the artifact will also be damaged. Lee Chang-hyuk was a superhuman who developed special abilities due to a condition called magical power hypertrophy. Thanks to this, he had several special abilities and a decent level of magical resistance. If the request had been grab and kill, I could have walked up to him without much thought and finished him off with one blow. However, such spells usually have too bright an effect. Recovering the artifact he owned safely required careful planning. I was thinking about buying a rope, but where is the money to spend like that? There were a lot of things to relate to here. Tutor, laughing again heartily, bade me farewell with words that expressed her anticipation of the form in which I would return. Yes, laugh as much as you want. Today will be the last day I play a beggar. I started by walking and exploring around Gyeongchun. I've completed countless bounty quests and have never been able to capture an objective. Ideally, it would have been better if Lee Chang-hyuk had a permanent hideout, but he was designed as a roving criminal to keep veteran players from getting bored. This does not mean that he wandered aimlessly. If that were the case, I would just give up. He did not stay in a fixed place, but randomly appeared in 6 different places. His appearance pattern changed over time, so he could reappear in a location I had already checked, making him a particularly nasty target. Oh, I don't want to go! Once I receive my award and stabilize my finances, I will need some form of transportation. The weakened stamina penalty makes my body feel exhausted after just a short walk. But at least first place was relatively close. I looked at the dirty building. It was a bar without a sign, operating in the alleys of the Gyeongchun area. According to the setup, this was Lee Chang-hyuk's favorite bar, and there were many criminals inside who were on friendly terms with him. His appearance meant that regardless of whether Lee Chang-hyuk was there or not, a big fight would likely break out. Advertising from Pub Future. Luckily, I won't have to go that far. I leaned my hand against the wall of the bar and gathered my magical power. Detection of magical power. Bright green lines of magic emanated from my fingertips and seeped into the building. It looked like tree roots made from neon signs burrowing into the ground. He is not here. Lee Chang-hyuk suffered from hypertrophy of magical power. Since he never appeared with other people with special abilities, I could skip most of the unnecessary investigation with this simple detection spell. Although I still had to visit each place personally, it was just a race against time. The day was already setting. I need to solve this quickly. Reflections on traveling to the Cthulhu dimension and other matters will have to wait. To maintain my condition, I needed to wash, eat, and find a place to rest. I needed to catch Lee Chang-hyuk and get the money before the sun rose again. Bingo, I found it in third place. My luck wasn't too bad. The place where the abnormal magical power unique to magical power hypertrophy was discovered was a motel located on the outskirts of the Guantan district. It was a relief to find him here. Otherwise, I would have to travel much further. Once the location was determined, everything else was under my control. His hideout was room 304, and my methods of entry included breaking down the door, negotiating with the motel owner, entering through a window, or delivery tilde. It was the easiest method and the timing was perfect. While waiting at the motel, there usually comes a time when he goes out briefly to pick up the food he ordered. This is the perfect time for a surprise attack. Even though the courier arrived, Lee Chang-hyuk did not open the door but simply answered. Just leave it there. Bon appétit. What did he order? It looks like soup. I'm already hungry. Maybe I can eat this after I deal with him. The delivery man left the food and moved on, but the door remained closed for a long time. He was probably being careful. Since magic power detection was still active, I could clearly see what he was up to. He pressed himself against the door, probably listening to sounds outside. Okay, I'll keep quiet. Come out. Click. The sound of a lock opening. This is it. I prepared the spell, synchronizing it with the sound. Creak. Good. Now! Magic bullet. I threw a bullet of magical energy at the slightly open door. Crash! Ah! The door that was hit was completely broken, and Lee Chang-hyuk fell backwards from the impact. Crash! He rolled over and made his way into the room. Oh, trying to grab his bag, I see. Hello, tilde Lee Chang-hyuk tilde. I deliberately moved slowly as I entered his room. Sure, a jump might look impressive, but with a body like this, any sudden movement would make me look mentally retarded. Instead, it is better to slowly create a feeling of fear. As expected, Lee Chang-hyuk was holding a large bag in one hand. It was a large silver bag reinforced with metal. This must be the protective bag the test subject is in. In the game, it was just a quest item, so I couldn't check its contents. And his other hand was hidden under his clothes. He hides the gun. What are you doing? What do you think? Isn't it obvious? Just give me this bag and I won't hurt you. He suddenly fell silent and took a sharp breath. His upper body was swollen to at least twice the size of a normal human. It might seem strange, but this was actually Lee Chang-hyuk's attacking position. It was not difficult to predict his next move. Now to get the timing right. 1, 2. His mouth opened. Right now is that moment. 3. Qua! An incredibly loud sound that no human could make came out of his mouth. But I also completed my spell just as he opened his mouth. Wow! A magical circle of light appeared right in front of me. It distorted the sound waves coming from his mouth. This was my own modified version of the zero-order spell transfer. Should I call it something like sound wave distortion? He defied physical laws by distorting the direction of sound. Therefore, although Lee Chang-hyuk, who had a state of hypertrophy of magical power, attacked me with his magical power through sound, no damage was done to me. Crash! Instead, the walls to the left, right, and bottom of the motel were destroyed and scattered everywhere. Shit! What is this? What did you just do? Seeing that his attack failed, he winced and let out a cry of disappointment. However, he quickly moved his hand and pulled something out of his clothes. But as expected up to this point, I simply crossed my arms and looked at him. Clap, clap, rat-a-tat-a-tat-a! A hail of bullets rained down on me with a loud noise. However, the bullets he fired flew towards the walls from above, below, and to the sides, penetrating into them in the same way as sound waves had previously. Click, click. The sound of the trigger being pulled in empty chambers continued for some time, and then stopped completely. What is this anyway? This time, he looked so genuinely shocked and surprised that he stopped what he was doing. An obvious discovery, although I could use magic to knock him down. I decided to show a little kindness in exchange for his help in testing the effects of my spells. Advertising from Pub Future. This game will keep you up all night. Strategy game Panzer.Quest. A sound wave distortion followed by a distortion field. The former distorts your sounds. The latter distorts ranged attacks. What are you? Who are you, in fact? Do not you see? I'm a magician, aren't I? No. But why would a high-ranking mage like you care about someone like me? I'm not exactly a high-ranking magician, but considering that these spells were new to him, it was a fair assessment. But that's where my kindness ends. I extended my hand to cast a new spell. The time for explanations has passed. Now is the time to shoot. Lightning. Zap, 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 zap! Shh! Zero-order spell. Literally a spell to create electricity. Initially, it simply produced a spark sufficient to cause an electric shock, but my powerful magical power caused the electricity emanating from my hand to dance a dazzling dance, like the current of a Tesla coil.
Holy shit!
Seeing the raging white electric light, he finally came out of his daze, gritted his teeth, and squatted down. I blocked the door so he had no way out. Well then, if possible, don't die, just faint. Zap, zap, zap! Ah! Searing white electricity hit him directly. Even while screaming, the guy resisted, radiating magical power with his entire body. So he tolerated it. Even though he was in pain and injured, he somehow held on. Tough man, isn't he? Indeed, he has an extraordinary constitution, but another explosion should do the trick.
You think I'm going to die like this?
No, I'm not going to kill you, so don't die. Just come quietly. It's easier for both of us. Ha! If you drag me off to these guys, what do you think will happen to me? They will either kill me or turn me into a test subject. I know, but knowing that, why did you steal from this crazy company?
In that case, let's die together, damn it!
With that, he channeled magical power into his hand and threw down the bag he was holding. Hey, if you do this, it will break.
Crack!
The bag was completely destroyed. A strange, milk-like white lump of flesh burst out of the broken bag. An unpleasant lump the size of 2 stuck fists wriggled strangely. In that fleeting moment, using my high-functioning intelligence, I remembered what it was. Black goat body fluids. No, damn it, why is this showing up now? The strange piece of flesh that moved smoothly, sticky, and flexible, much like slime, caused a wave of confusion to appear on Lee Chang-hyuk's face as he witnessed it. What is this?
You idiot! You pulled it out without even knowing what it was!
What do you mean? Get rid of him quickly, idiot. But it was too late. While that bastard Lee Chang-hyuk was wasting time in a daze, a white piece of flesh jumped towards his face with incredible speed. Pieces of flesh quickly grew together and covered Lee Chang-hyuk's face. A terrible scream escaped his mouth.
Ah!
In an instant, a piece of flesh merged with Lee Chang-hyuk's head, and a lot changed quickly. A terrifying transformation began. Lee Chang-hyuk grew in size, tearing his clothes. The human form began to disappear, giving rise to the appearance of the beast form. What should have been there has disappeared, crumbled, and mixed up. What should not have been there appeared, sprouted, and blossomed. Strong hooves appeared on the legs with inverted joints. Brown fur grew all over his body, and his arms lengthened to reach his knees. His face elongated into an animal muzzle with bizarre horizontally elongated pupils, and a pair of large horns grew from his forehead. It was a bizarre figure, as if the most terrifying aspects of goat and man were mixed together. It was a sinister and blasphemous form that people had long considered to be the form of the devil. Lee Chan-hyuk turned into a grotesque monster, half man, half beast, as if wrapped in goatskin. It was the sight of a man crushed and turned into a monster. Although I felt an unpleasant sensation creeping into my head, it soon disappeared. The abyssal madness trait protected my mind from the sight of this creature. A half-man, half-beast figure reminiscent of a satyr or Satan in mythology. They were noble and supreme minions of the great outer gods. People who received blessings from the gods of another world. A monster who can no longer be called human. In the world of Cthulhu, such creatures were known as mutants. You said you didn't want to die, and yet why did you give up your humanity? It was the blessing of the being from the abyss, the Black Goat. His real name was Black Forest Goat with 1,000 cubs, Queen of the Dark Forest, true Mother of the Earth, Master of all life, one who goes beyond boundaries, a powerful and famous creature of the abyss, even among the Cthulhu mythos. Although she could be called a goddess with power over the creation and development of life, she was not the Earth Mother goddess we usually imagine. She was the mother of many monsters, the creator of abominations. Her fluids, filled with her power, could give people new flesh and strength. The transformation that Lee Chan-hyuk underwent was precisely the blessing of the goddess of madness and fertility, Shub-Niggurath. Simply put, her body fluids turned people into monsters.
Gwar!
Lee Chang-hyuk, who had now turned into a monster, howled in pain. Having reached a height of more than 2 meters, he rushed forward, leading the attack with his horns. Oh, he was going for another round? He pushed off the ground with force and rushed forward.
Boom!
The floor, thrown away by the hooves, collapsed and he was thrown into the air. A direct hit would surely blow a human body to pieces, wouldn't it? Spell upgrade, maximize. Spell upgrade, multicast. Although I responded with 3 layers of overlapping protective circles, the impact was enormous. Crack, crack, crack! I felt the protective circles bend under this force. The outermost circle has already shattered into pieces. Will I be able to handle this at my current level? My level was 10. To have a chance against the mutant, I had to be at least level 30. Under normal circumstances, the best solution would be to run and assess the situation. However, when a crisis suddenly arose, my mind became calm. Maybe I can do this? My magical power cannot be measured by levels alone. This might actually be a good test. Pouring more magical power into the weakening protective circle, I prepared a new spell. Fireball. Wow, boom. The fireball flared and exploded at close range. Lee Chang-hyuk was caught off guard by the sudden explosion and was thrown back. I felt a scorching heat flare up. Since my body had attribute resistance, fire, the flames didn't bother me much, but I was worried about my mask. In a panic, I felt the mask warp slightly from the sudden heat. Oh, damn it. The damage to my mask was more terrifying than seeing a man turn into a monster right before my eyes. My heartbeat instantly increased. However, it was only a minor tension, not enough to trigger madness. Although the entire fur of his body was singed black, Lee Chung-hyuk seemed to be able to move unhindered. Has he gained fire resistance? Okay, but he won't be so lucky with other elements. A yellowish stream of sour steam rushed towards him. He covered his face with his hands, but soon various parts of his body were torn apart and he began bleeding profusely.
Gwa!
Even amid the agony of his flesh melting, he showed no signs of giving up. His intelligence, now reduced to that of a wild animal, likely made him more aggressive. He grabbed the nearest bed and threw it at me. My vision blurred for a moment. But really, what was he trying to achieve by throwing the bed like it was a boulder? Magic bullet. Spell upgrade multicast. Glowing balls of magical power began to float around my body. Small magic circles appeared on my palms to help me perform numerous calculations. It was a basic spell, similar to what is commonly called magic missile in fantasy games. The spell was of average power, but firing about 30 rounds made a big difference.
Bam, bang, bang, bang!
It looked like a shot from a multiple launch rocket system. A huge number of light trails flashed through the air. The approaching bed instantly turned to dust in the air, and the remaining bullets hit him. Possessing enormous magical power, even seemingly insignificant spells can become powerful weapons. The water was created as if it was bursting out from all directions and was directed towards the guy with overwhelming water pressure.
Boom, whistle, splash!
He tried to defend himself with his hands, but they were quickly twisted and thrown away. His horns broke under the pressure, and the room's furniture was destroyed. Lee Chang-hyuk could no longer scream, but the violent waves threw him against the wall. Boom! Crack! The moment Lee Chang-hyuk's huge body collided with the massive wave, the outer wall of the motel began to crack. I thought it was a run-down motel, but isn't that too much?
Crack, crash, boom!
Eventually, the wall could no longer hold and collapsed, revealing a clear night sky. Debris from the outer wall, a huge wave, and a giant half-man, half-beast monster surged down towards the busy main street of Paju.
Kya! Whoa!
Why does it have to be a wall facing the main road? Looking out the window, I saw chaos unfolding in the streets. This was expected, considering that a horned monster and a huge amount of water suddenly fell from the sky, but the actual situation was even more problematic. People were petrified with pale faces. Some scratched their faces as if trying to tear it off. Others screamed and grabbed their heads. Some rubbed their heads on the dirty asphalt. Some ran blindly into the walls. Some suddenly vomited and was bending over, and one pulled out a gun and started shooting randomly in random directions. The night streets of Paju were now filled with mindless madness and aimless screams. I have always tried to resolve situations without creating such problems. Well, who would have thought that the wall would collapse? The human mind is fragile. Things that exist outside of reality leave deep shock and terrible scars on the human psyche. Something dark and heavy but hot and cold penetrates the mind. A nauseating, repulsive, unpleasant, and almost vomiting sensation enters the thoughts. Something alien, hard, bizarre, and frightening pierces the fragile human brain. Itching sensation under the skin, burning behind the eyeballs, itching inside the skull. People unable to withstand such shocks and scars undergo abnormal psychological disturbances in an attempt to protect themselves. Even in a world where otherworldly creatures, sinister magicians, and bizarre mutants roamed the streets, this still happened. This happened because the sinister presence emanating from transcendental beings was beating the human soul and demanding violent awakening and enlightenment. Monstrous mutants from the other world, born of the power of the great black goat, could destroy the minds of people with just their terrifying and sinister presence. I definitely tried to solve this problem quietly. At this point, it seemed impossible for rumors not to spread. But it wasn't that bad. Whether it was fame or some other form of fame, it served to enhance the reputation of the intermediary. This in turn led to higher reward levels and more important quests. Lee Chang-hyuk caused an unimaginable noise. With this level of commotion, even the slowest informers would undoubtedly have found out about me. On the surface of the black hoodie I was wearing, 2 streaks of light shone like neon signs. One was purple, the other was blue. It was a kind of magic circuit that could turn into magic circles. I created them hastily, without taking into account the symmetry and aesthetic aspects that mages obsessively support, and they ended up looking like scribbled graffiti. However, they had a certain coolness to them, reminiscent of graffiti. But now was not the time to worry about such things. The purple chain wrapped around my body gave me surreal jumping powers. Whistling, I jumped out the window and reached the roof of the building on the other side. The movement was more like flying than jumping. The blue outline glowed, compensating for my lack of dexterity and helping me control my posture. Thanks to this additional circuitry, I was able to perform feats beyond just explosive jumps. I chased Lee Chang-hyuk, jumping from one rooftop to another across the city. Everywhere I went, there were dazzling streaks of light behind me like neon signs. Whistling, I jumped over the roof. Knock, 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 whistle. Then I took it one step further, using the unstable sign as a springboard. I moved freely between the dark city sky and the rooftops of buildings. It was almost superhero level. I might be able to fly if I level up, but this feeling is already quite satisfying. Whoa! Boom! Bang, bang, bang! Such a commotion in the middle of the night. Having turned into a half-man and half-beast, Lee Chang-hyuk acted without any apparent reason. He simply ran in any direction and destroyed everything that got in his way. He probably ran in a frenzy, but his frenzy made him easy enough to track. I could shoot him from a distance, but I needed to get close enough to avoid problems. Now, this distance should be enough. I was only 15 meters away from Lee Chang-hyuk. Reaching the roof in front of the alley he was running down, I took up position and shouted, "Hello, Lee Chang-hyuk!" As he ran, Lee Chang-hyuk looked at me. He seems to recognize at least his name. My eyes met his long, horizontal pupils, like the pupils of a mountain goat. His appearance was more demonic than bestial. White foam dripped from the corners of his mouth. Before he could make another move, my spell was ready. Die, bastard! Lightning strike. Bolt. A bright light flashed brightly. Lightning, forcefully summoned from the sky, came down with a chilling flash, and then, boom! Thunder belatedly followed the light. It was a spell that summoned the very essence of natural lightning. It must have been excruciatingly painful. Ah! Excess electricity sparked and surged around Lee Chang-hyuk. The ground around him was completely scorched black, but he had not yet lost his spirit. Realizing that he could no longer run, he began to rush about desperately. He grabbed a car parked nearby with his big hands and threw it at me. Stop throwing things around! First I responded to the flying car with a fireball, stopping it. Now it's my turn, isn't it? Time to play ball. Shockwave. Invisible hand. Boom! I pushed the exploding car back into the air, sending it flying back towards him. The burning car rushed towards him with even more threatening force. Gwa! Do you think this will stop it, dumbass? Sound wave refraction. Spell upgrade, increase range. A magic circle of sound wave refraction materialized right in front of his nose. The shock wave emanating from the creature's snout disappeared uselessly under the light of the magic circle. Quang! And then the car flying towards him crushed his body with its huge flame and weight. In the same time, fireball. Spell upgrade, maximize. A fireball formed in the air much larger than before. I felt as if I was summoning and hurling the sun itself. Goo! Maximizing its firepower, an ominous noise emanated from the fireball itself. Either way, this will be the end. Quang! The huge explosion and heat raged for a long time. The surrounding asphalt melted and boiled. The car that crushed him completely crashed and flew far away, and he lay there completely burned. And yet he was incredibly tough. His limbs, like fingers, were crushed, but he still writhed while retaining his entire limbs. Goo! Grr! Everything was roughly settled. But is it even worth saying that it was a success? The request was to pick up Lee Chang-hyuk along with the security bag the test subject was in, right? From Holistic's perspective, Lee Chang-hyuk, who was mutated by merging with a test subject, may also have some benefit. However, they will probably come up with all sorts of excuses to blame me for the failure of the mission, right? After all this effort, I couldn't accept that it had become an unpaid service. I played with the ring on my finger for a moment, looking at Lee Chang-hyuk, who was on the verge of death. A man mutated by the blessing of Shub-Niggurath. Several ideas came to mind. But will it work? Such an idea would be impossible to implement in a game. But for some reason I felt that this was possible. So far, I have solved various problems based on my experience as a gamer. However, the idea that just occurred to me was difficult to understand if we consider this world as a game. Is this inspiration due to the intelligence of 30? Initially, the concept of mutation through a quest item was also an idea that could not be implemented in the game. Fine, there's nothing wrong with trying. I jumped off the roof and walked over to Lee Chang-hyuk's body. Intense heat rose from the now sticky asphalt. It was so strong that a normal person would have difficulty breathing at that temperature. However, thanks to my fire resistance, I did not feel any discomfort from the heat. But that doesn't apply to my mask. I quickly channeled my magical power to protect him. This is so awkward. I'll have to find time later to change or update my mask. When I approached, Lee Chang-hyuk barely had time to take a breath of air and could not move. Still, just in case. I never thought I'd use it in a situation like this, but it was still a good idea to keep it. I opened my backpack and took out the straps I had packed. 6 of them had been broken out of the straitjacket earlier that day. Those brown leather straps fluttered in the air. Before the belts hit the ground, I reached out and imbued them with bright green magical power. The belts, now imbued with magical powers, slid like snakes and wrapped themselves around Lee Chang-hyuk's body. Because they were tempered with magical power, they were unlikely to catch fire or break easily. I slowly extended my hand towards him and then channeled my magical power into the corrupted flame ring. He let out a mortal groan and twitched several times, but could not escape. Hey, wait a minute. At first, it seemed like an impossible task, but somehow I felt that I could do it. Blessing of the 1,000-year black goat? I began to expel the power of the living flame. There were various spells in the world of Cthulhu, but I had never seen magic used in this way. However, by combining the effects of individual spells, it seemed possible. This is something I learned by actually using magic. It was more than just pressing a button. Prayer of protection. Height. Gesture of guardianship. Magic circles of different colors began to appear around my body. Rise will awaken Lee Chang-hyuk's weakened body and mind. Prayer of protection clung to Lee Chang-hyuk's soul, which was under the control of the outer goddess. Gesture of guardianship will protect Lee Chang-hyuk from the intensive treatment that is about to begin, at least the human part of him. Power banishment, regeneration. New spells have been activated. Magic circles revolved around me, each reacting to the effects of the others. Regeneration will provide the ability to return his transformed body back to human form. Displace power is a spell designed to banish the influence of an external goddess. However, this was a first-order spell that only worked to drive out evil spirits. It wasn't enough. Word of power. Word of power is a spell that allows you to temporarily control a person weaker than me. This only allowed him to carry out simple commands that I voiced. But now I also needed Lee Chang-hyuk's power. Lee Chang-hyuk, return to your human form. In the process of using and merging spells, inspiration emerged that I had never experienced before. It seemed to me that a fountain of light exploded in my head. Such ecstasy arose, one that is only realized when expectation turns into reality. As I thought before, I became capable not only of what I could, but also of what I considered impossible. The new spell was completed. Flame that burns sin. Such a spell did not exist in the world of Cthulhu. Moreover, it was not a spell that a first-tier mage could activate. Using the Ring of Corrupted Flame, which allowed me to activate certain fire attribute spells, regardless of hierarchy, I forcefully attracted abundant heat around me. It was like borrowing the power of the living flame, a creature from the abyss. I was confident that I could pull him out. It seemed absurd, but it turned out to be easier than expected. With an IQ of 30, it seems like I can do almost anything. White flames began to rise from the tips of Lee Chang-hyuk's legs. The flames only burned the non-human parts of his body. The areas over which the fire passed took on human form again. System. The festive offering unique trait has been activated. Genesis of the Abyss, living flame, has shown interest in you. What? Just because I used a little of his power he came to watch? I felt the hairs on my forearms stand on end. I increased my high vigilance trait and looked around the area, but there was no significant change. Was it just an observation? Heck, watch it or don't watch it. This is the crucial part. If I was just going to burn it, I wouldn't have started this at all. Liquid manipulation, restraint. Evil look. Cold bone prison. This time there were 4 spells. Evil look minimized the influence of the external goddess. Liquid manipulation and restraint crystallized the silver goat's liquid, which spread throughout Lee Chang-hook's body. Finally, cold bone prison created a barrier from the underworld. Sweat ran down the back of my neck. I felt a little dizzy. This was a task on a completely different scale than simply picking a lock. I extracted a mythical creature fused at the cellular level from a human body. Crackling, hissing. The unpleasant sound of skin being torn off came from Lee Chang-hyuk's head to my ears. Lee Chang-hyuk, please sacrifice part of your scalp at the cost of your life. Crunch. The completely separated liquid of the black goat was trapped in a geometric-shaped barrier created in the air as it writhed grotesquely. You saved a man corrupted by the liquid of the black forest goat with 1,000 cubs. This is an amazing feat that no one in this world has ever accomplished. The beings from the abyss have witnessed your achievement. Although some entities may have shown interest in you, others may have felt anger, but you were not afraid and focused solely on your principles. Principles or not, I was just trying to complete a quest. About 40% of them were just curiosity to see how far I could go. Either way, these messages continue to promote the idea that I am acting for some righteous cause. I can't understand what they want. A remarkable achievement has been revealed. You banished the power of the black forest goat of 1,000 cubs and returned the heteromorphic creature back to human form. You have earned mythic achievement, He Who Offended the Abyssal. As a reward for this achievement, you will receive the hidden trait, Secret Knowledge, Creation of Life, and additional experience points. Suddenly, an outrageous reward came to me. The phrase, He Who Insulted the Abyss, bothered me a little, but the reward for it was a hidden character trait. This is the first time I have seen such a feature. Wow, did something like this even exist? When Secret Knowledge, Life Creation was activated, new knowledge that I had never known before began to emerge in my mind. Now, if only I had the materials. People can also be created? What is this enormous knowledge? I had no idea such things were hidden. My actions were aimed only at fulfilling the request, but I received an unimaginable reward. I don't know how to use this knowledge yet. What is the purpose of creating people? Moreover, the required materials are completely absurd. You have accumulated enough experience points to advance to the next level. Your level increases by 1. You defeated Fixer Lee Chang-hyuk. You have defeated Mutant. Your understanding of the gods has improved. You have accumulated enough experience points to advance to the next level. Your level increases by 2. Revelation. You have acquired a secret item. 1. Experience points received. This must be a reward for getting Shub-Niggurath's liquid. Even though I planned to return it, the individual experience points were a nice bonus. You have gained enough experience to advance to the next level. Your level increases by 1. Was I level 14 now? Normally, it would be difficult to increase even 1 level against such a trivial opponent, but thanks to the strange things he did, my level increased much more than I expected. The experience points from the quest rewards haven't arrived yet, so maybe I'll be able to reach level 15 by the end of tonight. All I had to do was return to the Vasilisa Cafe and hand over Lee Chang-hyuk and the body fluids to Tutor, and it would all be over. There is a place I need to visit first. The place where I stayed before returning to Tutor was not unusual. It was chaos in Lee Chang-hyuk's motel room. Although the situation was resolved, it was resolved so quickly that the motel owner has still not returned. The motel guests evacuated into the lobby, forming a crowd, but because I broke through the wall with my magical power at the end, I was able to get inside without going through the living room. I don't have much time to search. In this lawless area, calling the police was useless as they did not respond quickly. Perhaps it would be even quicker to pay brokers extra to hire a fixer. However, it became quieter and curious onlookers began to gather outside. All I had to do was find one thing and go. I placed Lee Chang-hyuk, wrapped in a straitjacket on the floor, and searched the room. He was not dead, but he was completely unconscious and probably did not wake up for several days. Ah, here it is. I found the bag that Lee Chang-hyuk threw away earlier. Inside it I placed the black goat body fluid, obtained from Lee Chang-hyuk, transforming it into the artifact protective bag with test subject, which was originally the object of the request. Of course, such details won't appear in any explanation, but accuracy is critical in artifact search requests. Even the slightest damage or deviation from the terms of the request is unacceptable. This is not a place where you can just brush off the inevitable problems by simply saying, "Oh, is that it?" This is especially true for requests involving nefarious corporations like Holistic. However, a rather complex problem arose. The amount of it has increased, hasn't it? A magical engineering security device was installed inside the bag. When I tried to put black goat body liquid into it, I realized that the amount exceeded the specified amount. He absorbed something from Lee Chang-hyuk and grew up. This was not a serious problem. I just needed to separate and store only the amount I needed in my bag.
Fizz, crack, pop.
It hasn't increased much. Once the liquid was placed in a protective bag, the amount remaining was only the size of a pinky finger. This may also be useful. It was truly a dangerous substance. If he parasitized my body, I could turn into a monster like Lee Chang-hyuk. However, throwing it away was more dangerous. And most importantly, it was an incredibly valuable catalyst. Selling him to a company hostile to Holistic could have netted me several $100 million. I eventually rummaged through the refrigerator and found a bottle of water, which I emptied. It was an ordinary plastic bottle, but the material didn't matter. What was more important was his ability to contain something, and the will and magical power contained within. After filling the bottle with magical power and forming a glowing magic circle, I enclosed the black goat's body fluid in it. Now, if I don't let it, nothing can escape from this bottle. Of course, this was a temporary measure, and I will have to spend more time later on finding a safer solution. And then, in a dirty motel room, I found several pieces of jewelry and 3 wads of money, each worth about 5 million won. Only about 15 million won? Perhaps part of his escape funds? With such a sum, he never dreamed of escaping abroad. Since I couldn't see anything else in that room now, I'm guessing that he hid a large amount of money somewhere else. But I didn't have the luxury of looking for it now. If you have a mouse, you should definitely play this game. No installation, play for free. Strategy game Panzer Quest. It could be buried under a garlic field in some remote mountain, or hidden in a fictitious account, or perhaps held by an agent. I also packed my bag with all the different things that Lee Chang-hyuk had, including the usual documents and IDs. These items may contain clues to help you find Lee Chang-hyuk's funds. Of course, he could have already given them to the smuggler, or maybe they were in a place where it was impossible to trace. But taking these few papers would not cause any harm. During this process, I came across a rather large suitcase. I was wondering how to transport the almost luggage-like Lee Chang-hyuk, and here it is, the perfect solution. It was a bag for the essentials of a fugitive life, but when emptied, it was large enough to accommodate a strong adult. Very good. I went outside and caught a taxi. My destination was again the Gyumshin area. Today I really traveled far and wide. The taxi driver I met this time had an excited expression on his face. He tried to strike up a conversation with me several times, hoping that I might have a good story to tell. But when I didn't respond, he eventually fell silent. Was this a common trait among taxi drivers in Paju? After a long ride, the taxi stopped at the side of the road where a large brass Buddha statue was visible in the Haknyeonsun Forest Park. As darkness fell, the neon signs of the Gyumcho area lit up, casting dazzling lights everywhere. Bathed in these fluorescent hues, the copper Buddha gave off an eerie, mystical atmosphere. Now, meeting tutor to receive payment will complete my day. The Vasilisa Cafe was open 24/7 every day of the year. It was run by an employee whose humanity was in doubt and a witch whose age was unknown. The store also served as a broker for various information and services distributed to the underworld. His influence extended not only to Paju, but to the entire capital. This means that no matter the time, there was never a shortage of clients. But now Vasilisa was completely deprived of clients. Of course, it was too late. When I opened the smartphone, found among Lee Chang-hyuk's things, it said 3 a.m. At this hour, it was not unusual for the place to be empty. However, the atmosphere seemed strange. A giant beauty, or rather a tutor witch, was waiting for me right at the entrance to the store. She opened the door and said, "We are closed today for normal business." I don't think you're telling me to come back because you're done for today, right? That's right. I wanted to have a comfortable conversation with you, so I drove away all those nosy gossip lovers. Come in, dear. Tutor walked ahead and chatted in a cheerful voice. She seemed to be in an exceptionally good mood. I assume Lee Chan-hyuk is in this bag. Didn't you understand it? Orb, come here and get your bag. He's still alive inside the bag. Orb, with a large monitor instead of a human head, came up to me and took the suitcase. When I handed over the suitcase with Lee Chan-hyuk and the security bag, a message appeared indicating the completion of the quest. Despite the absurd and unexpected situation, you used your amazing wisdom and deep magic to solve the problem and arrest the evil criminal Lee Chang-hyuk. Many began to pay attention to your actions. Tutor, the broker with whom you entered into a contract, has become deeply attached to you. Expect more requests and rewards from her in the future. You have completed the quest. Reward, 50,000 XP, plus cash reward promised by the broker paid separately. You have accumulated enough experience points to advance to the next level. Your level increases by 1. You have reached level 15. As a reward for reaching a level, you receive 1 bonus stat point, which can be distributed for free. I allocated a bonus stat point to charm as planned. Kim Shin Hwa, Class Abyssal Mage. Level 15. Magical Order, First Order. Mental Illness, Mask Obsession, Triskaidekaphobia. Strength, 5 plus 3, Ring of Corrupted Flame. Health, 6. Agility, 8. Intelligence, 30. Mental Strength, 14. Charm, 17. Honey, are you okay? Tutor leaned forward slightly and looked at me with her big eyes. Sitting down, I didn't really feel it, but Tutor was very tall, about 1.9 meters. And yet, despite her height, every aspect of her physique was perfectly proportioned, leaving no room for awkwardness. She looked more like the perfect embodiment of a fantasy goddess. As expected, her 20 charisma score isn't just for show. However, aside from her high charm score, she had a strong presence and an intimidating presence. It is possible that she has non-human blood mixed in her, but the game does not detail this, so the details remain unknown. I waved my hand dismissively at Tutor's gaze. I'm fine, just thinking for a moment. Despite being a witch with remarkable powers, Tutor, like every other character in the game, cannot see message boxes or status screens. Does this mean she is just a character in the game? Tutor looked worried for a moment, as if concerned about my mental state, then broke into a bright smile. Her facial expression changes effortlessly. I was expecting some sensational news, Tilda, but wow, you handled it with quite a bang, didn't you? Brokerage networks, really. I remembered there were such things. Not just in Paju, hackers operating throughout the country have been hacking into various networks to spread information. There were many hackers who worked as freelancers, and there were even guilds similar to hacker associations. Was it called NeuroKids? When I didn't say anything, Tutor continued the conversation and seemed to be in a good mood. Not only the broker network, but almost every community, whether it is in the light or in the shadows, is filled with stories about you. Origin unknown, identity unknown, abilities unknown. Who is he? With a little more effort, he could be the biggest new fixer this year, right? While I admit that I was quite noisy about this quest, it seems to have generated more buzz than I expected. Luckily, I seem to really like Tutor, and with such fame, it will probably be a big help in finding clues on how to escape this Cthulhu world in the future. Being famous must be beneficial to get noticed, right? Since I find such tasks burdensome, could you please help me? Oh, of course, I have already ignored nudges from other brokers. If you like something bright, I'll pull as many strings as I can. Tilda. Advertising from Pub Future. This game will keep you up all night. Strategy game Panzer Quest. Tutor said this, rubbing her hands theatrically. Given her love for such noisy affairs, she could probably handle everything on her own. When we entered the office where I had received the quest earlier, Tutor sat me down and began tinkering with the safe behind his desk. I didn't expect you to come back so quickly. You really impressed me. The faster I work, the faster I get paid. Tutor nodded her head and took out some money. This is 27 million won minus 10% commission. If you wish, I can pay you in a form other than cash. Although there was a commission, there was the possibility of exchanging for other goods or services or even laundering money into an anonymous account. Most brokers could offer these services, but Tutor provided the most extensive and varied selection of them. Prepare me an ID card and an account in the name of that ID card. As for the money, just give me 5 million for now. It would be great if you could put the balance into this account. What level of identity? Just do it, Kim Shin-hwa, and make the ID as clean as possible within the budget. Okay, I will create a personality so pure that you can even pass the civil service exam. I also wanted to apply for asylum, but it was too much for my current budget. In the meantime, I'll have to hop from motel to motel. I took a wad of money worth 5 million won and stood up. I'll be back again. By next month, I will have my ID and bank book ready. Don't delay your return, I might start to miss you. I left the cafe, leaving Tutor's playful words behind. The cold night air touched my skin as I unconsciously looked up at the sky. It was an incredibly unfamiliar sky. The constellations were in completely different positions than I remembered, and shone with a strange and mystical light. An indescribable discomfort rose in my chest. This is not the world I lived in. No matter how many incidents I solved in this world, the only thing that awaited me was destruction. I needed to earn money, increase my abilities and level, slowly build a reputation, and then reveal the truth of this world, and escape from this creepy, dangerous place. I couldn't stay here any longer. I had to run away at all costs. If I had delayed, the ending would inevitably have come in one form or another. I could reach hundreds of possible endings, but none of them led to a happy ending. Only terrible destruction, deep despair, incredible fall, and evil, blasphemous curses. This world was ending, on the day when the world cycle stops. The day when the abyss opened its mouth. As I contemplated the events that would unfold in the ending, my vision gradually became clouded. Everything became foggy. Did a message box just appear? What did it say? But then did the content of the message even matter? The fateful time will soon come. On that day when 99 kings roaming the other world will descend on this earth, when this most ancient and at the same time most evil creature will awaken from its eternal sleep, when the creatures from beyond the abyss will descend, like a swarm of possessed locusts, will devour everything on this earth, when everything that mankind has built will be destroyed in the name of famine, on the day when every earth will fall under this filthy firmament, when everything in the universe will be blissfully ruled under the blessing of evil and madness. My thoughts were too long. It felt like my head was going to explode. In the process of thinking about what could happen in the ending, I unconsciously remembered the true images of creatures that I should not remember. Creatures so terrifying that simply imagining them can destroy a person's sanity. I have already defied the will of the Black Forest goat with 1,000 young and attracted the attention of the living flame. The further I progress in the story, the more likely it is that I will encounter them. However, I knew that I could no longer stay in this crazy world. I had to escape by any means necessary. But I did too much. I needed to rest now. Before Tutor, I behaved normally, but my physical condition reached its limit. Once I recover a little, I will continue as planned to search for an artifact that will improve my health. On my second night in the world of Cthulhu, I was once again tormented by a terrible nightmare. I was fully aware that it was a dream, but I could not wake up of my own accord. If you have a mouse, you should definitely play this game. No installation. Play for free. Strategy game Panzer.Quest. The madness rooted in my subconscious transmitted the will of these creatures from the outside. The place I found myself in was a void of nothingness. It was a place devoid of light, sound, smell, touch, and taste. A space completely empty and deeply empty. Only I existed there along with my soul, my body, my mind, my sins, my abilities, my memories, my past, and a truly enormous presence. It was a star, immensely, immensely large, shining brightly, dazzlingly, magnificently. It resembled the wide-open mouth of a predatory beast, and fiercely burning dark red eyes, burning rage, burning with the desire to cleanse all things. We had to become an ignition for him. We were to be beacons shining in the forefront of his great work. We must be the first sparks to ignite, setting the world on fire. We had to burn. We burn ourselves, burn and burn in order to become a sacrifice to him. We were supposed to be victims. Flicker. System abyssal madness. Unique trait has been activated. The effects of the nightmare have been negated. What nonsense! I still feel like there's a constant buzzing in my head. The sensation was almost enough to make me feel nauseous. Living flame. He was the god of fire, the personification of the exploding supernova, and the one who presides over the most direct form of violence. He seems to be interested in me because last night I borrowed his power to do magic. Normally, the Nightmare of Ralia event sent by Cthulhu would have happened, but instead he pushed it aside and poured his own will directly into my mind. Similar events have happened in the game before, but This was the first of its kind. Normally, such things would not happen. It must have been due to the power embedded in the desecrated flame ring that I used to wield its power. I should remember to take off the ring before going to bed. What a problem, Tilda, it was, like I was dealing with spam. Troubles vary in many ways, but this is not a situation to laugh at. If it weren't for the abyss madness trait, the nightmare alone would have driven me insane and could have turned me into one of his fanatical fans or a complete wreck. There is no guarantee that void madness will protect me forever, and if more monsters like him start to take an interest in me, who knows what might happen. I need to find a way to escape this world. To do this, I need to get stronger and quickly. However, my stats were high enough that I could somehow get out of bed. I ran my fingers through my tousled hair, intending to touch my face, but instead I felt the mask under my hand. Oh, that's terrible too. I need to get rid of this obsession with masks. After taking a deep breath and calming my mind for a moment, I slowly removed the mask and washed my face. Of course, I held the mask in one hand the entire time. Falling it could trigger an attack of distortion, so caution was necessary. Through several tests, I found that distortion did not occur immediately if the mask was put aside for only a short time. Moreover, covering my face with my hand or a towel gave me a little more freedom of action. This meant I could perform basic tasks like washing my face or eating. Putting down the mask, I covered my face with a towel and stretched a little. Crack, crack! The increase in my health and strength was truly worth it. I didn't feel any better, but I did feel significantly more energetic. I threw away the distorted mask, damaged by yesterday's magical heat, and took out a new one. Luckily, I bought a few when I made my purchase. Yesterday's mask was a plain white one, and today's was a comically designed skull mask. It was made from the same cheap plastic as the previous one. The packaging of the mask said, "Creepy Skull Mask." Seriously, I can't wear these things forever, and I'll probably find something more suitable soon. Creepy or not, putting on a mask brings me peace of mind. It dispels unpleasant emotions, irritation, anxiety, suffocation, and dizziness, and makes me feel at ease. For a moment, it even gave me a feeling similar to the pleasure of smoking a cigarette. Wow, at this rate, I could really go crazy. Outside the window, the sun had already reached its zenith. I had no plans to go out today. I needed to rest and get myself in order, especially after yesterday's overexertion. First, I started taking out things that I had accidentally stuffed into my backpack. Fire essence, A-rank catalyst, a crystallized form of pure red element. It can be used to imbue objects with the power of fire or to cast powerful flame magic. Red dragon orb, A-rank talisman, a bead formed from the breath of a fire dragon. Fire protection. Automatically casts the flame barrier spell. Remaining usage, 5. I wasn't sure where the fire essence would come in handy, but I knew well about the red dragon orb. I just checked the magic contained in the orb, and it was more effective for me to use a protective circle spell rather than an orb spell. The next item was not an artifact. It was a pair of pistols. Yes, weapons. One was picked up from the secret research facility I originally escaped from, and the other belonged to Lee Chang-hyuk. At first, my strength was so small that I could not even fire the gun, but now I was able to use it. Moreover, I could now increase my physical strength with magical power. Since I had the precise aim shooting trait, I thought it would be worth using my shooting skills along with magic. Of course, just like with the red dragon orb, directly using magic would be more effective than relying on the weapon itself. However, if I could imbue them with some kind of magical power, they might become more useful. Advertising from Pub Future. Additionally, although such enemies did not appear immediately, there were enemies in the world of Cthulhu that were immune to magic. In fact, Lee Chang-hyuk also had magic resistance, although it was at a weak level. Either way, having 1 or 2 extra weapons would be a good idea. I should probably think about buying some ammo. The last items were the most dangerous of all. Writhing Slime, SS rank catalyst, fragment extracted from the one who lost his form. Consuming this will grant you great evolution and cosmic wonder. Black Goat Body Fluid, SSS grade catalyst. This is the body fluid of the outer god. Black Forest Goat with 1,000 cubs. It is a miraculous elixir that cures all diseases and bestows unprecedented new powers and transcendental intelligence. These claims are certainly exaggerated. Items directly associated with outer gods usually have an inscription like this. Try it once and something really good will happen. As Lee Chang-hyuk himself has demonstrated, the blessings of these gods come in bizarre forms that humanity is not yet ready to accept. These items are beyond my complete control. I sealed them with magic to prevent any outside influence, but the magic circles painted on the jars are fading. It was fast. For now, I have strengthened the magic circles by infusing more magical power into them. This was just a temporary measure. Unless a suitable catalyst or container was found to completely seal them, there was no way to predict when they might break free. In addition to this, there was 20 million won in cash, including the money stolen from Lee Chang-hyuk and the amount I received as compensation for the request. The sorting was approximately completed. There were documents that belonged to Lee Chang-hyuk, but I just roughly organized them and put them in a pile to look at again later. Tutor will take care of your ID and bank account. She said it would take about a month. I might come again around this time, but I didn't plan on messing around the whole time. To save time, I needed to move at least a little. For now, let's just lie down for a minute. Eventually, I lay down again. Lying down really is the most comfortable. My whole body ached. My fingertips were numb and my legs were weak. Every movement of my shoulders was accompanied by ominous sounds. I still needed to find the artifact to improve my health. Unlike the vicious flame ring, which increased strength, there was an artifact that could increase health, and it could be purchased with money. I needed to go shopping to get it, and I'll have to deal with some useless items and buy some ammo. But today I decided to rest a little more. When I lay down, my eyes began to close. Today's destination was a secret store where you could trade items from the Cthulhu mythos. I stayed all day, and by the time I set out it was already dark. It was better to walk around wearing a mask during this time. Ignoring the surprised looks of random passers-by, I moved on. The secret shop was located not far from my home. In fact, Paju has such a tendency, but Paju, in World of Cthulhu, is a city of abnormal and extremely haphazard development. This is why the atmosphere of a city changes completely within just a block or two. Welcome, Gumshan Traditional Market, Gate 3. The area around the traditional Gumshan Market was a typical old city center. This was an area where the long-established old market remained motionless, and the surrounding scenery was either charmingly familiar or ambiguously seedy. The buildings nearby looked generally old, as if they were built over 40 years ago. My body is still. I spent the entire day doing nothing but lying down, but I could already feel my body tense. I sighed for a moment and looked at the building where the secret shop was located. It was a 3-story building, decorated with multicolored bricks. The walls of the building were covered with signs, faded by years of weathering. Starting from the bottom right corner, the signs read the following: a shoe store, a shady-looking cafe, an eyeglass store announcing a sale, a cell phone store with numerous Chinese instructions, a newly renovated fashion consignment store, a computer laundromat, a boiler distributor, a fortune-telling shop, and a fallen-off sign reading Imkan on Hop. This Imkan on Hop was a secret store. Well, it was called Gumchin Pawn Shop. Of course, the work of the pawn shop was a kind of cover. In addition to items typical of a pawn shop, items from the Cthulhu mythos could be traded here. I walked up the narrow, dirty stairs and entered the pawn shop. The Gumcheon pawn shop occupied a large room, almost an entire floor, but the space was cluttered and chaotic due to miscellaneous and antique property accumulated throughout the room, which made it difficult to take a step forward. Various strange objects were displayed on rustic wood shelves. There were piles of Buddha statues, luxury watches, and stacks of old books. Next to this shelf were cages containing creatures such as lizards and parrots, and on the floor next to the shelves were old cans, radios, air conditioners, and various electronic devices. Scattered everywhere were toys, comics, bottles with strange creatures, jewelry, strange magical tools, chakrams, masks, everyday items, wrinkled clothes, dried herbs, and what looked like bone fragments and human remains. One look at this cluttered place was enough to make your head spin. Amidst the chaos, a little middle school-age girl was seen dozing against a large metal gong. She was wearing a bulky school uniform with an old apron that read, Gumcheon Traditional Market Prosperity Association. Her hair was combed back tightly and her round face looked cute. I recognized her. It was young Ye-yun, who worked part-time at the Gumcheon pawn shop. Welcome, huh? Kyak! Startled by the sound of my footsteps, Ye-yun tried to stand up and greet me, but when she saw my face, or rather my mask, she cried out in surprise. Unfortunately, her flailing arms caused the precariously built tower of rice cookers to collapse. Whirr! The cylindrical rice cookers rolled noisily through the already cramped pawn shop, knocking over several cans. Crash! The impact shook the shelves loaded with various animals, and several cages fell to the ground. Explosion collapse. Oh, why on earth do they keep such things in this pawn shop? Among the broken boxes, one unfortunately contained white mice. They were probably used as reptile food. Dozens of mice scattered in all directions. Creak! Creak! I was relieved to know that I was no longer afraid of rats.
Kyak! Catch them! Catch them!
It was Ye Yun's cry. She asked me to catch mice.
What's happening?
A short old man burst from the back room of the pawn shop. It seemed that it would be better not to run.
Walk!
The old man tripped over a rice cooker that was rolling on the floor.
Crash!
He fell so hard that I was worried he might have broken something. Oh, and from the impact of his fall, the nearest shelf began to tilt.
Crash! Bang! Boom!
What the hell is going on? The pawn shop was already dirty and cluttered, and now it looked like it had been bombed. The old man who had fallen earlier was now wrapping a bandage around his hand and casting a glance at young Ye Yun.
I called you to help clean up and you turned the store into such a mess on your first day?
No, but I was very surprised. At the same time, Ye Yun subtly pointed at my mask. Look at this, isn't it scary? It was partly my fault that I showed up wearing a skull mask. But can we say that this commotion was caused by me? If you want to blame me, you should at least make some effort to clean up your act. Ah, my apologies, my granddaughter is quite absent-minded. Fortunately, the old man seemed determined to treat me not as a scammer or attacker, but as a customer. No, everything's fine. In any case, you look like a client who purposefully chose this time to visit. What can I help you with? The old man's name is Jung Yun Taek. Those who know him usually call him Elder. He may seem like a wizened and short elderly man now, but he once had a reputation as a renowned tinkerer. He resolved many of the events of the Cthulhu mythos, some of which were horrific enough to threaten the extinction of humanity. But now he is retired and runs a secret store. I took out the red dragon orb and showed it to him. I would like to get rid of this, and there are things I want to buy too. Jung Yun Taek wore strange glasses with several small lenses and slowly examined the ball. The skill is average, and it is imbued with dark magical power. Not old. No, made recently. This is not something that could be done by conventional means. He looked at me. Its origin is difficult to identify. I avoided answering, indicating that I didn't know, but he nodded his head as if he understood something.
Well, I can get rid of this for you. Are you selling it?
How much is it? Religious artifacts are often of dubious provenance, say 3,000. Are you buying an artifact with a survival function for that price? Jung Yun Taek grinned slyly. You seem to know what it is, okay? 4,000.
How about we add these gloves and make 3,000?
He frowned and turned his head in the direction I was pointing. Slurping gloves, B-rank armor. Bicycle gloves with a modern design. This is an object to which the hands of a master have given magical powers. Upgrade, health +2. This item alone is worth 2,000. How about 1,500? I will buy them and the products listed here. Just give me 20 change. I'm willing to take a small loss. I handed him the note I had prepared in advance. I knew from the beginning that this shop would be very messy, so I wrote down the necessary catalysts and small tools in advance. After reading the note, Chang looked at me for a moment with a look that said, "What the hell is this guy doing?" and then threw the gloves to me. The sum turned out to be surprisingly accurate, didn't it? I will prepare everything else for you. Just look around a little. This is fine. Just don't knock over anything else.
That's what you should be telling your granddaughter, not me.
He picked up the ball and disappeared into the back room of the pawn shop. I spent some time looking at the slurping gloves. They were black leather motorcycle gloves. Each glove featured a durable carbon joint on the back of the hand and durable protectors on each finger. I liked the design because it was pretty cool. The name didn't mean much to me. Among the items that directly increased stats, this pair of gloves was the cheapest and most effective. While I was tightening the strap on my wrist, Ye Yun approached me curiously. "Hey Ajushi, are you a biker?" "Wow, uncle? No, I wasn't even near a motorcycle."
"Really? But then why are you dressing like crazy?"
Her question was completely honest. I responded with the same honesty.
"Well, maybe because I'm a little crazy."
Was my answer too honest? Ye Yun stepped back slightly with a confused expression on her face. Oh no, is she going to cause another accident by moving like this? It was already too late. Stepping back, Ye Yun knocked over the hanging cauldron. A large cauldron fell and scattered various objects everywhere. Invisible hand. I had to use a spell to catch him. I definitely didn't want another chaotic mess like before. Ye Yun was amazed to see the falling cauldron suddenly stop in the air and then smoothly fall down. Wow, are you a person with special powers, Ajushi? No, I'm a magician. Mage? Oh, is that why you wear a mask? Yes. I wasn't sure what mages had to do with masks, but I was too lazy to say anything else, so I just said yes. Wow.
Rumble bang.
Ye Yun was excited by my answer, and her excited jump caused more objects to fall. Just wow, please stay put. This store was too dangerous for a girl her age full of energy. Why on earth would he let her work here? Did he say it was her first day? Hey, Ajushi, do you want to see the masks? There really is a lot. Apparently excited about seeing magic a few times, she pulled me towards the corner of the pawn shop. Were they selling masks here? I didn't specifically look for masks in this place, so I may not have known about them. The place Ye Yun took me to was filled with a collection of masks. There were traditional items such as Haho masks, presumably Japanese and Chinese masks, as well as colorful Venetian masks, and even some scary masks that may have belonged to an African tribe. I think maybe I didn't remember them. After all, they were just ordinary masks. I wasn't sure if they had any antique value, but for the most part they were items of little significance to me. And yet, maybe these masks are more convincing than those cheap plastic ones. Before I was pulled into this world, I definitely never had any interest in masks of any kind. However, a lot has changed now. Was it because of my obsession with masks? The items I saw were just regular masks with no special features or abilities, but for some reason, I found them all fascinating. Eventually, I found myself slowly examining the masks. How about this? There are some good ones, right? Judging by Ye Yun's expression, without even realizing it, I was moving in such a way that I looked like a serious otaku wearing a mask. I tried to answer Ye Yun, but I couldn't open my mouth. There was a tickling sensation under the mask. Ye Yun, who did not notice my abnormality, continued to chatter about something, but I could not make out what she was saying. Where does this sound come from? It was definitely the sound from behind the masks. Yes, this is the one. Among the random masks scattered around, the most unique and special one caught my attention. It was a mask. It was created in the shape of a hideous goblin. It was an oddly shaped mask with 2 additional holes under the eyes. This means that it had 4 eye holes rather than 2, making it an extremely interesting design. What's stuck to my face now? Oh, it was a crude plastic mask simulating a skull. Just think, I carried such a toy. It couldn't be called a mask. The real mask was there. I wanted to wear this. A young human woman spoke to me. I knew her name. Oh, was it Yoon? Why was she talking to me? I need to wear this mask. Fancathulas Wenyo Angiel. It was a real mask. I came here to become one with this mask. My obsession with masks, which was embedded in my mind, existed at that very moment. Slowly, I reached for the mask. Fizz. System Abyssal Madness unique trait has been activated. The distortion effect is reduced to 0. Are you going to buy this one? It was the voice of Young Yun Taek, the owner of the pawn shop. Yes? No, wait. What was it? Hallucination? No, was there disorientation? When did it start? Why didn't I receive a message about disorientation? It appeared and I just didn't remember. An unpleasant feeling came over me. My memories weren't completely connected. Yeon stood next to me. Nothing wrong was visible on her face. Contrary to my perception, did I look at the masks during my pleasant conversation with Ye Yun? In my hand was the same mask that I had seen before. Advertising from Pub Future. Are you interested in this mask? Young Yun Taek seemed to have a different impression when he noticed my momentary hesitation. How much does it cost? Let me see. Here. Young Yun Taek took the mask and looked at it for a while through strange glasses with dozens of lenses, and then made a hissing sound. That doesn't sound like something you'd be interested in. He meant that it was an ordinary item that had nothing to do with magical artifacts or the existence of the abyss. This is true? Strange, because my eyes saw something completely different. It was undoubtedly an unappreciated artifact. It was an item whose true value could only be determined by taking the time to evaluate it. But even Young Yun Taek can't appreciate it. Young Yun Taek was an NPC with assessment skills. While playing in World of Cthulhu, it was customary for Young Yun Taek to bring unappraised artifacts for evaluation. The items he couldn't value were usually mythical or legendary. They were SSS or higher in rank. Is this mask one of those things? But why didn't I know about such a mask? It was an artifact that I had never seen before. Now that I think about it, wasn't this trait activated before? Madman's luck. If you have a mental illness, the hidden artifact finding chance and crafting success rate increase. The owner of this trait is said to have the unexpected success, brilliant creativity, and chance encounter traits. Ah, that's it. Was it an artifact that I wouldn't have been able to find without this feature? In any case, it was a hidden artifact that I had never seen before. I wanted to take him and discover his abilities. As I spoke, I tried to hide the excitement in my voice. I would like to have it, even if it is just a trivial item. As you can see, I collect masks. Is that so? Young-Yun Taek looked at my face through his strange glasses. He had the air of a man valuing a commodity as if I were the commodity myself. Then suddenly he broke into a generous smile. Well, if you want such trinkets, I'll give you one. He reached out and handed me the mask. I took it and answered, "Thank you." He must think he got a good deal by buying the ball at a fair price. He was probably confident that he could make a profit of 5,000 or 6,000 from an easy client. Considering the purchase price of the items he sold me, it really was a jackpot day for him. It seems like we both got a good deal. Come again. That's right, I will visit you often. I hope to see you for a long time. The life expectancy of fixers in Paju, which resembled almost a den of thieves, was extremely short. For someone like Young-Yun Taek to retire unscathed was truly a rare occurrence. I put the money I received in my backpack and left the pawn shop. I heard Ye-Yun shouting something about me coming again, but I also heard Young-Yun Taek telling her not to come again tomorrow. Either way, it was a good deal. Let's quickly go to the motel. I need to properly test my mask in a place where no one else is. Back at the motel, I briefly cleaned up the room. The preparation was simple, but I was going to perform a magical ritual. Although this is troublesome, it is better to carry out at least minimal cleaning. I scattered a handful of salt from the pawn shop in each corner of the room. Then I put all the unnecessary things into a backpack and threw it into the bathroom. There were 2 tasks to complete. First, I needed to seal writhing slime and black goat body fluid. Next, I planned to inspect the mask I received from the pawn shop. Before inspecting the mask, I must first seal it. If I get disorientated while looking at the mask, there's no telling what these guys will do. No matter how strong I am, I cannot afford to be careless. These are not just objects. These are objects imbued with the power of creatures from the abyss. They are mediums that can directly connect with these beings, their fragments, and perhaps even their avatars. They have their own will and desires, as well as the power to realize them. They always manifest themselves in such a way that they destroy or corrupt human souls. Special measures are needed to block their power. I placed the black cloth on a small round table next to the bed and placed a small crystal column about 10 centimeters long on it. Then I took out the scented candles and lit them. I bought all these things at a pawn shop. The cloth was made from the skin of a hungry ghost, purified by exposing it to sunlight and moonlight for 100 days and 100 nights. Scented candles were made by hardening cedar scent mixed with corpse wax, a waxy organic substance formed from the fatty deposits of corpses. I closed my eyes briefly, took a deep breath, and then moved my hands using magical power. A trail of fluorescent light was created by the movement of my hands. Now let's create a magic circle. Typically, these circles are drawn in a circle shape with triangles or squares, keeping in mind symmetry, symbolism, and aesthetics to create a beautiful and mystical shape. There's really no need for this. A magic circle is essentially a kind of circuit diagram. It is not the form that is critical, as long as there is input, processing, amplification, and output. Of course, magic academies or magic towers must take into account visibility and ease of learning, so they require the use of forms that are easy to reproduce and convenient for manual operation. For example, an equilateral triangle inside a circle is said to enhance the power of fire magic. I had no intention of completely destroying them. These were rare items that were difficult to find anywhere else. My plan was to trap them and then preserve their strength as much as possible. Even if I couldn't use such power right away, once my skills improved, I would be able to use it directly or indirectly. It would prove to be quite useful. First, I opened the cap of a glass bottle of squirming goo. As the oppressive spell holding him was lifted, the slime trapped in the glass bottle began to stir violently. I slowly gestured, directing the slime. "Now come here." The slime, drawn by the movements of my hand, slowly rose and became entangled in the magic circles I had prepared. "Yeah, okay. This is where you need to go. You want to rest, don't you? I've got a crib ready for you." Commands filled with magical power gave the slime new desires and directions. A short spark flew due to the recoil of the magical power, but it was not a serious problem. Soon the mucus settled inside the cleaned crystal. I slowly picked up the crystal. The crystal which contained drops of black mucus, somewhat resembled a small column of ice. Now this slime will not be able to leave the crystal unless I allow it. In the same way, I sealed black goat body fluid. Since the black goat body fluid was white, a crystal soon materialized in front of me, holding the white drops. This is a little tiring. I took a short break massaging the back of my neck. Thanks to my ridiculous magical talent, it didn't take long, but it was by no means an easy task. Anyone could destroy or burn something. But this task was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary magician. Anyway, these two can't cause any more trouble. I thought for a long time about where to put the two crystal columns, but in the end I just put them on the bedside table. Although I eventually had to do this, it was just a preliminary step for the tasks ahead. Now let's look at the mask. I took the mask out of my backpack and put it on the table. Even on second glance, the bizarre shape of the mask caught my eye. Texture and color of natural wood, perverted and distorted facial features, and they pierced him with 4 eye holes. Jung Yun Taek dismissed it as a trivial item without any noteworthy origin or history, but I could feel magical power faintly oozing from this mask. Okay, let's take a closer look at what's inside this item. There was no need to repeat the cleaning process. I created many magic circles as a safety measure. I brought the floating magic circles closer, preparing for unforeseen circumstances, and placed my hand on the mask. Mask, rank accessory. Mask of unknown origin. Research or evaluation is needed to determine its nature. It was an item that even a professional appraiser like Jung Yun Taek could not evaluate. Someone deliberately sealed it. To evaluate such an item, special artifacts or magic will be required. But the problem is that the printing on this one doesn't seem to be normal at all. As a test, I activated a first-order assessment spell. Identification. System. Lifting the veil around. Mask. Publication of the decision made. Insufficient caster level results in a decision penalty. Ping! The verdict did not take place. Just as I expected, the seal on the mask could not be broken with a first-order spell. If the first-order identification could break him, then Jung Yun Taek would also be able to appreciate him. Perhaps a fourth-order precognition, or at least a second-tier insight will be required. My own magical order was just one. A first-tier mage like me would not be able to break the seal with the spells at my disposal. Of course, I didn't prepare all this just to end it in such a disappointing way. I closed my eyes for a moment and exhaled. After all, the orders of magic were merely artificial distinctions. I have already created and used magic beyond these levels. Concentrating intensely, I focused highly attuned magical power and then slowly opened my eyes. My masked face was reflected in the mirror hanging in the corner of the motel room. The face of a magician in a mask in the shape of a skull. Suddenly my eyes were adorned with dazzling golden magic circles that shone brightly. The world seen through my eyes has completely changed. Magic circles revolve around me, and the flow of magic is influenced by these circles. What would normally appear as a simple stream or magical gas now appeared as a collection of glowing particles and endlessly repeating lines. My magical sensitivity allowed me to interfere with even these minute particles and lines of magic. I looked at the mask again. An ominous magical force was concentrated inside him, and there was also a colorless veil hiding it. This must be the work of a creature from the abyss. There was no doubt about it. Although the origin of the mask remained unknown, the seal itself was unmistakably created by a being from the abyss. Very intriguing. An item sealed by a divine being who controlled the other worlds, the underworld, darkness, and the deep abyss. What power can he have? I concentrated again and created new magic circles. These circles embodied the concepts of decomposition, analysis, penetration, rupture, and liberation. Magic particles and magic lines resonating with them were concentrated at one point. The sound was like gears squealing. It was like opening a lock with just a movement of magical power without a spell. But this was a forced twisting and opening of a seal of unknown origin. It was an absurd action that was 1,000 times different from simply opening a simple lock. But I can do it. The strongest magician that could be realized in the game, World of Cthulhu. By overcoming the limitations of the game and its systems, I could become something more. Strange sounds began to fill the air. It was a loud and unpleasant sound, as if dozens of flying insects were flapping their wings at the same time. System. Lifting the veil around. Mask. Publication of the decision made. Insufficient caster level results in a decision penalty. Get lost! It was not my intention to make a judgment based on probability. It rotated like a screw, drill, or blade. Strength and pure will created to penetrate and destroy magic and magical power. This very essence twisted, pierced, tore, and shook the veil covering the mask. System, an error has occurred, an error has occurred, an error has occurred. Fizz, fizz! Black smoke began to rise from the mask. This is a discovery. The curtain began to tear. At the same time, information about the mask hidden behind the veil was revealed. Carcosa mask, accessory, used, old ruler, the king is screaming, status? I tried to take my time, slowly removing the last fragments of the veil. Creak, swoosh, the eerie sound of magical lines being cut filled the air. What had once looked like a blade, screw, or drill in its magical form now moved as delicately and precisely as a scalpel and tweezers. Creak, creak, flash! A blinding flash of light. The flash was so strong that it erased the outlines of everything in the room.
I did it.
I was able to remove the seal cast by the creature from the abyss using only my own magical control and sensitivity, without the aid of any existing spell. Where the flash of light disappeared, there was still a strangely shaped wooden mask, an ominous mask with 4 eyes. But now my eyes were able to read new information about this mask. Carcosa mask, L-rank accessory, used by the great old ruler, he who must not be named, the powerful King in Yellow. Those who do not have equal status cannot fully harness its power. Yellow sign. The mighty King in Yellow is interested in you. Yellow madness. Your mind is saturated with mental illness. Return to Carcosa and accidental delusion. Oath of Carcosa. You can go over to the side of the great King in Yellow. Take the oath. You can become a greater, wiser, and stronger being than you are now. Yellow Dominion adds the spell upgrade Instill Fear effect to some spells. Dreamy Blur automatically casts Blink. These are all names referring to the same being. The creatures of the abyss in most cases cannot be called by their real names, but among them, the King in Yellow is considered the most dangerous. How bad must it be to earn the nickname, He Who Must Not Be Named? Anyway, is this one of the yellow signs? The King in Yellow, scattered symbols imbued with his power and madness to spread his influence and madness throughout the world. Those who encountered objects marked with the yellow sign could gain great power and corrupted inspiration, albeit temporarily. However, as often happens in such stories, they eventually went completely mad and became servants of the King in Yellow. To think that such an item of unknown origin was just lying around in a pawn shop? It sounded funny. It was a trap. This item should not have fallen into my hands without reason. But still, I adjusted my posture and looked closely at Carcosa's mask. But couldn't it be useful? The main character, too confident in his abilities, ended up using a forbidden item that should never be touched. It seems that if I used it, it would be said like this. However, one effect was too tempting to pass up. Dreamy Blur automatically casts Blink. An artifact that gives a blink spell, no less. Isn't this a survival skill? Ah, damn, how can I give up a survival skill? In the extremely complex world of Cthulhu, survival skills are necessary to avoid the worst situations. It's not a matter of choice. This is necessary and mandatory. I tapped my fingers on the plastic skull mask covering my face. It's 1,000,000 times better than wearing such a cheap plastic toy. Oh, forget about it. Just use it. My traits will help somehow. I took off the plastic mask covering my face and slowly put on the Carcosa mask. Some information, or will, began to occur to me. It was a strange noise, almost like a voice. A disgusting voice that makes no sense. The voice that had previously been just noise began to make sense. Vertical bar, huge pyramid. Yellowed, dried leaves. The shore of a lake with stagnant, rotten water. Smelly black masses. Twinkling moon. An ominous yellow light. Squelching hill. It wasn't a reckless decision to wear it. After all, the punishments inflicted by the yellow sign are rooted in madness. Vertical bar crawling insects. The larvae are larger than a human torso. Rolling skulls, decaying corpses, eyeballs, eyeballs, eyeballs. Fizz, pop! Blue sparks began to fly around the mask and my head. System. Abyssal Madness unique trait has been activated. The effect of invitation to Carcosa has been cancelled. The madness and delusions that tried to settle in your mind have disappeared. Since mental illness was already present in my mind, no new forms of mental illness could emerge. System L-grade accessory Carcosa mask is now bound to you. This meant that I could freely use this artifact without any penalties. As the sparks disappeared, the strange sounds echoing in my head also disappeared completely. Ready? The grain of the wood was softer than I expected, and it resisted wear and tear. I tried a few spells as a test to check the mask and my physical condition, but found no abnormalities. In any case, I felt in excellent condition. It seemed safe to continue using this mask in the future. Although the number of uses was limited, this mask was equipped with advanced teleportation abilities such as blinking. I will have to use it sparingly and wisely. It was late at night. There were no people. 30 days have passed since Lee Chang-hyuk was captured. A noise like an explosion filled the empty highway roads. Dozens of illegally modified bicycles simultaneously emitted intense heat, noise, and blinding light. Hellhound! That was the name of the biker gang that recently took over the highway. They rode in a frenzy, lacking even the most basic safety gear, let alone helmets. Their wild ride was either a deviation for momentary pleasure or the manifestation of some instinctive madness. Advertising from Pub Future. 200+ free online games. 200+ free online games. At game_zop. But today everything was different. The only reason they were speeding down the freeway today was to get away from me. Damn it, he's still following us! How is this even possible? Amidst the deafening roar of motorcycles and the howling of the wind, my keen senses accurately picked up the chatter of a biker gang. These were bikers who had previously eluded their pursuers thanks to their mobility. But since I kept up with them using only my naked body, this certainly gave reason to call me a monster. No, it wasn't completely empty. One of the bikers finally broke down and let out a scream that sounded like a scream. How he's following us with this thing? A large skateboard made an incredible noise as it passed underneath me. The actions I performed were almost impossible with my strength and agility, but the spells forced onto the board and my hoodie allowed me to do what I wanted. Increase speed. Pose control. I put more magic power into the board to increase its speed. Boom! A roar like that of a monster bike erupted from the skateboard, which didn't even have an engine. Crazy! What kind of bullshit is this? Now I've caught up with the biker gang. Die, monster! One of the bikers behind me slowed down a little and then pointed his gun at me. Ratatatata! Jump. Creak vir! The newly enchanted board made erratic sounds, but obeying my will, it jumped into the air. The bikers behind me screamed when they saw me fly into the sky. Ah! This is madness! Mage, this guy is a magician! Have they really just now realized that I am a magician? Ah, it's true. This must have been the first time they had seen a magician rush down the road like this. At the top of the jump, my elevated vantage point allowed me to see the entire biker gang below. Let's see. Oh, these reckless souls, not one with a helmet. Yeah! Do-da-da-da-da-da! Do-da-da-da-da-da! The bullets flared up like a disturbed beehive. In the world of Cthulhu, far from reality, even young bikers were armed with machine guns. Protective circle. Ti-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ti-ti-ting. The bullets ricocheted right in front of my eyes. One of the bikers in front shouted as if he was furious. What are you doing, idiots? Shoot correctly, let him down. Oh, is this the same screamer? I channeled my magical power into my eyes to spot the one screaming. Red jacket, blonde, tanned man. Lucky, got it. Tempering. I applied a hardener to the board and used shock underneath to add double the pull. Influence. Quang! I then flew through the air at great speed, heading straight towards the front of the biker gang. Such a feat would not have been possible without an exquisite sense of balance, timing, and the ability to control magical power. Even the bikers forgot about their situation for a moment and gasped in amazement. Quang! I landed on the ground but maintained my speed without slowing down and turned my head. The bikers, unable to slow down, now seemed to be following me. None of you wear helmets. Why risk injury? Why not just give up? This was their last warning. If they continue to act recklessly despite my leniency, I will be able to tolerate much more. Still acting tough, you son of a bitch! A biker wearing a bright blue Sukajan jacket increased his speed, swinging a long iron flail. Oh, he was the middle boss? There was no need to use magic against him. I just met his gaze. The moment he caught up with him and our eyes met, the four eyes on the mask emitted a chilling light. King! The unique effect of the L-rank accessory Carcosa Mask Yellow Dominion has been activated. / Yellow Dominion automatically casts Instill Fear. System. Instill Fear causes the target to make an insanity check. Judging. The decision has been made. Unbearable fear takes over the target's mind. Ah! The complexion of the guy who met my gaze became as pale as the color of the Sukajan jacket he was wearing. Unable to resist the Instill Fear spell, abnormalities began to appear in his body. The symptoms were something like sweating, difficulty breathing, mild cramps, and dizziness. Grrr! And then he lost consciousness. The biker, having lost consciousness, let go of the handle and fell off the bike. Hick! Invisible hand. Crack, boom! The motorcycle, which lost its driver, crossed the highway and fell into pieces. I had no obligation to save the biker who attacked me with the intent to kill me, but my dreams these days were already restless. I didn't see the need to kill him, so I used telekinesis to throw him into the bushes on the road. Well, he might survive if he's lucky.
You're a monster?
Hey, who are you calling a monster? Dozens of guns were aimed at me again. Is this too close? At this moment, the protective circle alone seemed too risky. Distortion field. When I activated a new spell, advertising from Pub Future. If you have a mouse, you should definitely play this game. No installation. Play for free. Strategy game Panzer Quest. The biker gang's submachine guns fired in unison. The bullets aimed at me were caught and redirected by the distortion field, which distorted attacks over long distances and then sent them in random directions.
Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ban!
The misdirected bullets headed towards the biker gang, creating many sparks on the road in front of them.
Ah! Scree!
Then I added another spell into the mix. Vortex.
Oh!
It was a first-order spell that caused strong winds. Since it was a ship of the first order, it was intended for support rather than attack. However, when I actually started pouring magical power into the spell, these lumbering enemies could be torn apart by just that. Quag-wag-wag-wag-yag-yag-yan. An unstoppable storm arose, strong enough to shake the road. I had no intention of directly hitting them with this spell. This was simply meant to slow them down, and it seemed to me that the speed of the bikes dropped dramatically. They'll suffer a little less now, won't they? I threw away my skateboard and stood up, pumping magical power into one hand. That's it for racing competitions! Earthquake strike. As soon as I fell, I hit the ground with a fist filled with magical power. Gugugugun! Quang! The asphalt of the highway began to shake violently.
Whack!
Unable to withstand the terrible vibration, the bikers began to fall off their bikes one by one, starting with the one in the lead. Kwadang-tang-tang, kwajik, kyag-yag-yag. They should have put on helmets. Although their speed was greatly reduced, it was still fast enough to be lethal. Blood and bicycle parts scattered in all directions. The freeway quickly became a landfill, littered with bicycle debris and human debris. However, I showed a little mercy, using the wind and telekinesis to catch those who seemed to be in real danger. It was a large-scale accident that occurred simultaneously over a wide area. Without my surreal level of magical control and sensory abilities, this would not have been possible. In any case, I had to spend a lot of attention on this wind, and I was unable to proactively stop one guy's sudden action. "Dee, you son of a bitch!" Wow. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard from outside my field of vision, and then a fierce flame rushed towards me. Carcosa Mask's unique L-rank accessory effect Dreamy Blur has been activated. / Dreamy Blur automatically cast blink. The mask covering my face suddenly gave me a strange sensation, as if it was pulling me inside. Sensing the danger, Carcosa's mask activated a blink spell and teleported my body away. The advancing flame hit the empty ground, melted the asphalt of the road, and disappeared. "Hey, 30,000,001! Don't you care, you bastard, that I did all this shit to save your life?" The leader of the biker gang, a tanned blonde man in a red jacket, was growling, blood dripping from his head. "Stop fucking around. Are you talking about saving us after all this crap?" Did he have a nickname Mad Dog? I'm not sure of his real name, but his reward was 30,000,001.
Wah!
Mad Dog spread his arms and growled. It was not a meaningless gesture. Suddenly, a strange flame burst out from the guy's shoulders and wrapped itself around his hands. Your friends, they don't happen to call you Mad Dog Fire Fist, do they? More precisely, it was pyrokinesis. Like Lee Chang-hyuk, whom I met before, this guy suffered from magical hypertrophy. Because he was born with powerful magical powers, he could wield primitive forms of magic. Very similar to a person with superpowers. Mad Dog, his hands flaming, held them out and yelled at me. "Go ahead, damn it!" The heat emanating from his body was more intense than I expected. My fire resistance couldn't quite handle it. "What should you take, Mad Dog? Go drink some cold water and cool down. Create pure water. Spell upgrade, maximize."
Quah!
Following my will, the magic circles created in the air began to spew out a huge amount of water. Seeing the massive amount of water I had created, Mad Dog flinched briefly before regaining his composure and charging at me. It is usually better to attack a mage than to run away from him. Good decision. As Mad Dog approached, I gave the falling water new properties. Vortex waves.
Whack! Qua-pa-pa-pa-pa-pa-pa!
The other bikers who tried to follow their leader and attack me were stunned by this incredible scene and fell to the ground in shock. Such a wave on a dry road? The sight of waterfalls, waves, and raging streams forming on the previously dry road was truly a sight to behold. Despite the huge waves crashing on the road, not a single drop touched either me or the discouraged remnants of the biker gang. It was a powerful stream of violence directed solely at one person. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Ah, 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 ah! You defeated biker gang Mad Dog. You defeated biker team Hellhound. You have accumulated enough experience points to advance to the next level. Your level increases by 1. Just one level? Now I was at level 16. After the fight with Lee Chang-hyuk, I only had to face weaklings, so I didn't gain many experience points. And all because Tutor deliberately chose easy tasks for me with high rewards. I appreciated that she did all this with me in mind, but I was still disappointed that my level only increased once in a whole month. I hoped that more difficult tasks would begin soon. I manipulated the waves to lift Mad Dog to his feet. You should have just given in quietly when I was paying attention, right? If he had just given up quietly, it wouldn't have come to this. Mad Dog, who had been tossed around like clothes in an aggressively spinning washing machine, was now completely exhausted. Now that I've taken care of him, it's time to head back. I looked back at the biker gang members crawling nearby and said, "Anyone else want to try their luck?" No, please just spare our lives! It was all that bastard's doing. He made us do it. That's right, please forgive us. What a bunch of disloyal bastards. Well, the mission was only to catch the leader, so there was no need to worry about the others. Okay, it's done, but where exactly am I? I looked around. I ran much further than I originally planned. The chase was more interesting than I expected, and I simply lost track of time. Would I even be able to get a taxi in this area at this hour? A shadow appeared from the trees lining the road outside. The figure was about my height and looked like a foreigner wearing a suit. Your skills are impressive, beyond imagination. It was truly a spectacle. Judging by the accent, perhaps Chinese? A Chinese man who can find me in the middle of the night? I know who it is. It's okay. I waved off the man's comment from the shadows, completing my task. Mad Dog, prostrate at my feet, was already in a dying state, but due to the intervention of a third party, I could not predict what complications might arise, so I knocked him out. Looking at the shadow, I said, "If you're not here to interfere, could you wait a little? Let me deal with this first, and then we can talk." I placed the unconscious Mad Dog in the prepared carrier. Only then did I notice that his arm was twisted in an unnatural direction. It seemed badly broken. Should I give first aid? While the first tier spells available to me don't have healing magic, I could use tempering to temporarily splint my broken arm, simulating the effect of a makeshift cast. Either way, that was enough for now. There were bikers hanging around who had lost their bikes, but none of them seemed to have the loyalty to risk their lives by breaking in. Anyway, it looks like I've more or less wrapped things up here and now. Should I deal with that Chinese guy hanging around there? What the hell was he doing here? I walked in the direction where I heard the voice and called his name. "But Park Kwan Lim Si, what brought you here?" I heard that a rising star had emerged, so I thought I'd come and offer my card. He probably wanted to make an impressive impression, but now that I showed that I knew his name, he showed a hint of embarrassment. When the distance became close enough, Park Kwang Lim stepped out of the shadows between the trees and revealed himself completely. He was a man with narrow eyes dressed in an old-fashioned suit and an outdated fedora. I already have my own contacts for business relations, you know. This man's name was Park Kwan Lim. Although he was Chinese, he was a broker like Tudor and worked in Paju. I would prefer not to expand my contacts. So if this is the kind of business, I would prefer that you go through Tudor to the Vasilisa Cafe. Tudor was just overprotective of Kim Shinhwasi. Park Kwang Lim smiled for a moment as he fiddled with his hat. Was there some other motive for his visit? How about this? Why don't you take a moment and listen to what I have to say? Many people are wondering who Kim Shinhwa really is. Park Kwan Lim worked as a broker, but his business specialized in information trading. He was essentially an information dealer whose day job was akin to that of a private detective. However, I don't think I'll get much benefit from talking to you. I know you'll just exaggerate everything I say and sell it to all sorts of people. Although I needed fame, I was not interested in creating unfounded rumors. As if I had hit the nail on the head, Park Kwan Lim winced before continuing. If you're looking for financial gain, there are better options than Tudor. Did you know that Tudor's commissions are quite high compared to other companies in this area? It was true. Tudor's commissions in this business were indeed high. If you want, I can introduce you to cheaper and more reliable contacts. The point is not that money is urgently needed. I'm happy with tutor. I needed money, but if it was just about money, there would be easier jobs. I chose tutor for future quests that can be linked and for unique items that can only be obtained through tutor. Of course, the most important point was that tutor was a very reliable broker and would never betray me. I especially knew what potential consequences I would have to face if I dealt with Park Kwang Lim instead.
Never do anything with this guy.
It's not just about the money. I can also connect you to other lines. As a mage, you might be looking for more useful knowledge or artifacts, right? I have contacts that could connect you with such things. He turned out to be more persistent than I expected. Although I was praised as a promising new talent, frankly speaking, now was not the time to start recruiting. In just over a month, I've only caught a handful of wanted criminals. Was that really enough to make him cling to me like that? Stop it and just tell me why you came here. Okay. Disc, look, I knew this would happen. I think you're going to get irritated, so I'll just ask one thing.
I was already annoyed.
What it is? Did you happen to be at Unjong Station about a month ago? Unjong Station. Yeah, so that was the real problem to begin with? About a month ago, at Unjong Station, I robbed the cultists, descendants of Fomalhaut, and completely destroyed their temple. If this was a month ago, well, I can't remember anything specific. This information cannot be shared with anyone, especially Park Kwang Lim. If I told him, it would spread faster than the 9 o'clock news. I understand. I just asked because someone I do business with was looking for something a month ago, so I thought maybe you know. Descendants of Fomalhaut, these people seem to have bribed Park Kwang Lim to find me? Then all the more I don't know anything. So you really don't know about the lost ring? From the cultist point of view, this must be an important sacred item, and they will be desperately searching for it. This ring was now on my finger. Well, it seems I can't help. Oh, truth be told, such items are difficult to recover unless the thief decides to sell them to a buyer, right? That's why I almost gave up. Did he mean that if I tried to sell the stolen ring, I would be caught immediately? This could be seen as a threat, but rather, now he was on my side. I nodded evasively and then turned to Park Kwang Lim. Is this all you wanted? That's all. Great. Then before you go, give me your business card and I'll keep it handy. Oh, of course. Whenever you are separated from tutor, do not hesitate to contact him. Well, moreover, this is in case I urgently need to find someone to contact. My words made Park Kwang Lim's narrowed eyes even narrower. It must have bothered him that I knew too much and he knew nothing about me. He had a special ability called dowsing. With just a few clues, he could locate anyone. However, his abilities were limited to finding people, not objects. If this were not so, he would have discovered that I had the ring. Park Kwang Lim tried his best to keep a calm expression and handed me his business card. Here's my business card. Can I find a way to contact you? I don't have a cell phone yet. It really was true. It was time for tutor to make me an ID, and once I had it, I planned to purchase a smartphone. But Park Kwang Lim didn't seem to understand this and looked a little disappointed. Understood. Please feel free to contact me at any time. As you know, there is no one in Paju who can compare with me in finding people. He personally came all this way to demonstrate his abilities, so he must have been confident in his unprecedented skills, right? Anyway, being friends with Park Kwang Lim might be useful later if I need help finding random people like Lee Chang-yuk in hiding. Oh, right, and here's another. Yes, what is it? Could you give me a ride to Vasilisa? Didn't he say earlier that he would give me a ride? So this is what happened. Are you trying to show off your popularity now? I told the story of Park Kwang Lim to tutor at the Vasilisa Cafe. A sullen expression appeared on tutor's face for a moment. It was probably a sign of displeasure, but given her charming appearance, it seemed as if she was preparing for a prank rather than a complaint. I told you to stay put and you keep running around. Perhaps I should send a gift to the opposition soon. Park Kwang Lim's business was located in an opposition area. The company name on the card was Opposition Personnel Detective Specializing in Case Investigations, Fraud Investigations, and the Errand Center. It was a ridiculously long name. Tutor began muttering to herself as she thought about the gift she would send to Park Kwang Lim. Food poisoning? No, perhaps pneumonia would be more suitable for the current mood. Although he is orthodox, a traffic accident is also not a bad idea. Tutor was a witch. If you ever receive an unexpected gift from Tutor, stop what you're doing and immediately find the nearest church. If you manage to get to the church without any incident, you may be able to find a way to either break the curse or at least minimize its damage. It wasn't my intention to save Park Kwan Lim, but I distracted Tutor by engaging her in conversation. Now that I've warmed up, it seems like a good time to increase the difficulty level of my tasks. So that's why you brought this up? Not really. Something like that just happened. Indeed, the tasks you were assigned were trainee-level work, prepared to help you adapt more easily to our environment. I thought so. The tasks solved after the capture of wanted criminal Lee Chang-hyuk were a series of typical training quests. Transporting safe items, protecting key points, sabotaging secret equipment kept by rival organizations, and today's pursuit quest. The tasks were of different types, but mostly they were simple, uncomplicated tasks that could be completed in half a day. I'm very pleased with how this challenge turned out. I didn't expect the problem to be resolved so quickly without any additional support. Really impressive. Tutor's expression brightened. It seemed likely that Park Kwang Lim would escape the crisis. I didn't have to set a testing period from the beginning. Your acting has proven itself, so I can't argue with that. But to become a reliable and trustworthy broker, you need to do everything with confidence. She was right. Regardless of my achievements, Tutor would act according to the schedule set in the game. Anyway, now that I've completed a total of 5 quests, including the introductory one, it looks like more challenging things will start coming. But not today. I think you'll be busy for a while and won't be able to work. Busy? Yeah, now that your new identity is ready, you'll have to take care of things you couldn't do before, right? I was wondering what you were talking about, so has my ID finally arrived? That's right. You are now officially a Korean citizen capable of participating in credit transactions. I find it strange when you say that. I smiled wryly and tapped my mask with my fingers. The sudden event turned everything in my life upside down, including my identity and nationality. These were aspects that I never felt the need to be grateful for. But now I had to pay exorbitant prices to get such basic necessities. I, Kim Shin-hwa, was definitely Korean, born and raised in South Korea. However, if I had been detained by immigration officials, I would have been classified as an illegal resident without question. In World of Cthulhu, South Korea has given the Immigration Bureau surreal powers to deal with surreal problems arising both within and outside the country. There was the North Korean refugee problem, and in the Cthulhu mythos, outsiders were always sinister creatures who brought disaster, and there were even more serious problems. I frowned for a moment, but Tutor, who could not understand the expression on my face because of the mask, cheerfully continued the conversation. But all this is because I want to give you the best. You understand, right? I glanced at the photo on my ID. At first glance, it looked like a blurry image, as if out of focus. But upon closer inspection, it turned out that this was indeed a correctly taken photograph. It was a fake face that I created using several illusion spells and other complex methods. I carefully adjusted the placement and size of the facial features and prepared clothing and backgrounds that were visually mesmerizing due to their color scheme. An extremely ordinary face, similar to many but unlike anyone else. Since it was deliberately devoid of any uniqueness, no matter how carefully one looked at the photograph, it was impossible to remember the face from memory. Why is this? I think people might want more of something like this if you could do it. Oh, did she mean it? Apparently, Tutor realized the significance of this photograph. It's not easy to do, and if you do too much, the effect will be diminished. Don't worry. I just had a funny idea. Don't pay any attention to it. Go and check your bank book. At Tutor's insistence, I opened my bank account and found that there was exactly 50 million won in it. That's a lot of money, isn't it? The compensation for this job was 10 million won, and I added a little more as a bonus, making it exactly 50. Since the time of Lee Chang-hyuk, I've asked to keep all my income from works that I decided to leave aside. It must have been about 45 million, but Tutor appears to have added several million more. Considering the cash accumulated in my room, I saved over 100 million won. After completing the next task, you might want to think about getting your own place. And this, Tutor handed me a smartphone. This is the latest model with a large screen. Where can you find an adjuster who sits indoors and only comes out when it's convenient to accept the job and then disappears? I have activated this feature so that I can contact you at any time convenient for me. Answer when I call. When I turned on the screen, I found that Tutor's contact information was already saved. Nice, thank you. It's rare to hear thank you from you. You really have an expensive mouth. Anyway, you say you'll make me work hard, right? Let's continue talking about the challenge you mentioned earlier. That's right, I'm putting money into this, so be prepared to take full advantage. In about a month, I acquired an ID card, a bank account, and a smartphone. These are the basic items that are generally required in Korea to verify your identity. It would be even better if I had a job. I'm talking about normal and reasonable work in the world, not about a fixer or a magician. As my work as a fixer increases, I will receive more money. This may not pose a problem in the short term, but in the long term, there is a risk of becoming involved in tax investigations or similar problems. When I was just playing the game, World of Cthulhu, I never encountered such disappointing events. But now, in this real world, most people live the same way as in the real world. I controlled the smartphone and accessed the internet. A quick search led me to a gaming community and an extensive wiki that I visited in real life. The details have changed a little, but although it wasn't quite the same, the community was still active. On the humor board, the posts did not have their own value, but were nonetheless creative. And many people added their own slang and buzzwords in the comments of these humorous posts. Distinguishing trending words and details from reality was not a problem. The important thing was that the game, Cthulhu World, which I liked, did not have such communities or meaningless humor boards. Perhaps it would be more correct to say that they were not depicted. In the end, the game only implements what is necessary for the gameplay. However, people here moved in their own way, since everyone had their own will and thoughts. Ignoring the problems of the real world and treating it as just a game world can lead to unexpected problems. And there was one more thing. There was a real problem that needed to be solved. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. How many? Only a studio apartment will do, somewhere with cheap rent. Conducting real estate transactions while wearing a mask has proven to be a challenge. So the day after I received my ID, I, on Tutor's recommendation, visited a rundown real estate agency located on the outskirts of Gyeongchun. The owner of the office was an elderly lady whose appearance was so suspicious that it would not be strange if she suddenly began to giggle terribly. Advertising from Pub Future. In fact, since this place catered to people with unclear identities, it was an office where transactions could be made even without ID. But the presence or absence of that single piece of identification dramatically changed the amount I had to pay. There are several nearby. Do you want to see them? If it's possible, I'd like to take a look and choose. How troublesome. The establishment's main clients seemed to be in the habit of signing contracts without even inspecting the premises. This made sense given that the place itself did not convey a sense of trust or commitment to providing service to its clients. A map clumsily attached to the wall depicted what Paju looked like 30 years ago, and the covering on the consultation table was so worn that the areas touched by clients' hands were dented and looked glossy black. Despite their condition, the facilities they introduced were, fortunately, quite decent. I didn't have to spend much time looking around. After visiting just a couple of places, I promptly signed a contract. The place was compact, but it could be considered fully equipped, and most importantly, it was within walking distance from Vasilisa. Since I had almost no belongings that could be called luggage, the move was hassle-free and ended with just a round trip from the motel immediately after signing the contract. Quiet and clean, not bad at all. Like a motel, there was a refrigerator, but there was also a washing machine, a sink for basic food preparation, and even a rice cooker. I felt a little better. What I especially liked was that I could cook and do my own laundry. Once I unpacked, I planned to do laundry and buy groceries to cook. But it was just a thought. The penalties stuck to my body were not a problem that could be easily overcome. Due to the low stamina feature, I was already tired after unpacking. In the end, I skipped both meals and laundry and just lay down on the bed. Lying down really is the best thing. For a moment, I thought the bed springs were too firm, but either way it was much better than the creaky motel bed. I also liked that the ceiling is covered with white wallpaper. Just escaping the motel with its bright, chaotic wallpaper made the move worthwhile. Having given up both food and laundry, I was left with only what I could do while lying down. I spread my arms wide towards the white ceiling, and magic circles of various shapes appeared from my outstretched arms. These were magic circles of different colors and irregular shapes, capable of shocking anyone who had learned magic through the normal process of succession. There was no need to adhere to symmetry, regularity, or standardized forms developed by traditional methods. Instead of simplifying it to its most primitive form, I calculated that each magic circle would influence each other, creating an incredibly effective and unbridled effect. In an instant, the interior of my studio apartment became isolated from the outside world. Now no one could look in or enter without my permission. Of course, unusual creatures could get inside, but for such creatures I set several magical traps and alarm spells for security purposes. This should be enough for now. After all, I'm not going to stay in this seemingly ineffective ordinary studio for long. There are residences in World of Cthulhu that offer magical benefits simply by owning or living in them. Some even have incredible features like underground dungeons for leveling up or leveling up. Of course, to acquire such a place, I need to level up further, or have enough money to completely ignore such needs. But at the moment, this is not the case. Anyway, it was pretty good today. I remembered the makeshift skateboard I had built to race a gang of street bikers. It was almost a desperate idea, but it turned out better than expected. In World of Cthulhu, there are enchantment spells that enhance the body or objects. However, the number of enchantments that can be cast on a target is limited, and the more enchantments applied, the greater the burden on the target. Therefore, it is preferable to attach magic circles to personal belongings rather than directly to the body, and strive for an indirect effect. Focusing mobility-related enchantments on the skateboard seemed like a good move, especially since walking was too tiring for me due to the weakened stamina debuff. Wouldn't skateboarding be a good way to compensate for the physical limitations caused by fatigue by just getting some exercise indoors? But there is no artifact in the form of a board. Should I carve some sort of sacred tree myself? All I have to do is attach the wheels to the board, right? However, crafting is affected by dexterity, and I wasn't sure I could do it right. In the meantime, I might as well just buy a couple of decent ones and use them until they wear out. Eventually, as I continue to level up, I will be able to compensate for the weakened stamina effect. As I lay down and stared blankly at the ceiling, I gradually felt sleep creeping in. Should I go to bed now? I was tired. It's been a little over a month, but I've been incredibly busy. Thanks to Tutor's attentive help, I focused on low-difficulty quests first. However, even they turned out to be difficult for my fragile body, burdened with various punishments. Wouldn't it be better to increase the difficulty of the quests and at the same time extend the rest periods? I wasn't sure about other aspects, but it seemed like this strategy would accelerate my growth rate. Well, now I'll be given more serious quests. I guess I don't have to worry about that anymore. Like every night spent in the World of Cthulhu, the previous night's sleep was one of the worst imaginable. Endless underground tunnels, the stench of decaying corpses. The singing was continuously heard in a whisper. Vertical bar, down, down, deeper down, go deeper. We go down the spiral staircase into the endless depths of darkness. At some point, the seemingly endless staircase suddenly ended, revealing a secret cave hidden underground. There lay an underground lake that stretched infinitely wide. But it was not water that filled the lake. Everywhere I looked, there were corpses upon corpses and vile creatures like worms and beasts feeding on the rotten flesh of these bodies. In a darkness so suffocating that it seemed that even death could suffocate, a grotesque feast unfolded, designed to devour the flesh of the dead. Such was the nature of this dream. This was no ordinary dream. It was a message sent by the beings of the abyss to destroy my mind, to capture me in their clutches. A dream that breaks the soul of the person experiencing it and deprives him of the opportunity to live his former life. But I was already angry, so it was okay. No, that's not exactly it. If I didn't have the abyss madness trait, I would have gone crazy a long time ago. Such nightmares aside, it has already been 3 days since I got my new home. In those 3 days, I managed to furnish the house with everything I needed, and now I have gained enough stability to cook and eat on my own. Then I took the plunge and bought a real skateboard. Riding a board is not that easy, but in my case, since I don't physically ride it, to be honest, it's not much different from riding an electric scooter. Telekinesis caused by magical power secured my body to the board. I applied magical power to the wheels made to spin to keep moving the board forward. There is no need for actions such as kicking. With a little more attention, I could even make the board perform tricks similar to those performed on a skateboard and accelerate faster than a motorcycle. At first, the problem was the vibration from the wheels that reached my head, but I solved it by using magic and forcibly neutralizing it. But if you leave all this aside, it's incredibly convenient. I didn't have to walk and could maneuver indoors or on difficult terrain. Even terrain not usually suitable for board play presented no problem. I could make it move with magical power. If I put my mind to it, I could cross deserts and jungles without any problem. Maybe in the future, when I can afford it, I'll pay a craftsman somewhere to make me a magic board or something. I planned to create a high-performance custom board filled with artifacts and magic. Still, I settled next to Vasilisa. Riding the board, I could have reached Vasilisa in about 5 minutes, but I deliberately wandered through the dark alleys and rooftops of the Gyeongsan district, turning around before heading towards Vasilisa. Part of this was to avoid any possible tracking of my movements. But to be honest, more than half of the reason was simply the excitement I felt while riding the board. Given the difficult circumstances and conditions I faced, a change of mood was necessary. To stay sane, I needed to eat good food and keep positive thoughts. Enjoying amazing speed, defying physics by jumping and spinning in the air, I finally reached the deepest part of the damp and dark alleys of the Gyeongsan district. There, incongruously in such a setting and at such a time, was a quaint cafe with a stylish appearance, open for business. Café Vasilisa was a cafe run by a longtime witch, and at the same time it was a cafe for the fixers roaming the darkness of Paju. When I entered Vasilisa, a tall barista with a large spherical monitor for a head, Orb greeted me with a mechanically synthesized voice that was unnaturally broken. "Hello, Kim. Shinhwa." "Hello, Orb. Anything to munch on other than drinks?" "House. Did sandwich delicious." Can I really call Orb's sandwich a homemade sandwich? Well, the body underneath the head is human, so doesn't matter anyway. Then I'll have that and an Americano with ice. I don't eat here, so please pack this. Moment. While I was waiting for Orb to prepare the sandwich, someone suddenly approached me and started a conversation. "Hello, masked friend." Shiny, bald head with bulging muscles. He was one of those who laughed at me on my first day in Vasilisa. I always lounge around in cafes, greedily devouring all sorts of things like parfaits. But why did she suddenly come to me? "Your name is Kim Shinhwa, right? Is it your real name? Is that why you started talking to me?" Oh, what a cold answer. "My name is—" "Wait, stop! What's the matter?" I broke out in a cold sweat. Ah, damn. I remembered the name of this stupid bald mercenary. The name of this man. I even knew his real name. "No need to introduce yourself, I already know your name." This man's name was Kang Il-sam. His fixer name, which he used as a fixer, was a word that read as a specific number in English. What was he thinking? Using such an unpleasant, ominous, terrible, evil, superstitious, unlucky number as a name. "Oh, do you already know my name? It's an honor. Well, my assistant's name is Trier. Why did you come to me? What do you want?" I spoke without taking a breath to silence him. Just the thought of Kang Il-sam's name. Even that thought sent a shiver down my spine. Either way, the bald man looked puzzled for a moment. Even with the mask on, it was obvious that something was wrong with me. Without the mask, the reason for my behavior in this way would have been completely revealed. "Oh, right, nothing." He hesitated for a moment, then shrugged and pointed at me with both hands. "Kim Shinhwa, you've become a rising star lately, so I just wanted to say hello." "Oh, I see." "So what? It's interesting why a person who is not the type to start such conversations would do this. But his name continues to disturb my concentration. For some reason it seemed to me that my dream was disturbing me. No, it doesn't work. I need to get this over with quickly. Thank you for your interest, but today is not my best day. He should just disappear in such a way that I never see him. That's a little extreme. I can't tell him to go change his name and come back, can I?" Although I had not yet finished speaking, it seemed that my gestures of refusal and rejection were quite clear. He looked a little worried when he started talking. "Hey, don't act like that. It's a good offer. Just listen to me." "What it is?" "It looks like you've been working alone for a while. Aren't you interested in joining the team?" "Ah, so this was an invitation to join his team?" The results of my recent work were not bad, but there was nothing as significant as the Lee Chang-hyuk incident to gain such fame. And the same thing happened with Park Kwang-lim last time. It looks like Tudor was doing something behind the scenes to get my name out there. Working alone has its limits, right? Some tasks require the support of several people, regardless of their skills. And you are a magician, aren't you? Having a trusted coworker like a hearty plate of gukbap to cover your face will surely make earning money easier, right? "Sorry, but I don't like it because of your terrible name." "No, it's not that." "Sorry, but I don't plan on joining any group yet." Do not be like that. We can still be close without officially joining as a guest member. For a magician like you, we will offer the best share. I put my name on it. No, I mean, please just leave with your terrible name and don't put it on me. If this conversation continues, I may either go crazy or lose my temper and beat him up. Fortunately, the conversation ended in an unexpected way. "Oh my God, are you here? Are you going to eat this sandwich here?" When I turned my head, I saw Tudor wearing a wide-brimmed cone hat, standing and looking down at me with a playful expression on her face. She was already tall, but in high heels it was impossible to meet her gaze without raising her head. "No, I'll take it with me." "Why don't you just lift your mask a little so you can eat?" "I'm getting goosebumps." Why is she like this, asking to slightly remove the mask in such a crowded place? With triskaidekaphobia, fear of 13, already imprinted in my mind, I had to suppress another madness that threatened to emerge: mask obsession. I had to quickly change the subject. I found myself between a rock and a hard place. Tudor insists on taking off his mask while the bald man tries to say his name. I had no choice but to abandon the relationship I had built with Tudor and everyone else. Well, it doesn't really matter. "Excuse me, can I borrow Kim Shinhwa for a while?" Luckily it seems my thoughts were just paranoid delusions, a side effect of my mental illness. Tudor winked slyly at the bald man and pulled me away. "I don't know what it is, but favoritism is not good." The bald man joked, but he didn't seem to be in a bad mood. For someone with such a terrible name, he seemed like a good person. When have I ever shown favoritism? I don't know what it is, but I'm hungry. If it's about work, then let's get this over with quickly. I want to go eat my sandwich. I would cut the throat of the creature from the abyss if I could end it. Okay. And 13, I have a favor to ask of you, so don't go anywhere and wait for me. I got it. Finally, I heard it. Wow, how can a person's name be like that? No, why on earth would anyone choose a nickname like that? I wanted to scream. But fortunately, the passing rumor did not trigger my mental illness. If it were that sensitive, I would faint even at the sight of phone numbers on the signs as I walked by. Damn. How the hell can I erase this mental illness? Anyway, I left a bald fixer with a terrible name behind and headed to Tudor's office. I don't know what my gait looked like, but it seemed extremely awkward to me. The masters, who were gradually getting used to my mask, looked at me puzzled before speaking to the bald man. "Hey, what did you say to that guy in the mask that made him act like that?" "Who knows, I just suggested we unite." Then it makes sense that he would be upset. "What did you say?" Then came the sound of hearty laughter. He didn't seem like a bad person, but I'm sorry. I simply cannot communicate with a person with that name. As soon as I sat down in the office chair, Tudor handed me a stack of documents. Attached to the first page was a large photograph of the construction site. Residential complex? They are another race that first appeared in Lovecraft's works and were later adapted into World of Cthulhu. They have intelligence comparable to humans, possessing their own language, culture, and religious beliefs. Depending on the person, some will seek their help or attempt to interact with them, often resulting in significantly positive results from the exchange. However, these creatures are completely different from the races of the fantasy world, such as elves or dwarves. If I had to make a comparison, they are closer to orcs or even lesser evil creatures. Ghouls are denizens of darkness who live underground. Their bodies resemble those of humans, but they have grotesque dog-like heads. They had a strange custom of feeding on human corpses and even resorting to cannibalism among their own kind when food was scarce. Advertising from Pub Future. Simply put, they were cannibals. No matter how much intelligence and culture they possessed, from a human point of view, they were nothing more than monsters that needed to be eradicated and wiped out from the face of the earth. One way or another, such monsters crawled out of the dungeon of the construction site of a new residential building. Of all the bustling places on an apartment building site, it must be incredibly noisy, right? Not yet. Not yet. Tudor continued with a smile. It hasn't spread yet. The construction company and investors are investing huge amounts of money to suppress the rumors as much as possible. Thanks to this, everything is still quiet now. But even if they call in such outsiders to block it, they can't completely hide it, can they? It's too late to stop it, as if nothing happened. Either way, it seems they want word to spread that the problem has already been resolved. The actions of these corporations here are the same as there. Here and there? No, here and now there and now here. How long will I have to play this unexpected role of fixer? Honestly, I wouldn't mind not making money. I just want to return to my home world where it is safe and peaceful. No, it's nothing important. Do not worry about that. Tilda? Tudor had a curious look on her face, but when I said nothing more, she sighed slightly and continued. In any case, the client wants everything resolved as quickly as possible. Yeah, so they're looking for someone who can provide the most firepower relative to their numbers. For example, as a lonely magician like me. That's right. Besides, it's rare to find a mage who works alone like you. They must pay well? Taking into account confidentiality and other amendments, exactly 5 sheets. 50 million won. Starting with Lee Chang-hyuk, all the money I earned in a month from arresting drug addicts, murderers, and gang leaders was barely 50 million won, even including bonuses. But 50 million won for one job is no joke. When does it start? They said they were looking for someone who could do it quietly and quickly, remember? Can you start right now? Today? Today? I frowned for a moment and took my time. My facial expression was hidden behind the mask, so it wouldn't have been visible anyway. A multi-million won bonus that quietly appeared in my bank account. Looks like it wasn't pointless after all. As my skills improved, so did the expectations placed on me, and as the expectations increased, so did the best treatment. And if I were treated better, I would have a more responsible job. Such was the structure of this field. I just caught a biker gang member, didn't I? And now you're asking me to take another job? It's too much. Tudor's tone seemed less concerned and more provocative. I wanted to say right away that I would go there straight away, but I knew that depending on my physical condition, it might actually be too much. Moment. I didn't answer right away. Instead, I began rubbing my wrist and assessing my physical condition. I carefully moved my magical power to test the accumulated fatigue and stress in my body that I had not completely gotten rid of. I'm not at a point where I can't do it. Although I was tired from the intense chase I had just completed, it wasn't a problem. Okay, that's more like it. You have accepted the quest. Ghouls appeared in the basement of a residential building under construction. Defeat the ghouls and make the underground parking safe. Remaining quantity, 0/20. Reward, 350,000 XP plus cash reward promised by the broker, separately. Failure, hostile relationship with Yonam Construction. Yonam Construction is the name of the construction company that ordered the quest. Yonam Construction itself was a low-profile company, but the Yonam group behind it was a large corporation with significant scale and influence. Moreover, although these people did not cause as much trouble as Holistic, who demanded to capture Lee Chang-hyuk, they still should not be underestimated. Becoming their enemy will not only make life more difficult, it would turn life into a tough regime. This essentially meant it was game over. Okay, I'll arrange transportation so you can rest and head out immediately. Transport? Well, it's not far from Munson Station. You're not going to take the train, are you? I don't mind the way I travel. Ha ha ha, of course not, but for the peace and well-being of the ordinary people of Paju, take a taxi. Aren't taxi drivers citizens of Paju? This is a little serious, but remember when I said that the crackdown on illegal immigrants has become more severe these days? I'll call a guarded taxi for you. Use it on the way back, too. Oh, a guarded taxi. The drivers of the guarded taxis were definitely not ordinary Paju residents. From now on, whenever a job comes up, I will contact you through this smartphone. You know how to use it, right? Tudor smiled briefly and winked at me. It's not that I don't carry it with me because I don't know how to use it. The destination of the day was Munsan City in Paju City. More precisely, it was a newly built luxury residential complex in one part of the city of Munsan. Its name was Paju Yonam Apartment in Rivertown. Indeed, why are apartments given such unreasonably long names? The apartment became visible through the back window of the taxi. Although it wasn't finished yet, it looked like it would be ready to move in a month or two if just the finishing touches of the exterior paint were completed. The building was quite spacious and ridiculously tall for some unknown reason. I bet the underground parking is incredibly spacious, too. The underground parking lot, as shown in the game, was ridiculously large. It was almost like a dungeon, extending all the way to the second underground level. It must be very tiring to navigate. At this time, a voice came from an unexpected direction. Why on earth would anyone build such a huge housing complex here? It was the voice of the taxi driver who was now sitting behind the wheel. I looked for a moment at the driver's face reflected in the taxi's rearview mirror. The cramped rearview mirror only reflected the corners of the taxi driver's eyes, but the deep wrinkles and scars etched around them were clearly visible. He frowned at the approaching apartment, and his stern face was distorted. Watching the driver's expression, I couldn't help but smile wryly. In Paju, security taxis transporting criminals, illegal goods, or personnel are suitable for former fixers or monster hunters who can no longer do such work. In short, this man was definitely not an ordinary Paju resident. I slowly responded to the taxi driver's comment. What interests me more is why do people in Paju choose to live in apartments like this? Paju in World of Cthulhu is a city filled with extreme and unprecedented dangers, and the location of this apartment is exceptionally bizarre even by those standards. The apartment is located due north, built almost on the banks of the terrifying Imjin River, a high-rise building? Ha ha ha, well, the view must be something different. From these upper floors, you can probably see further than the Imjin River. According to the taxi driver, from the upper floors of this apartment one could easily admire the area across the Imjin River. Although I doubt that this point of view is beneficial for mental health. In Cthulhu world, there is no North Korea beyond the Imjin River. Instead, it was nothing more than the land of death, where the mythical Cthulhu monsters roamed, pouring out of the abyss. However, I heard that the apartments were selling incredibly quickly. There was even a significant premium charged for floors with good views. What kind of landscapes did the people who moved into these apartments expect? The taxi driver grumbled for a long time about how the rich in Paju were either crazy or not even human. Well, the fact that there were non-human beings mixed among the rich Paju was not much of a secret. In any case, after exchanging such conversations, we soon arrived at our destination. We are here, Paju Yonam Apartments in Rivertown. Through the car window, I could see the fence separating the construction site. A crazy apartment complex built to cater to the whimsical tastes of rich people on inhumane paths. The interior remains invisible from the outside. In any case, cannibal ghouls now lived under this apartment feeding on human corpses. Thank you for your hard work. There was no need to calculate the taxi fare since Tudor had already paid in advance. Take care of yourself and let's meet again, safe and healthy. I wish you a long life too, sir. I always do safe work, so don't worry. With these words, the taxi driver laughed heartily again and drove away. Safe work? Yes. Today was indeed a safe work, but even security taxis are part of the semi-legal services in the back alley of Paju. Depending on client requests, tomorrow I may have to engage in a life-threatening chase to help a bank robber or wanted criminal escape. Well, besides this, I briefly turned my head and looked in the direction opposite the apartment, towards the Imjin River. In the world I lived in, the huge Imjin River stretched in the direction I was looking. But what appeared before my eyes was a massive wall of an unsightly appearance. This must be the Great Wall. I saw this a lot in the game, but when you see it in real life, it was a massive structure that gave off an overwhelming feeling of intimidation. And then a surreal threat arose that required the creation of a huge 10-meter-high barrier wall to isolate it. There was no sound, but for some reason I thought I heard a deep, resonating "Goo!" The real threat is the existence of monsters, and such monsters swarming around the Imjin River, where residential buildings have been built. And the sight of the rich's desire to move into such apartments could be, as the taxi driver said, a manifestation of some kind of madness. I stopped and tapped my finger on the mask. Well, now is not the time to mock other people's insanity. To adapt and live in this crazy world means, in the end, to get used to the madness. With that thought in mind, I entered the apartment complex built right next to the wall that kept the monsters out. That same Paju River or something like that. In any case, the construction of the residential building seemed to be already in its final stages. The sudden appearance of the ghouls and the ensuing chaos caused the workers to flee, leaving construction materials scattered haphazardly. But nevertheless, the apartment in question was already in very good condition. How many months will it take then? No, from the looks of it, I wouldn't be surprised if they start moving in the next few weeks. Although the finishing touches had not yet been completed, the visible spaces and layout of the buildings clearly indicated that this was a luxury apartment built with great investment. What? Once this trait was activated, I instinctively increased my magical power. Guess from the Underworld is a quest that I have completed several times before. There had never been any incidents that evoked such an ominous feeling back then. There were adjustments, such as changing the number of ghouls that spawn depending on difficulty settings or previous quest branches. But now, everything was completely different. An ominous aura and magical power filled the construction site. This was not the level of pressure that a few ghouls could create. Oh, is it this again? It seemed that one of the creatures from the abyss was showing unnecessary interest. The irritation and discomfort, as well as the extreme sensitivity, made me feel slightly nauseous. I stopped for a moment and took a deep breath. Things were getting nasty. With everything coming together like this, the situation was now completely different from the quest I remembered. I came here thinking it would be easy. Perhaps I should have prepared more. The quest has not officially begun yet, but there was still time to prepare. I took a deep breath, maintained my posture, and focused my mind. My arms hang loosely at my sides in a relaxed position. To an outside observer, it might seem that I was just lost in thought while walking. But my gaze transcended physical limitations, and my eyes looked into a completely different space. The location where the ghouls appeared was an underground parking lot under a residential complex. This meant that there could be monsters hiding right under the ground where I was standing. Let's see what kind of creatures they are and how many of them have gathered. Fluorescent lines of magical power erupted from the tips of my hands, hanging towards the ground and from under my feet. Magical power, imbued with the powers of detection, analysis, and observation, seeped into the earth and began to sense, analyze, and observe the entities lurking in the darkness below. The number of ghouls spawning usually ranges from 10 to 30, and this number is randomly generated. For a moment, I seriously considered abandoning the quest and returning to the motel. After completing this quest, I was able to kill 100 ghouls. But wait a minute. The information provided by the system didn't go that far, but my magically enhanced senses, which developed beyond that, detected several unexpected pieces of information. It was a unique feeling that I had never experienced while playing. People. Among the ghouls moving underground, there was clearly a person with a different magical power. So, there were people among the underground ghouls. 4 people, then 5, and 1 more. Just 6. The number of life forms that meet the conditions is 128. 1 died. The magical presence I had detected was gone. The number of life forms that meet the conditions is 127. Now there are only 5 people left. Oh, wait. The number of life forms that meet the conditions is 125. No, 2 people died at once. There were 3 survivors. Stop, you! I hastily extended my hand to the ground. I poured my magical power indiscriminately into the dungeon, but there was no time to create a complex form of magic anew. I transformed and amplified the nature of the magical power lines sent for detection. The form was Chains of Domination. Spell upgrade, increase range. Pa-pa-pa-pa-bang! I gathered the intangible lines of magical power into several strands of chains using physical force. Then moving these chains. Ooh-cha-cha-cha-cha! It was difficult to comprehend the situation, but nevertheless, I beat up all the ghouls that had accumulated around the supposed source of human magic. Squeal! Ah! The screams of the ghouls echoed ominously from the ground. I felt the ghouls bound by magical chains scatter in all directions. I did it! Wow, damn it! Wow, did it really work? Will I get an achievement for this? I remained on my hands and knees, waiting for the moment, but the message window did not appear. It seems that this was not an action that could guarantee achievement. Instead of a message box, I heard a human voice from an unexpected direction. There was bewilderment in the woman's voice. Someone came up to me after hearing my applause. But it was really such an awkward time. The people still hidden underground found themselves in a situation where it was difficult to completely change their situation. I had no choice but to talk to the woman. Just a moment, please wait a little longer, I'm almost done. High vigilance didn't send any warning signs on her part, so she probably wasn't hostile. Advertising from Pub Future. And at about this moment and in this place, hearing a woman's voice, I guessed who it could be. It's okay. I again summoned a huge amount of magical power and began to pour it into the dungeon. The magical power emanating from both hands and the soles of my feet, at my will and command, began to draw a huge magic circle underground. The intricate luminous lines of magical power and the high-density magic circle emitted enormous light in all directions. Apart from the fact that I, the magic caster, was in a somewhat awkward position, the scene around me turned into one of breathtaking and mystical beauty. Anyway, I cast the spell using the magic circle, and the effect not only increased its range but was almost to the level of remote activation. Flame eruption. Spell upgrade, increase range. The ghouls, who were undaunted even after being hit by chains of magical power, were suddenly engulfed in flames pouring from the ceiling above them. The people I saved? There were 3 in total. Luckily, it looks like they were still alive. Although they were still standing in one place and not moving, it didn't look like they were going to die any time soon. Protective circle. Spell upgrade, increase range. This should be enough. I brushed the dirt off my knees and palms and stood up. What did you do? I turned my head to look at the woman who was talking to me. This voice and this appearance. She may not have recognized me, but to me she was a pleasantly familiar figure. I've met her many times in the game. Hello, I'm Kim Shin-hwa, the specialist you contacted through the Vasilisa Cafe. Oh yeah. She hesitated for a moment, struggling to continue her sentence. She seemed confused by the sight of my face, or rather my mask. However, her confusion did not last long, and she returned my greeting. Hello, I'm Moon Seong-hee, director of Yonam Construction. She is one of the main NPCs from World of Cthulhu. My first impression of Moon Seong-hee in person, not just as an image on a monitor, but as a living, breathing human being, was like I was seeing a sculpture. This is not just a compliment or appreciation given simply because of her good looks. Indeed, no one could belittle her appearance. Her face was literally so neat and finely contoured, it was as if it had been carved and polished. Yet her eyes and expression were cold and hard, like those of a stone or a doll, not a living being. Unnatural and clumsy beauty, it seemed artificially created by someone. This is the impression I got from her appearance. She couldn't stand it and pressed me again. Can I ask, what did you just do? Since I couldn't ignore the same question 3 times, I explained what I did. They were still living people. I saved them. What? A mixture of confusion and surprise showed on her face. So you used magic to... No, not for that. People? You said there were living people there? Yes, that's right. And you saved them? Yes. A new emotion flashed across her face, which could be called hope. Who are they? A girl? Was it a woman? At the same time, she approached me with excessive excitement. Wait, that's too close. Why is she acting this way? No, wait, could you step back a little? Oh yeah. At my request, she took a few steps back. But she was still restless. I'm sorry, Magnim? No, I don't know. It seemed like she would be happy if I said I saved the woman, but little did I know. You do not know? Yes, the distance was too great and there were obstacles. I could only tell if they were alive or dead. It would have been easier if it had been the first basement, but the person I sensed was in the second basement. It was too far. Moreover, the evil energy that filled the basement greatly reduced the accuracy and efficiency of my skills. But what do you mean when you say you saved them? Mistrust, doubt, expectation, and confusion. I was able to reach this place with my magical power. I pushed the ghouls away from the people and built a barrier around them. It sounds absurd, but I have no choice but to believe you. Absurd, you say? Our organization's magical consultant said that due to the malevolent energy and influence of surreal entities in the basement, nothing can be confirmed without going down there in person. There was really nothing they could do. When she mentioned that there was nothing the magic advisor could do, Moon Seong-hee's expression visibly darkened. When I played the game, the position of Moon Seong-hee's magic advisor was vacant. It seems they were attacked by ghouls. However, the fact that you were able to confirm survivors or use magic without even going in is amazing. Even though she said this, Moon Seong-hee's face still showed traces of disbelief and doubt. Well, it's unreasonable to expect her to believe my words unconditionally. After all, we just met, and I haven't provided any evidence yet. Whether Moon Seong-hee believes me or not, my magic is still active. I was late with my answer, so I was only able to save 3 people. But as long as my magic remains, they will remain alive. After I briefly explained the situation, Moon Seong-hee seemed to think for a moment before continuing. How long can you maintain this magic? I can keep the magic going for as long as you want. Although I only spoke the truth, it seemed that Moon Seong-hee's distrust of me only increased. There was also a hint of skepticism. She seemed to be wondering to what extent she should believe the words of this braggart. Well, putting that aside, people's magic power and life force are weak. They can't last forever. How long were the people there? It's been 24 hours since the ghouls were first discovered, and it has been about 14 hours since people entered to rescue those detained in the early stages of the incident. Then it's hard to expect them to last much longer. Moon Seong-hee's expression became noticeably darker. Whether she believes my words or not, the condition of the people underground remains dire. There may be wounded among them, and the situation is far from ideal. Although I can protect their bodies to some extent, I cannot protect their minds. You've done a great job since you got here, and I'm sorry to tell you this, but could you please start straight away? Certainly. I said this, and then wondered who Moon Seong-hee was doing this for. You can only save them by using magic remotely before breaking in. No, this was not the only condition. For me, this was possible because I was a mage with these absurd characteristics, something unthinkable for ordinary first or second-tier mages. at least a 4th-level mage. Regardless of the approach, the level of magical prowess currently required was unattainable. If it weren't for starting the game with exceptional stats like mine, the task would have been impossible. Could this be a deviation from the predetermined routes of the game? I've confirmed this before, but this world, built on a bug-riddled game, was extremely unstable. What butterfly effect can this action create? I was worried, but part of me was a little excited, Here comes my gamer brain again. This thought occurred to me, but nothing can be done about it. It was at this time that Moon Seung-hee, who was walking ahead, stopped dead in her tracks. Here. The destination where Moon Seung-hee took me was not far. It was a place that could be reached without special guidance, and it had a distinctive shape that could be recognized from afar, inside a partially built residential complex. Some parts were not yet completed, but the surrounding area looked quite decent. The neighboring buildings already formed a full-fledged residential complex. Apparently the electrical work had been completed, as I could see light in several places. Moon Seung-hee pointed to a spot that stood out in particular. Here is the entrance to the underground parking. The entrance to the underground parking lot, right in the center of the apartment complex, was a familiar sight that needed no further explanation. However, the entrance to the underground parking in front of me would have been unrecognizable without further explanation from Moon Seung-hee. This was due to a strange structure built in front of him. It was a large makeshift building, constructed from building materials, sandbags, and what looked like special military equipment of unknown origin. Seems like a defensive outpost. Around the defensive outpost, about a dozen armed soldiers watched the underground parking lot with tense faces. Most of them were dressed in suits, but over the suits they wore body armor and metal arm guards for additional protection. And the level of their weapons is quite high. Each soldier had a strange-looking weapon, rarely seen in everyday life. While most of them carried firearms, some carried large hammers with intricate engravings or melee weapons such as swords. It may seem funny, but in World of Cthulhu, those armed with melee weapons should be more feared than those armed with firearms. According to the unique logic of the World of Cthulhu, each of those who carried bladed weapons had extraordinary magical abilities. Mercenaries? No, all the people who appeared here were employees. This may seem absurd, but even the Republic of Korea in World of Cthulhu and even Paju in World of Cthulhu were like this. Although the use of firearms and force was illegal, even in the World of Cthulhu, no one would be arrested unless they openly brandished a weapon in front of the police. These people were probably members of Yeonam Construction's security team. While I was observing the defense posts and security personnel, Moon Seung-hee spoke. Officially, this is a temporary installation. I understand. The name did not have much meaning, but perhaps due to legal or other problems, Moon Seung-hee insisted on the vague term temporary installation. There are 5 other similar structures designed to prevent ghouls from escaping. I responded to Seung-hee Moon's words with a nod of my head, without expressing any specific opinion. When we got a little closer to the defensive post, a large man who stood out among the soldiers approached us. He looked so intimidating that you'd think he'd already committed a minor offense just by standing there empty-handed. In one hand, he even held a giant hammer, the handle of which was equal to his height. Director, have you arrived? Yes, what is the current situation? The preparations were completed without any problems. We can continue as soon as the requested fire support arrives, but who is it? His stern face showed concern. It was quite obvious from the expression on his face what he was thinking about. He expected to see a famous magician, but instead this skinny guy appeared. His reaction was honest, if not a little rude. With his big face and bulging eyes, he blinked at Moon Seung-hee. His expression seemed to ask, "Of course not, right?" But Moon Seung-hee simply answered, "This man is a magician who came to the rescue today." Really? The man paused, thought for a moment, then scratched the back of his head and muttered to himself, "Ha! Crazy, what kind of mask is this? Ugh, never mind." His muttering was only a whisper, and was probably not heard by Moon Seung-hee, who was standing next to him. But my heightened senses, thanks to heightened alertness, caught every word. Okay, Magnim, my name is Kwak De-young. I am the head of the security team at Yeonam Construction, and am currently in charge of this site. I'm Kim Shin-hwa. Anyway, I'm guessing you're not here for a small fee, so please try your best. You understand? Kwak De-young's words faded to almost a whisper, sounding like a faint, "Please, you understand, right?" Certainly. When the performance ended, Moon Seung-hee couldn't help but intervene. "Team leader, we don't have much time." "Yes, I know." "No, that's not what I mean. There are still people alive underground. What do you mean, survivors? Yes, the magician confirmed it. There are still living people. After saying this, Moon Seong-hee turned and looked at me. Advertising from Pub Future. Yes, 3 survivors. Survivors, 3 of them. Okay, I see. Although Kwak Dae-young tried his best to hold back his expression, considering that Moon Seong-hee was next to him, it seemed like a difficult task. He perfectly took on the appearance of a subordinate trying to appease a superior who has been deceived by a fraudulent magician. We were still planning on holding a minimal briefing before proceeding. Don't worry, come here please. He said this and led us to a place set up on one side of the defensive post. We have an urgent situation, so we will skip the formalities and procedures. The place resembled some kind of makeshift command center, but the defensive post itself was temporary and therefore not a properly equipped place. It was just a simple table lying on the bare ground with a few architectural drawings laid out on it. We currently estimate there are between 20 and 30 ghouls here. Are you familiar with ghoul physiology? They're moving through the tunnels. I know. That's good. These mole-like creatures probably crawled out from somewhere or were released into the wild. There's probably a hole somewhere in the underground parking lot they entered. Kwak Dae-young then pointed out several places on the architectural drawings. The expected areas are here, here, and here. If there is any unrest, more may emerge from these tunnels. We could be dealing with twice as many people as are currently underground. After saying this, Kwak Dae-young glanced at Moon Seong-hee. Moon Seong-hee's expression remained unchanged, but upon closer inspection, her fingers and the tips of her eyebrows twitched slightly. Hurry now! She looks like she's holding back from saying something like that. At any given time, no matter how we met, Kwak Dae-young would always pick a fight with me. So his unreasonable actions were nothing new to me, but Moon Seong-hee's involvement was unexpected. It seems that rescuing someone trapped underground could greatly improve our relationship with her. In the end, under silent pressure from Moon Seong-hee, Kwak Dae-young completed his explanation in a reasonable manner. We have blocked all other entry points, so applying pressure will not cause serious problems. We decided that the best approach would be a simple plan with overwhelming firepower, rather than a complex one. So that's why I'm here. They hired a magician to increase their missing firepower. That is true, however, there is one aspect that I would like you to remember. Kwak Dae-young spoke seriously and softly. What it is? Okay. This place is not a battlefield, but a newly built residential complex that cost a lot of money. Can you use methods that won't leave much of a mark? If it was just about firepower, there are many alternatives that don't require an expensive mage. But the ability to release powerful force without leaving any trace, as if nothing had happened, is a feat that only a magician can accomplish. Well, it's possible. What a relief. As you know, this isn't just a little cockroach problem, isn't it? Kwak Dae-young paused briefly before continuing with emphasis. We can't leave any leftovers. If creatures are hiding in the tunnels, we must pursue them and destroy them completely. His point was correct. No one would want to live in an apartment built over tunnels frequented by cannibalistic ghouls. So, Teams B and C will move from here to there, and Team A, which includes the magician and myself, will make a frontal attack here, entering directly into the second level of the basement. Do you understand the plan? I understood the plan. Kwak Dae-young explained it in detail, even drawing diagrams, but the content was simple. Teams B and C were tasked with preventing the ghouls from scattering. Meanwhile, Team A, consisting of me and Kwak Dae-young, was supposed to come and defeat the ghouls. Use a lot of magic to make penetration easier, that's all. I understood the plan, but there was a critical flaw in Kwak Dae-young's strategy from the very beginning. I understand the plan. My vague answer seemed to irritate Kwak Dae-young, who showed a flash of irritation. If you have any other opinions or suggestions, please speak up now. The plan is wrong. What did you say? He estimated the number of ghouls to be around 60 at most. There will probably be enough trained troops to withstand such numbers. But the number of life forms that meet the conditions is 125. Excluding the 3 survivors from this, the number of ghouls. There are 122 ghouls gathered underground right now. Kwak Dae-young's mouth dropped open in surprise. Is it a precise information? If you take into account those who are in the tunnels, there may be even more of them. Ha! Kwak Dae-young interrupted me with a sound that was neither a laugh nor an exclamation. This is nonsense. Your previous mention of survivors, too. On what grounds and beliefs do you make such statements? See, that's why I didn't want to talk about it. As expected, he didn't believe the part about the survivors. When I played this as a game, I would simply skip such scenes and end it with a few predetermined options. But here, these people are alive and react vividly to my words and actions. Reacting to every reaction was more exhausting than I expected. I think it's better to show them than to continue this verbal spat. Well, if you can't believe it, there's nothing I can do. We are proceeding as you originally planned. Kwak Dae-young had a skeptical expression on his face, but soon stood up from his seat. Then let's get ready immediately. Just make sure you don't impede our progress with any erratic actions. Well, I will definitely deliver to you the amount you produced. Moon Seong-hee slowly continued speaking. If Mage Nim's words are true, do you think there are enough personnel here? If you need additional support, I stopped for a moment. Was additional support needed? No, there was no need for that. If the enemies were just ghouls, I could handle them alone, even if there were 200 of them instead of 100. More people will only add to the confusion and make the problems worse. However, I gave Moon Seong-hee another reason. No, the wait for additional support will be too long for those waiting below. Advertising from Pub Future. Moon Seong-hee's expression paled slightly. In this case, I will solve this problem without significantly changing team leader Kwak Dae-young's plan. I understand. I expected that at this moment she would insist on saving the people underground, but Moon Seong-hee did not mention it and stood up. Then I hope you handle this well. I will do everything possible. Moon Seong-hee bowed her head briefly and slowly walked out of the temporary defensive post. The preparations are complete. Her departure coincided with a chorus of voices announcing readiness. It seemed that Kwak Dae-young and his men had finished their preparations. That's all it takes to keep the operation secret. To speak so loudly in the dead of night. But that probably didn't matter. Don't think of this place as a typical apartment complex in another city. I didn't know what this area would become when the complex was completed, but at the moment there was nothing around it. Besides, no one in Paju is interested in strange sounds in the dangerous and unstable area of the Imjin River. There was no benefit in further irritating Kwak Dae-young, so I stood up and walked over to where he was. The place where Kwak Dae-young and his men gathered was the innermost part of the temporary outpost, a large spiral ramp designed to take cars down to the underground parking lot. There you could see a huge barricade blocking the entrance. An improvised barbed wire fence with several layers of steel plates reinforced on top. They managed to build the barricade quite well. To be honest, it looked more like a tattered patchwork quilt put together in a pinch than an impressive defensive wall. Bloodstains and chunks of flesh flowed down the barricade, along with what appeared to be fragments of the ghouls' fingers. Sacrifices must have been made to hold back the onslaught of ghouls, and so people gathered in front of the barricade. There were 20 of them in total, including Kwak Dae-young. Most of them were extras and their faces were somewhat grim, but there were a few faces that stuck out to me. The sight of people in neat suits, armor, and weapons standing in rows was indeed quite strange. However, the way they looked at me was filled with disbelief, just like Kwak Dae-young's initial reaction. They whispered to each other, looking from Kwak Dae-young to me, but thanks to my extremely sensitive perception, I could hear their voices, even at a considerable distance. What kind of mask is this? Hey, is this bastard okay? Where did they find such a freak? He looks so frail. Are we being deceived? What does being a magician have to do with looking frail? Although I had improved some stats with the help of artifacts, my physical condition hadn't changed much, so I obviously didn't seem trustworthy to those who were hired for their physical strength. Attention! The magician has arrived! However, as soon as I arrived, Kwak Dae-young shouted again and brought his troops to attention. To your positions? In position? The men moved in unison and headed towards the barricaded entrance to the underground parking lot. I was a little worried seeing them gossiping idly, but when it came time to act, they were impressively coordinated and disciplined. When the preparations were completed, Kwak Dae-young came up to me and said, "Please prepare your magic. As soon as you give us the signal, we will open the barricade for you." "Just open it now." "Yes then, what?" "I said open it now. I'm ready." Is he joking with me? Although it looks like he hasn't done anything yet. Perhaps he is confused. What a man. Despite the atmosphere filled with unspoken words writhing in his throat, Kwak Dae-young managed to hold them back. Amazing Kwak Dae-young. He turned his head exaggeratedly and shouted to his subordinates, "Hey, open the barricade! The door is open! The door is open! The door is open!" At Kwak Dae-young's command, his subordinates near the barricade quickly responded and opened the barricade. With a creaking, dissonant metallic noise, the double and triple reinforced barricade swung open. Okay, this is where it all starts. I was head and shoulders above the ordinary magicians that Kwok Dai-young had seen before. Quick activation. Catalyst compensation. Double spell. Casting pass. All spells could be activated immediately, without any separate casting, hand signs, catalysts, or incantations. The mana that flowed out formed a consistent magic circle that followed my command. It was a huge magic circle decorated with blazing flame runes. The unique feature of the S-rank accessory Vicious Flame Ring has been activated. Red Element Concentration and Legacy of Fire Knowledge are triggered. / Red Element Concentration increases the effectiveness of all fire-type spells by 50%. / Legacy of Fire Knowledge improves understanding of fire magic. The barricade opened. Strange sounds were coming from the underground parking lot. Strange creatures emerged from the darkness. There! As the security members turned their heads, the lights mounted on their shoulders converged on one point. Monsters that look like people but are clearly not people. Bizarre heads reminiscent of dogs. A viciously twisted, muscular body, and he had deadly sharp claws.
Gully. Hooray!
There were 4 of them. No, 6, 9, and then 2 more for a total of 11. The ghouls, hiding in the darkness at the entrance, suddenly poured out. Before your eyes is a bizarre shape. I already know, so get out of my way. I ignored the message box that appeared in front of me and completed the spell. Fireball. Woohoo! A giant fireball materialized in front of my outstretched arms and was aimed at the emerging ghouls. This terrifying form and sickening smell affects your senses. Skip the chatter, light the flame. Boom!
Hooray!
Lucky were those who knew how to scream. Most of the ghouls that rushed to the fore disappeared before they could even scream. Oh, did I fail the sanity check? But thanks to the Void Madness trait, neither the madness nor the distress associated with overcoming fear manifested itself. At the same time, I turned my outstretched arms forward. He said I shouldn't cause harm around me, right? Flame control. Spell upgrade. Maximize. I forcefully grabbed and twisted the fiercely burning flames, spreading in all directions. It was a dazzling sight. The raging flames turned into a terrifying, fiery whirlwind that constantly converged inward.
Yar!
The darkness and shadows scattered around were completely destroyed. A huge flame danced before our eyes. It burned so intensely that it seemed to burn our pupils.
Oh my God!
The troops waiting in the wings unanimously exclaimed when they saw the flame I created. The people around you are inspired by your heroic deeds, temporary relief from common-sense judgments for others. But that was only the beginning.
Yeah!
A huge flame, burning with my magical power, turned into a wave of fire and poured into the underground parking lot. Speed was now critical. But in the midst of all this, Dae-young Kwok just looked at me with his mouth wide open. Team leader, what are you doing? I'm sorry, what? Aren't we going to attack? Kwok Dae-young, who stood stunned as if showing off the size of his open mouth, finally returned to reality. Right, what are we all waiting for? Charge? Charge. These were neither military men, nor mercenaries, nor adjusters, but simply ordinary employees of a large corporation, and they were now rushing forward, armed with pistols and swords. The task was clear. Destroy all visible ghouls and rescue survivors trapped underground.
Let's go to...
The underground car park, still without electricity, was very dark. Although the security team members had flashlights attached to their shoulders and weapons, it was not enough to completely erase the darkness and fear that shrouded the vast parking lot. Therefore, I deliberately cast spells accompanied by bright light. I'd rather choose something with good duration. Orb of Radiance. Spell upgrade multicast. 7 balls of light were created from my fingertips. Clumps of light spread in all directions, outlining large circles, spinning and illuminating the interior of the underground parking lot.
Hooray! Here! Shoot at this place! Ra-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta!
The ghouls were caught in a barrage of artillery fire coming from afar. Since there was a condition to avoid damaging the scene as much as possible, the security personnel fired carefully. As a result, some ghouls managed to break through the barrage and get closer.
Yeah!
But even these ghouls...
Clap, crunch, boom!
It was Kwok Dae-young. When he swung his magically empowered hammer, the bodies of the ghouls caught in his attack shattered into pieces, as if they had no bones.
Yeah!
Crunch, bang, bang, boom! But even without Kwok Dae-young, Close combat specialists swept across the area and skillfully eliminated the ghouls. I couldn't just stand idly by. The Shrine of Fomalhaut. Fomalhaut is the abode of the god of fire, the habitat of the living flame, which itself is a blazing supernova. I called upon his authority in this damp and dark underground parking lot. Well, even so, this type of magic ultimately only results in an outpouring of extremely hot fire. Depending on the type of magic, the shape of the fire changes slightly. Oh! The flames I summoned took the form of a giant fiery bull and began to rampage inside the underground parking lot. Ah! Eee! Although I couldn't recklessly spread the flames to avoid damaging the underground structure, the giant firebull slowly but surely consumed the ghouls. This is incredible! He was a powerful magician from the very beginning. Before the accusation, my title was That Bastard, but now it has been promoted to Powerful Magician. Although I was not very interested in how I was perceived, the ghouls around the entrance were eliminated, and we were able to move deeper safely. Okay, let's advance like this. Close the barricade. Understood. Creak! Wow! The barricade was closed. Kwak Dai-young ordered several of his subordinates to guard the area around the barricade. Thus, the team was divided into 2 and then into 4 groups. Okay, according to the plan, teams B and C will slowly move along the walls, clearing out the ghouls. Team A will break through the center and head straight to the second basement level. What is this parking lot so damn big? I heard a security member grumble. The area was truly huge. Didn't you know? The apartments of the rich are always like this, even with 2 basements. Aren't these people too careless now? It was clear that these were veterans qualified to work for large corporations, but their level of complacency was excessive. And Kwak Dae-young. Go, go! Don't lag behind! Clap, crash, boom! He was overly excited, almost to the point of madness. Kwak Dae-young attacked the ghouls with merciless fury. But has he gone too far ahead? The movements of the ghouls are also strange. It was as if they were luring Kwak Dae-young and his men. Suddenly, the ghouls began to retreat and moved in a coordinated manner into a deeper part of the underground parking lot, namely the second basement level. Ah, damn it. Kwak Dae-young and several of his subordinates chased the ghouls to the second basement. Hey, group leader, don't rush alone! At that moment, System High Alertness trait activated. Go! A deep, heavy vibration began to be heard from the depths. This was no ordinary earthquake. Something abnormal was happening underground, and this something was caused by the intervention of a surreal entity. And then screams were heard from all sides. 28 minutes, or rather 29 minutes, had passed since the operation to destroy the ghouls began in the underground parking lot. Kwak Dae-young, the security manager at Yeonam Construction, thought to himself, "Is there something wrong? There were too many ghouls. This can't be true!" It was unthinkable. At first, Kwak Dae-young counted about 30 ghouls. He even increased his estimate to a maximum of 60, but even that was a very conservative estimate. Therefore, it was assumed that Kwak Dae-young's team could handle this mission alone. The proposal to hire an outside magician was solely Moon Seung-hee's idea. For the sake of efficiency and accuracy of the operation, minimizing damage and preparedness for unforeseen circumstances. Gyaha! A ghoul emerged from the darkness and attacked Kwak Dae-young with its vicious claws. Get lost! Kwak Dae-young swung the war hammer he held with both hands at lightning speed. Bah! The head of the ghoul, from the blow of a hammer endowed with magical power, instantly broke, and the floor of the underground parking lot turned bright red from the blood gushing from the ghoul's head. Huff! Huff! Now this is my limit. There are too many ghouls! Before he knew it, he had knocked down all the ghouls attacking him. Even though it was a brief moment of rest, Kwak Dae-young was unable to find proper peace or even let down his guard. Kwak Dae-young blinked his big eyes and began to look around. His gaze was anxious, his breathing was unstable, his complexion was pale, and his stance was tense, ready to attack. Excessive violence and exaggerated statements. He began to show signs of fear, madness, and confusion. Where the hell is this? Has this parking lot always been this huge? The environment was dark, wide, and open in all directions. All he could see was the repeating large gray columns of concrete. The finishing work has not yet been completed. There was no paint or signs to indicate anything. In the deep darkness, the same landscape continued to appear. Kwak Dae-young, who was at a loss, felt as if he was trapped in this endless space. What the hell is going on? At that moment, a strange name came to his mind. Kim Shin-hwa, this budding magician. Kim Shin-hwa's voice echoed in his head. At first he thought that the guy was either crazy or an empty boast to inflate his own importance. But his words turned out to be true. Indeed, this underground parking lot was infested with more than 100 ghouls. To hell! To hell with all this! After a moment of restless excitement, Kwak Dai-young shouted in an unidentified direction. He couldn't help but scream. It was unbearable to remain silent. "Everyone, where are you? Gather here. Yom Cheolmin, Hyungu Choimina." It was already too late. Abnormal darkness lay in all directions, and his subordinates were nowhere to be seen. The moment he entered the second basement level, he began to hear a strange sound of a bell. Dean. Yes, that sound. Everything went wrong immediately after he heard that sound. Dean. If you think about it, why did I so recklessly rush to the second basement floor? Shouldn't I have moved slower as originally planned? Dean. That call again? What it is, why is there such a sound in this basement? Every time the bell rings, ghouls come out of the house. Dean. And as the world goes dark, a nasty, maddening rage takes over me, and at some point I lose all my people. Where am I exactly? Dean. Kim Shin-hwa, this aspiring magician, where did he run off to? He used to be so confident, but where has he gone now? Save me. Please get me out of this darkness. Dean. Ghouls appear. I have to fight. Kill them. Kill them all. I will survive. I will outlive them all by killing them. Crash, crunch. Where I am? It's so dark in here. Hooray! Enough! Crack, clap. Enough, come out, you monsters! Clap, crash, clap, crack, crunch! Kwak Dai-young continued to swing his warhammer. Swinging and swinging, he just kept swinging. Knock, 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 crack! The ghoul he was beating had long ago turned into a shapeless mass of flesh, crushed beyond recognition, but Kwak Dai-young did not stop hammering. Hey, damn it, die, damn it, die! Crack, damn it! He eventually lost direction and hit the empty floor. Cough, damn. Damn, ha ha ha. His hands were shaking in shock. The hammer, filled with excessive force, rage, and madness, split the floor, stained with disgusting slime and blood. When he lifted the hammer slightly, he saw that the floor had been crushed, leaving a hole the size of 2 human heads. Shit! His hand was numb from unnecessary movements. He stopped for a moment and endured the sharp pain in his hands. Dean. Damn, no call again. He forgot that every time he heard the sound of the bell, in his overexcitement and anger, ghouls would always rush towards him. Kwak Dai-young looked for a moment in the direction where the bell came from and cursed, and he immediately paid for his complacent actions. Hooray! A new ghoul jumped out of a completely blind spot. Crap! Kwak Dai-young spat out a curse and tried to return his hammer but was too late. There was no other choice. Kwak Dai-young took the risk of further damaging his side and channeled his magical power into his fist before swinging. Arrow of Destruction. Spell upgrade multicast. Spell upgrade toxicity. Boom, crash, bang, 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 bang! An ominous purple magic shot filled with evil energy flew in and repelled the ghoul that attacked Kwak Dai-young. It was Kim Shin-hwa's spell. Although the spell saved his life, Kwak Dai-young found it difficult to feel grateful or relieved by the spell. Hiss! Squeal! The ghoul, struck by Kim Shin-hwa's magic, fell to the ground and let out a blood-curdling, terrible scream. Advertising from Pub Future. Even Kwak Dai-young, who had gone through various battlefields, found this spell strange and difficult to get used to. The parts of the ghoul's body that were hit by the magic arrow began to swell with black inflammation, and soon yellow pus began to flow out, dissolving the ghoul's body. Gah-gia! Creepy and disgusting holes began to form all over the ghoul's body. Kim Shin-hwa's magic was incredibly precise and amazingly powerful. But what is this terrible spell? This novice magician has infused his spell with some kind of evil poison. Ugh. Kwak Dai-young grabbed his mouth to suppress the growing nausea and urge to vomit. He felt dizzy. It seemed to him that he could go crazy at any moment. He had heard that many magicians were sociopaths or psychopaths, but he had never encountered one. He began to hear the sound of rolling wheels. What was that noise? Kwak Dai-young looked puzzled for a moment, but quickly raised the hammer when he realized the sound was coming towards him. And so, emerging from the darkness, a terrible mask with 4 eyes. If not for the magical light and bright shine of his eyes, he would not have recognized the figure in the pitch darkness. It was a magician in a fancy mask. It was Kim Shin-hwa. It was only when he fully came into view that Kwak Dai-young identified the strange source of the wheel sound. Huh, did you ride it? Skateboard. Kim Shin-hwa was riding a big skateboard. I didn't think I'd have to use it today, but I had to because the team leader was too far ahead. It took me a while to find you. Thank you, I owe you my life, and I'm sorry for this shameful scene. After receiving Kwak Dae-young's sincere gratitude and apology, Kim Shin-hwa scratched his mask for a moment and seemed to be contemplating what to say. I'm glad you managed to break out of the madness on your own. Otherwise, I was wondering if I should knock some sense into you. For Kim Shin-hwa, the easiest way to awaken a man in the grip of madness is to attack him. This is what he always believed. Although Kwak Dae-young felt slightly angry at Kim Shin-hwa's ruthless attitude, he was not able to openly express his anger. In the end, this man saved his life. Moreover, Kwak Dae-young realized the desperate need for Kim Shin-hwa's help not only for himself, but also to ensure the safety of his subordinates. What about the rest of my people? That's a good point you raise. I'm busy right now. I can't continue serving you alone. After saying this, Kim Shin-hwa activated a spell in a certain direction. Aim correction. Arrow of destruction. Whoop! Boom! Hooray! Even when Kim Shin-hwa participated in the conversation and observed Kwak Dae-young's complexion, his feelings spread throughout the entire underground parking lot. Understanding the situation, Kwak Dae-young took his warhammer and said, "Now that I've come to my senses, go save the others." Understood. I'll lead them to gather nearby. Don't stray too far from me. It's clear. Kim Shin-hwa stomped his foot on the ground several times. He then disappeared in a way that even Kwak Dae-young found absurd. Tempering. Jump. Fireball. Boom! He summoned a fireball underneath his skateboard, which was protected from being hit by a spell, and catapulted himself into the air with the force of the explosion. It was Kim Shin-hwa's technique, called explosive jump. He used the very force of the explosion to move at explosive speeds while casting spells. Chains of domination. Spell upgrade, increase range. Ah! Golden chains burst from Kim Shin-hwa's palms, scattering like snakes of their own accord in all directions. They encircled their targets, depriving them of their freedom, and several ghouls had magical chains entangled around them that could force them to perform the desired action. Hooray! Wrapped in the chains of domination, the ghouls began to move in bizarre ways, like puppets controlled by the will of a puppeteer, before beginning to attack their own kind. With fists, claws, feet, heads, and teeth, ghouls that were too damaged to be used further were forced to perform bizarre movements that no normal living creature could handle. Crunch, 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 crunch! The ghouls' bodies, forced to move beyond the limits of their joints, made terrifying tearing sounds as they were torn apart. Every time Kim Shin-hwa used a new spell, the ghouls lurking in the darkness were destroyed in truly terrifying ways. Is this really a person? Kwak Dae-young didn't say that. Kwak Dae-young hurriedly turned towards the sound. It was one of his subordinates from the security service, a veteran agent and former fixer who worked with Kwak Dae-young several times and coordinated his actions effectively. However, he currently let his weapon hang loosely at his feet and stared into the darkness with a stunned expression. Forgetting about his mission and the impending crisis, he simply looked at Kim Shin-hwa's movements. "What are you doing, stupid? Get out of this!" "Captain, are you crazy? Are you just going to stand here and watch what everyone else is doing?" "But look at this." Kwak Dae-young's subordinate did not finish his sentence, but Kwak Dae-young felt that he already knew what he wanted to say. "Do we need to do anything at all?" Kwak Dae-young swallowed hard and turned his head in the direction his subordinate was looking. Kim Shin-hwa appeared from an unexpected direction and activated a new spell. This time, a bright fluorescent blue light illuminated Kim Shin-hwa's body. The mask was visible under the folded black hood. Why did I think this mask looked funny before? It was a bizarre mask, as if it had appeared in the middle of a nightmare. The four eyes on the mask lit up simultaneously, emitting a chilling light. Crack, crack, crack! Huge ice spikes formed in the air, piercing the ghouls' bodies. Kim Shin-hwa, who created another hellish scene, looked into the air at an odd angle before shaking his head. The underground parking lot was shrouded in pitch darkness, but thanks to my magical senses and the effect of the auxiliary spell on my eyes, I had no problem seeing my surroundings. The skateboard I carried with me after my last fight with a biker gang turned out to be quite useful. Of course, my stats and physical abilities weren't quite on par with my skill with a skateboard, but most of these problems could be solved with magical help. It seemed excessive to use so many spells just to skateboard, But thanks to the excessive amount of magical power I possessed, I was able to display mobility beyond what a normal person could expect. Deadly darkness and identical-looking columns quickly rushed past. I need a point of support. Ice pillar. Crack! I jumped and rode on an ice pillar that had just grown out of the ground. If I wanted, I could demonstrate a few tricks on a skateboard, but there was no time for such frivolity. Ah! Scream of a man. I hurled magic at the ghouls who were attacking the cornered security member. Then, grasping the cold of the ice platform I had created behind me, ice spike spear. Crack, crash! Giant ice spikes materialized in the air and began to pierce the ghouls' bodies. Achievement unlocked. You have defeated 100 ghouls. You have received the rare achievement Ghoul Slayer. This achievement rewards you with the Ghoul Expert trait and additional experience points. Remaining targets, 100, 122. This is an achievement, a good achievement, but... Ah! Don't block my view! Oh, move over! I do not see! I waved my hands in the air where the message box hovered. The window soon disappeared, but a few moments ago it was hiding something. The corpses of ghouls were scattered on the floor. A curse. Jump. Wow! If I was a skilled skateboarder, I could have used an ollie or some other trick on the board to dodge. But due to my lack of physical ability for such techniques, I had to use a spell to force my body up. Stupid! To land cleanly, I had to add another posture correction spell. Ugh, I was exhausted. It's all because of that stupid gorilla. If that fool Kwak Dai Young hadn't run out in an excited state, everything would have been 1,000 times easier. Ha! No, not that. What's the point of blaming Kwak Dai Young? This is all due to the World of Cthulhu distortion system. Shocked by the grotesque forms of the ghouls, the darkness, the deadly threat, the blood and the evil energy that permeated this underground parking lot, Kwak Dai Young was overly excited. Without knowing it, he suffered a slight distortion before he led his subordinates and rushed into the attack recklessly. Distortion, violence. You become obsessed with blood and the desire to destroy your enemies. Your attack power is greatly increased and your dodge speed is greatly reduced. Yes, that's it. For my mental state, it seemed a healthier choice to consider it luck that neither distortion, paranoia, nor distortion bloodlust manifested in me. Now that's 100... Are we almost done with these ghouls? Hey, be careful! When I noticed a group of ghouls about to attack the lagging security member, I cast a spell. Crush. The energy form possessing overwhelming physical power consigned one of the leading ghouls to oblivion. Crunch! Remaining targets, 102, 122. I got one and the rest around him. No time. Corpse explosion. I blew up the crushed body of the ghoul. Boom! Bone fragments and flesh flew in all directions, turning into deadly shrapnel that destroyed the surrounding ghouls in one fell swoop. Every time a ghoul fell, a new message box would appear, cluttering my field of vision. Ah, get out of the way! Yes, yes! A voice came from an unexpected direction. It belonged to a member of the security team. No, not you. You go there. Right here. Dancing flames. Wow! I summoned a magical flame above Kwak Dai Young's head. Ak, what is this? Kwak Dai Young's scream echoed from afar. You see this, idiot? Get together there in a good way so that I don't have to save you every time. At the same time, I cast a spell on someone who was cornered and attacked by ghouls. Magic bullet. Spell upgrade multicast. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-ta! Bullets of magical power like machine guns turned the ghouls into pieces of meat. Thank you! Quickly, get ready there! Your distraction prevents me from using powerful magic! Security team, here, gather here! It was Kwak Dai Young's voice. Has he finally found peace? Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta! Boom! Bam! Gunshots, explosions, and the deafening sound of Kwak Dai Young's giant warhammer resonated. Gah! Then suddenly the air was filled with the eerie screams of newly arrived ghouls. Remaining targets 112, 122. Now there are only 10 left. Key! Yeah! The screams of ghouls echoed from time to time from different places. Amidst the chaos, madness, and blood-drenched battlefield, a new sound emerged. Dina! It was quiet, clear, the sound of a bell. The bell is an unusual sound in this place. Looks like ghouls aren't the only threat. The creatures from the abyss are targeting me. In a situation like this, where any of these beings could interfere, it wouldn't be surprising if something absurd happened. The underground parking lot was filled with deep darkness. My heightened hearing picked up various sounds echoing through this ominous underground parking lot. The groans of ferocious ghouls. Advertising from Pub Future. The desperate, heavy breathing of Kwak Dai Young's team. The sound of a weapon being swung. Explosions, Dean. The bell rang again. What is this? The dense, wet, malevolent energy that filled the underground parking lot now fluctuated wildly. There may have been ghouls capable of magic, but this was a different matter. This is not the work of ghouls. This was a spell of another level. An arrogant and unpleasant ritual, a technique that only humans can master. Quest information has been updated. The number of targets to be destroyed has changed from 122 to 167. What? Suddenly the number of ghouls increased. Although there were ominous signs, this situation was unexpected. This is not a problem that can be solved by simply destroying a large number of ghouls. If, as Kwak Dae-young said, the tunnels were interconnected, such a sudden increase would not be possible. The detection range of my magical power covers the entire underground parking lot. There is no tunnel outside my detection range. Then, it must be summoning magic, the human magician I sensed earlier. Somewhere in the underground parking lot, there was a magician who summoned ghouls. The fact that they were moving so openly suggested that they might soon begin to exhibit abilities beyond the scope of summoning. Just as my thoughts reached this point, a new problem arose. The evil energy that had been fluctuating wildly suddenly surged in one direction, and at the same moment, a terrible scream erupted from the depths of the darkness of the parking lot. Ah, my hand, my hand! It wasn't a ghoul's cry. The source was quite far away, but remote discovery. I activated the remote detection spell with reflex speed. Apart from the considerable distance and the darkness that filled it, I could discern the situation at the location of the problem. A man in a suit and armor with a sword fell to the ground. One of Kwak Dae-young's subordinates, the one who wielded a smooth, single-edged sword. I never had the opportunity to call out to him, but I already knew his name. Was it Yom Chil-min? After thinking a little more, I was able to remember its specific characteristics and full illustration, but this was not necessary. Among Kwak Dae-young's subordinates, he was a well-known NPC with fairly high stats. One of his hands was blackened and rotting. Black tumors blossomed from his fingertips, and the yellowish pus that erupted from them further decomposed his flesh. The magical poison quickly corroded his hand. Ah, damn, why did it have to be this way? The effect was weak, but it was a spell with the same effect as the toxic spell I used. Later, if something goes wrong, it can be considered a death caused by my mistake. Chumina! It was Kwak Dae-young's cry. I felt Kwak Dae-young and his men moving towards Yom Chil-min. Why did this guy suddenly start acting up? It would be better to arrive before Kwak Dae-young and sort out the situation. I rolled on the ground, changing the direction of the skateboard, and activated the spell. Tempering. Influence. The magic circle built under the board activated, performing a skateboard trick that only a Cthulhu realm mage can do, explosive acceleration. Quang! Shh! It felt like every joint in my body was breaking due to the abnormal acceleration based on explosive force, but I quickly reached Yom Chil-min. At the same time, I extended invisible lines of magical power in all directions, analyzing and observing his wounds, situation, potential dangers, decisions, unexpected variables, traps, and curses. Ah, this wound cannot be repaired. I'm sorry, Chil-min-si. Swoosh! The sharpened blade of the wind flew and cut off Yom Chil-min's forearm. Oh! He must have been scared, but it was an extremely focused blade. He probably didn't even feel the pain or realize he had been cut. Tempering. Improvement. Leo's courage. I quickly healed Yom Chil-min's wound to stop the bleeding and cast several spells on his mind to calm him down. And the wind blade, which cut off Yom Chil-min's hand and continued on its way. He went further and cut through the corpse of the ghoul lying on the ground. Bunch! Goo! Look at it. Ghoul already dead, screaming. Initiative ensures victory. Time for a combo. Cold Bone Prison. Crush! A giant skeletal hand rose from the ground and grabbed the once-cut ghoul. Burning Spear. Shah! Boom! I stabbed him with a fire spear. Surprisingly, the ghoul, which was clearly dead before, began to move and opened its mouth. What was said there was, You're small! Oh, don't listen to this. I decided that I didn't need to listen to the ghoul anymore. I yelled at Kwak Dae-young instead. Team leader Kwak Dae-young, look at this! Wow, the ghoul's corpse speaks, a fireball. Spell upgrade maximize. Kwak Dae-young, who did not understand the situation, made a confused sound. What? Whether Kwak Dae-young understood the situation or not, the giant fireballs I created in my hands flew straight towards the ghoul. Shay! Quang! Oops, I forgot to put out the fire. The walls are a little burnt and the floor is cracked, but that's not the problem now. The ghoul's body, hit by the fireballs, was shattered and scattered in all directions. Kwak Dai Young arrived late and then spoke to me with a stunned expression on his face. What in the world? What was that? Looks like a strange guy, or rather it seems like a magician is involved. Mage! Yom Cheol Min, staggering and holding his wounded area, intervened. Yes, Captain, this ghoul's corpse spewed some strange mucus at me, if it is true. Kwak Dai Young's eyes darted around frantically. He looked at Yom Chul Min, then at me, then at the fragmented corpse of the ghoul, again at Yom Chul Min, then again at me, at the corpse of the ghoul, again at me, and again at the corpse of the ghoul. Oh, stop it! Oh, come on! Can't you understand the situation? No, I understand. Something exploded, but you took it down, right? I'm sure. It's not that a dead ghoul came back to life. Then what is it? There must be someone here who has possessed the dead ghoul and is using magic. The current situation deviates from the course of the game. Even from the moment I first arrived at this apartment complex, events that I did not see in the game happened gradually. But I felt that this was the most critical discrepancy. In this deep darkness where the bell rings, an event unfolds that I have never seen in a game. I felt fear and tension. But strangely enough, there was also an undeniable excitement and anticipation rising within me. It seems strange to think that way in a place where I could lose my life at any moment. This is perhaps the greatest side effect of the void madness trait. Even though I had these thoughts, my body was actively moving towards danger as if it was being pulled into darkness. I can't go alone. Kwak Dai Young, impulsive by nature, boldly gave the order, but his subordinates hesitated for a moment. And this is understandable because they just suffered from a ghoul attack. Some suffered serious injuries, including the loss of limbs, while others showed signs of mild confusion or insanity. Asking them to return to the deep darkness might seem too harsh. While I was wondering what else I could do, Kwak Dai Young's scream broke the silence.
Idiots! It is even more dangerous to remain clumsily on the sidelines. Don't you see that being near a magician increases your chances of survival?
What? Turning around, I noticed a change in the way Kwak Dai Young's men looked at me. It was a little awkward, but in this situation I felt it was better to show my value through actions rather than words. I quickened my pace and meeting even more ghouls cast a spell on them. We could make something spectacular out of this. Bolt! A red glow intertwined with lightning and flame burst out noisily from my hands. Quack-a-ga-ga-ga-ga! Blazing lightning, which can be accurately described as a thunderous inferno, cut ominous swirling red trails like snake branches through the air. Gosh! Key! The ghouls, caught in the claws of the undulating flames and lightning that resembled a red dragon, were quickly engulfed and charred, beginning to emit black smoke. Oh! A cry of admiration involuntarily escaped my lips. The flame-infused spell was enhanced by the power of living fire, creating an effect much larger and more impressive than I expected. This was an extremely grandiose spell for just a few ghouls, but it worked wonders in boosting the morale of Kwak Dai Young's men. Amazing. Take us with you, Magnim! The sound of footsteps intensified. Seeing the mixture of relief and applause, I knew that my actions were correct. I began to move, expanding my magical detection range to ensure the safety of not only those in front, but also those behind. Initially, there were 16 of us who went down to the basement, including me. But now, either due to falling behind or due to death, only 14 remained, including me. It was an almost ominous number. If even one person fell behind or fell, there was a risk of running into that unlucky number. Madness, triskaidekaphobia, phobia of the number 13. Damn it, the last thing I need is an unnecessary fine. This situation was probably different from the previous rat phobia, but I wanted to avoid unnecessary complications. Dean, it was the sound of a bell. This time it came from a deeper place. Is it there? I completely determined the direction and distance of the sound. The source of the call was located in the deepest part of this dark and damp underground parking lot. We, that is, I, Kwak Dai Young, along with his people, could now move forward without hesitation. There were casualties who were moving with the help of their comrades in the rear, but this meant that the restored morale and rationality of the security team was enough to defend against the ghouls or even preemptively attack them. I rode a skateboard and led them forward. This way and be careful. Now they will begin the real fight. Cry! To block our advance, the remaining ghouls attacked with stubborn fury, but they were unable to stop Kwak De-yong and his fully recovered troops.
Yes! Rat-a-tat-a-tat!
Every time Kwak De-yong slammed his hammer down on a ghoul emerging from the darkness, the shooting team responded with accurate fire. This was a typical monster fighting tactic where a team with strong physical and special abilities fights the monster. And what accelerated our progress even more was lightning. Destructive ice prison. Crack! Not to brag, but my magic truly unleashed overwhelming power and cleared the way for us. Now I have become fluent in magic. The magic I could wield was limited to Tier 0 and Tier 1 spells, but thanks to my spell mastery trait and immense magical power, I could cast a variety of spells. Wait. I, who was riding ahead on my skateboard, slowed down and signaled to Kwak De-yong's group behind me. Obviously, this was a situation where I needed to speed up, but I felt a strange sensation as if heightened vigilance had grabbed me by the neck. There's something dangerous ahead, deep inside. Even deeper. I had a rough idea of what was there. Even before I entered, I had already marked this place. It was a place connected by lines of mana emanating from my mana core. The place where I installed the protective circle. In fact, that was where the 3 survivors that Moon Seung-hee was looking for were located. However, my sensitive hearing and sense of smell warned me that in addition to the survivors, other entities were waiting there. The smell of blood was so evil and pungent that it caused nausea. And then, blood oozed and dripped in sticky drops. There were splashes of bright red, yellow, blue, and an unpleasant grayish substance scattered around. Flesh, guts, bone fragments, and brain matter. All of them were stabbed and chewed with sharp nails and teeth. We reached the deepest part of the underground parking. The innermost part of the underground parking. An eerie space where construction has not yet finished, leaving bare concrete and exposed wires. A huge number of corpses were dumped in the narrow spaces between the columns and walls. And there several ghouls feasted on flesh, their faces buried in their bodies. Hiss, chew, squish. The human-like monsters did not show much etiquette during lunch as they gnawed at human flesh. A scene where human corpses, torn to pieces, were piled up in mountains and blood flowed from them in rivers. A view of fragmented intestines, scattered in all directions. It was a sight so terrible and chilling that any person would instinctively feel fear. But ahead of us was waiting for something even more terrible than all this combined. My God. What the hell is this? System High Alertness trait activated. This is a primitive and repulsive fresco depicting bizarre shapes. The primitive and fundamental patterns painted on the outer wall of the underground parking lot seem to bring some magical thought to life. Behind the pile of bodies, a grotesque and sickening picture was painted thickly on the gray concrete wall. Handprints, smeared footprints, globs of red pigment running down, and human flesh and hair mixed with pigment. Evil and blasphemous patterns created by the friction of bloody hands against the wall. The shapes are so strange and indescribable in human language. The tentacles split into 4 parts, an ominous form resembling a snake. No, not so much a snake as something even lower. Yes, they were maggots. The maggots feast on the corpse. A wanderer among the tombs, swirling darkness and the king of cannibals. These were symbols meant to praise the father of all ghouls and borrow his power. There was also a giant red hole drawn in the center. It wasn't a hole. There was just a big red circle drawn there. However, this circle seemed almost like the gaping maw of a monstrous creature, threatening to swallow us whole. Those who are swallowed by this maw will be pulled into the deepest abyss. This is not just a picture. This is a magic circle designed to personify God's power, authority, and will. The presence emanating from this painting is enough to destroy the human mind. Your sanity, like the sanity of the people around you, cannot comprehend this absurd spectacle. Resist the horror with your mental strength. Sanity check failed. Seeing something like this won't immediately drive a person crazy, but repeated failures of sanity checks will deplete one's mental strength. Eventually, madness sets in and the effects of the distortion begin to appear. If someone is lucky, like Kwak De-yong was earlier, he may exhibit strange behavior for a while before coming to his senses. However, if one is unlucky enough or their mental power is already completely exhausted, permanent madness will manifest. Such affected people who reach the abyss will either turn into monsters, become disabled, or in some cases even turn into cultists who worship the abyss. Ah! I want to go back! Let me out! This is all wrong! Hey, damn. Kwak De-yong's people were already at the limit of their psychological capabilities. The sight of the giant mural began to make them feel slightly warped. Idiots, get out of this! Nothing, just a picture! Kwok Dae-young's voice could be heard scolding his subordinates. Looks like he passed the sanity test this time? While it was a little funny to hear him yell at others, especially since he was the first to succumb to the distortion, his actions were exactly what was needed at that moment. System. The Void Madness special trait has been activated. Distortion effects are negated. Of course, I also encountered surreal horror, but there were no problems with my special trait, Void Madness. Instead, I had to focus on a more realistic problem. First of all, I increased the speed of my skateboard and approached the ghouls. Now is not the time to scream at the sight of a picture. Ghouls, be careful! Coldbone Prison. Crack, crack, crack! A massive skeletal hand emerged from the ground, grabbing the once slaughtered ghouls. Hooray! Burning spear. Hooray! Crack! I thrust a fiery spear into them. Growl! Now fireball. Spell upgrade. Increase strength. Boom! The ghouls feasting on the corpses were quickly dealt with, and then jump. Where are you going? I heard Kwok Dae-young's stunned voice. This guy really never stopped saying stupid things until the very end. I jumped over the corpses of the ghouls and responded in the same way. Team leader, can't you see it? Towards the fresco. A giant red circle in the center of the mural. This was no ordinary picture. This was the main reason for the whole incident. An interdimensional portal leading to a tunnel somewhere underground in Paju. It's my fault! Burning spear. The newly created flaming spear made a furious breaking sound and flew straight towards the center of the mural. Gwa 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 gwa! Dean! This time, the sound of the bell came from a very close distance. Boom! A flying fire spear suddenly exploded in the air. It was a kind of protective barrier. A green barrier formed right in front of the mural and blocked my spell. A small silver bell on a short handle. Its surface was engraved with bizarre and blasphemous designs. It was a powerful artifact imbued with an ominous aura. And this artifact was clutched in a bony hand sticking out of the wall. That thing, a hand sticking out of the wall? One of the security members said something incredulous, but it didn't end there. A man slowly began to emerge from a large red circle painted on the wall. You ruined our plans. Small and frail in stature, dressed in torn clothes with long, disheveled gray hair. His entire body was covered in grotesque tattoos, and his eyes glowed with an ominous green light. Even though he clearly had human form, he was a terrifying creature, far more terrifying than any ghoul or zombie. He stood leaning against the inner wall of the underground parking lot and looked at me. System High Alertness trait activated. In front of this huge and disgusting figure, the old man, no, the high priest of the cult, expressed his seething rage to me, dressed in sackcloth-like clothing with long white hair. His entire body was covered in intricate tattoos, and his eyes glowed with an ominous dark green light. A grotesque old man who was clearly human in form but exuded fear far beyond any ghoul or zombie, approached, shaking a silver bell. The great enterprise of our cult, you dare to interfere. Cult? Yes, a tramp among the tombs, the old man continued, slowly raising his trembling hands. A raspy, phlegmatic voice came out of his lips. The Tomb Walker, the greatest and most powerful of the ghouls, the progenitor of the ghoul species and the father of all ghouls, who gave his magnificent flesh to this unworthy servant. I couldn't help but laugh emptily. What kind of bastard is this? Was there such an NPC in the demonic cult that worships the father of all ghouls? Judging by his condition, the level of magic he wielded, and the artifact in his hand, he was at least a high-ranking priest, if not the head of a cult. Even if I completed the current quest, Guests from the Underworld, and followed it with a series of subsequent quests, no such character should appear. Entity outside of game settings, or just an NPC I have yet to encounter. Many questions have arisen in my head, but it is unlikely that I will get answers. The condition of the one who was supposed to give these answers did not look promising. The old man holding the bell furiously scratched his wrinkled forehead and muttered something incoherently to himself. You came too early, too early. If only you were a little slower, we could attract more quality followers. It's unfortunate, so unfortunate. We could have turned this entire building into our sacred temple, but we didn't have enough casualties to gather more power. What a shame. Shame. Kwok Dae-young clenched his teeth in anger. Turn this place into a gathering place? That bastard? Kwok Dae-young, who interpreted the old man's words in his own way, raised the hammer and shouted, "This crazy old man, who supports you in doing such dirty things? Kukuku. Support? Support? The only one who can command us is our Lord. Only our Lord. Following the divine revelations and commands of our great leader, we prepared to perform the main and sacred ritual, yes, the underground ritual, to prepare for the festival. But then this worthless garbage, not even suitable for ghoul food, dared to interfere with the great plan bestowed by Father of all ghouls. The old man, dressed in clothes like sackcloth, continued to rant and rage with unrelenting force. Although this was my first time participating in such an event, it was not my first encounter with such a scenario. The cultists, their minds went crazy. No, they looked into the deep abyss and realized the truths of this world. Usually their behavior was like this. It's hard to listen to such nonsense without a skip button. I'd like to click skip. Before I could do anything, Kwok Dai-young had already intercepted the old man's words. Ritual, mister? What nonsense is this? Kwok Dai-young, succumbing to the provocation, looked ready to rush into battle with a hammer at any moment. But again, if we burst in here, it won't change anything. Kwok Dai-young was initially startled by my voice going straight into his head, but remained alert and slowly stepped back. I tapped him lightly on the side and spoke slowly. Group leader Kwok Dai-young, this old man is not some middleman who was sent to lower the selling price of the apartment. What are you saying? Then why is he doing this crazy stunt? It's because of religious beliefs. Either way, he's not the type to reason with, and if you keep listening, he'll never stop expounding his worldview. No, rambling on with pointless conversations, so just stop it. There must have been a bizarre and grandiose plan that went beyond the understanding of ordinary human perspective or ideology. The deviation from the original quest flow was likely due to the effect of festive offering. One of the beings from the abyss must have given the old man a revelation. Festive offering. Increased chance of encountering creatures from the abyss. Increased chances of attracting their attention. Increasing the number of spawning monsters. Increased likelihood of elite monsters appearing. And I suspected that if I interfered, the true nature of things would soon be revealed. Yes, you are the one. Look at it, his expression changed. The old man, with a bony, yellowed hand that did not hold a bell, pointed at me and said, "The great father of the ghouls has given revelation. Another world, a sacrifice brought from the other world, a feast offering. The Lord desires you. You. A sacrifice brought from the other world. Hey, what does this mean? Kukuku. Since more than 100 of our kind have been killed and earned the title of murderer, we cannot waste our pathetic relatives on you. For the great coming, the wonderful time of destruction, will become a burnt offer. Crazy, there was no reasoning with him. If I had known it would come to this, I would have struck first rather than waste my time listening to this nonsense. The old man, a cultist of the demonic order and a ghoul shaman, or ungan, voodoo priest, slowly retreated, shaking the silver bell he held in his hand. Dean! An ominous green fog filled with dark magic began to gather around the old man. Ah, damn it, he transformed. Stop him. Although I was talking to Kwok Dai-young, that idiot did not understand my intentions and panicked. Oh, damn it. Among the spells I could use now, the fastest was the magic of the lower realm rushed out, emitting a bizarre glow. While the magic projectile was flying, I put even more magical power into it, adding new properties, directions, and destructive power. Spell upgrade, multicast. Spell upgrade, maximize. The magical projectile, having received new will and magical power, split in the air, took the form of erupting buckshot and flew away over a vast area. Quagga-ga-ga-ga! But it was already too late. Before the sound of an explosion from the impact was heard, I guessed what had happened. The old man had already left the area of effect of the magic projectile with lightning speed. He left! Where is he? What's going on? Chaotic screams were heard among the security personnel. While trying to find the missing old man, their portable flashlights moved erratically. But all that was visible were the bizarre murals, the prostrate bodies of ghouls, and the broken, scattered remains of people. Oh, really? Aren't these guys hired for their skills? Is that all they can do? There! Fireball! Woohoo! The magical power that erupted from my body condensed into a massive fireball, glowing red with intense heat. The fireball flew through the darkness of the underground parking lot at unimpeded speed, the light of the roaring flames dispelling the damp darkness and revealing the figure of an old man hidden among them. But before the fire could engulf the old man, 2 ghouls jumped out of the shadows. Cookie! Boom! The fireball, perfectly aimed and angled, was unfortunately intercepted and exploded in the air when two ghouls suddenly jumped in its path. Ka-ha-ha-ha! See? For the glory of the great tramp among the graves, the father's children rush like dogs! Damn it, his faith in the artifact he was holding were genuine, despite his cheap spells and crude magic. In response to his wish, a great being living deep in the abyss granted him new power. Father of all ghouls. Krrrr. His face, wrinkled like the trunk of an old tree, was grotesquely distorted. Its snout lengthened and large fangs appeared, and then a sticky green mist enveloped his body. It moved like a tangible bundle of ropes or a cloak clinging to it.
He's turning into a monster!
Someone from Yonam's security shouted. Shoot him before it's too late! Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-ta! Ominous green fog and cold, eerie aura. Hundreds of bullets poured from about 10 gun barrels, but for some reason they could not penetrate the green fog surrounding the old man, or rather, who had now mutated into a completely grotesque form of a ghoul shaman. As if lost in the fog, the bullets flying under precise aim, at the moment of contact with the fog, bent their trajectories and scattered in a random direction. Even those who primarily wielded melee weapons were hesitant to approach the bizarre ghoul shaman. Kek. The ghoul shaman laughed strangely. His body slowly tilted, not falling, but swaying in a strange position, then suddenly lifting one foot off the ground. Boom! It wasn't an explosion. It was the sound of a ghoul shaman rolling his leg. Ah! The ghoul shaman, who had accumulated enormous magical power, stomped his foot once, and then his body disappeared. Incredible speed. Shh! The ghoul shaman reappeared in the security center and hit the nearest team member in the head. Crack! With a careless wave of his fist, the ghoul shaman pulled out the man's head in an instant. Wow! Blood poured out in incredible volumes from the severed head, of which only the lower jaw remained, staining the ceiling of the underground car park where the concrete frame was exposed. The ghoul shaman looked at his blood-soaked hand for a moment before slowly opening his mouth. The skin on his face is not yet stretched enough to support his mouth, which is elongated like a ghoul's snout. In the end, his cheeks could not withstand the overextended muzzle and were torn apart with a tearing sound. He extended his long tongue and leisurely licked the blood from his hand. Kukehe kuku, delicious. Incredible speed and unfathomable strength, and a scene of complete horror. Regardless of my will and emotions, a message box popped up and obscured my field of vision. Gee! Kwak De-young's trait Berserker came into play. When distortion occurs, the distortion inevitably manifests itself as violence. This trait, almost akin to a penalty kick, appeared for the first time in a long time. Regardless of whether the opponent was stronger or not, while others could turn around and run, Kwak De-young attacked his enemy with all his might. With a thunderous roar, his warhammer swung with ferocious force. Boom! But the ghoul shaman repelled the attack without much effort, even with one hand. Advertising from Pub Future. He held the end of Kwak De-young's hammer with just one hand. Goo! Cuckoo. Why is that? Can't you handle the power of this tiny old man? Grrr! Kwak De-young grabbed the handle of the hammer with both hands and pulled with all his might, but the hammer did not budge. Flame eruption. Although I was still a considerable distance from the ghoul shaman, I focused my magical power into the flames, increasing both range and power. Spell upgrade. Increase range. Spell upgrade. Maximize. King! The ghoul shaman was taken aback and screamed when he noticed a bright red magic circle forming right next to him. What is this? Before he could react, a huge flame comparable to a dragon's breath erupted from the glowing red magic circle, as if it was about to explode at any moment. Ew! The huge flame illuminated the dark underground parking lot so brightly that it could be seen at a glance. The surrounding air was distorted, and the heat was so intense that even I, standing far away, could feel it. The flames, which had not only heat but also physical strength capable of repelling enemies, threw the small body of the ghoul shaman far away. Ah! Save me! These were the screams of Kwak De-young and his men. The flames raged without stopping, engulfing everything around Kwak De-young and his subordinates, forcing them to crouch and fight, trying to evade the fiery onslaught. But the spell was activated with all this in mind. The power of the flame was enormous, but it was released at a perfectly adjusted angle and direction, and the spread was completely controlled. This was due to my ability to manipulate every strand of magic lines flying out in all directions. Thanks to this, Not only the inner walls of the underground parking lot, but also Kwak Dai Young, who stood in confrontation with the ghoul shaman, remained untouched by the flames. How did this happen? While Kwak Dai Young's gang made silent sounds, watching the dying flames, I turned my gaze to the ghoul shaman. Just moments ago, he was hit by flames and thrown far away before collapsing to the ground. I guess that won't be enough, right? Kuka, kahahaha, O great father of ghouls, a tramp among the tombs! As expected. Of course, he did not escape unscathed. His entire body was blackened. The skin on his face was torn off to reveal red flesh, and his eyelids and nose were burned. Such injuries would weaken a normal person and render them unable to fight in an instant. But to him, driven by a terrible madness and a perverted faith, these wounds only seemed to increase his madness. Come out! You worms crawling through the dungeon, blessing of the abyss! A new swirling green mist enveloped his body. His body began to deform. Although his lost skin and flesh had not returned, the exposed muscles and blood vessels beneath the peeled skin writhed, transforming into a more powerful and grotesque form. The skull, which began to take on a shape similar to that of a ghoul, curled further and further, taking the form of a terrible monster. This bizarre form could no longer be called human. However, it was not a ghoul. It was just a monster. A monster reborn with the blessing of an outer god, a creature from the abyss, a great ancient being. Ka-ha-ha-ha-ha! The ghoul shaman, who had taken on a truly ugly and grotesque form, burst into mad laughter before leaping. Boom! From floor to ceiling. Boom! From the ceiling to the columns. Boom! And then back from the columns to the floor. He moved with irresistible force. It moved through the underground parking lot with such force that the floors, walls, and columns it touched were destroyed. Seeing this, an involuntary sigh of disappointment escaped my lips. Okay, we have to do it in moderation. What the hell is this? Not even a monkey could move like that. It was an absurd level of dexterity. Even though Cthulhu World is a game known for being unbalanced, I've never encountered enemies at this level at this point. Kukyakyakya, magician of another world, festive offering. Become a beacon of a great new era. The ghoul shaman dynamically rotated his whole body and rapidly reduced the distance. In my vision, I saw his dirty bare feet increasing in size at an incredible speed. No, this is... Kick? What appeared to the eye was a weak blow from the old man, but it was a brutal, fast blow, filled with evil energy. If such an attack were to hit my weakened body, I would be shattered into pieces. Dodge. No, damn it, it's too fast. Protective circle. Spell upgrade multicast. Spell upgrade maximize. Boom! The impact on the ground was so strong that dust settled on the floor and flew into the air. A buzzing vibration echoed from the protective circle formed in front of me. If it weren't for the multiple levels of upgrades and maximization, the blow with its absurd force would have completely destroyed me. Blocked, blocked, blocked! The ghoul shaman widened one eye in anger, tilting his head this way and that like a typical madman. In this position, the shaman ghoul turned wide.
Vortex!
This time, a fist flew towards me. Boom, boom, boom! The blow was followed by a flurry of blows indiscriminately.
Crack, crack, crack!
Eventually, the exposure exceeded its limit. The protective circle could not resist this and began to disintegrate. What a weak shield. Crack! Oh no, this is crazy. The ghoul shaman then stuck his hand through the hole in the protective circle and began to tear it apart, sticking his face inside the circle. His menacing face, melted and disfigured by the flames, came very close.
Kyak!
A creature with an elongated mouth like a dog's opened it wide to bite me. The grotesque, irregularly spaced fangs in that disgusting mouth glistened menacingly. I shifted my body slightly, barely escaping his attack, and activated the spell I had prepared. Spike Trap. Kwajijiji! Dozens of blades appeared out of thin air and pierced the ghoul shaman's muzzle, tongue, and head.
Yeah!
Blood gushed from his hand, but the green mist quickly enveloped him, destroying the blades stuck in his face. Ha ha ha! See, my master protects me. Shut up, you dog-faced brute! Lightning. Spell upgrade maximize. A blinding white electric light enveloped his body.
Ah!
I maximized the power not only to stop his reckless attack, but also to completely incapacitate him. The blood boiled and the flesh melted, emitting a disgusting stench.
Gra!
But even in this state, the ghoul shaman forced his limbs to move and continued the attack.
Boom! Holy shit!
Influence. Boom! Right in front of me, the overwhelming physical force of the explosion sent the ghoul shaman flying. His body, suspended in the air, curved grotesquely. The movement was too bizarre to belong to any living creature. It was not his will or strength, but the green mist enveloping his body that moved him with force. Ah! Glory to the darkness and corruption of the underground. Glory to the worms and carnivorous death of the underworld. Glory, glory to the great darkness. Damn, he's too strong. This does not work. The abyssal essence supporting him, father of all ghouls, does not grant the power of regeneration. It only provides the madness to move, even if the limbs are rotting and crushed. Despite what must have been excruciating pain, he continued to attack me like a demonic creature. Damn, this approach is useless. But this does not mean that there are no other ways. It just requires completely different tactics than the beating, crushing, and burning I used. I jumped onto the skateboard lying next to me and activated a new spell. Invisible Hand. Spell upgrade multicast. This time I used a zero-order spell that induces a simple form of telekinesis. The target was not that crazy ghoul shaman. A transparent giant palm-shaped magic field grabbed me and pushed me back. The sound of a rolling board echoed as I quickly increased the distance between myself and the ghoul shaman. This board, with the help of magic, could reach speeds that allowed it to outrun biker gangs in pursuit, but... The ghoul shaman, now making incomprehensible, strange sounds, rushed at me. These were the words of a fanatic who accepted the support and gifts of a being from the abyss. A monster who has lost himself. Just an instrument moving only to represent the will of God. To destroy such a creature, conventional methods were ineffective. Yes, there is one magic spell that is perfect for creatures like you. I kept my distance, channeling my magical power into the telekinetic force that propelled the skateboard, and at the same time, I began to prepare a spell that I had never used before while playing World of Cthulhu. System Hidden Trait. Secret Knowledge, Creation of Life has been activated. Effects of life-type spells are increased by 100%. This is the result of many days of research and practice. I activated the spell with both hands together. Living flesh. Squish, squelch, squelch. My palm split. It didn't look like he had been cut with a knife, but rather as if there was always a hole there, like the opening of eyes that had previously been closed. The center of my palm moved apart. A strange space of intertwined darkness and light opened up inside him. Then the intermediate space closed and opened again. Gurgling, gurgling, squelching. An unpleasant pinkish lump fell out. It was a fist-sized piece of flesh. It was a spell created using my own blood and flesh as a medium, transforming my physical body into a magic circle. I experimented and played with black goat body fluid and writhing slime for a while to create this brand new spell. I endowed this piece of flesh with new properties and strength. Devouring. Creak, creak. The trembling flesh in my palm absorbed my will and magical power and transformed into a being with completely new characteristics. The grotesque creature with the writhing body of an octopus and an unbalanced beak trembled as it breathed its first breath. Guava! If only it was a little more majestic or at least cute, but no, it was just a monster. Well, it didn't matter. I gave command to the newborn artificial life form, the devouring beast. Now, beast of devouring, consume your master's enemy and the source of the power that animates him. The devouring beast flew towards the ghoul shaman with incredible speed. What a trivial move. The ghoul shaman rushed forward and struck without slowing down. He was probably thinking of easily throwing away the flying flesh and then attacking me. But that was exactly what I was hoping for. Magic Eater. You can interfere with, steal, or absorb the magic, curses, enchantments, and powers of others. You are a monster that grows by devouring the knowledge, magic, and power of others.
Ah!
Oh, does it hurt? But what a mess you are in. What did you say? Your control. It's a complete mess. Are you really losing the gift given by the god you so easily worship? Are you using this precious magical power of high purity just to carry it on your body and show off your brute strength? Advertising from Pub Future. If you have a mouse, you should definitely play this game. No installation. Play for free. Strategy game Panzer.Quest. Where have the processes of control, absorption, purification, transformation, and reconfiguration gone? This is no different from a primitive using crude oil to start a fire. Bastard! Wow. His fist flew towards me, but noticeably slower than before. I easily dodged the fist and swung at the ghoul shaman.
Stupid!
As soon as my fist connected, I injected magical power into his body. This is followed by condensation, reconfiguration, transformation, and explosion.
Now get lost!
Fireball. Spell upgrade. Maximize. Grrr. In his body, a fireball filled with deadly firepower formed.
Stop! 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 Ah!
Crimson flames erupted from every hole made in the ghoul shaman's body. His whole body was split into pieces.
Boom!
Ash, flesh, and bone fragments flew in all directions. The shaman ghoul disappeared from the world, leaving behind nothing that could be called a corpse.
Tup, Dean.
Then the silver bell fell to the ground with a quiet ringing.
Ugh!
I could have been more efficient, but to be honest, I was caught off guard, which unnecessarily complicated the situation. Is this the end, now that the ghouls are not replenished? I slowly walked over and took the artifact that the ghoul shaman was in possession of. A silver bell. Silver Underworld Bell, S-rank magic tool, a ritual tool made from pure silver mined by ghouls. It imbues its owner with enormous magical power and terrifying madness. This item belongs to the Abyss. The more it is used, the more your body and mind will develop in accordance with it. Gift of the Underworld. You are enveloped in a blessing bestowed by the Father of all ghouls. While this blessing remains, all stats are increased by 5,700%, and effects such as stun, shock, disorientation, and pain are ignored. However, while this effect is active, magical, psychic, spiritual, and divine abilities cannot be used. Pure Silver Dominance. Automatically casts Voice of Authority on the target and increases the effects of mind by 100%. Pure Silver Charm. Grants a +2 charisma bonus exclusively to ghouls, undead, and demons. Pure Silver Madness. Gives summoned units madness, violence, and increases their attack power by 100%. All stats increase by 700%? What is this? What is this unbalanced artifact? Of course, this was the first time I had seen such an object. I've seen a few ghoul-related items before, but none of them had abilities of this magnitude. It's impressive, but the punishment is problematic. The madness, distortion, and influence of the father of all ghouls, a being from the abyss and a great ancient entity, could be ignored thanks to the unique trait, Abyss Madness, but the physical transformations could not be ignored. Averted. The face has changed grotesquely, the limbs have become distorted. And with more use, I would even turn into a ghoul. As tempting as the powers were, I had no desire to end up this way. I breathed a complex magic circle into the silver bell I held in my hand. Breath of Rupture. First Order Sealing Spell. Crystals like pale frost formed on the silver bell that my breath touched. This item was too closely related to the Abyss. Because of Vicious Flame Ring, I was already tormented by spam-like nightmares every night, so I had no intention of adding another source of torment to my list. After casting a few more spells and adding several layers of protection, I was finally able to stuff the silver underworld bell into my backpack. This should be enough for now. Once I create a proper workshop, I can deal with this more clearly. After collecting my backpack, I turned to where the ghoul shaman had been. Now only a few charcoal-like debris and some soot remained. It's time for you to return. At my command, the creature writhing in the ashes of what had once been a ghoul shaman made a strange noise. At first glance, he resembled an octopus. However, it was a bizarre monster with many human-like mouths instead of an octopus head. Having absorbed the magical power and blessing contained in the body of the ghoul shaman, it swelled up significantly more than before. It was originally no bigger than a small palm-sized squid, but now it must have grown to the size of a football. The creature, swelling in size, seemed to have gained intelligence, and perhaps even self-awareness, for it ignored my words and backed away uncertainly, revealing teeth located all over its head and growling menacingly. The bite of these teeth will surely be painful. Hey, stop fooling around and come back! I looked at the creature of gluttony and gathered my magical power. Although my face was distorted so much that it seemed as if my facial muscles were tensing, my face was hidden behind a mask and was therefore invisible. However, either due to a surge of magical power or simply because of my anger, the creature shuddered and approached me. Gah! I placed my hand on the creature's head and spoke the given command words. You have fulfilled the duties and orders that I have assigned to you. Now stop existing. Gurgling, gurgling, grr! Advertising from Pub Future. This game will keep you up all night. Strategy game Panzer Quest. The octopus-like body began to slowly shrink and harden before taking on a completely different shape. He became a crystallized entity, purified of life force, magic, and the blessing stolen from the enemy. In other words, he turned into a magic stone. I didn't expect everything to work out so well. The magic stone was of incredible purity, not to mention its size and weight. It was almost scary to touch him. Can this be converted into currency? And if so, how much will it cost? I had no idea. However, I put it in my backpack and slowly turned my head. One task completed. Now it's time to rescue the survivors that Moon Seong-hee was looking for. The protective circle protecting the survivors was still active. When I was about to check the status of the protective circle, Kwak Dae-young came up behind me and spoke. You, really? What nonsense was he going to say? When I turned my head and looked at Kwak Dae-young, a truly unexpected expression appeared on his face. You are truly amazing. What? I've seen a lot of mediocre, boring magicians before, but you, a magician like you, is the first. I almost laughed. Kwak Dae-young's face was filled with emotions. Admiration, envy, desire, well, emotions of that kind. If you hadn't hidden your skills, I wouldn't have misunderstood you from the very beginning. Kwak Dae-young continued to talk, but in the end it was just a repeat of the same story. Who hides their skills? And what misunderstanding? Team leader Kwak Dae-young has a rotten character. Although my response was an outright insult, Kwak Dae-young's expression did not change. Oh, come on! Can't you just let it slide this time? I really changed my mind about you. Is there a chance that we can continue cooperation in the future, Don't you have a business card or anything? I don't. And anyway, team leader Kwak Dae-young doesn't have the authority to decide whether to bring in outside personnel, does he? Oh, really? If I talk to HR, right? Won't they think about it? As if he could make any demands, although even Moon Seong-hee cannot resist. I came here with the intention of showing them my worth. But could their attitude really change that much? Again, considering that I saved their lives several times in that short period of time, it would be a shame if their attitude didn't change at all. There's no need. If you want to say something, tell someone authoritative about it through Vasilisa. We're not finished here yet. Not accomplished? We've taken care of the ghouls and even the necromancer who summoned them. What else is there to do? I stopped for a moment and looked at him. What's the matter? Why are you looking at me like that? I looked at him with a look intended for the mentally retarded, but it seemed that my contempt and disdain could not be conveyed, since my face was hidden behind a mask. Team leader Kwak Dae-young, are you stupid? We need to save the survivors. Survivors? Indeed, about 24 hours had passed since the ghouls first appeared. It was hard to imagine anyone surviving for 24 hours in a confined space infested with over 100 ghouls. And yet there were survivors. They were alive when I arrived at this apartment complex. And I cast a spell to save him. Since the magic I cast was still working, this person must also be alive. It's there. This place is where we saw before. The location of the survivors, naturally, was the innermost part of the underground parking lot, where we had previously discovered a bizarre fresco, traces of a ritual, and a heap of corpses. It's bodies, isn't it? Yes, I was protecting something hidden among these bodies. By magic, do you mean magic? Team leader Kwak Dae-young, do you realize you sound like that dead cultist? No. Well, anyway, I dragged Kwak Dae-young and walked up to the pile of corpses. About 30 or so? People? Are you saying that there is someone alive here? They must be around here somewhere. The innermost part of a pile of corpses. The protective circle that I had previously installed remotely remained there. To go further inside, we have no choice but to step on the bodies. Namo Amitabha. Squelch, squish. Blood leaking and unidentified parts of flesh being stepped on. Ugh! Kwak Dae-young shuddered slightly and stepped back. Squish, squelch. This was because he could hear indistinct voices among the corpses. Here it is. Upon closer inspection, the man was crouched and hiding among a pile of bodies. Squish, squelch. They seemed to have survived longer than the others, hiding among the corpses. Only 3 survived. If I had not arrived and cast the spell immediately, they probably would not have lived to this day. Was this a coincidence? However, one of the survivors, as Moon Seong-hee had hoped, was a woman. No, more like a coincidence. Perhaps it was a contrived situation prepared by someone specially. After all, this was the game world. Although I helped them with magic when I arrived here, They had already managed to survive in an underground parking lot infested with over 100 ghouls for at least a full day. I've played World of Cthulhu thousands of times, but this was the first time I saved someone in this place and at this moment. To say that I was not delighted would be a lie. What events and developments will this action cause? Hey, come on, hey, that's enough. I extended my hand to the woman burying her body among the corpses. Them who are monster, die, yes. Oh. Yes, the problem was the mask. The woman was already in such a fragile state that the sight of my mask plunged her into complete panic. I glanced at Kwok Dae-young, who was a few steps behind me, but his face didn't look reassuring either. Advertising from Pub Future. If you have a mouse, you should definitely play this game. No installation. Play for free. Strategy game Panzer Quest. Tsk. I'm here to save you. Just be quiet for a bit. But it was no use. Ah! Yes! Squish! Squish! Even the two other survivors nearby began to tremble in response to her screams. Finally, I concentrated the magical power in one hand and clenched it into a fist. Golden sand. Shh. As the spell activated, faintly glowing golden sand began to softly fall from my fists. It was magical sand, endowed with the power of sleep. Even though it was an area devoid of wind, sand slowly rose into the air and showered the faces of the survivors. The people, who were going crazy and rebelling, soon fell into a deep sleep. I called Kwok Dae-young. Team leader Kwok Dae-young, quickly gather your people and take care of these people. Yes, I understand. I destroyed the ghouls and the unknown ghoul shaman who summoned them, and even saved the 3 survivors as Moon Seung-hee asked in the side quest. However, the reason why the reward had not appeared yet was... Ghouls appeared in the basement of a residential building under construction. Defeat the ghouls and make the underground parking safe. Remaining goals, 167/67. Reward, 350,000 XP, plus cash reward promised by the broker separately. Failure hostile relationship with Yonam Construction. Because it's not considered safe yet? The situation was very different from the quest I experienced in the original game, so it was difficult for me to intuit the clear conditions. While I was thinking and watching the movements of the security members, Kwok Dae-young approached me. Why does he keep bothering me instead of taking care of his people? Well, after a quick inspection, it seems like all the missing people are gathered here. I understand. Is there anything else we should be wary of? This place was under the influence of some cultist, and I hesitate to let my people check it directly. Just when I thought he was being overly friendly, it turned out he was trying to take advantage of me. Since the quest completion notification was still pending, I decided to play along for now. It may be an empty parking lot, but with columns, curved walls, and space for elevators and stairs in the middle, there are blind spots no matter how well you light it. I decided to use my spells to scan the uncharted depths of the underground parking lot. Remote discovery, curse detection, trap detection, detect magic. Detection completed. Indeed, as team leader Kwok Dae-young said, there are still issues that need to be resolved. So something happened after all? It's good that I asked. No, there's nothing special about it. After all, the team leader has seen this before. Seen this before? Yes, it. Kwok Dae-young shined his flashlight in the direction I was pointing. There was a danger near the pile of bodies that went unattended. A special place that has never appeared in the game before. It most likely appeared due to the intervention of a being from the abyss. This? A giant mural painted on the outside wall of an underground parking lot. It was the product of madness, made all the more sinister by the lack of proper lighting. That's right. The mural itself is imbued with magical powers, so if left alone, it could cause some kind of problem. Problems? What? Well, it also serves as a portal of sorts. The ghouls may pour through that red circle again. Oh, please do something about this. I mean, can you? Maybe. But as you know, it will cost extra money. I understand. Good, don't change the tune later. Hurry, I'm tired of ghouls. Kwok Dae-young had a look of disgust on his face, which I brushed off with laughter as we walked towards the mural. But then he made a groaning sound and hesitated. Wouldn't you be fine alone? That subtle tone in Kwok Dae-young's voice. That bastard, he intended to put the blame on me after I agreed with his bullshit earlier. What are you talking about? Come on. Okay. Unlike before, Kwok Dae-young was now completely obedient. Although he was an ordinary employee of the corporation, in essence he was no different from the Paju adjusters. Knowing who to follow in the field to ensure your survival is a skill. This is the secret to extending the life of a repairman. I went inside with Kwok Dae-young. After all, I am a magician. In places where unforeseen circumstances may occur, isn't it wise for a strong vanguard to take the lead? The distance between the mural and the pile of bodies was small, but as I approached the mural, I felt the oppressive atmosphere that filled this underground parking lot. The malice was so thick that the air seemed sticky, and the smell of decay seemed to emanate from the abyss itself. Unlike me, who has an innate resistance and inclination towards magic, Kwok Dai-young seemed to struggle with every step he took. This short walk must have felt like diving into a swamp hundreds of meters deep. Not intending to continue torturing Kwok Dai-young, I grabbed his shoulder at the right moment to stop him. That's all you need. I can go further. No, this is not necessary. Leaving the pale-faced Kwok Dai-young behind, I took a few more steps forward. What the hell? I've never seen anything so terrible in my life. It was a symbol of the abyss, drawn with human blood, guts, and flesh. Snakes, maggots, whirlpools, corpses, death, and ghouls. First, I explained to Kwok Dai-young, who gaped and hesitated, what the matter was. Nothing extraordinary. It's simply borrowing the power of a great ancient being to summon ghouls, to use it as a ritual offering. So that's why people were brought here. It seems so. To summon 100 ghouls, a ritual of this magnitude is necessary. Wait, something doesn't add up. The ghouls were the ones who kidnapped people in the first place. What about the ghouls that spawned before using kidnapped people to summon more? Could there be another tunnel somewhere else? Although this was a valid point, it was not true. No, this fresco is the end. Although it appears to be a single painting to the human eye, it was actually painted in several stages. I pointed to part of the fresco and continued. This section in particular was clearly drawn by someone else. The magic contained is different and the quality is poorer. This was probably done by a cultist who infiltrated as a worker or brainwashed several workers. At first, a handful of ghouls were summoned with a simple spell to create chaos. And during the chaos, captured humans were sacrificed for additional rituals. After explaining the circumstances, Kwok Dai-young clenched his teeth in disappointment. Damn it. If we hadn't waited and rushed in from the beginning, we could have avoided all this trouble. That's one way to look at it. Speaking of which, can this apartment ever be sold properly? So many people died. No matter how hard they tried to hide it or deal with it, rumors couldn't help but spread. Maybe if we hide it well enough. No, the bosses can probably handle it. In any case, the decision to sell the property was not made by Kwok Dai-young, so there was no point in asking him. That's right, they will find a way. It doesn't mean they became a big company just like that. More importantly, hurry up and take care of this mural. Yes, I understand. I reacted accordingly and examined the fresco. Despite the fact that the conductor of the ritual died and the father of all ghouls, the source of magical power, lost interest, the patterns and frescoes have not yet completely lost their power. What's the best way to deal with this? Should I use this spell again? I remembered the spell I first used a month ago, Flame That Burns Sin. Pure white flame, denying, erasing, and extinguishing the feats, gifts, and miracles of the gods, began to envelop the wall. The bright white light that bloomed for a moment dissipated the sticky darkness that had accumulated in the underground parking lot, creating a bright illumination. The bloodstains and patterns wriggled, making strange sounds as if they were living beings acting of their own will. But it was only a short struggle. Soon the patterns were completely erased. By the time the last tiny spark had faded, you have defeated the ghouls hiding in the basement, the conspiracy, and the demon cult priest. Was it a long, long fight? Have you made great sacrifices and overcome your fears? But surprising. A chaotic message suddenly appeared in my field of vision. Looks like the exit got confused due to defeating a ghoul shaman who shouldn't have been here in the first place. This outcome was not related to the original quest storyline. Quest completed. Ghouls appeared in the basement of a residential building under construction. Defeat the ghouls and make the underground parking safe. Remaining targets, 167/. Reward, 350,000 XP, plus cash reward promised by the broker separately. You have gained enough experience to advance to the next level. Your level increases by 1. You have defeated the ghouls, 167. Your understanding of ghouls has increased. You have defeated the demon sect ghoul shaman cultist. Your understanding of ghouls has improved greatly. You have gained enough experience to advance to the next level. Your level increases by 1. Achievement unlocked! You surprised the father of all ghouls and killed the ghoul shaman. You have received the rare achievement Ghoul Slayer. The reward for achieving the trait Ghoul Expert is replaced with Ghoul Slayer, and you receive additional experience points. You have gained enough experience to advance to the next level. Your level increases by 1. This brought me to level 19. Kim Shinhua. Class, Abyssal Mage. Level 19, Magical Order, First Order. Mental Illness, Mask Obsession, Triskaidekaphobia. Strength, 5 plus 3, Corrupted Ring of Flame. Health, 6 plus 2, Slurping Gloves. Agility, 8. Intelligence, 30. Mental Strength, 14. Charm, 17. It's a pity that I didn't reach level 20, at which I could unlock second-order magic. However, at this rate, I won't have to wait long before I can reach level 20. It seems my work here is finished. Nothing else unexpected will come up, right? Before the operation began, he behaved with bravado, claiming that he knew everything. Now his spirit was completely crushed. After all, the priest, or rather, Shaman Gul Yai we encountered earlier is dead, and we've destroyed all traces of the ritual, so there shouldn't be any problems. I understand. If you want to thoroughly cleanse the area of any remaining negative energy or evil spirits, it may be best to call a shaman or exorcist to do a proper cleansing, especially if you plan to sell these apartments. Why was the employee here? It may be part of a residential complex, but at the end of the day, this place is a construction site. Why would an ordinary employee wander around a construction site only to be kidnapped by ghouls? The bodies gathered here are those of workers, construction managers, and several members of security who were present at the beginning of the ghoul incident. Isn't it strange that among them was a miniature woman in a suit? And the most convincing proof is Kwak Dae-young's reaction. If she were just another employee, Kwak Dae-young, who was actively involved in the fieldwork, would not remember her name and face. Song Bing-shi, Director Moon Seung-hee. Kwak Dae-young hesitated and looked somewhat worried. Oh, the term future strategy advisor is a bit of slang. This title was originally intended for more realistic and professional people, but in Paju it had a slightly different meaning. It was used to refer to those who could predict the future and prevent supernatural events. In other words, it meant magicians or shamans. In more informal situations, they can simply be called magical advisors, as Moon Seung-hee mentioned earlier. At first, when Moon Seung-hee mentioned that the magic advisor couldn't do anything, she most likely meant her. It looks like she went into the construction site to assess the situation right after the problem arose and ended up like this. I wondered how she managed to survive among the ghouls for so long. She must have had some skills. But given her complete breakdown, it was clear that there was no help for her now. Kwak Dae-young seemed to share the same opinion and grumbled with a sour expression. But in this state it will be difficult to see her again. She was a good person. Well, I better go. Be sure to explain everything well to Tutor. Of course, I hope we can meet again. Meeting me again means something bad will happen that they can't handle on their own, and he could say it so casually. I'm still undecided on developing the middle and end half, but if I go the route involving Moon Seung-hee, I'll end up meeting Kwak Dae-young on an alarmingly frequent basis. Otherwise, who knows? Kwak Dae-young's team was so diverse that calling it a corporate team would be an exaggeration. If it weren't for Moon Seung-hee, there would probably be no reason to meet them again. Not feeling the need to share such thoughts with him, I opted for an evasive answer. Well, if the time and money are right, maybe we'll see each other. Kwak Dae-young smiled bitterly, said goodbye, and headed back to his subordinates. Is it finally time for me to go home too? I walked up the stairs and found myself at ground level. It was still dark outside. There was a bit of a commotion when some of the security personnel guarding the area saw me, or rather, my mask, and screamed. Luckily, it didn't turn into a serious problem. Is this mask really a problem? But it wasn't just the mask. My appearance was a mess. My clothes and body were covered in ghoul blood, dust, and soot. Even without a mask, my appearance would be quite intimidating if I stumbled across it in the dead of night. Oh well, at least I'm lucky my hoodie is black. At this point, wearing this mask seemed inevitable. But once I leveled up, there would be another level to gain access to second-order magic. I could potentially create an illusion to put a more acceptable face on top of the mask. From now on, I will be able to move more comfortably. In any case, I need to contact Tutor. It's now 4 a.m. Despite the late hour, Tutor answered the call as if there was nothing unusual about it. Oh my God, have you finished your work? This is later than I expected. I encountered a lot of unexpected problems. But you managed everything, right? Well, there shouldn't be anyone to complain. Get detailed information from the people at Yonam Construction, and if there are no problems, proceed with the settlement. Knowing you, you must have taken good care of this. Don't worry about what the client says. I will make sure that the settlement is carried out properly. Stop by when you can. Then, I'd like to get some rest, so I'll come by next week. Big, should I plan a holiday party? No need. Just arrange transportation as we discussed earlier. It's clear. I'll call you right away, so just wait a little. As I mentioned earlier, since the foreigner's office is so vigilant, try not to move around carelessly and use safe taxis for now. These guarded taxis are expensive. Oh my God. Didn't I tell you before about the people in the foreigner office? I might as well just sit locked in my room for a while. Yes, perhaps that would be better. If you need it, I'll send a taxi for you. Okay, I'm tired anyway, so please hurry up and call me sometime. I want to go and sleep. Tutor must have found something funny in what I said, and she laughed for a while before hanging up. Secure taxis are commonly used by criminals on the run, smugglers or fixers on their way to do dirty work. They offer impeccable security and additional services, but of course at an exorbitant price. Well, since Tutor is paying the bills today, I might as well take advantage of that. Let's start with the fact that the distance from here to the Goemchen quarter is not that great. When I arrived here, I thought it would be difficult to use, but without a safe taxi right now, I might risk being arrested by the police on the way back. While I was pondering these thoughts, a white van soon arrived. It happened sooner than I expected. There was an attractive name on the side of the car. Quick Van. The van's window slowly rolled down and the driver behind the wheel greeted me with a cheerful voice. You, hi! The driver who brought me was a strong man with scars, looking like a retired repairman. But this time he was a young punk. No, a handsome young blonde. However, the initial impression of him as a punk was not in vain. Advertising from Pub Future. This game will keep you up all night. Strategy game Panzer Quest. He dyed his hair blonde and had 8 large and small piercings on either side of his ears. And so he blinks his big eyes with an expression of confusion on his face. From the car window, I could see his broad shoulders and long limbs. Do you have luggage? No, not a single one. Okay then, from behind. Oh, you scared me. What kind of face is this? It seems he just noticed my mask and screamed in fear. Oh, I won't ask. I'm fine. Even if I look like this, I'm pretty good at keeping secrets. It's a mask. Yeah, I see. It's a mask. What a relief. Please come in. I wasn't sure what he found relieved, but I decided to leave it and was about to sit in the back seat when... Moment. I didn't understand this after much thought. Just seeing the clean covers on the back seats of the car made me realize how dirty my clothes were. Well, it doesn't really matter. I shook my body lightly and gathered my magical power. When my palm touched my clothes, flashes of light came from both the fabric and my skin, drawing out the dust, stains, and copious amounts of blood that had clung to my clothes before collecting them on my fingertips. I was actually covered in blood. Then I threw the collected dirt on the ground and climbed into the car. As soon as I settled into the back seat, the driver turned to me and asked, Sir, what did you just do? This is not your profession by any chance? What, didn't Tutor tell you? Only that you are an extremely capable and damn capable fixer. What the hell is so damn about me? It's magic. Wow, I had a premonition. This is the first time I have witnessed real magic. In fact, you are the first real magician I have ever worked with. I used to have a psychic in my car, but a real magician? This is really the first experience for me. The young driver began chatting excitedly. Sensing that if left unchecked he could continue indefinitely, I tactfully interrupted him. Shall we go then? Oh yeah, heading out now. You're heading to the Goemchen area, right? It's right. I heard some things, but it's just a simple security vehicle, right? Are there any changes I should be aware of? You don't have to worry about surveillance or anything else. Just ride in comfort. It's clear. At the same time, the car began to move. The young driver seemed preoccupied with the fact that I was a magician, and while driving, he often glanced nervously at me through the rearview mirror. Was he looking at my face or the mask? Either way, I wish he would just focus on the road ahead. Despite the unprofessional behavior of the driver, the car drove smoothly. I ignored his gaze and was lost in my thoughts. I hoped that with time I would have another chance to see Moon Seung-hee's face. I was curious how saving an NPC named Lee Sun-bin could change my relationship with Moon Seung-hee and the events unfolding in the future in the world of Cthulhu. Was it all pointless? In any case, this woman seemed to have completely lost her mind. And what to do if a similar situation happens again? Is it possible to radically distort the plot of the game? Maybe it's better to just let things go as I know they will. I took a moment to look at the night view of Paju City passing by from the car window. At first glance, it seemed similar to the real world I lived in, but it was a completely different city. The Paju I knew did not have such bustling nightscapes, skyscrapers, or lawless men with supernatural powers. Everything is still confusing. It's better to take action than just sit back. All the endings created by the crazy developer of this game are the worst and most disastrous. Following the game's current route will only lead to an endless battle with surreal monsters and a terrible death. I needed to somehow shake up the game's narrative to escape this world. I made up my mind and looked ahead again. But why does this guy keep doing this? The driver was still shuddering and glancing in my direction. No, not really on me. Something was wrong. I deliberately ignored his wary glances for a while, and then, at the appropriate moment, struck up a conversation. What do you want to know? Yes, to me, no? If you're not curious, then why do you keep looking? Oh, how did you know? To think he was so surprised. Did he really think he wouldn't get caught? However, I decided to give him the answer he might have been hoping for. Because I'm a magician. Ooh! He gasped for air. For some reason, it was funny. When I played World of Cthulhu as a game, I never had the opportunity to interact with NPCs like that. This is not to say that there weren't NPCs with the driving expert tag who were given scenarios as events, and these NPCs are directly related to quests or events. But in this world, unlike the game, every NPC, or rather every person, is alive, and everyone had their own thoughts and personality. So what are you interested in? Carcosa's mask, L-class accessory. Once used by the great old ruler, he who must not be named, the powerful king in yellow. Those who do not have equal status cannot fully harness its power. Yellow sign, the mighty king in yellow is interested in you. All this time he was not just watching me. He looked at my mask. Before this mask became an artifact with useful capabilities, it was an object associated with a mythical creature. Among such objects there are those that are capable of seducing or controlling the consciousness of others, endangering the owner, or even replacing him. So I raised my magical power and responded. Showing too much interest in a mage's possession will not bode well for you. The enhanced magical power formed a menacing aura of intimidation and was capable of generating enough force to cause a smoothly moving vehicle to visibly shake, the driver said with a pale expression. It's not about that, not about that at all. I mention this because I've seen something similar before. Please have mercy on me. What? The terrified driver mumbled an answer. When and where did you see such a mask? I spoke slowly and emphasized every word. The rumbling sound of my increased magical power resonated around me. If he had seen it at a market in the Goemshan area or near a pawn shop, it might have been plausible. That would mean he saw it before I bought it. It was in Tanhyun. Tanhyun? Yes, Tanhyun. You know Tanhyun, right? I saw this at a strange archaeological site. It wasn't that long ago. It should still be there. What kind of development was this? The incident at the Yeonam construction apartment complex left serious consequences on my body for the first time in a long time. I was not directly attacked or injured. The consequences were simply from running late into the night using magic and from continuous battles where life and death were decided in a split second. I'm so tired. Crap, it was just exhaustion. Although I could maintain the strength and health of an ordinary person by equipping the artifacts well, it was just a facade, only maintained as long as the artifacts were equipped. I could wear a ring that increases my strength 24 hours a day, but the gloves that give me a health bonus weren't as comfortable. I tried to wear them as long as possible, but these were essentially motorcycle gloves, reinforced with various materials on the fingers. Wearing them all the time is unrealistic. What am I trying to say? 3 days had passed since that night's search, and I was still lying in bed. Damn, I'm really tired. Even though I had been doing nothing for the past 2 days, just lying there, preparing for today, my body still refused to cooperate. I barely managed to turn my head to look out the window. While I wasn't in the worst state imaginable and couldn't emotionally move my neck, it was just as draining. What time is it now? Invisible hand. Unable to move, I mustered my magical power to pick up the smartphone. Damn it, is it already 7 o'clock? It was 7 p.m., not morning. It was definitely 3 in the afternoon right after I woke up, which meant I spent another 4 hours doing absolutely nothing. It's time to get up and get something to eat. Wait, On the monotonous screen of my smartphone, the default alarm sounds asking for confirmation. I never bothered downloading any messaging apps or anything like that. It's too troublesome. If anyone wants to contact me, they will have to either call or text. The inbox was filled with messages from Tutor. Here is Lee Sun Bin's personal information you requested. See attached file for details. Just yesterday I asked about this on the phone. It's nice that this was confirmed in just a day. I opened the attached file and quickly scanned its contents. As expected, Lee Sun Bin was a second-level mage, and although she was officially a freelancer, she mainly worked with Yeonam Group. It seems she became Yeonam's future strategy consultant when Moon Seung-hee moved to Yeonam Construction. Apart from a note at the bottom of the document that reads, "I know Moon Seung-hee closely and am supposed to be her confidant," there was nothing else of importance. She is currently in Paju Central Hospital. She hasn't been hospitalized for a long time, so it's hard to know the details, but it seems she's in a psychiatric ward. Her condition is very bad, so all visits are prohibited for now. Apparently, she's had several seizures since she was hospitalized, and she's a mage, right? She must have had a magical accident. A magical accident. It was a catastrophe that could never happen in the reality where I lived. This refers to incidents caused by a deranged mage casting spells recklessly. Yeonam Construction seemed to like her very much, right? If you want to meet Lee Sunbin, just let me know. I can arrange this at any time. Of course, this is not 100% guaranteed, especially since visits are currently prohibited. If it were me, I wouldn't risk meeting a magician with a mental illness. Maybe I'm crazy enough to handle it myself. However, I have no immediate plans to meet Lee Sunbin. I was curious to check out some of the meaningless mumblings last time, but I already had plans for today. I don't know what event awaits me, but I hope it's related to leveling up. It's time for Tutor to start offering real quests. To prepare for this, I want to reach level 20 before starting the next quest. As my thoughts wandered from today's obligations to the quest ahead, I felt determined to stand. I used the magical telekinesis I had activated earlier to casually toss my smartphone aside and pick up the gloves that had been carelessly thrown under the bed. As soon as I put on the gloves, I felt the vitality returning to my body. Ugh, that actually makes a difference. While other artifacts have their benefits, few offer a direct +2 health boost with no strings attached. Having managed to get up, I quickly cleaned everything around and then took 3 dumplings out of the refrigerator and put them in the microwave. Advertising from Pub Future. This game will keep you up all night. Strategy game Panzer Quest. Dean! The dumplings came out of the microwave emitting clouds of white steam. I wet them lightly with water before putting them in the microwave, but the surface was still a little hard. From tomorrow, I will have to eat the right food, even if it irritates me a little. I slightly lifted the mask covering my face and stuffed the dumpling into my mouth. The reheated dumplings, although not exactly the same as freshly prepared ones, were still very tasty. Ah, it's hot. This place really helps them. While I was eating the dumplings, I looked around the room and cast a few security spells. Warning Bell, Spike Trap, Kanotadoa Rift, Golden Sand of Ra, and Realm of Darkness. Haze begins to billow outside the window. If anyone dared to enter without permission, I would immediately become alarmed, and he would discover that he had a status affliction that robs him of sight, hearing, and even the ability to speak. And then, with dozens of magical blades implanted into their bodies, they fell into an irresistible sleep that they could not resist. It's enough? Perhaps a few more lightning spells should be cast. Okay, this concludes preparations for the exit. In the mirror next to the shoe rack, one could see the reflection of a crazy-looking magician, dressed in a sweatshirt instead of the usual dark robe, with a bizarre mask covering his face. Is this really me? It's been over a month since I last saw my face. Perhaps underneath this mask is not the face of Kim Shin-hwa that I remember, but something monstrous that I could never imagine. Well, it doesn't matter. I have an appointment today. The taxi driver I met 3 days ago. I had to meet him again. I grabbed my skateboard and backpack, slung them over my shoulder, and left the apartment. As always, my goal was not the ground floor, but the roof. The day was gradually approaching twilight. It was now 8 p.m. As I surveyed the area from the rooftop, the ramshackle buildings of the Gumcheon district were bathed in an ominous purple. In the distance, surreal skyscrapers rose impossibly high, and in one corner of my view stood a huge brass Buddha statue atop the Hwanyongsan Mountain Forest Park. No matter how many times I've seen it, it's a strange sight. The scenery of Paju was unreal, and such sights only exist in the world of Cthulhu. The time of the honest and sane citizens of Paju had come to an end, and the era of crazed criminals was about to begin. I sat on my skateboard and cast the spell. Jump. A dazzling magic circle unfurled across my black hoodie, lifting my skateboard into the sky. The whistle of the wind scratched my ears, and the landscape before my eyes quickly changed several times. Jumping and jumping again around several buildings, I finally managed to land on the side of the road. Now I was far enough from home that I no longer needed to use magic. I casually rolled my skateboard around before slowly walking towards the meeting point. Hi. Cheerful greeting. I looked towards the greeting, which was identical to the one I heard 3 days ago. This punk who just said hello to me? What I meant was that this handsome young man in his early 20s casually threw away his cigarette. His height was approximately 185 centimeters. He was about half a span taller than me and had strong muscles all over his body. At first glance, he looked more like a curious guy than a sincere guy. But the well-defined and harmonious features of his face instilled an unreasonable sense of familiarity. His charm must be at least 19. Although he was not as transcendently handsome as Tudor, his good looks were enough to ensure survival on the streets, even in the most dire circumstances. Wow, are you wearing that mask again today? It's cursed, so I have to keep wearing it.
A curse, you say?
Don't worry, it's not contagious. Are you sure? Absolutely. The name of this young carrier was Jang Hyun-deok. Although we had only met in person 3 days ago, he was not a complete stranger to me. When I played World of Cthulhu as a game, I drove his car several times, but that was all over. Jang Hyun-deok was not an NPC with important quests or special options, and he was not a character whose name could be remembered. If I did not have an abnormally high level of intelligence, it would be impossible to remember it. However, for an unimportant mass-produced NPC, I thought for no reason that his design was too complex, only to discover that there was a hidden event. It doesn't matter what happens to my mask. Did you deliver what you said? Oh, of course, but... Jang Hyun-deok hunched his shoulders slightly and looked around as if surveying his surroundings, then whispered with an exaggeratedly dramatic expression. Let's not show it here. How about we go to the car? Jang Hyun-deok pointed his thumb over his shoulder. His car was there, a big white SUV. 3 days ago, Jang Hyun-deok stated that he saw a mask identical to mine and stated that he also had evidence of it. Although I wanted to check immediately, to be honest, I had never encountered such a situation in the game before. So I wanted to continue once my stamina had recovered at least a little. In Jang Hyun-deok's hand was a worn-out mask, or rather a fragment of a broken mask. Look, it looks a lot like the one Magenim wears, doesn't it? Really. Once again, it was a fragment of a mask. Part of the chin is missing and part of the forehead is cracked, leaving just enough to cover the eyes, and these eyes are completely unique. 4 eyes, I see. Even despite its distinctive appearance, there are other ways to tell that this item is more than just trash. Not every element triggers a message box. If that were the case, even the dumplings I ate today would show something. It must contain some special secret. Let me see it. You have to give it back. Understood. After several reassurances, Jang Hyun-deok finally handed over the mask. I turned the fragment of the mask over and examined it carefully. It was a faded gray color, almost tinged with blue, but it must have originally been white. Remnants of magical power are still present, but they have deteriorated so much that it is difficult to make anything out of them. I was struggling to appreciate the Carcosa mask I was currently wearing, but it seemed like appreciating something as damaged as this might actually be easier. Identification. When I activated the first order appraisal spell, a flash of light was accompanied by a dry sound effect. System. Opening the veil surrounding the damaged mask. Publication of the decision made. I could see Jang Hyun-deok's face behind the fragment of the mask. The fluorescent glow emanating from the mask and the purple twilight falling from the sky intertwined to create an indescribable and bizarre color that made his handsome face look like it belonged to an ominous, mythical creature from the abyss. At the same time, new information appeared in the message window. Carcosa's mask. Damaged junk. Although now completely destroyed and having lost its power, this object once contained the power of the great old ruler, he who must not be named, the mighty king in yellow. Damn, this is real. I told you, didn't I? I told you there are many more things like this in Tanyon. Tanhyeon is an area located northwest of the Gumjeon area, and in terms of the real world I lived in, it is one of the tourist attractions in Paju. It's home to the Harry Arts Village, a decent-sized folk museum and theme park, and is also home to one of the two unification observatories in South Korea. Since I lived in Paju in the original world, I actually visited Tanhyeon several times. To be honest, the atmosphere of Tanhyeon was closer to a rural area than a tourist destination. The landscape was a monotonous repetition of forests, mountains, and factories, interspersed with occasional tourist spots, with the Imjin River flowing along the road and the land of North Korea visible beyond it. However, in World of Cthulhu, Tanhyeon had a special meaning. Similar to the problems with the Yeonam construction apartment complex in Munsan, which I visited previously, the proximity to North Korea in World of Cthulhu meant that the area was synonymous with danger. Thus, in the World of Cthulhu, Tanhyeon became a kind of high-level area, and none of its tourist attractions were operating anymore. Instead, there were only areas overrun by criminals, forbidden zones created by surreal disasters, and slums inhabited by strange individuals. In such an absurd place, Jang Hyun-duk happily chatted while driving. Although the atmosphere here has become a little strange now, it used to be a beautiful region and quite a decent tourist destination. Do you see these ruins in the distance? This is Kahiri Art Village. Oh, did you know that there is a legend about beautiful celestial maidens who came down to dance by a pond somewhere around here? How can you find beauty in a place like this? Well, it looks a little different now, doesn't it? When people stopped coming here, the landscape of Tanhyeon changed completely. Even the air outside the window seemed to change. Although we were moving away from the outskirts of the city and closer to nature, the nature here was not as clear and green as one would expect. The trees that lined the streets and buildings, perhaps drinking from the water pouring in from the North Korean side, grew in strange, twisted shapes, unfurling leaves of a strange ash-brown color that was neither green nor yellow. Trees and rocks, and then more trees. Everything in sight seemed twisted and distorted, as if suffering from some kind of disease. Among such twisting shadows, one could even succumb to the illusion of seeing something moving, something that was neither man nor beast. These ominous forests formed dense forests, and behind them lay mountains upon mountains. The Imjin River could be seen along the road, and even further away, the land of North Korea, which you should never look at for too long. It was not a place where bandits or goblins could suddenly block your path, but it was still a place that no decent citizen living in the bright hours of Paju would ever visit. It has been a long time since we left the Gumcheon area. This area was one of the deepest parts of Tanhyeon. We are now entering the real heart of Tanhyeon. You're sure you know what you're getting into, right? From now on, I cannot be responsible for you. Oh, of course. This is not my first time here. I've brought professionals like Mage Neem here more times than I can count. So how much longer do we have to go? We're almost there. About 5 minutes? No, maybe 10 minutes? While contemplating the cost of calling another safe taxi in Tanhyeon, I spoke with Jang Hyun-deok. Okay, then I'll believe you. If you have a mouse, you should definitely play this game. No installation. Play for free. Strategy game Panzer Quest. Did you doubt me? No one trusts anyone they meet in Paju after dark. This is cruel. I came all this way trusting Mage Nim. This is very bad. Jang Hyun-deok spoke in a tone of disappointment, but there was a smile on his face. From the very beginning, concepts such as loyalty or trust were not appropriate in our relationship. The moment I was convinced that the fragment of the mask he brought was genuine, Jang Hyun-deok demanded payment for the information. After a long and tedious debate, we managed to come to the following agreement. So the information fee is 2 million, the travel fee is 3 million, and any treasure or artifacts we find must be split exactly 50/50ths. As soon as we entered the interior of Tanhyeon, our speed dropped sharply. The least of our concerns were the abandoned and destroyed roads. There were times when large trees or deformed carcasses of animals blocked the road, and there were times when we had to push through bushes where there was no road at all. As a result, the car didn't just shake. He rushed forward like a ship caught in a storm. I had to use my magical powers to stabilize my metabolism and avoid motion sickness. After a while, Jang Hyun-deok became silent. When I looked at his face, I saw him muttering and counting numbers under his breath. 6, 7, then landmark, and then 2, 3. He walked without GPS. He memorized the route using the trees and rocks that grew along the road. The complexity of the path required such concentration that it left no room for conversation. After repeatedly driving down unbeaten roads, the car finally stopped.
We're here! It's right there!
Jang Hyun-deok raised his hand and pointed between two trees to a certain place. Just trees? Well, it's not very visible from here. We won't be able to go further by car, so we'll have to walk a little from here. Are we going on a hike? No, it's not that serious. Just past that tree and we're there. Jang Hyun-deok got out of the car. I had a hard time getting out of the car because I was still suffering from the throbbing pain from the vibration that seemed to go all the way to the top of my head, but I gritted my teeth and got out. If my health were a little better, maybe everything would be easier. But I don't think I can improve it here and now. Just like Jang Hyun-deok said, the destination didn't seem far away. Ahead, I felt an unpleasant concentration of magical power that was difficult to detect anywhere else. I did some light stretching to straighten my back and activated the spells. Trap detection, detect magic, invisibility detection. Apart from the unnatural accumulation of magical power, no particular dangers were detected. Meanwhile, Jang Hyun-deok sneaked forward.
Hello, Jang Hyun-deok, wait for me.
Oh, yes, please hurry, it's right here. Slow down a little. Protective circle, distortion field, mountain goat step. To be honest, my condition was not very good, since I had not yet fully recovered from the consequences of the quest undertaken 3 days earlier. As a result, I had to activate not only basic defensive spells, but also additional magic to increase my stamina. Maintaining a large number of spells at once is not ideal. No matter how much magical power one has, there is no benefit in using multiple spells at the same time. There is the issue of the power and accuracy of each spell decreasing, and maintaining concentration also becomes increasingly tedious. In addition to losing spells, the environment distracted me from concentrating. Firstly, there was a strange fishy smell coming from the trees. It was different from the typical musty smell of the forest and more reminiscent of the smell of sewage stagnant in the sewer. There were also bizarre insects of grotesque shapes hanging from the trees. Bedbugs with spiny shells or patterns resembling human faces scurry around on 8 or 9 legs. Nothing here seems normal. The fact that this place was unfamiliar territory also made me nervous. Although I have encountered deviations from expected scenarios before, none to this extent. I'm familiar with the worlds both outside and inside the game, but I've never visited places like this. Suddenly I realized that I had arrived at the very place that Jang Hyun-deok mentioned.
What it is?
It was a landscape unlike any I had ever seen. The forest, thick with tree after tree, abruptly gave way to an inordinately wide clearing. And in this clearing there were, apparently, hundreds of stones located at regular intervals. Although they were made of stone and were therefore called stones, I doubted whether it was appropriate to call them that. These stones had a strange, lifelike shape, as if they had grown from the earth rather than from trees, and there was an unsettling malevolence about them that seemed to contradict the idea that they were formed naturally. Even such thoughts spoiled my mood. But these formations were approximately the size of a person and had a vaguely human shape. It was as if the ruins spread out before your eyes are eerily quiet. The familiar sounds of insects and birds that hitherto tickled your ears are absent in this land of silence. It is a barren land where not a single tree or flower can bloom. It was eerily quiet, so quiet that you could be afraid of your own voice. The silence was filled with stones in the shape of people. Although there was no sound, it seemed to me that I was hallucinating hundreds of people screaming at the same time from somewhere. Although Tanyon's appearance has changed a lot in the world of Cthulhu, there has never been such a place in the game before. The magical power I sensed earlier was concentrated further inside the wasteland, probably about 60 meters away. Jang Hyun-deok spoke with a reddened face. How about this? Do you see them there? What? Masks, masks! Look, there on the ground! Scattered under the humanoid stone pillars were fragments of the mask that Jang Hyun-deok pointed out. The sight of pieces of masks endlessly scattered under hundreds of columns caused strange anxiety. It seems like there are as many masks as poles, don't you think? It seems so. At one point I thought about buying a few pieces and selling them, but the pieces turned out to be worthless. I took a few steps forward and picked up the piece of mask that had fallen to the ground to inspect it. It was just like the one Yang Hyun Deok showed me earlier, the kind of trash that stores don't accept. These things scattered here have already lost their meaning. Even if you collect them all and take them away, you will not earn more than you would pay for the labor. Have you ever gone inside? Oh, yes, I was just about to talk about this. Jang Hyun-duk suddenly perked up and pulled me towards him. Come here, here! It was already evening and darkness had fallen. We stood on the edge of a gloomy archaeological site where bizarre rocks were endlessly located. These stones. They had an eerie shape, somewhat reminiscent of a human being, but like most of the mask fragments that had fallen to the ground, they were now of little value. Although they carried traces of magical power, they lost their value and became just background trash. But further inside? In the very heart of this quiet and dark archaeological site, I felt a sticky and ominous magical force. I didn't know if this energy could be divided equally as Jang Hyun-deok had hoped, but it implied that there was something valuable or significant here. Here, just turn your head at this angle from this point. When asked if he had ever approached the heart of the ruins, Jang Hyun-deok pulled me up and made me stand at a certain angle. Beyond the rocks and the darkness of the night, wait. Although I was still one level short of being able to cast spells beyond the first order, my extraordinary magical power, far superior to that of a first-level mage, allowed me to freely cast utility and enchantment spells. I enchanted my eyes with 2 types of spells to improve my vision, and broke through the darkness shrouding the archaeological site to see what Jang Hyun-deok was pointing at. Indeed, I see it. This scene could only be seen from this position. A gap that accidentally formed between the intricately curved rocks allowed us to look into the deeper part of the archaeological site. Inside, in the center of the archaeological site, where the magical power was concentrated, there were stones that looked like people, just like in other places. However, these stones were different. On the top of these rocks, where a person's face should have been, there were masks in perfect condition. Masked rocks. From here, about 3 of them were visible. This place, this atmosphere, these things are arranged so exquisitely. There's no way these masks are just flimsy junk. This is really exquisitely designed. It was truly exquisite. Everything is excessive.
Right? Oh, why are you looking at me like that?
What kind of look are you talking about when I wear a mask? No, but I still have a feeling, you know? Well, it's true that I look at you with suspicion. Oh, exactly. I knew it, didn't I? No, that's not the point. Why? Well, I just felt like you might be a little suspicious. Jang Hyun-duk recoiled in surprise. You said you trusted me before? When did I say that? I said I don't trust anyone. The reason why Jang Hyun-deok brought me here was not because he trusted me, but because of my money and the guarantees of Tudor, a famous broker. Likewise, I didn't trust Jang Hyun-duk. More precisely, should I say that I did not trust the safety of this situation? After all, how many things in this world can you truly trust? What did I see with my own eyes? Tudor, who was programmed in the game to never betray the player. From the moment this NPC appeared, as if on cue, as if by a destined event, I could not completely trust Jang Hyun-deok. No, I'm for real. It was Magenim who first suggested coming here. Who said you're fake? But besides this, while Jang Hyun-duk himself may be completely innocent, there may be a powerful entity behind him that orchestrated these events. Despite such doubts, I followed his example and came this far. Partially because I was determined to follow a story that never existed in the game, and also because, given Jang Hyun-duk's characteristics and abilities, I calculated that I could easily subdue him if he betrayed me. After that, Jang Hyun-deok continued to chatter, trying to prove his innocence and purity, but I only half listened as I prepared to enter the ruins. The protective circle and distortion field were already in place, but how many enchantments do I need to cast? I've already cast 5 spells. Considering the spells needed to respond to unexpected situations, casting more seemed onerous, but I couldn't take it lightly. To be honest, entering any place in the Cthulhu world with so little advance information was no different than visiting a nuclear power plant after a radiation leak. Inhalation of foreign spores can lead to poisoning or growth of foreign plants in the lungs, and undetectable waves can disrupt brain function, causing induced disorientation. Prayer of protection, gesture of guardianship, cat reflexes. Casting more spells on my body was too cumbersome, so I distributed some of them by attaching them to my clothes and the skateboard I carried on my back. Then go ahead. Oh great, time to leave. Jang Hyun-deok walked forward with a worried expression on his face. Wait, what did he say?
Hey, what?
Hmm?
Where are you going?
You said we were going, didn't you?
You too?
Of course, yes. It took me a while to look at Yang Hyun-duk's face and then into his eyes. His cheeks were flushed with excitement, and his pupils shone with an unshakable light. This look was reminiscent of the most dangerous types of people in the Cthulhu world. Fear exists as a defense mechanism to protect the body. Those who don't have it always create huge problems. For a moment I thought about knocking him down, but then I changed my mind. Forget it, do as you wish.
You!
Let's see what awaits us then. I wasn't sure who arranged it, but I decided to come with us. I separated several spells and cast them on Jang Hyun-deok. Tisk, okay, then let's go.
Let's move!
Jang Hyun-deok turned and began to make his way between the stones towards the ruins, holding only a flashlight in his hand. This crazy bastard. Dancing flames. A blinding cloud of light flashed and blocked his path as if wanting to stop him.
Don't mess around, just follow me slowly.
Oh, yes, I will. We slowly entered the ruins. Although it was surrounded by forest, the inside of the ruins was very dry. There haven't been any serious problems yet, and if they did, traits like heightened alertness or festive offering that activated on their own were still dormant, so everything was fine. With each step we took, the fragile earth crumbled by 2-3 centimeters, accompanied by the clanking of fragments of masks densely scattered on the floor. There are so many stones, and with them a huge number of mask fragments, as numerous as the stones themselves. It was like a scene of madness by a mad artist, destroying failed works until an impossible work of art was created. With the exception of the bizarre, surreal atmosphere and the physiological disgust emanating from the humanoid stones, there was nothing in particular to impede our path. However, the presence of the atmosphere and rocks created an unpleasant pressure, more complex than a physical barrier. Therefore, despite the time spent moving, our progress was frustratingly slow. Meanwhile, Jang Hyun-deok looked like he was surrounded by monsters writhing in terrible agony, although there was plenty of space between him and the stones. Wow. Magnum, the further we go inside, the more ominous the atmosphere becomes. His attitude was strange. Therefore, it was unclear whether he considered this situation good or bad. It was quiet inside the ruins. That is, it was quiet except for Jang Hyun-duk's incessant chatter, which was the only sound in the place. Jang Hyun-duk continued to chatter unnecessary stories as he followed me. He talked about how he had younger siblings to support, how he was from an orphanage, how Majnim, that is me, seemed like an amazing and impressive person. Just like he thought I was looking kind, how he felt it was destiny from the first moment he saw me, how he always wanted to return to this place, how he had dreamed about this place many times since he discovered it, his desperate need for money, how he foolishly wasted his time on frivolous activities in the past, his plans to move abroad if he got more money because he was tired of Korea and found it a terrible country, and so on and so forth. Since there was no real need to focus on his rambling stories, I instead observed his behavior and everything else around us as we moved forward. Air density, flow of magical power, smell, light, sounds. It may just be unnecessary worry, but it's not an easy road. Even if you remove elements like pressure and discomfort, there are too many blind spots in this space. Wait a minute. Am I just leaving something important out? I continued moving forward without stopping and spoke to Jang Hyun-duk, who was following me. Hey, Jang Hyun-deok, what did you say earlier? You mentioned something about sleep, right? Oh, about wanting to live abroad? If I ever succeed, it will be... No, not that. You said you always dream about this place? I've wanted to go back ever since I learned that this place was created after the Great Collapse and was unknown to anyone. I looked over my shoulder for Jang Hyun-duk, but he was nowhere to be seen. However, his voice continued to reach me. This place has appeared in my dreams many times. I saw beautiful celestial maidens dancing in the center of these endless ruins covered with stones. When I turned right at the cliff, Jang Hyun-deok turned left. Because of this, our paths diverged, and he moved in the other direction from me. Could great treasures and rewards be hidden here? I believe that Majenim will fulfill my wishes. A stone blocked our path. When I changed direction, Jang Hyun-duk's voice somehow ended up right in front of me. There must have been another way on the other side. Suddenly my senses expanded and my already tense nerves became extremely sensitive.
Magnum, over there, look at them!
Jang Hyun-duk's excited voice touched my ears, and thanks to the newly activated trait, it sounded even louder, like it was pounding on my eardrums. I subconsciously raised my hands to cover my ears while looking at Jang Hyun-duk. That son of a bitch. Before we knew it, we had reached the deepest part of the ruins. Jang Hyun-deok arrived before me, but he didn't attack me or turn into a monster or anything. Instead, with a joyful face and a magnificent smile, he spread his arms wide and pointed at something in the center of the ruins. On this dark night, in the middle of the dense Tanhyeon forest, the only source of light in this dark archaeological site was the magical light dancing above my hand. Jang Hyun-deok's face turned into strange colors of light as he looked at me. The expression on his face expressed naive and blissful happiness, like that of a child leading his parents to a magnificent holiday. In the direction he was pointing, there was something special about the surrounding rocks, something completely different from them. Yes, something special. We checked the intact masks before entering the ruins. Jang Hyun-deok believed that these masks would bring him sudden wealth, and for some reason he felt obligated to bring me here. There was also a fixer who had previously accompanied Jang Hyun-duk to this place. What happened to him? Jang Hyun-duk seemed to turn a blind eye to what happened to him that day. However, if he managed to return safely in one piece, these masks might not still be here. Well, if you think about it, it looks like a classic setup. Even though these masks were buried so deeply and surrounded by numerous obstacles, these masks somehow remained visible even from a great distance outside. Was it due to the perfect angle and coincidence that they could be seen from afar? Not at all. They just twisted the laws of physics themselves to provide bait for unwitting prey to stumble upon. I turned my head slightly and looked past Jang Hyun-duk at the row of masked stones. The fact that they wore masks and stored magical power within themselves was not their only feature. Their forms were different from others. They were perfect, completely human physique. The surfaces were smoothly polished and clean. It would almost be awkward to call them stones. They looked more like statues. Compared to these statues, the stones scattered around seemed like melting and decaying corpses. Each statue was posed differently. One had his arms outstretched to the sky, another raised his leg in a ballet pose, one squatted, and the third had his arms bent. Look, they seem to be dancing, don't they? Indeed, these are dance poses. The dance I saw in my dream looked exactly like this. There was this strange music and beautiful lights falling from the sky. Dance. If one were to think of it as a dance, then it could indeed be considered as such. And the number of statues wearing masks and dancing, 1, 2, 3. And then there are 4, 5, 6. And there too, 7, 8. Wait a minute. A chill ran through me as if I had been struck by lightning. An ominous feeling pierced my mind. Of all the damn cases. And I was lucky, Jang Hyun-duk did the same. This crazy fool was counting out loud with a gleeful smile on his face. Advertising from Pub Future. You'll never turn off your computer again. No installation. Play for free. Strategy game Panzer Quest. 9, 10, 11. Hey, stop it! Was that really my voice? It shook violently. There's something else. The masks are all... I hastily gathered my magical power. I had to shut this damn fool's mouth. The number of masked statues causes madness in your mind. It was too late. Crap! A message box popped up in front of my eyes, blocking my view. I already recognize this number. 13, isn't it? A mental illness, triskaidekaphobia, fear of 13, has appeared. Damn. After avoiding it all the time, I was caught like this, trying to resist the distortion with my mental strength. Even if I broke Jang Hyun-duk's jaw, nothing would change now. Psychic strength test. The madness already embedded in my mind could not be blocked even by the abyss madness trait that I had been using as a family heirloom until now. Of course, this would result in a significant debuff, but if I could just succeed on the psychic power check here, there would be a way to counter it. Refusal. You damn bastards! Do you think I'll die here? I reached into my backpack feeling for the artifact that I had carefully packed in case something like this happened. Start of distortion. In fact, it was worse than being a rat in a trap. Stupid modern people write numbers on everything they see. Car license plates, phone numbers, calendars, house numbers, page numbers in books, remaining battery power in smartphones, the number of floors in skyscrapers, the number of steps, the number of passers-by, the number of white lines on pedestrian crossings, and even how many times a pigeon pecking a street nods its head garbage. But no matter what, I couldn't escape that number. I think about it. We are taking steps to return home. 1, 2, 3. At last, my steps reached that ill-fated and ominous number. I am breathing. Inhale 1, exhale 2, inhale 3 again. My breathing was approaching that number. I tried everything to avoid groups of numbers, burned calendars, tried attaching different numbers, even tried to separate numbers, destroyed random license plates, suddenly stopped walking, stopped breathing, and even thought about breaking this crazy man's neck. Pigeon, but I could barely restrain myself. But damn it, I was trapped in this cramped prison with no escape, only to come face to face with this unfortunate, terrible number. Disorientation did not always present with the same symptoms. At first I felt physical signs such as difficulty breathing, hallucinations, itching, chills, and body aches. Then there were times like that. Who was it again? There was a big strange man in that underground parking lot, right? Either way, it can also look like reckless blaming and violence, just like that person. Wait, what am I doing now? Dean! A bell was heard from somewhere. Who could it be? Vertical bar, run away. It seemed like someone was talking to me. Vertical bar, run, I said. Oh, really? But where? In the direction. And why? Now this place is unclear to me. Magnum, what does run away mean? Was that the voice I heard? Is there anyone else here besides me? You know, there are more people in the world than you might think. Among them, some occasionally turn pale, while others dance. There are those who sometimes turn to stone and remain hidden. Sometimes you may wonder why you are here, but don't worry. But then why do salmon lay eggs? Is salmon made from salmon roe? Dean! Vertical bar, get out of this, you idiot! Wake up! Another bell rang and then someone shouted at me. Magnum, look at this! Oh, was that what he said? The strange guy pointed in some strange direction. With a pop of cotton, the forsythia blossomed. Now that the weather is getting warmer, how is the Bigfoot transported from Siberia doing? Have you ever thought about how weird the greeting hello is? Hello? Question? Is the question whether a person is in a state of well-being? Vertical bar stop. Stop thinking and turn your head. Look forward with your head turned. And in what direction? Anyway, despite the awareness of the existence of this unknown person, the contempt we feel for what we consider to be a lonely darkness cannot bring us joy. What spreads so widely in the swirling autumn sky? I turned my head towards the voice coming from somewhere. Indeed, in the direction in which I turned my head. Oh my God, there was a transcendental elegance and mythical beauty that had no place in this world. It was a breathtaking scene unlike anything I had ever seen in my life. Corpses. An eerie space filled with corpses that were frozen, writhing in agony, and frozen in place as they stood. In the center of these corpses, dancers wearing animal masks performed a dance that was strange, truly bizarre, eerie, and completely unusual. Alien bodies covered in golden scales and colorful jewels hanging from their bodies. Yellow silk fabrics fluttered around their bodies. No language that has existed since the beginning of this earth could adequately describe this dance, movement, swaying, and twisting. Under the dark yellow sky, a huge star shone. Bathed in the light of Aldebaran, a dozen or so dancers performed a dance that was strange and repulsive, a dance that should not exist in this world. System. The effect of the feast-offering penalty trait has been activated. Look, Magnum, that's it. The dance I saw. Why did I forget? Beautiful dance. Look at this beautiful dance. Dance. Yes, I came back here just to see this dance again. Jung Hyun-dok grabbed his head. He cried tears, tears red as blood, in desperation but filled with ecstasy. He shouted. The dancers, made of gold and shining brighter than the precious metal itself, maintained a precise distance from each other as they performed a synchronized and dazzling dance. Every sudden movement of their limbs caused the golden silk wrapped around their bodies to billow dramatically. The stones that came into contact with the silk, they seemed to have been cut by a blade and fell off. At first glance, it looked just like silk blowing in the wind, but it had a magical, spiritual, surreal power, akin to a blade that cuts through everything it touches. The nature of the fluttering fabric did not matter much. The dance itself was a dance of death, filled with madness and murderous intent. So should I avoid this dance? Is he telling me to run away from this dance? Is it possible to fight this dance? A golden whirlwind, whirling in a dance of death, is approaching us, moving either slowly or at breakneck speed. Maybe I don't know. But at least Jung Hyun-duk will be carried away by this dance very soon and his body will be torn to pieces. Ha ha ha. This guy will meet his end soon. Vertical bar, no, destroy the number 13, use magic, just cast some spell, anything. Ah, yes, yes, yes! The dance itself doesn't matter. The problem is not the dance, but the number of dancers performing it. Why such an ominous and unlucky number? My hands are shaking. I have to deal with this. This, the escape. Run, no fight. Yes, let's destroy it. Use magic, activate the magic. I will disperse them with magic. The unique feature of the S-rank accessory Vicious Flame Ring has been activated. Red element concentration and Legacy of Fire knowledge are triggered. Red element concentration increases the effectiveness of all fire-type spells by 50%. Legacy of Fire knowledge improves understanding of fire magic. Boom, crack, wow, fizz, click, roar. All kinds of spells emanated from my fingertips in different ways and at the same time. Most of the activated spells either did not work properly or did not work at all due to the lack of suitable targets. Amidst the chaos, the few spells that were able to be activated caused everything in sight to flare, shake, burn, freeze, and explode. Everything was destroyed, broken, destroyed, everyone died. Spinning. The stars are visible. Am I looking at the sky or am I lying on the ground? The world is spinning dizzyingly. Ha ha ha! My mind is reeling and my body feels unstable. Who is there? Where I am? Through the acrid smoke rising into the sky, maybe from the fire I started, a dancer in a golden mask appeared. In her hand, she held a sharp sword that emitted a deadly glow. Dean. Vertical bar. Get out of this! Get your bearings! Dodge! First I was told to fight, and now to dodge. What exactly should I do? I still can't perform any actions. I activated too many spells at once. My legs seemed to be rooted to my shoulders, and my arms seemed to be stuck to my hips. The blade was too close. Suddenly, the eerie mask of the golden dancer was right in front of my nose, and the cold shine of the blade in his hand flew into my neck. For some reason I wanted to laugh. Dreamy Blur automatically casts the blink spell. Although the golden dancer's blade was aimed directly between my head and body, the moment the blade was about to touch me, the magic contained within the mask was activated. With a strange feeling of being pulled by my mask, my position shifted from where I was originally standing to a place 5 steps behind. Flashing completed. Reload time 864,000 seconds. Ugh, damn, I thought I was done for. Rough breathing, an increasing urge to vomit, dizziness, and a severe headache created a feeling as if both my head and lungs were about to explode. It was a terrible situation, where no part of my body, head, mind, or soul seemed whole. But the worst was yet to come. What is this? All the fingers on both hands were in terrible condition. The +2 health gloves I spent a fortune on were rendered useless and destroyed, leaving my fingers completely unprotected. The skin was burned black. All the nails were broken. Bright red blood oozed from them. In some places there was abnormal inflammation and swelling. Ugh, damn it. Some were even broken. I tried to take off my gloves with trembling fingers, but they were too damaged. Instead, I managed to remove the gloves using my chin and teeth. The gloves didn't so much come off as disintegrate, and I carelessly tossed the remains away. The events that had just happened were slowly being reconstructed in my mind. It seemed that the random casting of spells in my distortion was backfiring, but I did it. Ha! You did it, Kim Shin-hwa! I managed to survive until the distortion ended. Looking around, I saw that some places were burning. Others were flying into pieces. But there, wow, tilde, ice pillar. There was not a single intact stone left within a radius of 10 meters, and some stones 30 meters away were broken into pieces. And on the ground lay a small bell made of pure silver. It was the underworld silver bell that I acquired 3 days ago in the basement of an apartment complex in Munsan. Silver Underworld Bell, S-rank magic tool. A magic tool made from pure silver mined by ghouls. Grants the owner enormous magical power, along with terrifying madness. No need to read further. Pure Silver Dominion. Automatically casts Voice of Authority on the target and increases the effect of mind by 100%. Just before descending into madness, I activated the Pure Silver Dominion to manipulate my mind. Since it wasn't set up in advance, I couldn't completely block the side effects of the distortion, but I was able to somehow channel my magic to attack the enemy. The random spells I cast managed to destroy at least one of the 13 dancers, and from the moment the number ceased to be 13, my distortion began to dissipate. If the distortion had continued any longer, I would have been decapitated by one of the dancer's attacks. System. The shattered mind penalty trait is activated. Since you only have one mental illness at the moment, a random mental illness will show up. Ah, so diligent. You fucking bastards, whoever it is that keeps me in this world and messes with me, I swear I'll kill him if I catch him. System. Mental illness, ichthyophobia, fear of fish, has been superimposed on your mind. What? Wait, that's wrong. Come on, play fair. In some ways, this phobia was worse than the phobia of the number 13. It wasn't just that there would be one less option for lunch. In World of Cthulhu, this phobia... Caw! Now is not the time to be distracted. I hastily grabbed the silver bell, put it in my backpack, and turned my attention in the direction of the noise. There, just 6 steps from where I stood, loomed a creature. A creature of stunning beauty. Its body shines like gold. He wore a strange mask resembling the face of a beast. His limbs were decorated with flowing sharp silk, and he wielded swords encrusted with precious stones. This golden dancer was the servant of the King in Yellow, a beautiful artist made of gold, the king's bodyguard, and the high priest who carried out the will of the god. The golden dancer's body clearly resembled a human one, but he looked at me, making strange sounds that cannot be pronounced by human vocal structures. He tilted his head slightly to the left, wearing a 3-eyed beast mask, reminiscent of the Carcosa mask I wore. One might describe it as a curious tilt, although it was unclear whether the golden dancer harbored any real thoughts in her head. In any case, it was impossible to understand what he was thinking about. It was a being with a thought process fundamentally alien to any intelligence known on Earth. But one thing was clear: this bastard wanted me dead. The golden dancer raised one leg in an unusual movement, as if assuming an arabesque ballet pose. Then, leaving behind a trail of golden afterimages, it moved towards me with unrelenting force. Ring-ding-ding! The jewels and ornaments hanging from the dancer's body rang against his golden scales, creating a loud noise. He had movements of extraordinary beauty and exquisite grace, but the swords in his hands and the flowing silk around his body did not. A simple confrontation with either side would be a lethal attack. Protective Circle. Spell upgrade, multicast. It was an attack that couldn't be easily blocked. I formed the activated protective circle not as a wide barrier, but as thin pillars, weaving them in the air, crossing the path of the golden dancer. Then an invisible fence materialized in the air. The dancer sensed the danger not with his sight, but with his instincts, and tried to change his course in the air. But it was too late. Crack! I quickly made signs with my blackened hands, all of whose nails had been torn out, and began to sing. It will be a hammer of thunder that will strike hot iron. The wasted magical power and scattered mental power that happened to me during the distortion prevented the skip cast and skip sign traits from properly activating. So I had to make them. The moment the signs and spells that were engraved in my mind were completed, blue sparks began to shoot out from my bleeding fingertips. These sparks soon turned into a pulsating, writhing, huge bolt of lightning. With a furious, crackling sound, lightning pierced the air, striking the ground and breaking rocks in its path. He then poured out his violent energy on the dancer, who was entangled in invisible pillars and struggling. Howl, spew! Your cries will be an offering to the Lord of the Night Sky, the Lord of Fomalhaut. I only realized how annoying it was when the character traits were left out. But when the signs and spells were completed, an ominous roar began to be heard from underground. It feels like my head is about to split open. Imagine collecting all the hangovers you could experience in your entire life and experiencing them all at once. It was not time to stop yet. The dancers muttered something in a strange language. Despite the fact that some of them were broken and charred, there were still those who had enough strength to move. Let's see. There are 9 of them? What are you saying? Speak Korean, you bastards! Some of them seemed to squirm uncomfortably, but this was no cause for concern. I slowly massaged my stiff neck, which refused to move easily, and thought about the actions I needed to take, the statements I needed to make, and the objects I needed to keep an eye on. As if my condition wasn't bad enough. After this is all over, I really need to lie down for a week without moving. 9 dancers approached me in unison. Although their numbers had decreased, their movements remained precise. They intertwined their legs and bowed their heads in my direction. Their movements resembled ballet poses. And then came the jumping and kicking. If I knew a little ballet terminology, I might be able to describe what they do, but there was no way for me to learn anything that I didn't already know, despite my increased intelligence. And then came the leap. To stay longer and watch would be death for me. I threw the skateboard on the ground and cast a few spells. Cat reflexes, invisible hand, jump. It was not for nothing that I was in a daze. As my concentration returned, the traits that had stopped activating began to function normally again, allowing me to cast spells in a row without the need for signs or incantations. As soon as I vacated my seat, the dancers' performance turned from ballet to sword dance. Each held a sparkling pair of swords in their hands. A sword dance began in honor of their king. It was a dance of death, designed to destroy the king's enemies. I am a magician. Just like last time with the ghoul shaman, why do they keep forcing me into physical confrontations? If my magical order had been just one level higher, I might have been able to cast a spell that would have allowed me to react more comfortably. But for now, the answer was to keep my distance. The magically enhanced skateboard emitted a blinding glow and bounced to ridiculous heights that would have been impossible for my real body. However, the golden dancers followed suit. 10 frighteningly bright swords glowed, and the yellow silk fluttered like clouds. Their weapons were not limited to swords. The stones that touched the fluttering yellow silk were cut as if they were being cut by a sword. Was this some kind of joke? The range of influence was too wide. The distance that one dancer could attack was 4 meters in all directions, forward, backward, left, right, above, and below. And with their ability to instantly close the distance by jumping, I could not afford to stand still for even a moment. Jump, then jump off the rock to jump again. As soon as I touched the ground, I used an explosive trick to move quickly. Then he jumped again. Just when I thought I had gotten rid of whoever was clinging to me from behind, a golden body flew towards me from the front. At this rate, there will be no end to it. I gathered my magical power and screamed. The dancer, who was hit by the hot shock wave emanating from my hand, was thrown to the side and crashed into the rock with a metallic sound. Just as I was about to cast another spell to finish this off, 3 dancers and 6 bladed swords came towards me. They aimed at those corners where it was difficult for me to go, and flew with precise blows of the sword. Ah, damn, leave sword fighting to the swordsman. Gale, spell upgrade, maximize. Jump, spell upgrade, increase range. Protective circle, spell upgrade, multicast. One, suspended in the air, I sent flying with the storm, and the other was forced to jump, changing its trajectory. At the same time, I aimed layers of intertwined protective circles at the one that pressed closest to me. Clang! Sparks flew from the twin swords, blocked by an invisible protective circle. But I stayed in one place too long. 8 more swords flew at me from the other side. Ah, this really could be the end of me. Ah, forget about it. I abandoned the damage minimization strategy. When all my nails fell out, I spread my arms wide and cast spells in all directions around me. Buzz! I concentrated magical power filled with excessive amounts of yang energy at the tips of my hands. I saw the blood flowing from my torn and burst fingers begin to boil and evaporate. It felt like all 10 of my already damaged fingers were completely smashed. A chilling pain ran from my fingertips to my spine. However, the extremely enhanced lightning obeyed my command, absorbing my magical power and growing to a huge size. Dazzlingly bright golden lightning struck in all directions. It seemed to me that giant trees were growing out of my hands. It was a strange sensation where I didn't even know if I was feeling pain or pleasure. I felt dizzy. Trees of lightning grew at the speed of light and entwined the dancers rushing towards me. Gold conducts electricity well, right? Crack, crack, crack. While the dancers were paralyzed by the lightning, I created a fireball under my skateboard. Tempering. Fireball. Boom! At the peak of the fireball explosion, jump. I activated the jump and then jumped again. Despite the feeling that my guts were about to spill out, I flew vertically more than 20 meters in an instant. Woohoo! The noise of the wind hit my face and ears. Having reached the peak of the jump, I threw my head back and looked down. Or rather, I began to fall head first. However, I could see the dark Tanyeon forest below me, the ruins that seemed almost naked in plain sight, and the dancers sparkling in the light of the stars. Krrr!
Kiavum!
Wow, Fahuzur ha! I could also see the dancers, who had not been carried away by the lightning, gathered at my feet as if chasing me. They were grouped together nicely. Has there ever been a time in my life when so many people clung to me as if they liked me? It seemed my luck in love was at an all-time high. Either way, they came together well. The essence of hunting is in the impact zone. Sound refraction. Spell upgrade, multicast. A barrier of magical power rose up around the dancers. A magical barrier that distorts sound waves has formed into a dome with an open lid. Take Lee Chang-hyuk's signature move, for example. Sonic boom. Bah! The shockwave created by the sonic boom was blocked by the barrier of sound distortion and was reflected back inward, continuing to bounce back. The trapped shockwaves were unable to escape the barrier and continued to pile on top of each other, causing terrible destruction. The stones of the ruins and the metal bodies of the dancers, caught in the terrifying vortex created by the sound, could not withstand the repeated shocks and were shattered into pieces. If you have a mouse, you should definitely play this game. No installation. Play for free. Strategy game Panzer Quest. Even after I deactivated the spell, the shockwaves that hit the sound distortion barrier did not disappear but persisted for a while. The effect was stronger than I expected. Under the right circumstances, this technique alone could get rid of most enemies in the future. There was enough destruction on the ground. Now it's time to save yourself. I tried to catch a skateboard in the air, activating a spell that reduced the speed of my fall. Well, I tried to catch it before I realized that such a feat was beyond my strength. I then used an additional spell to catch him. The test is not over yet. I looked up at the sky during my long, leisurely fall through the air. Dark night sky, and the bright yellow stars that illuminated it shone brightly. What a crazy sky. It was a terrible and ominous sky that made you feel like you would go crazy if you continued to look at it. Although the moon hung in the air, its faint crescent-shaped light was overshadowed by the frighteningly bright stars that emitted a much more imposing presence. Damn it, I'll do whatever it takes to get home. With such determination, I landed in the center of the chaotic ruins. Surprisingly, no achievements appeared. I was almost expecting something like, "Shall we dance?" Achievement. But for this, I will also have to dance. The rabid dancers were mostly unable to overcome the oncoming sonic shockwaves and were completely destroyed. Of course, not all of them were destroyed. 4 dancers survived. However, they were far from unscathed. Now the figures that had previously attacked were nowhere to be seen. Bodies shining with golden light and dancing with a grace unparalleled in the world. All 4 dancers were somehow affected by the sound waves, their metal bodies breaking apart and disintegrating. The sight of them trying to crawl away using what was left of their arms and legs, reduced to stumps, was a spectacle both tragic and comedic. Anyway, this is World of Cthulhu, where there was no bargaining with creatures born from the darkness of the abyss. As I approached them, the dancers began to sing in unison. Ka! 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 A bright red flame flared up with great force. One of the golden monsters, which was glowing while shouting the true name of the King in Yellow, was destroyed, but there are 3 left. Haster! 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 Lightning strike. Rombi! Boom! Haster! They still didn't stop. This is driving me crazy. Stop chanting, crazy people. Firestorm. Despite this, he still had 1 mouth left, which continued to chant the true name of the creature from the abyss. Magic bullet. Spell upgrade, multicast. Dozens of magical bullets were fired, shattering the last dancer's body into pieces. The dancer's body was riddled with holes, scattering golden scales and body fragments in all directions. But even when his body was destroyed, and only his head remained, the dancer's head still uttered cries of praise to its king. Haster! The dancer's spinning head eventually stopped after being blocked by someone's legs. The problem wasn't the dancer. A new shadow appeared, as if blocking the dancer's path. Long limbs and golden hair, and strange decorations on the ears. No, this was not a new character. This was someone who should have been here all along. It was Jang Hyun-deok. Are you what you do? Wait, something went wrong. The quality, form, and flow of his magical power were completely different. Jang Hyun-deok walked up to the dancer's head with an eerily emotionless expression on his face. The dancer's head did not move away from me. He was moving towards Jang Hyun-deok. Hey, stop! Arrow of destruction. Shh! In a hurry, I shot an arrow filled with the magical power of no world towards Jang Hyun Deok. But for some reason, the purple arrow flew quickly, but turned in an unexpected direction. Not that my goal was bad. The arrow of destruction flew straight towards Jang Hyun Deok. But then, as if space itself had become distorted, the arrow itself changed its course. Before I could think about my next move, Jang Hyun Deok had already completed his action. A peaceful and natural touch with a movement that seemed as if it was intended. Jang Hyun Deok took off the mask covering the dancer's face and put it on himself. And then silence. It was eerily quiet. Something was wrong. System, the festive offering unique trait has been activated. My magical detection abilities, developed far beyond human capabilities, detected an unexpected situation. Something went wrong. The most serious problem has arisen. The sheer amount of information, threats, and voices that shook the human psyche, coupled with the electrifying magic penetrating the flesh, caused my mind to momentarily become clouded. Devouring this power would make a person a slave to an indescribable creature and would cause him to lose even the memory of the experience. I gritted my teeth and stepped back. Damn! I've declared to you in human language your shortcomings and shortcomings. You can at least understand a person's own shortcomings, can't you? Do it! Thus, I will allow you to dedicate your entire being, your body, soul, spirit, magical power, and future all to me. Do it! Offer your heart, offer it to me, and by doing this, you, as a person, will be realized. Pull out your heart yourself and offer it to me, and I promise you a place. Let us return to beautiful Carcosa, to your homeland, to the land where you belong. Let's go to the great Aldebaran. Offer your corpse, offer it to me. Do it! Let your flesh become a feast for the maggots crawling underground. Offer it to me. Null's unique trait, indescribable, has been activated. Vertical bar. Light, stranger, feast offering, Carcosa, light, swirling, golden, brightly shining beyond the Milky Way, crossing the Milky Way, crossing to the great Aldebaran, golden light, star light beyond. Let's go on a journey, let's go, to the distant homeland of life, to where there is no need to return, to the beautiful Carcosa, to the great land. The effect of the indescribable trait has forcibly infused your mind with an irrational madness, mental illness, suicidal impulse, mental illness, self-mutilating impulse, mental illness, homicidal impulse, mental illness, broken mind, mental illness, schizophrenia, mental illness, strange taste, mental illness, special belief, mental illness, obsession with a certain color, yellow, mental illness, severe delusion, mental illness, mask phobia, mental illness, tentacle phobia, mental illness, fear, a certain color, yellow, mental illness, obsession with the end of the world. Far from a fight. It just manifested itself in reality. It was just one breath, but along with this breath, the overwhelming amount of information and threats, voices, and exciting magic penetrating my flesh momentarily overwhelmed my mind. This is a strange and irrational force that, with its very presence, completely tramples, destroys, and humiliates the human psyche. To be absorbed by this entity is to become a slave to this indescribable being, and to forget even what happened to you. I looked at Jang Hyun Deok. The once mocking smile was now hidden behind a mask of blasphemous form that exuded an inhuman aura and presence. I felt the air around me vibrate. A golden aura flowed from the mask, shimmering and enveloping his body with its light. Even those who lacked the ability to sense magical power could feel the tangible power crowning his head. A wonderful figure surrounded by golden magic and aura. It was as if he was literally wearing yellow robes. This means this person, or rather this being, is not Jang Hyun Deok. Tall being, great king, ruler of Carcosa, inhabitant of Aldebaran, he who must not be named, sage of the sunset, lord of the sunset, of that which lies beneath the lake, indescribable. This king in yellow. No, wait a minute. Something was wrong. Honestly, it's not that bad. Crack. Blue sparks flashed at my temples with a crackling sound. System Abyssal Madness unique trait has been activated. The mental illness placed on your mind has been cancelled. The madness that tried to enter my mind was swept away by the blue sparks generated by the Abyssal Madness trait. A madman cannot go mad again. Bolt! The magical power of all the ruins increased rapidly. It was a powerful creature with chilling power. And yet, the other party's power was too weak to claim that he was a being from the abyss that had just descended. I began to convert some of the magical power I had summoned for defense in order to analyze my opponent's capabilities and position. I recognized the extent of what the creature could and could not do. The being in Jang Hyun-daeok's mask actually formed a form that could be called the King in Yellow, but something was missing. If the being from the abyss, the great old ruler, the outer god, actually came down, it wouldn't be the end of the world. In any case, the creature in front of me existed within the limits of my perception. It was indeed large, but still large enough to stay in my line of vision if it moved far enough away. This meant that it was a being that I could talk about, describe, and understand. Holy shit, I'm getting it now. Fuck, seriously, who do you take me for, a fool? It was not the King in Yellow who came down. This was not his true form. There isn't even an avatar. It was a shadow created by the King in Yellow. A messenger sent for a multidimensional metaphysical schema that only they could understand. It was simply a voice created by lowering its status and changing its form to communicate with a being that communication with would otherwise be impossible. But that didn't mean I was able to resist it now. Damn it! I still lacked both the level and order of magic. I didn't know what it wanted to convey, but if I showed an answer it didn't like, it would whimsically crush me at its whim, and I could understand this whole situation, starting with the taxi driver who was brainwashed by Yellow Sign. If they wanted to lure me in and kill me or something, they wouldn't have sent a pawn like that. They would bring something much bigger and more dangerous. In a state of semi-humility, I turned to the golden illusion created by Jang Hyun-daeok's mask, the shadow created by the King in Yellow. So speak up then. What do you mean that you got me involved in such a confusing way? The bizarre mask flickered dispassionately. It was modeled after a beast like the one I was wearing. The difference was that this mask had 6 eyes. Vertical bar. Just some fun for the holidays. A voice that was neither male nor female, neither human nor monstrous, but simply beautiful. Despite its beauty, it caused indescribably terrible discomfort. Vertical bar, wonderful. You have proven your strength, intelligence, and wisdom. For a pathetic and lowly man, this is a commendable achievement. I thank you for coming this far. I'll let you consider it the glory of your family. Ah, so beating up the dancers was proof of strength, withstanding a mental attack was proof of intelligence, and finding out his identity was proof of wisdom? Is this funny to you? What nonsense. Vertical bar. I also allow you to express your wish. Say your wish. Unleash your passion. Arouse the desire that has been hidden in your soul since before you were born. Speak. I will fulfill your most vile wish, which you have never told anyone about. I considered launching a tirade of curses, but somehow managed to restrain myself. Even while playing World of Cthulhu, I encountered a similar scenario. Regardless of my answer, this will be considered a contract. My wish will be fulfilled in the most pitiful way, and then I will definitely pay for it. But that didn't mean that not answering was the right answer. It won't disappear forever until I give an answer. What should I say? The period of reflection was brief. I made a decision and answered him. I am not interested. Despite my response, the creature behind the mask covering Jang Hyun-daeok's body did not respond. First of all, I never wanted to come to this damn world, and I don't have any desires in this crazy world. I refuse to be destroyed by clinging to unwanted gifts, and I am already aware that there is nothing you can accomplish for me. I will find my way home myself. I almost blurted out for them to go to hell and just leave me alone. Telling them to leave me alone will likely be perceived as wishful thinking, and they will then demand payment for inaction. But since I could not take back what I had already said, I ended the sentence with a somewhat awkward phrase. That's all. Due to excessive tension and fatigue, my neck became stiff. A fleeting thought occurred to me that this was an unsightly condition, but the situation had already affected my appearance. Instead of just holding back, I began to massage the back of my head, channeling the magical force. If I had reached a higher level by this point, I would have had more options at my disposal. However, at that moment, there was only one option available to me. I began to draw out the remaining magical power from myself and concentrated my mind intensely. The spell was to forcefully send back this divine being who had descended into reality. That spell isn't even allowed in my current order. Indeed, since last time it was one risky game after another. I would have preferred to use high-level spells such as Ban Beyonder, Banish Summoned, or Song of Return. But none of them were available to me at the moment, so I decided to combine lower-level spells to create a magical logic and environment. I wasn't sure if it would help, but I activated these related enchantment spells to elevate my body and mind, and began to push away the influence created by this external god. I then took out the silver bell of the underworld and shook it. The tiny silver bell made a refreshing sound before releasing the magical power contained within it. The unique effects of the S-rank magic tool, Silver Underworld Bell, Pure Silver Charm, and Pure Silver Dominion have been activated. /Fine Silver Dominion automatically casts Voice of Authority on the target and increases the effect of mind by 100%. /Fine Silver Charm, Charm +2 for ghouls, undead, and demons only. Even when I applied power-ups, the king in yellow simply watched me without making any movement or showing any reaction. Indeed, if I were in their place, I too would be curious to see if I would see an ant suddenly emitting magic circles and starting to dance. Please continue watching until the end. I created dozens of magic circles around me. It wasn't just one spell. There were circles for amplification, for organizing the flow of magical force, for the ascent and sublimation of force, for the descent and solidification of force, for release, decomposition, protection, solidification, focusing, dispersal, and rotation. Each of them was a magic circle designed to implement the most basic principles of the simplest spells. But they all moved in perfect harmony according to my will, creating one grand miracle. It turned into a primitive but huge magical machine built outside of my body. I fueled this huge magical engine and activated the spell. I know, identification was primarily a spell designed to identify artifacts or break small seals. I pushed the released magic into the magic engine. The magic, passing through the circles of the magic engine, was forcibly disintegrated, concentrated, rotated, dissipated, and then reassembled. I then directed the strands of this transformed magical power onto the mask covering Jang Hyun-deok's face. Crack, fizzed, fizzut! As expected, ominous golden sparks began to fly from the mask Jang Hyun-deok was wearing. At the same time, a bright yellow magic circle formed in front of the mask. Simple, yet intricate. 3 swirling lines of magical power radiating malice and a bright yellow magical aura intertwined. Even though it was not in full form, it was yellow sign. It was the power contained in the mask that I too was wearing at that very moment. It was the symbol of the being of the abyss, the great old ruler, the king in yellow, the manifestation of his influence in this world, the sign of his power, and the terrible imprint placed on his domain. Evil look. Dispel magic. Gesture of guardianship. I cast a curse to get rid of the external god's influence and a cleansing spell to remove the artificial magical power granted to Jang Hyun-deok's mask and the benevolent god's blessings at the same time. None of these spells were ideal for the situation, but I again destroyed the magic circles and structures, reorganizing them as necessary for my needs. Moans from strange friction could be heard from somewhere. At the same time, the moisture in the air suddenly condensed, forming shards of ice in the air that evaporated without even touching the ground. In addition, there were flashes of sparks, flames, and flashes of light, as well as nearby tremors. These were all side effects of magic that was not activated properly. However, despite these events, the effect I sought to achieve did not materialize. The power output was not enough. I felt as if I was trying to stop a collapsing dam with my hands. I felt like a fool trying to break through the wall instead of using the door. There was an avalanche, a tsunami was approaching, and a train was rushing towards me. Wow, these weird images kept forming in my head. My magical power alone was not enough. I felt that without the authority or approval of a being of sufficient power, I would simply be swept away. Should I borrow the power of the living flame like I did during the incident with Lee Chang-hyuk? No, it's not that. Now there was a more suitable entity. I activated the power of the highest rank artifact I had. Jang Hyun-deok's body jerked violently. For the first time, I caused a reaction from this guy who seemed to stand calm, arrogant, and peaceful no matter what I did. Borrow the power of the king in yellow to block the emissary of the king in yellow. It might seem like a ridiculous and crazy thing to do, but the bastard grinning in front of me was not the king in yellow at all. I had no choice but to use the original's power to strike back and push it back. The power of the magic circles that appeared around my body increased exponentially, and their number and shape changed dramatically. Vertical bar. You try to master abilities beyond your control, trying to control forces you don't understand. How long do you think this kind of recklessness can continue? Jang Hyun-deok's body trembled. No, it was the mask he wore that was shaking. From under the mask he wore, the tentacles oozed like pus from a ripe tumor, sticky and spreading. These tentacles were too numerous and large to be hidden in the head. Oh shit. Tentacles extending from underneath the mask emit a repulsive, pus-like yellow glow and move towards you. This is truly a strange sight. These tentacles are so vile and disgusting that their mere presence is enough to deprive a person of his or her sanity. The sickly yellow tentacles wriggled indescribably, grotesquely defying the laws of physics in a non-Euclidean manner. They were extremely nasty, dirty, ugly, beautiful, twisting, slithering and shiny, moving in a grotesque dance of oozing, undulating horror. These tentacles. Ah, damn it, enough. A bright blue flash erupted from my body, pushing away the tentacles, creeping ominously towards me. Oh God, thank God. I wasn't sure what exactly I had just prevented, but it felt like something important had been blocked. What mattered was not what I blocked, but that it was blocked at all. I focused and concentrated the magical power released, sharpening it, finessing it, and tightening it until it formed a blade. At this moment, a warm and humid breeze blew from the ruins, cluttered with oddly shaped stones. Oh. The wind, brushing the stones of the ruins, made a sound similar to a groan or perhaps a cry of pain. Although I thought the sounds were a warning to immediately stop my current activities, I did not stop, and instead completed my task. I experienced a terrible sensation, as if something extremely sharp was scratching my mana core.
Fizz, fizz, fizz!
The power of an ancient and powerful being has distorted and destroyed my magic circles. Voice of power.
Shut up!
I continued to create new magic circles, tirelessly channeling my magical power into his mask. Disappear. There is no place for you in this world. Return to the dirty, dark abyss from whence you came. I won't let you set foot here. Go away. The magic circle I created was stronger and more unshakable than any magic I had created before.
Gigi, go, gaga, gaga.
The vibrations began to spread, extending beyond the ruins and into the nearby forest. It was a terrible, menacing vibration that made it seem as if the earth was about to split open and the sky could collapse at any moment. Silence, shut up, stay calm, leave me alone, disappear.
Krah!
An inexplicable sound of friction began to be heard from somewhere, and then silence. A mask covering Jang Hyun-deok's face. Cracks began to form on the mask. Vertical bar. How nice. I'll see how long you can stand it. I look forward to the day when you crawl through the mud and call me. The crack in the corner of the mask grew uncontrollably and spread across it. His power and authority were leaking through the cracks. No matter what that bastard said, there was no going back. Despite the crumbling mask, the shadow of the king in yellow casually moved Jang Hyun-deok's body and pointed towards the night sky. Vertical bar. The flood will begin soon. Before that, build an ark. And if you can avert the impending doom after the waters recede and the firmament is cleared, all will be as you wish. What? Flood? Vertical bar. Like the light of Fomalhaut, the Lord of Aldebaran decided to decline the invitation to the feast. But I declare that not all parts of me support you. With these words, the mask representing the power of the outer god completely collapsed. The mask fell into fragments and fell to the ground, and Jang Hyun-deok's body, which had previously been standing arrogantly, fell back like a puppet with its strings cut. The strange pressure, presence, and magical power that filled the ruins disappeared. The king in yellow managed to forcefully return the shadow created by the great abyss being to make his will come true. Achievement unlocked! You banished a creature from the abyss! You have earned Advanced Achievement Uninvited Guest. The achievement rewards you with Artifact Keystone and additional experience points. As soon as the achievement notification appeared as if by accident, or as if someone had artificially staged it, A small stone rolled out of Yang Hyundeok's hands and fell to the floor. Knock! It is a soft gray-brown stone in the shape of a pyramid with rounded edges. Ah, the cornerstone. It's been a long time since I saw him. This was the reward for sending back any being from the abyss that descended to Earth in any form. The keystone, A-rank magic artifact, is a small piece of stone made from alien material that has never existed on Earth. Fancy patterns are engraved on its surface. The emanations of this stone have a remarkable effect on the human psyche. Madman's affinity. If the psychic power check is successful, it allows one to communicate with alien beings, aberrant entities, or those overcome by madness. If the check fails, there is a 50% chance that the intended message will not be transmitted, or the other person's words may be heard strangely garbled. Mental key. When used, there is a random chance to cure the target of a distortion condition. However, if the check fails, the distortion may become worse. It was smaller than a fist, and on its surface were written the symbols of an alien culture that had never existed on Earth. I currently do not have traits related to alien language, so I couldn't read the inscriptions, but I checked the meaning of these patterns several times in my previous games. There was nothing deep about them. You cannot escape this dream unless the abyss allows it. Thinking about it, I felt bad because it seemed like those words were spoken to me. Ha! Was this then? This event was no joke. I pulled myself together from the moment I met Jang Hyun-deok, but it was seriously no laughing matter. My legs started to give out. I just let myself collapse in a heap. In any case, there was nothing more to worry about. I have never seen such a turn of events. Who are these bastards from the abyss that have been rushing towards me from the very beginning? What exactly are they trying to achieve? Wow, damn it. Sitting was not a wise decision. My legs, back, shoulders, head, neck. In fact, my whole body was exhausted and my head was threatening to fall back. I tried to lean on my hands, trying to keep my body from completely collapsing. My fingers felt like they had been cut by a blade. My nails are completely dry. Due to the sudden pain, I sprawled on the ground, pressing my hands to my chest. The ground was hard and strewn with fragments of stones and pieces of masks, but I just lay there for a while, since I didn't have the strength to get up. When I turned my head and looked up at the sky as I lay down, I saw that the sky, which had been fluctuating strangely, and the yellow star, which was shining brighter than the moon, had returned to normal. Have I essentially finished what I came here to do? But then why didn't I get any experience points? These bizarre ruins were a place I had never visited while playing World of Cthulhu, so I couldn't be sure. But given the magnitude of the event, it seemed like it could at least be a hidden quest. But why was the message window silent? Is there still an unresolved trigger? Ugh! With some effort, I managed to squirm enough to sit up. My joints were making a terrible noise, but that wasn't the problem. An unresolved trigger usually meant there were still monsters to deal with. In my current state, I would not be able to respond to anything that came my way. Even if you barely managed to defeat the boss, in this game you could die from an invisible trap. Get it together, Kim Shin-hwa. When I forced myself to stand and began to look around, it didn't take me long to realize what I had missed. A strange sound was coming from somewhere. It was a very strange voice that people could not pronounce, but it was very low and weak. Instead of making any meaningful speech, it sounded more like a moan. What is this? Is anyone still alive? I didn't expect anyone to survive this chaos. As I approached the source of the groans, sure enough, there was the golden dancer still clinging to life. However, it looks like he won't even be able to moan for long. This dancer held on until the very end, but Yang Hyun-duk took his mask. Even though he was hit by dozens of magic bullets, he stubbornly proclaimed the true name of the King in Yellow until the very end. And here he was, still alive. His condition was terrible. Only his head and upper chest remained intact, but nevertheless, he was alive. Hello? You really are something, aren't you? Surviving all this chaos not once, but twice? What are you trying to say? Say it clearly so I can understand. Perhaps it was his last strength, but the dancer could no longer speak. It wasn't breathing, but it wasn't dead either. Although it was capable of making sounds, it did not require breathing at all. His face was literally made of gold. His smoothly polished face at first glance seemed human-like, but upon closer inspection, it became clear that this was the face of a creature far from humanity. It was alien and grotesque, truly monstrous beauty. I came here to pick up a mask, but it seems that this is no longer an option. I slowly gathered my magical power and continued. I don't want to leave empty-handed, so it looks like I'll have to take you with me instead. The dancer blinked his 4 jewel-like eyes in shock and tried to speak, but his mouth was empty, devoid of tongue and teeth. There was just black, empty space.
Ha!
Just stay where you are. At this rate, you'll soon die anyway. The spell I used was the same as when I extracted Black Goat Body liquid from Lee Chang-Huk's body. After strengthening it to prevent resistance, I severed its connection with its master, the King in Yellow, and imprisoned it in a magical barrier. Although it was impossible to preserve a living being in such confinement, this creature was more like a mechanical device. As long as my magical power was present, it could be maintained in a quasi-living state. The task did not require much time. Although I previously tried my best to eliminate the influence that had merged with Lee Chang-Hyuk's soul, dealing with a being with a certain physical form turned out to be much easier. For a moment, I felt like I was skinning a hunting animal and putting it into taxidermy. It's too easy. Has the King in Yellow lost interest after what happened earlier? As soon as the work was completed, new messages began to appear. You have completely destroyed the ruins created for the descent of the King in Yellow. Descent? Oh, so that's why there were dancers there. The servants were preparing for the king's descent. These were creatures that were usually only found in Carcos, another world. They either came here awaiting the descent of the King in Yellow, or appeared as harbingers of this descent. You destroyed all the golden dancers you encountered in the ruins and destroyed the masks they wore. Now the only mask of Carcosa left on Earth is the one you possess. The first mask, which was inherently more powerful than the other masks of Carcosa, will gain even greater power. If you can destroy other objects with a yellow sign, you will experience even more amazing miracles. System. You have met the specified conditions, so the hidden power of the L-rank accessory Carcosa mask is now activated. What is this? Has the mask become stronger? I briefly felt the mask covering my face to assess its condition. Invitation to Carcosa. You can visit the majestic and beautiful Carcosa in your dreams. Madman's agility. You can unlock the artifact's hidden abilities or try to modify it to give it other abilities. You get a plus 100% success rate in inventions, repairs, research, and development. However, each use of this ability requires a sanity check. Failing the check will cause a random mental illness to affect your mind. This is not that great. In most cases, invitation to Carcosa may seem like a pointless character trait. Carcosa is the dimension where the King in Yellow resides. Visiting such a crazy world in a human body would result in a distinct culture and habits unique to Carcosa, as well as insanity. However, Madman's agility was an incredibly useful trait that couldn't be obtained through a normal build. But in exchange for its overly good effects, it came with a penalty of acquiring a mental illness with a certain probability. But this penalty could be erased with Abyss Madness. The ability to alter artifacts, it was a trait beyond my wildest dreams, and it was too good to be true. I was wondering where to use the dancer I just received, but now it seemed to me that I could try different experiments with it, no matter what it turned out to be. Then the message window started displaying standard messages about gaining experience. You have completely destroyed the ruins for the descent. Experience points received. You have accumulated enough experience points to advance to the next level. Your level increases by 1. You defeated fanatic Yang Hyun Deok. Your understanding of the cult of the King in Yellow has increased. You have defeated the Golden Dancers, 13. Your understanding of the creatures of Carcosa has greatly improved. You have accumulated enough experience points to advance to the next level. Your level increases by 1. Revelation. You obtained 2 secret items from the ruins. Experience points received. Revelation. You have found a secret space. Experience points received. Achievement unlocked. You have freed a person from the control of an abyssal being. You have earned the overall achievement. Are you awake yet? As a reward for this achievement, you will receive a strong alliance with driving expert Jang Hyun Deok and additional experience points. Is this child still alive? It's too early to be sure. The game, Cthulhu World, is known for numerous bugs and poor optimization. In fact, during the game, it is not uncommon to see relationship information for NPCs who should be dead or not even appear. And what kind of reward is this? Give me an artifact or special ability. What is the benefit of forming a strong alliance with a reliable taxi driver? Maybe in the future I'll save on a taxi. XP bonus, you have received a total of 2 Descent Ruins achievements. You have accumulated enough experience points to advance to the next level. Your level increases by 1. You have reached level 22. As a reward for reaching a level, you receive 1 bonus stat point which can be distributed for free. For those who have accumulated enough experience points, you have opened the possibility of using second-order magic. Please note that to use second-order magic effectively, you will need to obtain or study a grimoire containing second-order spells. System, the spell mastery trait is activated. You automatically learn basic second-level spells. Second-tier spells are finally unlocked and I get a bonus stat point. After wondering for a moment where to allocate the bonus stat points, the loss of the slurping gloves, which used to boost my health, came to mind, so I allocated them to my health. Although this complicated the schedule I had in mind a little, there was no other choice. There was simply no easy way to get an artifact that could increase your health by 2 points. For future progress, it is extremely important to achieve at least 8 points in health. Kim Shinhwa, Class, Abyssal Mage, Level 22. Magical Order, Second Order. Madness, Mask Obsession, Ichthyophobia, Fear of Fish. Strength, 5 + 3, Corrupted Ring of Flame. Health, 7. Agility, 8. Intelligence, 30. Mental Strength, 14. Charm, 17. There must be a way to ensure at least 1 more health point. Your achievements have been truly amazing. Although the creature from the abyss did not fully descend in its full form, it was an endpoint created by the creature's own will. It was an absurd creature that seemed impossible to defeat. And yet you defeated such a creature using only your wisdom and skill. This is truly an amazing event. Your remarkable feat echoes in the deep abyss. From now on, you will be watched by even more creatures from the abyss. This is supposed to be good? I just want to ask them to lose interest in me. What could the words left by the King in Yellow mean? When will the flood happen? Can you prevent the impending doom? And can you overcome the fate of becoming a banquet offering? A chaotic future awaits you. Hell, there's no wiki or other veteran players to ask, so I have no idea what's going on. Again, who could have known about such a situation? There has never been anyone who knew more about the world of Cthulhu than me. There is no one to ask either in this world or in the reality in which I lived. If I want to understand what's going on, I have no choice but to check it out myself, even if it means getting bruised and broken. There don't seem to be any more messages coming in now. Ugh, damn it, let's go home. After muttering this to myself, I tried to put the dancer's head in my backpack, but it was too big. It wouldn't do. Moreover, my backpack was already filled with a silver bell from the underworld and various other artifacts. There was simply no room for that big, shiny head. Damn, I was carrying too much. But there was one more thing to collect. I turned my head and looked at the pile of bodies of the golden dancers. The scene was ambiguous, oscillating between horrifying and beautiful. They glittered as if sprinkled with gold powder. It's almost blinding. It was like a bizarre reflection of the brilliance of the night sky. 13 golden dancers lay broken. The golden scales of their bodies crumbled, and there was no shortage of brightly colored jewelry that adorned their bodies. There were enough of them to decorate 13 people. Because of this, the amount of gold and jewelry scattered was absurd. Just watching this scene could drive many people crazy. In addition, the completely motionless fragments of the dancers' bodies still retained their sensual forms, turning the barren land of ruins, where not a single blade of grass grew, into a beautiful but dirty wasteland, dotted with golden sculptures of corpses. If it were real gold. Sorry, but it wasn't real gold. Advertising from Pub Future. The split and cracked bodies of the dancers, the golden scales scattered on the ground, and the bright jewels that adorned their bodies slowly turned black. They could maintain the appearance of treasure for a week or two, but it would be difficult to find a merchant in Paju foolish enough to buy such items. However, if I could find the right buyer, perhaps there would be a way to get rid of them. These items were created from materials from the depths of the abyss and were imbued with magic and alien thoughts from another world. They had a deadly and profound danger and a magical effect as deep and deadly as the stories they held within them. Should I take them with me? Looking up, I saw stars embedded in the high night sky, shining as if they were about to crumble. And looking around, behind the ruins that had turned into ruins, I could see dense forests of Tanyeon. How do I even get back from here? I can drive a car, but should I load everything into Jang Hyun-duk's van and drive back? This is not the choice I want to make. If I steal a guarded taxi and get caught, I will become an enemy of the Paju Transport Association. Not only will there be a bounty on my head, but I will also not be able to use any form of transportation in Paju until I pay a tribute to remove my hostile status. It's impossible to find a taxi willing to travel all this way in any case. Then there is no choice. I scratched my head and walked to where Jang Hyun-duk lay unconscious. Ah, damn. Tonight really is something different. Although I recently confirmed in a post that I have formed a strong alliance with Jang Hyun-duk, it is impossible that he is still alive. Even if his body were to be possessed by a minor ghost or demon, it would cause him to deteriorate. But Jang Hyun-duk directly harbored the will of the being from the abyss in his body. Even if he shared the damage as a medium, survival is out of the question. If by some miracle he survived, the endless divine heat would soon destroy his body, or he would be completely controlled by the abyss. This would cause both body and mind to collapse, and he would turn into a madman or a monster. Well, if he became a golden dancer, it would mean retaining his human form, which would be considered lucky compared to becoming an ugly descendant of Carcosa or an Oathkeeper. But I soon encountered a situation that I did not expect. Well, what do we have here? Is this guy still alive? To my surprise, he was still alive and in relatively good health. Sure, he was bruised, dirty, and unconscious, but he didn't have any serious fractures and he didn't spill anything that shouldn't be spilled. And all 10 fingers on his hands were intact. Compared to my burned, torn, broken, and burst fingers, it was almost annoying. He didn't turn into a monster. But just because he looked good on the outside didn't mean everything was fine. But the insides may not be intact, right? I remembered a situation that happened right before I fell into the distortion. Jang Hyun-duk praised the dancer's performance with a burst of maniacal laughter. If you wake him up, it can only lead to delusional delirium. At worst, he might let out a high-pitched scream and attack me. I tapped my fingers on the mask covering my face and thought for a moment. The discussion was brief and I came to a conclusion. And this, that, and a few more. Every time I activated the spell, I felt a pain similar to tearing my fingers, but I could not allow myself to be distracted for a moment. I'll be lucky if he doesn't suddenly start spewing tentacles out of his mouth. However, given that my hypervigilance trait was not activated, it seemed unlikely that I had encountered such a dangerous trap. I kept a distance of about 2 meters from Jang Hyun-duk and activated a new spell. Since I recently acquired the ability to cast second-tier spells, it seemed appropriate to test them out now. This spell was not flashy, but it was one of the most important spells needed to survive in the world of Cthulhu. While the First Order Identify spell was used to determine the origin or composition of objects, the Second Order Inspect spell was intended to discern the nature of places, people, or even the identity of unknown species. Simply put, it was like looking at someone else's status window. Of course, this did not give me knowledge that I did not already possess. He simply provided the information that A equals sign B. But that was enough. After all, no one knows more about the world of Cthulhu than me. The magical tentacles created by inspection reached out to Jang Hyun-duk and slowly began scanning him from head to toe. They assessed everything from external mutations to internal conditions and inherent traits. He seems okay? Surprisingly, Jang Hyun-duk's mind was as pure as his appearance. Of course, this didn't mean he was completely normal. He witnessed shocking things and gained knowledge that should have remained unknown. He has suffered minimal levels of madness and trauma, the mental scars that remain as the truths of this world are revealed. But such afflictions are common among those who navigate the dangerous nights of Paju. For a body that had once housed a being from the abyss, he was frighteningly healthy. Lee Chang-hyuk, who became a satyr after coming into contact with the bodily fluids of the black forest goat with 1,000 young, a ghoul shaman corrupted by the power granted by the father of all ghouls, and Lee Soon-bin, whose mind was shattered simply because she was surrounded by ghouls and witnessed a ritual dedicated to the father of all ghouls. These are typical consequences for those who venture too close to the creatures of the abyss. But why is this bastard so indifferent? Ah, is it because of this? The result of my observation revealed the flow and functioning of magical power in Yang Hyun-deok's body. Although this was my first time studying other people's magical flows and paths, thanks to my magical knowledge and the spell mastery trait artificially built into my head, I was able to understand the meaning of Yang Hyun-deok's magical power structure. If I were to reconstruct this structure as a representative window, it would be like this: living altar. The effectiveness of wielding, channeling, and descending increases by 1,200%. This minimizes penalties associated with possession, spirit transfer, and descent. It largely ignores restrictions on ownership, transfer of spirits, and lineage. You have a natural talent for mediumship. You are more like a living altar than a person with free will. This is the highest level trait required for mediums, shamans, channelers, or even cult characters. And these are not something that can be acquired simply because they want it. Although I've played as a psychic and occultist in the past, I've only had the opportunity to play with the living altar trait a couple of times. Look at that 1,200% increase in efficiency. Why does the NPC taxi driver have it? Of course, this is not a unique trait like Abyss Madness, or a hidden trait that can only be acquired in a certain way. Since this is a kind of talent, a completely random character can have it. Could this be a consequence of the fall of the King in Yellow? Did he change Jang Hyun-deok's magical abilities before he left? But why would the King in Yellow do such a thing? Make him a useful subordinate of Kim Shin-hwa? Or to make it easier for him to return? In any case, this is a question that is impossible to answer in this state. Trying to figure this out through thought and deduction alone would trap me in endless speculation and leave me unable to do anything. Perhaps the answer is to dive headfirst into the bushes for a closer look? Benu's Shout was a second-tier spell. It temporarily increases mental strength and vitality, has a tonic effect, and also prevents a number of status ailments. Notably, it can also be used to awaken an unconscious subject. The moment it was activated, it had the side effect of hearing an incredibly loud bird sound in your head.
Weo! Gee!
To be precise, it imitated the cry of a crying heron.
Ah!
As soon as the spell took effect, Jang Hyun-deok grabbed his ears and woke up. The sound resonated inside his head, so covering his ears was useless. Are you awake now?
Mamajnim, I have a strange noise in my head.
I was tempted to leave him alone out of sheer annoyance, but I refrained from doing so because Jang Hyun-deok hadn't actually done anything wrong, and communication was a priority. With a snap of my finger, I dispelled the magic. Are you awake now? What happened here? This mess? And why are your hands like that? However, the fact that he put my concerns before his own shows that he is a good young man. There's a lot to explain. How long do you remember? Jang Hyun-deok looked around seriously for a moment. I remember how I decided to come here, but then, Magnum, why? Would you believe me if I told you that I haven't been sane since I met you, Mage Nim? There's no reason why I wouldn't believe it. Encouraged by my somewhat condescending response, Jang Hyun-deok hurriedly poured out his words. The moment I saw your mask, everything went wrong. I think this mask has driven me crazy. I didn't even know before that such places existed, and I didn't find this fragment of the mask here. I got this from a Jushi Myung-si, you know? Seung Jae and a Juicy Gil Young have one too. Something is terribly wrong. I did not try to deceive you, Mugjanum. I was used too. In desperation, Jang Hyun-deok started talking about a few more meaningless things. He mentioned something about the orphanage, his brothers and sisters who looked at him like rabbits, and how he planned to buy gifts and visit the children at the orphanage who were eagerly waiting for him. If he suddenly stopped appearing without any warning, it seemed that his tendency to blurt out irrelevant things when he was excited was part of his personality and was not related to any kind of mind control. Considering the grim situation in Paju, where fixers, monster hunters, and treasure hunters usually punish those who threaten them in their own way, Jang Hyun-deok's reaction cannot be called too sensitive. Even I harbored the idea that the safest course of action would be to slit the throat of the unconscious Jang Hyun-deok. Okay, I understood.
Please believe me, I am truly innocent.
Of course, you don't need to make any more excuses. Although I wanted him to just shut up, Jang Hyun-deok seemed to misinterpret my words to mean something like, there's no need to make excuses anymore. Just die, Jang Hyun-duk. He pressed himself against me with even greater despair. Please, at least let me deliver the shoes I promised to Hyun-ji. Oh, let go. I said I understand. My back hurts. Please, Magnum, spare me! I tried to pry off Jang Hyun-duk, who was clinging to my waist, but eventually gave up. Okay, Jang Hyun-deok, I understand. I got it, okay? Do you believe me? Yeah, so just shut up and take a couple of shots. What? I quickly hit him on the head. My hand. Hitting him with your hand seemed to be the wrong thing to do. I talked to Jang Hyun-duk, who was holding his head and moaning. I was going to hit you twice, but my arm hurts, so I'll only let you go once. Squatting down, Jang Hyun-duk looked at me, puzzled. Do you let me go? Yes, let's call it even that and leave it at that. Really? Yes, but there is still a lot to be done. Follow me.
I got it!
I took Jang Hyun-deok to where the bodies of the dancers lay. Jang Hyun-deok, faced with the breathtaking but gruesome sight of golden corpses scattered in disarray, recoiled in disgust. At first we agreed to divide everything equally. Yes, we said that, but that was before. I'm going to take care of them. Are you going to claim them? Jang Hyun-deok hesitated to answer. In fact, his facial expression seemed to convey everything he wanted to say. Well, his reaction was typical of most people. Even if it was called treasure, it was an ominous and terrible object. It was normal to be more afraid of a curse leading to death than to be motivated by greed. As Jang Hyun-deok watched, I climbed into the stomach of one of the corpses of the destroyed dancer and tore out the scales. Even though I was rummaging through the belly of a human-like creature, I felt no disgust or emotional disturbance. In fact, the pain coming from my injured fingers was even more excruciating. The creature looked more like an inanimate object being moved by magic than a living being. It would be more accurate to describe him as a failed device rather than a dead body. Then I extracted something really important from the body of the destroyed dancer. As expected, it is incredibly large. As expected from a servant created directly by an abyss being. A beautiful round gemstone sparkling with golden light. It was a large magic stone that was difficult to lift with one hand. It was an item of enormous value that could not even be compared with the same weight of gold. It could be sold, or the magical power of the king in yellow could be extracted from it to create a new artifact. From this point on, since there were 13 dancers in total, there should have been 12 more large magic stones left. And then there's this head. Hey! Jang Hyun-deok stepped back with a pale expression. It was as if he was undergoing a sanity check in real time. Although he managed to remain calm, instinctive revulsion seemed to limit his actions. I'm fine, you don't have to pay me. No, you don't have to give me anything, just please send me back. I may not know about other things, but I will pay you. So load this into the car and take me to Gyeongcheon. Load this into the car? Don't you have something like a cart handy? Something with the wheels? Well, yes, but hurry up and bring your car. But this... Quick, don't you want to go home? I understand. Jang Hyun-deok ran more, as if trying to escape the situation than packing his luggage. It seemed impressive how he could run in the dark, but soon Jang Hyun-duk tripped and fell. There was a bit of a commotion when Jang Hyun-deok, who thought I had changed my mind and attacked him, screamed and begged for mercy. In the end, I provided him with a magical light source. Just in case, I watched Jang Hyun-duk's retreating figure for a while. He seemed to be walking cautiously, in an awkward position. In any case, I don't think he will fall again. Well, since we are loyal allies, he will not escape on his own. I turned my attention again to the corpses of the dancers. I was going to ask Jang Hyun-deok to do it, but with him it looks like I'll have to do it myself. The event, prepared at the archaeological site, has ended, but it seems that my tasks for the day are still far from complete. I began to spread my magical power in all directions using magical vibrations and telekinesis. Touch of another world. Crack, crash, clap! I retrieved magic stones from the scattered corpses of the dancers. Once again, the golden scales and gems fluttered in the dark place, making everything around sparkle magnificently. More than 50 days have passed since I started spending nights in the world of Cthulhu. I had 50 nights, 50 sleeps, and 50 sleeps, but not once was I given a moment's rest. The terrible attention and influence sent by the outer gods entered my mind, creating terrifying and bizarre nightmares. Even now I'm dreaming. An endlessly vast, desolate desert, a huge lake, and beyond it a tall spire, all under the shadow of a great and majestic city. And above in the sky 2 suns are faintly dimming. Old spires that have withstood the sandstorm and the screams of a fallen city for centuries. And an eerie, searing blue light floating through the eerie ruins. "We're watching you," strange whisper. Endless rows of nameless tombstones stretched out. Strange creatures emerged from the ruins, moaning, howling, and screaming. From a deep dungeon arose a huge figure, a monstrous creature whose mere presence radiated blasphemous malice. The sound of drums was heard somewhere, golden dancers in inverted masks, and strange creatures without eyes, mouths, or souls danced a strange dance, spreading the gospel of the great king. It was a slow, clumsy, and awkward dance to terrible music. I refused the banquet. At the center of it all lived a huge and repulsive shadow. Attached to its enormous body were thousands of writhing, boneless limbs, a huge nightmare pulsating with incomprehensible power. "I just decided to watch you, a guest from a distant abyss." In a language beyond any world, a great soul was described, having countless epithets, minds, wills, and incarnations, truly sublime, truly wonderful, truly great, truly wise. The master of Carcosa, the one who dwells in Aldebaran, the one who must not be named, the high priest of the sunset, the lord of the sunset, that which lies under the lake, the king of the peacocks, the one and infinite great spirit. The king in yellow is watching you. The hem of the king's yellow robe fluttered in the sky of Carcosa. The song of the Hyades was heard from afar. Crack. System. Abyssal madness. Unique trait has been activated. The effects of the nightmare have been negated. Ah, finally. For a while it seemed as if the living flame had been repelled, or perhaps the searing madness of the nightmares it was sending had subsided. Thanks to this, only the nightmares of Relaya sent by Cthulhu were repeated, and just when I began to get used to them. The King in Yellow channel has been added to my nightmare subscription. It wasn't like subscribing to a streaming channel. Every time I connected with the creatures from the abyss, a new nightmare was added. I never asked for this crappy broadcast. Void madness prevented any major problems from occurring. But this was a separate problem associated with the feeling of dirt. Ugh, I'm sick. Should I hang a dream catcher or something? I bet if I raised my mental strength stat, I could block it too. It's been 3 days since I locked myself in my room to rest after the commotion with Jang Hyun-deok. Advertising from Pub Future. I was also thinking about taking the day off, but I promised to meet Tutor. Finally, I decided to get up. What I decided meant I wasn't actually up yet. I just can't seem to get out of bed. Even though I managed to get 8 points into my health, I somehow squandered it, which brought me back to 7 points. Below a score of 8. A person barely meets the minimum ability to function normally. To continue this extreme and dangerous life of a fixer, a minimum of 8 points is required. It's not that achieving a health score of 8 will lead to revolutionary changes. It would simply return me to the previous state before I was dragged into this world. That is, to the level of Kim Shin-hwa, a gaming addict who lay around playing games all day long. Why did I have to come here as a mage? If I had come in as the warrior I was playing just now, I could have done anything with my excessive muscles and excess stamina. Maybe I should just close my eyes and invest in my health every time I get a bonus? This was not an option. I have no history of increasing health and strength beyond double digits when raising a mage character. What am I thinking? If I have any stats left after strength, I should increase my intelligence by at least 1 point. I realize that muscle is at the core of everything, but I found it difficult to go against a set schedule or flow. I wondered if I could somehow stumble upon a powerful artifact. It would be nice if it just fell from the sky. The view of my room from an angle was terrible. Scattered around were the shiny remains of corpses and cursed gems that I had collected with Jang Hyun-deok from the ruins 3 days ago, along with various trinkets and clothes. It was a terrible sight. I urgently need to get rid of these things. But before getting up and changing clothes, there was more serious preparation for the exit. I extended my hand while lying down. Psst. A flash of multicolored lights erupted from my fingertips and then scattered in all directions. The door, windows, and even the walls and ceiling were closed. I've reinforced the fragile door and windows, used silence, detection interference, and even invisibility on artifacts and gems, as well as setting up shock and flame spells that activate when approached. These were just temporary safety measures that I could take immediately. My stomach hurt because I've only eaten delivery food all week. While I'm going out today, I need to buy something suitable to eat. I picked up a few gems and pieces of mana stones scattered around the room and went outside. As always, I headed not to the main entrance below, but to the roof. It was already late evening outside. The sun was setting towards the horizon. Around the one I stood on were buildings of the same height, and behind them was the landscape of Paju. Is this really another world? Every time I came here, I fell into similar thoughts. Could this really be fake? It seemed too real to be called virtual, and too similar to reality to be called another world. As if mocking my thoughts, I saw the peak of Hwanyongsa Mountain and the giant bronze head of the Hwanyongsa seated Buddha statue far behind the buildings. Paju itself does not have such a creepy-looking giant Buddha statue, but the problem wasn't the statue in the distance. The mask covering my face was the beginning of an anomaly. Yes, what's the point of thinking about such thoughts? Let's just go. Jump. A magician in a cursed mask soared into the sky on a magic board. Before I knew it, I had surpassed level 20. Discovering second-order magic allowed me to use an even larger array of spells and incorporate finer details into my posture correction and jumping. It was more like an art than a simple trick when I made a 360-degree turn in the air together with the board. No, it was a feeling. Suddenly I performed several more spins in a row before landing smoothly on the ground. Without the need to push off, I trusted my body to the skateboard as it slid forward as I navigated the dark alleys of Paju. Last night I received a message from Tutor. She mentioned that there was a job at Vasilisa that might interest me, and I had a rough idea of what it might be. I have already completed 5 requests. If the game follows a predetermined storyline, then this quest will most likely be next. The requests provided by brokers were different each time, but there were certain tasks that appeared at certain intervals. These were known as fixed requests, and experienced World of Cthulhu players would often decide which broker to work with based not only on their personality and reliability, but also on the quality and type of these fixed requests. While I was heading towards Vasilisa with these thoughts, something unexpected happened. Excuse me, just a minute. Someone called me. Behind me, who could it be? I suppressed my magical power to make it difficult for anyone nearby to detect me as I prepared my spells for immediate use before turning around. By coincidence, there was an illegally parked car nearby, so I used the side mirror of this car to check who was behind me. It was the police. Although Paju was known to be an illegal person, I had been too comfortable moving around until now. But such a meeting was always possible. Wearing this mask and wandering around the back streets will probably seem suspicious to someone. I was just about to solve the problem with the mask. What a terrible moment. Should I speed up the board and just run away? No, let's not. I felt the presence of several more people within my detection range, and among them were not ordinary people. They possessed an abnormally high level of magical power, like Lee Chang-hyuk or Kwak De-young. The police in Paju were already quite formidable. Among them were irregular formations, far from ordinary ones. It is unknown what complications might arise if a chase begins. To gain time, I pretended not to hear anything and turned around, covering my face with a mask. I had no intention of escaping using such obvious tactics. While escape may have been the only option for the First Order, the Second Order offered spells that could help me. However, even with such spells, they could not be used while facing someone directly.